Chapter 1. Facing execution from the very beginning in the world of One Piece, in the West Sea, within the confines of the Navy's 128th Division prison, Roland suddenly awoke. He was immediately assaulted by an unpleasantly damp stench in the air, prompting him to instinctively cover his nose. What could account for this overwhelming odor? Had he inadvertently rolled beneath his bed during sleep, inadvertently pressing his face against a pair of foul socks? Judging by the horrific scent, those socks must have gone unwashed for several weeks yet. He was certain he did not possess such socks as Roland opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Confusion enveloped in the room was small, dimly lit, revealing an iron-barred window before him. He lay atop a disheveled straw mat, beside a cement wall that bore a high, narrow window through which two beams of sunlight filtered. Roland, I should be at home, preparing for work. What on earth was happening? As Roland lingered in a state of existential doubt, the realization struck him with the force of a tidal wave had traversed dimensions. As his consciousness regained clarity, a torrent of memories surged within his mind, overwhelming him and leaving no room for reaction. Roland, age 19, orphaned, was a pirate in the West Sea, a defiant bronze contender in the pirate realm, with a bounty of 43 million berries. I have inexplicably found myself in the world of One Piece, and not only that, I am now a bounty-laden pirate, captured by the Navy and imprisoned in their facility. This is unbelievable. Roland struggled to process the influx of memories. The more he assimilated, the colder he felt. Not only had he been apprehended by the Navy and incarcerated, but he was also condemned to death, with execution scheduled for noon today. What significance does my arrival here hold under such dire circumstances? Roland could not help but scoff, nearly laughing at the absurdity of his predicament. System? He softly called out in his mind. After waiting for over a minute like a fool, he realized he might be without a system. Come on, system. Where are you? Roland's voice betrayed a sense of urgency and panic. Is it necessary for me to call out louder? He ventured, attempting to summon the system again, yet silence enveloped him. No, system, truly none. This realization meant he had no means to alter his fate. Execution awaited him in mere hours. What a predicament! Roland, initially discontented with the notion of transmigration, now found himself wholly consumed by the singular desire to survive. There was no time to recline any longer. Roland rose to his feet, but was hindered by shackles binding his ankles to a heavy iron ball and handcuffs encumbering his wrists. He struggled to break free, yet the cold, weighted handcuffs filled him with despair. What am I to do? I do not wish to die. Roland paced anxiously within the confines of a small cell, his agitation akin to that of a restless ant upon a hot pan. He had never contemplated strategies with such fervor, not even during his mathematics examinations. What could possibly lead to his escape? Redemption through service? Yet, as the captain of a pirate crew, he found himself in no position to betray his comrades in exchange for favor with the Navy. Could he rely on friends and family to bribe the Navy for his release? Regrettably, he was orphaned, with no true friends among the pirates, as those under his command had also fallen prey to the Navy's nets. Was a conundrum without resolution. Suddenly, the sound of chains sliding echoed from the dim corridor beyond his cell. Footfalls followed, and soon several Navy guards arrived before Roland's prison. Since you are awake, we shall escort you for your final meal. If you cooperate, you may enjoy it. If not, while the guard let the ominous sentence linger in the air as he coldly opened the door to Roland's cell. Is this the meal of execution? Roland murmured to himself, instinctively hesitant to step outside. Resistance was futile. Like a lifeless shell, he followed the guards out of his cell. Before long, he found himself in the dining hall of the Navy's base. Though it was not mealtime, several other prisoners clad in black and white striped uniforms, much like his own, occupied the S. Upon witnessing this scene, Roland's lips trembled incessantly, and his legs quaked as if sifting through grain. He was terrified, profoundly terrified. Only when one is on the brink of death does the yearning for life become so intensely palpable. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the head of a man standing beside Roland was shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, with droplets of blood splattering onto Roland's face. It's about to be my turn. Roland swallowed hard, his eyes wide open as he stared straight ahead, only to see the naval soldiers beginning to reload their weapons. Damn it, I'm utterly terrified. The dread of life and death overwhelmed Roland, and his legs ceased to tremble. They simply gave way, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his hand inadvertently brushing against the corpse of a criminal who had already met his demise. Suddenly, an exquisitely bound book appeared in Roland's mind, its cover emblazoned with the golden characters for ability. The book then inexplicably turned a page, revealing some golden text on the first page, as if printed automatically. Devil fruit ability, animal type gorilla. Simultaneously, an illustration of a raging gorilla appeared beneath the golden Text, what is this? Is this my golden finger? But the golden finger appears, now could it be too late? I am on the verge of execution. Chapter 2. Life and Death at Full Speed. Although somewhat bewildered by the current situation, Roland, having read numerous web novels, instinctively treated this book as his. Golden finger. To his astonishment, when he infused his consciousness into the first page of the book, an unexpected transformation occurred. Roland, once an ordinary young man, instantaneously morphed into a colossal gorilla. This gorilla was unlike any on Earth, towering at 2 to 3 meters. With arms thicker than Roland's thighs prior to his transformation, such a change resulted in the handcuffs and shackles that had restrained Roland shattering explosively. Roland was not an ability user, he merely wore ordinary iron restraints. Had he been an ability user like the man beside him who had just been executed, the sea-stone handcuffs would have ensured he did not burst free in such a manner. Roland heard the sound of the restraints breaking apart and gazed in shock at his massive, black-furred hands and body. However, having already accepted the premise of the miraculous book in his mind as his golden finger, he quickly acclimated to this new reality. It was evident that the extraordinary book in his mind had absorbed the devil fruit ability from the deceased ability user nearby. In the realm of literature, the utilization of abilities entails the integration of the protagonist's consciousness transforming into such a ferocious gorilla. Perhaps I can emerge from death. A spark ignited in Roland's eyes. He moved, albeit the unconventional four-leg gait of the gorilla felt exceedingly awkward, yet the urgency of survival left no room for hesitation. With limbs of extraordinary strength, Roland charged forth like a tank operating at full throttle, fiercely hurtling towards the towering white wall behind him, standing at 6 or 7 meters high. At that moment, the naval soldiers witnessing Roland's escape stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible. This individual was clearly not an ability user, it was baloney beside him who possessed the animal-type gorilla devil fruit power. How could Roland transform into a gorilla? What are you waiting for? Hurry and shoot. We cannot allow that scoundrel Roland to escape. The quickest reacting naval major bellowed at the soldiers poised to execute. Meanwhile, he swiftly drew his pistol, aiming at Roland's fleeing figure, anticipating the trajectory before firing. Bang, bang, bang. Opportunity has arisen, brothers. The condemned prisoners, yet to face execution, suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Instantly, they too became frantic, lifting the heavy iron balls attached to their shackles, each vying to reach the imposing wall. At this juncture, Roland had reached the base of the white wall. Although he was unfamiliar with his current form, the instinct for survival compelled him to leap with all his might. Having transformed, the gorilla that was Roland stood 2 to 3 meters tall on all fours, and if he stood upright, his height exceeded 4 meters. Thus, the 6 to 7 meter wall posed no challenge. With a mighty leap, Roland soared to a height of 8 or 9 meters, effortlessly clearing the wall that had previously loomed like an insurmountable chasm. I have actually escaped. Upon surpassing the white wall, he felt his body rapidly descending into the sea, the unique sensation of weightlessness jolting him back to reality. Beneath me lies the ocean. My ability to transform must be due to acquiring the devil fruit power of the neighboring fellow. I wonder if I can be considered an ability user now, and whether I will drown immediately. Such thoughts raced through Roland's mind. Before his reflection could linger, he plummeted into the sea. Colossal form, crashing into the water, felt akin to striking concrete, sending a wave of pain throughout his body. However, this outcome was infinitely preferable to facing execution. I still possess strength. It appears that my current state does not resemble that of a devil fruit user. Roland let out a deep sigh, immediately contemplating how to revert from his current gorilla form. This transformation was ill-suited for his escape by swimming. In his mind, Roland began to experiment with various methods to disengage from his gorilla state. Despite numerous attempts, he found no success until he focused his will and closed the book within his consciousness, instantly reverting to his human form. Having successfully regained his human shape, Roland adeptly submerged himself in the ocean, swiftly propelling himself toward the coastline. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the execution grounds of the naval base. The soldiers who were prepared to carry out the execution were preoccupied with the frenzied death row inmates, leaving them momentarily unable to deal with Roland. Before long, Roland swam from the point where he had fallen into the water to the shore. Where steep cliffs loomed, he chose a random direction along the cliffs and swam outwards. As he continued, he began to feel a sharp pain in his left arm, only to discover that he had been shot, and blood was now seeping from the wound in the frantic moments prior. His body had been flooded with hormones as he focused solely on survival, neglecting his injuries. Now, with the prospect of escape within reach, he could finally register the pain as just an arm. As long as I can escape this time, I don't care if my hand is rendered useless, Roland thought, displaying an unexpected resilience, dismissing any notions of self-pity as he swam with all his might, life, or limb. Even a child could discern their significance. After approximately 10 minutes, Roland finally swam from the naval base's cliffside to a sandy beach. Without hesitation, he made landfall, quickly shedding his black and white, striped prison garb, now clad only in a pair of boxers, and raced toward the interior of the island. He had landed adjacent to the naval base, right at the edge of a small town on the island, where a few scattered homes were situated. As he ran, Roland solidified his most pressing objective: survival. He needed to find a local familiar with the island's terrain to inquire about the route to the town's dock. He randomly selected a house and dashed toward it, just as the door swung open, revealing a young girl in white, around 17 or 18 years of age. Upon seeing Roland sprint toward her, the girl blinked in confusion. Unsure of the situation, fortune truly favors me, Roland thought, relieved as he reached the young girl, uttering a quick, "Pardon my intrusion." With that, he swiftly scooped her up with his uninjured right arm and continued his frantic run toward the densely populated houses. Let me clarify in advance that my appearance is not intended to offend you. I understand you may have numerous questions, but for the moment, I kindly ask that you refrain from voicing them and allow me to speak first. I am in urgent need of directions to the town's dock. If you could point me there. I assure you I will not impose upon you further. If my current behavior has caused you any discomfort, I ask for your temporary forgiveness, as I am evading pursuit. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I promise to make amends. Roland spoke rapidly, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Chapter 3. Faya. If you wish to reach the town dock, simply follow the direction you are currently facing. I will guide you when it's time to turn, the girl in white said after a moment of contemplation. Having grasped Roland's request, "Thank you. I am immensely grateful," Roland replied, touched by the understanding of this young woman, who, despite being suddenly swept into his embrace and confronted with peculiar words, still managed to comprehend the gravity of his situation. It appears that fate is indeed favoring him. What is your name? I shall return to repay your kindness, Roland spoke as he dashed forward. Thanks to the original owner's decent strength among ordinary people, this endeavor was not particularly exhausting for him. This fellow is remarkably candid in asking for a girl's name, the girl in white remarked with a slight pout, somewhat exasperated, yet relieved that he was a person of appreciation. My name is Fia, the girl in white inquired. Who is pursuing you, pirates? Or perhaps the mafia? Fia, such a melodious name. However, Miss Fia, it is best that you refrain from delving too deeply into my affairs for the time being. Roland dared not disclose that he had just escaped from a naval base, fearing that a mere shout from this girl could summon the townsfolk to apprehend him. Your left arm is grievously injured. Blood continues to drip, Fia noted, unable to suppress her concern for Roland's wound. I am aware, but my utmost priority now is to flee this island. There's little I can do about my injury at the moment. I will find a way to deal with it later, Roland replied. If there are no large passenger ships departing from the town shortly, I can accompany you on a smaller vessel, and during that time, if we can find bandages and antiseptics, I can assist you with some basic treatment, as I am actually a doctor, Fia gently offered. Such a fortunate turn of events. Roland's eyes brightened at this revelation. He had already resigned himself to the thought that his left hand might be rendered useless, preparing to become a figure akin to Shanks. The likelihood of discovering a large cruise ship equipped with a ship's doctor on such a small island was exceedingly slim, so he had not dared to hope. Yet unexpectedly, a twist of fate led him to a girl who turned out to be a doctor. Soon, guided by the girl in white Fia, Roland traversed through the town and arrived at the dock at its edge. As he had anticipated, there were no sizable vessels at the dock. In fact, he could scarcely find any ships preparing to set sail. As Roland approached the dock from a distance, he keenly observed the surroundings. At that moment, there was but a solitary vessel preparing to set sail. He dashed forward, and just as the fishing boat was about to depart, he leapt from the dock, clutching the white-clad maiden, Fia, and landed aboard the vessel. Kind sir, I am being pursued. I implore you to take me away from this island, Roland stated plainly to the curious fisherman and his son. Certainly, young man, the fisherman replied, unaware that Roland was a pirate with a bounty on his head, and they kindly acquiesced to his request. Please let me down. I wish to tend to your wounds, Fia said, her cheeks flushed as she spoke to Roland. My apologies. I was too preoccupied with catching my breath, Roland quickly responded, gently placing Fia back on her feet. Which island do you intend to visit, Taro or Noah? The benevolent boatman inquired, glancing back at Roland. Whichever is closer, Roland replied swiftly, reasoning that a naval division could not possibly oversee every neighboring isle. This is a gunshot wound, and I cannot simply bandage it without first extracting the bullet, Fia informed Roland after examining his injury. It's all right. The boat hasn't ventured far yet. Perhaps you should return. I will manage my wound later, Roland suggested. Faya blinked, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she pointed to the sea, now a good 30 to 40 meters from shore. Are you suggesting I swim back? Roland sighed, realizing his words had been ill-chosen. No matter. I will accompany you to Noah Island. It's no trouble, for I am home alone, Faya declared. She intends to accompany me to Noah Island? What a truly kind-hearted individual. Roland was momentarily taken aback, her heart brimming with emotion. She had initially intended to request the fishing boat captain to assist in turning the vessel around to return Fia. Roland turned his head to scrutinize Fia carefully. He had been too preoccupied with fleeing to truly observe her until now. She was a girl with flowing, light golden hair and large eyes that resembled emeralds, glimmering with life. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her features were quite exquisite. If one were to rate her beauty on a scale of 100, Roland would bestow upon this girl, named Fia, a commendable 85. His gaze then descended, resting upon Fia's bosom. Full, no, exceptionally ample. An instant enhancement to her score. Roland's eyes continued their journey downward, landing on her legs, which were clad in denim shorts, so pale, long, and slender. Perfection. An additional increase in her appraisal was warranted. A girl who possessed both a stunning figure and striking beauty was a rarity for Roland on Earth, and he found himself utterly captivated. What are you staring at? Your left hand is still bleeding, and you have the audacity to admire a girl? What on earth is going through your mind? Fia said sharply, sensing Roland's gaze. It's primarily because you're simply too beautiful, Roland confessed candidly. Regrettably, his current identity was that of a pirate, and not just any pirate, but one with a bounty on his head, destined to be hunted by the Navy for eternity. Otherwise, Roland would have wished to pursue Fia openly once his injuries had healed. The fishing vessel sailed across the sea, heading towards the neighboring Noah Island. Trouble. It seems we have encountered pirates. Miss Fia, you must hide quickly. Do not let those marauders discover you. The captain of the fishing boat, who was at the helm, turned abruptly to warn Fia and Roland, who were chatting in the cabin. What? Roland exclaimed in surprise. His luck had been remarkably favorable today. His escape had been smooth sailing thus far. So how is it that they now face pirates? Roland promptly rose and stepped out of the cabin, following the direction indicated by the fishing boat's owner. Indeed, he soon spotted a towering sailing ship on the distant sea, adorned with a black flag. However, the details of the flag were indiscernible from such a distance. There was no doubt that it was a pirate ship, for only pirates hoisted black flags upon these waters. For the moment, there was no need to panic. The vessel may not necessarily be approaching them. Roland remained relatively composed, a testament to his assimilation of the original owner's memories. Fishing boats such as theirs typically had little to offer, and pirates often preferred not to plunder them. Unfortunately for Roland, his luck was rather poor, as the pirate ship, having noticed their fishing vessel, began to draw closer. Chapter 4. The strength of the guerrilla, a battle might soon ensue. Roland felt a twinge of anxiety. The fishing boat owner and Fia could not recognize him as a pirate, for his bounty was merely 3 million berries, a sum that hardly garnered fame even in the surrounding seas. The West Sea differed significantly from the East Sea. The latter was the most peaceful region in the world, where a bounty exceeding 15 million berries marked one as a top-tier pirate. In the West Sea, however, only those with bounties over 45 million berries could be considered among the elite. Pirates like Roland, with bounties of 4 to 5 million berries, were not exceptionally rare, numbering at least over 1,000. As comrades in the perilous profession of piracy, pirates were generally well acquainted with one another, as encounters could easily lead to conflict. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Ignorance of the opponent's strength could lead to disastrous consequences. Piracy is an exceedingly dangerous vocation. Should this band of pirates recognize Roland, it would undoubtedly spell trouble, first and foremost. The fishing boat's owner would be reluctant to continue aiding him. Furthermore, a chance encounter with a rival pirate crew could result in his immediate demise. Can you swim? Roland inquired, casting a glance at Fia. She nodded in affirmation. That's good. We shall remain submerged until this band of pirates departs, then return to the boat. My identity is peculiar, and this crew may very well be my adversaries, Roland explained. He then turned to the fishing boat's owner. Is this arrangement acceptable to you, sir? Absolutely, the fishing boat owner replied, somewhat apprehensive. He had previously endured a pirate attack, where they merely plundered his entire catch. However, who could say whether this group of pirates would limit their thievery to fish? However, regarding Roland and Fia's decision to plunge into the water for refuge, he wholeheartedly concurred. for the presence of such a beautiful maiden aboard the ship significantly heightened the risk of her being captured by pirates. The pirate vessel swiftly approached, and as the distance between them diminished, Roland, drawing from the memories of his former self, recognized the incoming band as the Cutlass pirate crew. It seemed that Roland had exhausted all his luck while fleeing, for this very crew bore a deep-seated grudge against his previous ship. With no other recourse, Roland and Faya leaped into the water before the pirate ship could draw near, clinging to the side of the fishing vessel for concealment. In such a scenario, even if the pirates jumped from their ship to the fishing boat, it would be nearly impossible for them to discern the presence of two hidden individuals beneath the surface. How astute, this old fellow, knowing we approached yet choosing to remain stationary. On the pirate ship, two of their crew members leapt onto the fishing vessel, weapons in hand. What are you dawdling for? You should be grateful for our presence. Quickly present your catch, barked a short, exceedingly corpulent pirate, brandishing his blade at the fishing boat's owner. My apologies, esteemed sirs. We have only just set sail today and have yet to procure any catch, the fishing boat owner humbly replied, lifting the hatch to show the pirates. Ah, no catch, then you must pay us. Hand over all your money, stated another pirate, tall and lean, with a scar marking his face. Dear sirs, you must understand that we are out here fishing. How can we possibly carry money with us? The fishing boat owner answered, his demeanor one of simple humility. No money and no catch? Are you suggesting that our trip here was in vain? The stout pirate's eyes glinted with malice. I assure you, it is not my fault. We fished yesterday and must venture further today, the owner explained, desperately hoping for the pirate's clemency. Then there is no alternative. We cannot return empty-handed, and we shall take your heads instead, the stout pirate declared, his gaze sweeping over the fishing boat owner and his son, a cruel smile spreading across his face. In the world of piracy, where legitimate avenues for renown are scarce, most pirates hold their bounties in high regard. Consequently, many resort to preying on civilians, slaughtering them to enhance their notoriety and increase their rewards. With a determined stride, the two pirates charged toward the unsuspecting fishing boat owner and his son. No, if it were not for us, this father and son would not have encountered pirates. I cannot stand idly by, Roland thought, pressing closer to Faya. Stay here and do not move, he instructed her before bellowing, you two scoundrels aboard the ship. Heed my words and cease your actions. As the words faded, Roland, bare-chested, leaped from the sea onto the fishing vessel, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the two pirates. Today, it was evident that a peaceful resolution was unattainable. To successfully escape, he not only had to eliminate the two pirates before him, but also devise a strategy to deal with the multitude of pirates aboard the ship. Life was exceptionally arduous. Roland's words captured the attention of two seasoned pirates, both well-versed in the treacherous ways of the sea. Aware of the need for caution in such moments, they instinctively ceased their hostilities, gripping their weapons tightly as they turned. To their astonishment, they beheld Roland emerging from the water, clad only in a pair of swim trunks. Roland, exclaimed the taller and shorter of the two pirates in unison, instantly recognizing him. The crew of the Cutlass pirates frequently clashed with Roland's Bullen pirates, resulting in a deep-seated animosity between them. You scoundrel, were you not supposed to have been captured by the Navy? How is it that you stand before us now? Both pirates were taken aback, for they had recently celebrated the demise of Roland's entire crew at the hands of the Navy. However, Roland remained silent, his consciousness unhesitatingly delving into the depths of that mystical tome within his mind. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal gorilla, his immense stature causing the very confines of the cabin to erupt. Whoosh! With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, Roland surged forward like a cannonball, propelling himself towards the two pirates. Bang! As Roland's formidable fist, akin to a sandbag, descended upon the two unsuspecting pirates. It struck with such force that they were sent flying like ordinary individuals colliding with a speeding train. The impact propelled them over 20 meters, ultimately plunging them into the sea. As they soared through the air, they coughed up blood. Their frail bodies were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of Roland's powerful blow. Before even touching the water, they had succumbed to their injuries. How weak these pirates are, unable to endure even a single punch, Roland mused, shaking his head lightly. Yet, it was not the pirate's weakness that was at play, but rather Roland's newfound strength. With his original prowess, enhanced by the abilities of the animal system Gorilla Fruit, he had ascended in the ranks of pirates, transitioning from stubborn bronze to the esteemed Order of Silver. Suppressing his exhilaration, Roland cast his gaze towards the pirate ship, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chapter 5. A punch for each. Roland lifted his gaze towards the pirate ship, where numerous pirates stood upon the deck, their eyes fixed intently upon the fishing vessel. In an astonishing display of strength, Roland suddenly transformed, causing the fishing boat's cabin to burst apart, and, with a single punch, he dispatched 2 pirates, leaving the rest of the crew utterly speechless. Seizing this moment of bewilderment among the pirates, Roland recognized his opportunity. He exerted himself and leaped deftly from the fishing vessel to the deck of the pirate ship. To gain momentum for his leap, he forcefully stomped on the fishing boat, sending it into a violent sway, which resulted in both the owner and his son tumbling into the sea. "Father, are we doomed?" The son of the fishing boat owner gazed at his father with a face full of despair. With so many pirates aboard their ship and Roland standing alone, injured, the odds are decidedly against him. Upon Roland's defeat, his demise appeared inevitable, and the pirates would likely unleash their wrath upon the fishing boat's owner and his son. The heavens alone could decide their fate. The fishing boat owner wore an expression of despair, yet he felt no regret, given the chance. He would once again strive to save Roland, albeit by different means. Meanwhile, Fia, submerged in the water, felt her heart leap into her throat, acutely aware that the prospect of survival today was bleak. Nonetheless, she could not suppress her fervent support for Roland. "Roland, you must prevail." Bang! Crash! As Roland transformed, his colossal form crashed onto the deck of the pirate ship, causing the aged planks to groan under an unbearable weight. Elsewhere on the deck, Brent, the captain of the Cutlass Pirates, leaned upon his formidable blade. Upon hearing the mournful sound from his crew and witnessing the enormous silhouette descend upon his ship, he instantly grasped that an enemy assault was underway, his face contorting with rage. "You scoundrel, you shall pay," Brent bellowed, brandishing his massive cutlass as he charged towards the transformed Roland, now a mighty gorilla. The tremendous blade swung down fiercely, and the sheer force of the resulting gust sent a shiver through the air, evoking an impression of invincibility. Yet, in the face of Brent's strike, Roland remained utterly unperturbed, for to his eyes, the speed of the descending blade seemed far slower than it appeared to the average observer. Roland stood firmly on his powerful hind legs, lifting his front half as his enormous, fur-covered hands came together before him, directly clamping down on the massive cleaver. Seeking death, Brent could not help but emit a soft snort at this audacity. Attempting to catch his blade with bare hands was truly a reckless gamble. This knife was not only formidable in size, but also crafted from a unique, exceptionally heavy material. Thanks to his innate strength, he wielded it with ease. For an ordinary person, even standing behind a tree large enough to be embraced by a single individual would not suffice to shield them from a single blow that could cleave both tree and man alike. However, the moment Roland's colossal hands met the blade, Brent sensed an ominous shift. It was a force rivaling the might of nature itself. His knife felt as though it had struck the hardest rock, and not only did his opponent remain unscathed, but his hands also trembled with numbness. "Get away from me!" Roland, in his gorilla form, bellowed, his hands tightening around the enormous cleaver before swiftly lifting it. Despite Brent's divine strength, it was insufficient to withstand such immense power. The pirates watched in astonishment as Roland effortlessly seized the cleaver from Brent's grasp and hurled it into the sea. "Why you?" Brent gazed in terror at the towering creature before him, standing 2 to 3 meters tall on all fours, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Who are you?" "We have no enmity. There's no need for us to fight to the death." Faced with the transformed Roland, he resolved to heed the voice of his heart. Brent pointed at his fellow pirates on the deck. "My brothers are right here. There's no way you can eliminate us all alone. So, you do have a pitiful side that seeks mercy." Roland, in his gorilla form, grinned broadly, his voice a guttural rumble. Then, he reverted to his human form, leaving Brent utterly astonished before him. "Why you are Roland?" Brent stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Correct," Roland replied, but in an instant, he transformed once more and lunged towards him. "No!" Brent exclaimed in fear, retreating hastily as he stretched out his hands to fend off Roland's assault. But alas, it was futile. Bam! Roland's fist, larger than Brent's head, struck him squarely, resulting in an explosion akin to that of a watermelon. "Huh, this fellow is so feeble. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. What a disgrace for a pirate with a bounty exceeding 6 million berry." Roland silently scoffed. This terrifying scene left the other pirates momentarily stunned. Their captain, renowned for his formidable strength and a bounty surpassing 6 million berry, had failed to defend against Roland's punch. In an instant, the indomitable spirit of these pirates was extinguished by Roland's overwhelming prowess. If their captain could be dispatched with a single strike, what hope did they have for resistance? As the pirates contemplated surrender, Roland showed no intention of sparing them. Roland now found himself alone, devoid of any reliable companions. Coupled with the fact that the fisherman and his son, along with the young lady Fia, were mere common folk, the presence of these pirates posed a significant threat. It was highly probable that if he allowed them to remain aboard, dire consequences would ensue. Not to mention exterminating them all, at the very least. He had to expel them from the ship. I shall grant you 3 seconds to vacate this vessel. Those who linger shall meet their demise. Roland's voice, resonating with the deep growl of a gorilla, instilled a sense of dread in the pirates, causing their scalps to prickle with fear. With a splash, the pirates hastily leaped from the deck into the sea. Remaining aboard the pirate ship was tantamount to a death sentence. Although the odds of survival in the water were slim, it still offered a glimmer of hope. What are you dawdling for, you fool? Did you not hear my command? Roland, exerting his strength, lunged towards a sluggish pirate who appeared as if inebriated, delivering another thunderous blow with his massive fist. Bang! The pirate was sent crashing against the ship's railing, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew through the air. Upon colliding with the railing, he endured an immense impact, collapsing to the ground, motionless, with blood pooling around him. Witnessing this scene, the remaining pirates, who had yet to plunge into the sea, were seized by terror, abandoning all hesitation as they jumped overboard in a frenzy. Is anyone still in the cabin? Roland bellowed towards the cabin door. If you do not emerge, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you all. Upon hearing his words, several terrified individuals rushed out of the cabin, and without a moment's thought, they too leaped into the water. Phew, it seems no one else remains. Roland exhaled deeply. Despite his earlier bravado, he felt a pang of anxiety. For if the desperate pirates had united against him with firearms, he might have met his own end here. He then approached the lifeless body of Brent, the pirate he had just dispatched. Transforming back into his human form, he reached out to touch Brent's corpse. As anticipated, the mystical book in his mind turned its pages once more, landing on the second page, where golden text began to materialize. 1,000 pounds of strength. Below the golden text, an illustration appeared, depicting a muscular arm, sinewy and imposing. Next, Roland moved to the pirate who had been struck and sent flying against the ship's railing, extending his hand towards the fallen body. The wondrous book in his mind flipped to the third page, revealing golden text that proclaimed, 1,000 cups unfazed. An accompanying illustration depicted a figure raising a wine glass. Indeed, it seemed that from such relatively weak pirates, one could not glean any combat skills. Upon seeing the phrase 1,000 cups unfazed in the mystical book, Roland experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that the abilities he acquired from others were largely random in nature. Unlike the ordinary pirate he had just vanquished, it was evident that he possessed no extraordinary combat skills, thus rendering him incapable of acquiring such prowess. One could only wonder how many pages the Golden Finger tome in his mind contained, and precisely how many skills it could harbor. Chapter 6. Surgery. Having finished gathering the spoils aboard the pirate vessel, Roland made his way to the right side of the ship, precisely where the fishing boat had previously been positioned. It was apparent that several pirates had already ascended onto the fishing boat owned by the father and son, preparing to set sail. You rascals dare to commandeer the ship, Roland bellowed. At once, the pirates controlling the fishing boat, startled like birds startled by an arrow, leapt back into the sea with great splashes. Old man, FIA, where are you? Roland called out from the deck of the pirate ship, directing his voice toward the fishing boat. We're here, emerged 2 heads from the surface adjacent to the fishing vessel, belonging to the father and son duo. They were both astonished and elated. Joy surged through them as they realized Roland had indeed driven away all the pirates, ensuring their survival. They were further taken aback upon discovering from the fleeing pirates that Roland was, in fact, a pirate himself. Frustrating indeed. Meanwhile, FIA had quietly swum to the side of the pirate ship to evade detection and surfaced, hesitating for a moment before saying, I am here. There are no pirates left aboard. You may come up, Roland declared, then turned back to retrieve the soft ladder from the ship and lowered it down. Father, shall we board the pirate ship? The young fisherman gazed at the soft ladder Roland had lowered, unable to suppress the swallow that rose in his throat. Roland is a pirate even more ferocious than this band of cutthroat marauders. We have not wronged him, and thus he is unlikely to turn against us. Let us approach cautiously. If he intends to strike, there is no escaping even in the depths of the sea. The owner of the fishing vessel, though his lips trembled slightly, exhibited a certain fortitude. You are indeed a pirate? Faya climbed aboard the ship, her demeanor icy as she regarded Roland. Indeed, I am a pirate. The very naval forces that pursued me have just been evaded. I recently escaped from their base, Roland confessed, raising his hands in a gesture of honesty. However, I assure you, I will honor my word. I have no intention of causing you any trouble. Faya bit her silver teeth, momentarily taken aback as she silently scrutinized Roland, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy under her unwavering gaze. Roland approached FIA, waving his hand in front of her eyes, yet he failed to disturb her. She seemed ensnared in her own turmoil, impervious to the external world. Let's enter the cabin. Surely, there are medical supplies aboard the pirate ship. I can perform the surgery to extract the bullet, he offered. Fille Saint, clenching her small fist as if she had made a momentous decision. What a splendid doctor you are. Would you be interested in joining me as a pirate in the future? Roland exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, clearly recognizing her as a girl of ethical integrity. One who would not hesitate to treat a patient simply because they were a pirate. Are you a fool? FIA shot him a cold glance. I could never become a pirate alongside you. Roland felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words, and just then, the father and son who owned the fishing boat climbed aboard the pirate ship via the soft ladder. Roland turned to them. Can you operate this vessel, sir? If you can take me to the nearest island, I shall sell this ship and share half the proceeds with you. The fisherman had significantly aided Roland, and given the potential naval investigation they might face, he felt compelled to offer them a fair share. Oh, by the way, since we now possess this grand ship, we ought to avoid Noah Island. The Navy could easily anticipate our arrival there. Instead, why not venture to the more distant Dolan Island? Roland suddenly suggested. This large ship is relatively easy to maneuver with the sails already unfurled, but with only two of us, we cannot possibly adjust the sails. The fisherman candidly replied. Typically, a crew of several members is required to shift the sail's direction. That's a minor issue. I shall take care of it, Roland declared, glancing at his right hand, which he clenched into a fist. He had recently acquired immense strength from Brent's corpse, making it a perfect opportunity to test it out. The fisherman, unable to defy Roland's resolve, along with his son, promptly began adjusting the sails while Roland waited to seize the ropes once they were ready. Let us go, Roland exclaimed as he grasped the ropes, his muscles swelling with power as he forcefully pulled the enormous sail, gradually altering its direction. The sight left the father and son of the fishing boat utterly astounded. Incredible! Within the seemingly unassuming physique of Roland lies an astonishing reservoir of strength. Is this the prowess that enables him to effortlessly vanquish notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 6 million berries? Very well, my good man, I entrust the rest to you. Although I am a pirate, I adhere to a code of principles. You need not worry, I shall not bring you harm. A subtle smile graced Roland's lips as he followed the silhouette of FIA into the ship's cabin. Father, is it truly possible for a pirate to be like this? Roland is remarkably courteous, akin to someone from our village. The young fisherman could not help but glance at his father. Do not judge a book by its cover. The vast sea harbors all manner of peculiar individuals. Focus on your work. If we manage to sell this vessel and split the proceeds, we will move into the city, the boat owner urged, suppressing his excitement before attending to the sails aboard the pirate ship. FIA searched the cabin diligently and soon discovered the ship's medical bay. Being a profession fraught with danger, pirates frequently sustain injuries. Thus, the medical supplies in this room were adequately stocked. Lie down. I shall administer anesthesia, FIA instructed calmly, gesturing towards the nearby cot. Very well, Roland acquiesced, reclining on the bed and propping his head up with his elbow as he observed FIA sterilizing the surgical instruments. FIA possessed an attractiveness rated around 85, yet she belonged to the category of individuals whose allure deepens with time. The more one gazes, the more captivating she becomes. You're quite lovely, FIA. Since we are both orphans, why not join me in my piratical endeavors? Roland proposed once more. My foray into piracy is driven by necessity. Unlike other pirates, I do not engage in arson, murder, or the plundering of innocents. Do you truly believe I would fall for a pirate's fabrications? FIA retorted with a huff, resuming her tasks in silence. How can you trust me otherwise? Must I be deemed a villain simply because I am currently a wanted pirate? Roland continued. I will assume that all pirates are villains. What of it? FIA snapped, turning her gaze upon him with indignation. Smack! Roland immediately slapped herself with her right hand. How could I reason with an angry girl? As soon as Roland uttered these words, FIA couldn't help but chuckle. All right, lie back. I'll administer the injection immediately. FIA held the syringe filled with anesthetic, giving it a gentle push in the air, and noticed a small droplet emerge from the needle. She then approached the bedside and administered the injection into Roland's left hand. Next, FIA fetched a clean towel, soaked it in warm water, and as Roland was about to speak, she interjected, Do not speak. Bite down on this. Even with the anesthetic, you will still experience considerable pain shortly. Complying, Roland bit down on the towel. As a time traveler, he He was acutely aware that the medical conditions in the pirate world could not possibly compare to those of the 21st century. The anesthetic here might not be very effective, and Roland feared that if he did not bite down on the towel, he might scream in agony. After a while, the anesthetic began to take effect, and Roland gradually lost sensation in his left hand. Meanwhile, FIA had prepared her surgical instruments. After a series of muffled sounds, Roland's bullet was extracted. FIA commenced the bandaging process. Demonstrating remarkable finesse in her technique, she meticulously ensured that the spacing of the gauze was uniform, which made the process excruciatingly slow and painful for Roland. "I think you could be a bit less meticulous with the gauze. I can handle it," he remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "That won't do. If I don't align it properly, it will feel very uncomfortable," FIA replied, looking up at him with a hint of mischief flitting across her eyes. "Oh, you must be taking revenge for my trickery," Roland sighed, covering his forehead with his right hand. It was evident that FIA was a girl with a touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies and a long memory. Chapter 7. Selling the ship. Once the procedure was completed, Roland ventured out to remove the pirate flag from the ship's mast. This act would, to some extent, restore the vessel's status as a normal ship, but a careful observer would still notice the cannons mounted on either side, indicating its true nature as a pirate ship. Selling a pirate ship, of course, could not be accomplished through conventional means. 2 days later, Roland arrived at Dolan Island, home to a large shipbuilding yard backed by the powerful Capone gang, which operated in both the legal and illegal realms. Many pirates frequented this place to purchase ships equipped with cannons. The original owner hailed from Dolan Island, and it was here that the previous pirate ship was acquired. Docked within the shipyard's harbor was the pirate vessel. Now, if Roland could sell the ship, his escape would be complete, and he could find a place to lay low and develop his strength. On the ship's deck, he distributed the treasures he had salvaged from the pirate vessel into the hands of a father and son who were fishermen. Though these treasures were certainly less than half of the ship's total worth, he instructed them, "You can no longer remain on the ship. After disembarking, wait for me at the tallest building in town." The process of selling the ship could potentially attract unforeseen complications. Roland explained to them that the shipyard was under the control of the Capone gang. In the past, when he procured vessels here, he had dozens of brothers by his side, which made the gang wary and compliant. Now, alone, he could not guarantee their cooperation. Instead, there was a risk of betrayal. The father and son, owners of the fishing boat, nodded repeatedly. They were honest fishermen, unfamiliar with the underworld matters that Roland spoke of. Yet, they understood that following Roland's lead was the right course of action. "What about me?" FIA inquired, casting a glance at Roland. "You will accompany me," Roland replied. The father and son of the fishing boat appeared to be straightforward and earnest, which seemed incongruous with Roland's identity as a pirate captain. "Why?" FIA exclaimed, her eyes widening. The notion of venturing into a gang's territory was unappealing to her. "I need you to help me cultivate an air of nonchalance. Do you understand? It's akin to confronting a potentially aggressive dog. If you turn and flee, it may provoke its predatory instincts to chase you. However, if you remain calm and face it, the likelihood is that it will retreat instead," Roland elucidated. "Will I be in danger?" FIA remained hesitant. "Most likely not, unless they are mentally unstable," Roland assured her. "All right then, this will be the last time I assist you," FIA said, biting her lip. After reaching an agreement, the father and son promptly secured the treasures aboard their vessel in backpacks, leaped from the ship, and departed from the shipyard. After Roland and FIA disembarked from the ship, they made their way towards the shipbuilding yard. "FIA, hold on to me," Roland said earnestly. FIA blinked her emerald-like eyes, suddenly darting in front of Roland, looking at him with suspicion, only to find Roland's face utterly serious. "Why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me?" "You've caught on, you clever little one," Roland replied, maintaining his serious demeanor. "We must appear nonchalant, or we risk falling prey to the underworld lurking behind the shipyard." Indeed, one of Roland's intentions was to have FIA hold on to him. "All right then," FIA acquiesced, leaning against Roland and wrapping her right arm around his left. "Lucky you. In all my years, aside from my father, I've never held another man's hand." After saying this, FIA discreetly glanced at Roland's expression, wondering if he was laughing. If he was, it would be clear that he had been teasing her. Roland nearly burst into laughter upon hearing her words, struggling to maintain his serious facade. "But why are we going to such lengths to sell this ship here? Can't we sell elsewhere?" FIA tilted her head curiously at Roland. "This is a pirate ship. Even though I've taken down the pirate flag, the cannons on either side are not something just any ship can bear," Roland explained, and FIA's understanding dawned. "Let me make it clear. Selling the ship could lead to unforeseen circumstances, as the other party might just be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Therefore, Should you encounter any unexpected scenes or situations, remember this. You must trust me. I swear on my life that whatever my hidden motives may be, they will never harm you. Roland suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. Who would trust you, a pirate? FIA retorted, but despite her words, she couldn't help but clutch Roland's left hand more tightly. Having never dealt with gangsters or pirates throughout her life, it was only natural that she felt a twinge of fear now. Roland embraced FIA and entered the reception hall of the shipyard. His previous vessel had been procured from this very establishment, where he could easily gain an audience with the manager through facial recognition. Shortly, Roland and FIA were ushered into a private room, where Roland encountered Dennis, the manager who had sold him the ship before. Ah, Roland, is that truly you? Someone just informed me you were back in town, and I was skeptical. Dennis greeted, a subtle smile gracing his features as his gaze traversed over the pair before settling on Roland. How could the Navy possibly contain me? Roland replied with a grin, unabashedly dragging a chair over for himself, neglecting to consider FIA's presence beside him. FIA, recalling Roland's earlier admonition, stood dutifully at his side. Let us not beat around the bush. What brings you here? Dennis inquired directly. I need to borrow some money. I'm planning a comeback, Roland stated. I must be mistaken. Roland, you've been a pirate on these waters for 2 or 3 years. Do you truly believe I would lend you money? Dennis chuckled. I'm aware of the rules. I've acquired a ship outside. You can send someone to inspect it. It's worth at least several million. Roland replied with a calm smile. Oh, color me surprised. You've managed to procure a ship on your own, Dennis remarked as he rose, stepping out of the room to instruct others to assess the vessel Roland had brought. Come, let us have some tea. My men are already at the dock inspecting it. Dennis re-entered, carrying 2 cups of tea. I'm not fond of this stuff. It's akin to drinking plain water and will only keep me awake at night, Roland retorted, pushing the tea aside. Before long, a shipyard employee at the dock contacted Dennis via intercom. I need to discuss something with you. Roland, Dennis set down the intercom, a faint smile still on his face. Go on, Roland replied, his brow furrowing as he sensed the situation veering towards an unwelcome turn. He deftly retrieved a revolver from his waist and placed it on the table. I knew something felt off, so it's this. However, Dennis disregarded Roland's threat, stating, We have accepted your ship. You may leave now. Hey, are you joking with me? Roland exclaimed, lifting the revolver towards Dennis's head. Clap. Dennis clapped his hands, and immediately, armed shipyard employees burst through the door. Dennis, if you conduct business without integrity, this venture will not endure. Roland observed the armed personnel blocking the exit, his expression darkening. A betrayal was unfolding. They were indeed resorting to underhanded tactics. The ship could be forfeited, but FIA's safety was non-negotiable. Roland, undaunted in the face of peril, calmly analyzed the situation, establishing a firm boundary. Honesty must be measured by the individual. To be frank, I have already informed the Navy. If you leave now, you may yet escape. However, should you be apprehended by the Navy later, do not lament that I did not forewarn you, Dennis remarked, leaning on the table with a faint smile. Chapter 8. So weak, yet you dare to extort me? You are pushing me. Roland's expression gradually turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. What are you going to do about it? You, a mere pawn with a bounty of several million belly, a solitary figure. What you possess to contend against us? Dennis scoffed lightly, speaking with nonchalance. Seeing that the other party was unfazed by his threats, Roland sighed inwardly, conceding to his tenacity. Tell your men to put away their weapons. This time, I shall grant you a reprieve, you scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Dennis chuckled, stepping out from behind his desk. A wise man knows when to yield. Roland, you truly deserve your reputation as one who has escaped from a naval base. You may depart, but that woman beside you stays with me. Dennis's gaze lingered on Faya, his eyes gleaming with avarice. You have crossed my line. Roland's gaze sharpened momentarily. Yet she refrained from speaking, instead engaging in a calm contemplation for 2 seconds, assuring herself that there was no issue. Roland responded with unwavering decisiveness, unceremoniously grasping Faya's wrist and dragging her towards Dennis. You, Faya exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes glaring at Roland. What are you staring at? A woman could never hold more significance than my life. Roland retorted dismissively, his strength formidable as he forcibly brought Faya before Dennis. A thunderous sound echoed in Faya's mind, causing her body to tremble slightly, as she dared not contemplate the indignities she might suffer at the hands of the gang. How could this happen? How could this happen? Roland was indeed a detestable pirate. How could he have been foolish enough to trust the words of a pirate? In a moment of regret, tears welled up in FIA's large eyes. However, at that instant, Roland thought to himself, damn it, after all the preparations I have made, I refuse to be plundered by you scoundrels, yet you force my hand. Approaching Dennis, Roland unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! Dennis was utterly unprepared for Roland's audacity to strike him in such dire circumstances, and was sent crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. In that moment, Roland swiftly stepped forward, drawing the long sword from his waist and pressing it against Dennis's throat. Tell your men to stand down, or you will lose your head. Roland spoke in a chilling tone. Dennis's face was a mask of terror as he beheld Roland, who had taken him hostage with remarkable finesse. This was clearly premeditated. This indicated one crucial fact. The beautiful woman before Roland held immense significance for him, so much so that he would risk everything rather than abandon her. At that moment, Dennis was not concerned for his own life, but rather contemplated Roland's intentions. He believed that a man as astute as Roland would not jeopardize his standing with the Capone family by killing him. At most, he would take Dennis hostage to escape the shipyard and would undoubtedly release him afterwards. The Capone family wielded considerable influence in the West Blue, extending beyond mere gang operations within a single nation. Their reach stretched across many regions of the West Blue. It was no exaggeration that even pirates with bounties in the tens of millions of berries would hesitate to provoke the Capone family. With such formidable backing, Dennis felt a sense of confidence. Realizing the critical factor, Dennis quickly signaled to his subordinates, directing their gaze toward FIA, who was now unprotected and standing beside Roland. The gang members, catching on to their leader's cue, aimed their firearms at the defenseless FIA. She was merely an ordinary girl. Should they fire simultaneously, she would undoubtedly perish in a hail of bullets. Release me, and my men will let the girl go. Whether you can escape this shipyard with her depends on your own strength. What say you, Roland? Dennis spoke calmly. Very well, Roland replied, and in an instant, his sword slashed open Dennis's throat. He then swiftly kicked Dennis towards the gang members blocking the exit. Roland, sword in hand, charged after Dennis, who was propelled forward. Still alive, but reeling in shock. He could hardly fathom that Roland would indeed go so far as to kill him. The group of members from the Carbone gang at the entrance were utterly astonished to witness Dennis being so suddenly slashed across the throat. Is Roland utterly reckless and unconcerned about the consequences? Roland's gaze was remarkably composed, his voice equally tranquil. You should not use that girl to threaten me. In the next instant, Dennis was propelled towards them by a forceful kick from Roland. The gang members, uncertain whether Dennis, whose throat had been slit, could still be saved, dare not fire their weapons. At that moment, Roland advanced menacingly behind Dennis, confronting them directly. Roland wielded his sword with remarkable skill. His impressive bounty of over 4 million berries was a testament to his prowess as a swordsman. As he charged into the throng of gang members, their firearms became virtually ineffective. With swift and decisive movements, a flurry of sword strikes ensued, causing all the members of the Capone gang present in the room to fall beneath his blade. Dennis lay sprawled in a pool of blood, his face etched with disbelief and resentment, his eyes wide open yet devoid of life. How dare they attempt to extort me in such a pitiful state? Roland seethed with anger. Having dispatched these foes, there was no possibility of a peaceful resolution with the Capone gang. What an unfortunate turn of events. However, the immediate priority was to escape. Roland hastily pushed a nearby desk against the door, then turned to the side, where Faya stood frozen, trembling slightly in shock. Faya, an ordinary girl, had never witnessed such brutality, and the earlier threat of being handed over to the gang left her mind clouded with fear. Faya, do not be afraid. I was merely deceiving them. I promised you, I would never harm you. With that, Roland's consciousness delved into the depths of a magical tome in his mind, and he instantly transformed into a formidable gorilla. Boom! Roland forcefully struck the wall with his fist, causing it to buckle under the impact and create a significant hole. However, upon breaching the wall, he discovered that what lay beyond was not another room, but rather a narrow staircase. To his astonishment, this building within the shipyard concealed a secret passage. That scoundrel Dennis had summoned members of the shipyard's underworld, clearly intent on preventing his escape. It was likely that they had also laid ambushes outside the building. Even if he attempted to flee with FIA through another room, evading their firepower would be a daunting challenge. Despite the urgency of the situation, Roland's mind remained relatively composed as he contemplated his options. Taking a gamble, he speculated that this hidden passage might be a means of escape for those gang members. Resolute in his decision, he turned back. He noticed that FIA had retreated to the wall, her body still trembling. I apologize for putting you through such a harrowing experience, Roland said gently, decisively taking her right hand and pulling her along as they leapt through the gaping hole in the wall into the narrow corridor beyond. Roland swiftly led FIA through the narrow corridor, and upon descending into the depths below, they were greeted by a sudden expanse. There lay a spacious hall adorned with numerous exquisite tables and chairs, reminiscent of an upscale bar. However, the place was devoid of any patrons at that moment. A fleeting thought crossed Roland's mind regarding the indulgent nature of these gangsters, yet he dismissed it, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings until it landed on another door. Racing towards this door with FIA, Roland did not bother to transform. Instead, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked it. As he did so, he harnessed the power from the second page of the mystical tome. With the strength of 1,000 pounds. Bang! Splinters flew as the elegant and valuable wooden door shattered, revealing a narrow passageway beyond. This led towards the shipbuilding base, likely the exit to an underground escape route. Roland swiftly pulled FIA through the secret passage, and, as expected, upon forcefully kicking open the door at the end of the corridor, they emerged from the shipyard controlled by the Capone gang. Chapter 9. The Navy's Assault. By the time Roland led FIA out of the shipyard through the secret passage, she was utterly breathless, while Roland appeared unfazed. After such a prolonged dash, FIA finally overcame her earlier fear and regained her composure, her large eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Roland, the scoundrel pirate, observed FIA's puffed cheeks, recalling how frightened she had been, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Am I not reliable? In such a dire situation, I managed to get you out, Roland remarked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. You heartless pirate, reliable? You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were actually going to hand me over to those gangsters, FIA retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Roland, her expression laced with reproach. Impossible. Though I'm a pirate and have taken lives, deep down, I know I am a good person, Roland declared unabashedly. FIA merely rolled her eyes in response, offering no further comment. We still have a considerable distance to cover, and you seem utterly exhausted. You have two options. I can either carry you in my arms or on my back. Choose wisely, Roland suggested with a grin. FIA found herself a loss for words. Neither option appealed to her, as both implied an intimacy that she was not comfortable with. She understood the urgency of their situation, yet, being a girl, she felt a natural reserve, having never been carried by any man other than her father. Don't hesitate. My previous thoughts have been dismissed. The Capone gang's influence in these waters is vast, and we should keep a low profile to avoid being tracked, Roland stated, transforming into a gorilla and squatting down, extending his powerful, hairy left arm. Climb onto my arm. Isn't this more conspicuous? FIA furrowed her brow, unable to contain her concerns. Indeed, but that is of little consequence. At least they 1TC my true form, and it will confuse our enemies. Besides, you need to conceal your face as well, Roland replied. But your left hand is injured, FIA protested, her brow still knitted with worry. Not to worry. How heavy can a girl be? Even with an injury, I can easily carry you. Besides, I need my right hand free for emergencies. I have no choice. Roland responded hastily. Once FIA settled on Roland's left arm, he feigned a way in, exclaiming, I didn't expect you to be somewhat heavy. Get lost. I only weigh 90 pounds. FIA puffed up her cheeks indignantly. It bajus juking. However, our current arrangement does evoke a certain beauty in the beast vibe. Roland teased. Roland, lost in his own thoughts, hurriedly sprinted down the street with FIA at his side. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the tallest edifice in the town. I am Roland, he declared, all the treasures and riches are yours. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the funds for the ship are temporarily unavailable. You must return for now. Roland maintained his gorilla-like demeanor as he roared at the father-son duo who owned the fishing boat. After his outburst, he departed with Faya without a backward glance. The fishermen exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even someone as formidable as Roland felt compelled to flee. They too dashed towards the shoreline. Approximately an hour after Roland escaped from the shipyard, a contingent of Navy personnel arrived at the naval base near Dolan Island. Is it indeed the pirate, Roland? The team was led by a naval lieutenant colonel, who proceeded to the shipyard to confer with the local authorities. That scoundrel Roland came to our shipyard intending to plunder, and there were some altercations with our staff. That fiend ruthlessly slaughtered our well-meaning employees during his escape. Robert, the head of the shipyard, proclaimed with a glint of vengeance in his eyes. Historically, it was the Capone gang that bullied others. They had never been subjected to such indignities. Yet this time, they had lost over 10 brothers while their adversaries suffered merely the loss of a pirate ship. Pirate Roland had previously been apprehended by the 128th Division base. I will contact them forthwith to ascertain the details, the lieutenant colonel stated. Your Capone family has far-reaching influence. Do you have any leads on that scoundrel Roland's current whereabouts? Indeed, Robert replied. a slight smirk gracing his lips. Roland has injured my man on my territory. How could I possibly allow him to escape? My associates have already documented his escape route, eagerly awaiting your arrival. If you manage to capture him alive, send him my way, and I shall reward you with this amount. Robert indicated with his index finger, signifying a bounty of 10 million berries. The bounty on Roland's head is merely over 4 million berries, yet his ability to escape from the naval base suggests that his strength far exceeds this sum. Furthermore, as he must be captured alive, the difficulty of the task is significantly heightened, necessitating a substantial reward. Agreed. The naval commander, a colonel named Bobby, nodded in affirmation before departing with his escort. Upon returning to the warship, Colonel Bobby promptly established contact with the 128th Division base. "Bobby, my dear brother, what prompts you to call me?" came the voice of Colonel Lanka, the highest authority at the 128th Division base, through the communication device. "That scoundrel Roland has entered our territorial waters and has committed further transgressions here," Bobby stated bluntly. "What? That rascal Roland has already fled so far?" Colonel Lanka expressed his astonishment. "Brother Lanka, if we manage to deal with Roland here," Bobby began, only to fall silent midway. "There's no need for further elaboration. If you truly succeed in eliminating Roland, you would be doing me a tremendous favor. I happen to have come into a bit of fortune recently. During the new year, I shall prepare a 2 million berries red envelope for my nephew," Lanka replied without hesitation. Roland had been on the run for 3 days. Yet he had refrained from reporting this matter to his superiors, aware that his escape from the 128th Division's base would jeopardize his career. He wished to resolve the situation discreetly. This predicament now rested on his younger brother's shoulders. Upon hearing the offer from Lanka, Bobby was quite pleased. He ended the call and set off in pursuit. In a corner of the town of Doran Island, Roland and Faya were enjoying their lunch in an unassuming restaurant. Suddenly, a commotion in the street caught Roland's keen attention. He stepped outside the eatery and glanced toward the other side of the street, where he spotted a throng of naval soldiers traversing the thoroughfare with their firearms, seemingly in search of something. Alarm surged through him. The Navy had arrived. Roland's heart raced. He had previously transformed into a gorilla and fled to a secluded location, subsequently assuming human form and altering his path to reach this spot. Despite his deliberate attempts to conceal his movements, it was evident that the Navy was still on his trail, suggesting that his escape had likely been under surveillance all along. It appeared that the Navy was merely playing a charade. They had long been aware of Roland's presence in the tavern. Their reluctance to rush in was a tactic to keep him off guard. If he was not mistaken, the tavern was on the verge of being encircled, and their hesitation to act stemmed from the fact that the encirclement was not yet complete. Roland sensed the urgency of the situation, his heart racing with trepidation as he anxiously pondered whether his injured self could escape the peril alongside Fia. Chapter 10. The hospital morgue. The Navy has arrived. Fia's complexion instantly turned pale as she looked up at Roland. "Your injury isn't healed. You must flee without regard for me." "Absolutely not," Roland resolutely countered. Leaving Fia behind was utterly unacceptable. Even if the Navy was temporarily unaware of their alliance, the Capone gang certainly was. "But the Navy is here. You will be captured." A flicker of concern crossed Fia's face. "Whether they can capture me remains to be seen." Roland grasped Fia's right hand firmly, then drew a pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the ceiling. Bang! The gunshot echoed, startling the patrons of the restaurant, who turned their attention towards the commotion. "I am the notorious pirate Roland, with a bounty of 3 million berries. Everyone heed my command. Immediately exit this establishment and disperse in all directions. Anyone who disobeys shall face dire consequences." Roland bellowed fiercely. The diners momentarily froze, then swiftly reacted, rushing for the exits in a frenzy. Even the restaurant owner and the chefs abandoned their tasks, fleeing in every direction. "Now is our chance. Let us blend into the crowd and escape," Roland urged as he pulled Fia along, explaining while they ran. As they burst forth from the restaurant, Roland scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted numerous Navy soldiers conducting searches in various directions. Fortunately, the sudden exodus of patrons had drawn the Navy's attention, allowing Roland to swiftly pull Fia into a side alley. This diversion was created by that scoundrel. Quickly informed the perimeter soldiers, Roland has commenced his escape. Colonel Bobby swiftly assessed the situation and instructed his guards with urgency. Roland pulled Fia into the alley and immediately dashed towards the bustling part of the town. He understood that only amidst a crowd could he successfully escape with Fia. Had he been alone, he would have opted for a more secluded route. "I've spotted that rascal Roland over here," shouted one of the encircling Navy soldiers, suddenly noticing Roland making a break for it with Fia. "Fire! Shoot that scoundrel dead!" With this command, the squad of Navy soldiers swiftly aimed their already loaded muskets at Roland. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Damn it! Faced with the bullets hurtling towards him, Roland wasted no time transforming. With lightning speed, he swept FIA into his arms, shielding her with his body as he darted to the side. Toof, toof. Two bullets struck Roland, but thanks to his transformation, his toughened skin rendered the wounds relatively minor. After securing FIA, Roland swiftly utilized his remarkable agility to leap atop a rooftop, returning to his human form as he landed gracefully on the sloped surface, rapidly navigating across the alleyway. In that moment, FI, cradled in the embrace of this unfamiliar man, felt no embarrassment. Instead, she was overwhelmed with gratitude. It had been many years since her parents were slain by pirates, and she had not encountered anyone willing to make such sacrifices for her. Perhaps Roland was right. Despite being a pirate, he truly possessed a noble heart. At that moment, FIA's perception of Roland began to shift. After considerable effort, Roland finally managed to evade the Navy's onslaught with FIA in tow. I've been injured again, but alas, our pirate ship has been seized by that gang of Capone's thugs. We must head to the hospital, Roland stated gravely to FIA. We'll procure surgical instruments and medicine at the hospital. There's no need to stay there. I can perform the operation myself. FIA understood that it was impossible for Roland to remain in the hospital for treatment. All right, let's go, she replied. Roland, accompanied by FIA, hurriedly arrived at the largest hospital in the town of Doran. FIA entered the hospital to procure medications and medical supplies, while Roland scaled the wall through the back entrance. His objective was to locate the morgue where the deceased were stored. Before long, Roland discovered the morgue, which was chilled and housed numerous bodies draped in white sheets. Drawing from his prior research during his journey, he recalled that the mystical tome of abilities he possessed allowed for the deletion of abilities, meaning he would not waste a page recording a lackluster skill, thus emboldening him to venture into the morgue. Upon entering, Roland clasped his hands together before his chest and bowed thrice to the bodies. Though he was not superstitious by nature, finding himself in a world of pirates was an experience that defied scientific explanation. With a whispered incantation, he swiftly lifted the white sheets covering the corpses, briefly touching each one before hastily covering them once more. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he had examined every body in the morgue. Without a moment's hesitation, he left the morgue, neglecting to even glance at what abilities were recorded in his mental tome, and hurriedly exited the hospital with FIA, choosing a random direction to depart swiftly. In the hometown of Roland, a house that had remained uninhabited for over 2 years suddenly illuminated, piquing the curiosity of the villagers. However, as the original occupant had never been well liked in the village, no one ventured to inquire about him. Let me know that when we wrap the bandages this time, do not make it too neat, considering I am shielding you from harm. Roland remarked with a melancholic expression to Faya, who grasped a scalpel and surgical forceps. Faya blinked her large eyes, her emerald gaze glinting with a hint of mischief. How can one claim that the bandages are too neatly done? I am merely looking out for your well-being. No, I don't want that. Roland quickly shook his head. All right. While I believe that uneven bandaging might appear rather awkward, I can certainly restrain myself, Fire replied with a charming smile, instantly brightening Roland's world. After a series of nostalgic sobs, Roland's second surgery concluded. Once the procedure was finished, Faya washed her hands and organized the medical instruments and supplies, then surveyed Roland's desolate home. There is nothing in your house. What shall we dine on tonight? Faya furrowed her brows, as if 3 question marks had appeared above her head. I was thinking of taking you to the beach to enjoy a stroll by the shore. Doesn't that sound romantic? Roland quickly responded with a wide grin. Romantic, you say? You are gravely injured, do you understand? Faya glared at Roland. As a physician, and a competent one at that, she despised seeing her patient disregard medical advice and act on impulse. It's all right. Just seeing you makes me feel at ease, Roland said with a gentle smile. Enough with the sweet talk. You are to lie here while I go to the beach. As if anyone cannot go to the beach, Faya commanded, her slender, delicate fingers pointing at Roland with an air of authority. Very well. Whatever you say, my dear doctor, Roland acquiesced, his mind already racing with thoughts of the abilities he had acquired during his recent visit to the hospital. Chapter 11. Breaking into the shipbuilding base in Roland's mind. The golden book turned to the 4th page. In delicate golden letters, 4 words were inscribed: stick to bed and sleep. Beneath this inscription was an illustration of a small figure peacefully slumbering on a bed. Roland was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a skill. Yet, he found it quite appealing. He then turned to the 5th page. Fishing. This was acceptable as well. Roland smacked his lips and flipped to the 6th page. Unyielding spear. Good heavens. This was a divine skill, an undeniable boon. Roland's heart raced with excitement. On the next page, making salad. He turned again, acting coy. What on earth? Roland was once more at a loss. Flipping to the next page, bragging. Who doesn't he know how to boast? Roland was utterly speechless. He turned to the subsequent page, 6 forms of the Navy, shaving. What? Roland was shocked beyond measure, followed by a surge of joy. The 6 forms of the Navy, shaving, a skill of high-speed movement, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, nothing can withstand. Only speed remains unbroken. Who could have imagined that within the humble confines of a hospital's morgue, he would encounter the corpse of a formidable Navy warrior? Filled with excitement, Roland continued to examine the other abilities he had collected, which turned out to be rather ordinary and mostly useless. After a swift glance, he hurried outside, eager to experiment with the newly acquired technique of the 6 styles of the Navy. First, Roland measured a distance of approximately 100 meters. Then he concentrated his thoughts as he opened the magical book to the page documenting the technique known as Soru. Roland dashed out, swift as a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he had surged to 100 meters away. Incredible! Roland exclaimed in exhilaration. With such a divine skill at his disposal, his prowess would ascend to an entirely new echelon. If one were to depict this in terms of pirate rankings, he could likely leap from bronze to silver solely based on his mastery of the technique, akin to the first page beast fruit of a gorilla. If he could utilize this skill while transformed into a gorilla, Roland's strength might very well reach the golden tier. Contemplating this, Roland immediately endeavored to try it out, but the outcome was unexpectedly contrary. Upon transforming into a gorilla, he found himself unable to employ the technique any longer. This was reasonable, as the gorilla's massive physique rendered its movements far clumsier than a human's. Though immensely powerful, speed eluded him. With his skill, the scoundrels of the Capone gang will soon learn that I am not one to be trifled with. Roland scoffed. A while later, Faya returned, her head hung low, exuding an air of pitifulness as she softly remarked, "The beach here is quite strange. I cannot find any seafood. That is because I am not with you. Kulme, I shall take you to my secret base, where the lobsters are plentiful and exquisite," Roland replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pointed in a direction. A week later, at the shipyard on Dolan Island, in the top-floor office of the guest reception building, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, portly in stature, with a cigar clamped between his teeth and adorned with rings on each finger, lounged on a lavish sofa. Beside him sat 2 alluring young women clad in revealing attire. This man, known as Robert, was a consul of the Capone gang and the chief of this shipbuilding stronghold. Before him stood another man, also in a suit, reporting on the situation. "What? You still haven't captured him? That bunch of naval fools remains as useless as ever, unable to handle a mere petty criminal with a bounty of over 4 million berries." Robert scoffed at the report from his subordinate. "Boss, that scoundrel Roland seems to have encountered a fortuitous event. He has undergone a remarkable transformation. The Navy personnel claim he has acquired the abilities of an animal-type devil fruit, significantly enhancing his strength," the subordinate hastily explained. "And what of this animal-type devil fruit ability? With so many skilled individuals in the Navy, it is merely that those fools are too indolent to act. If we were to take matters into our own hands, Roland's head would already be before me," Robert retorted disdainfully. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted outside. What on earth is happening? Robert, being the leader of this outpost, was no stranger to conflict and sensed the disturbance with keen awareness, his anger rising. Knowing full well that his office was nearby, he could not fathom the audacity of such tumult. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room, reporting, "It's bad, boss. Someone has breached our base." "What?" Robert's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his mind. "Which faction? How many are there? What is the current situation?" Having faced numerous trials, Robert quickly regained his composure. "It's Roland. Only he has come," the subordinate replied urgently. "What? Roland? That scoundrel dares to invade my base alone?" Robert was incredulous. "If it is just him, what are you all doing? Hurry up and eliminate him. Do you expect me to intervene personally?" "Yes." The subordinate, sweating profusely, dashed out of the room to relay the leader's orders. "Has Roland lost his mind? How dare he assault my base? The manpower and weaponry at my disposal are more than sufficient to confront a Navy outpost head-on. That fool is courting death." A smirk crept across Robert's lips. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous explosion rocked the room as one of the walls collapsed, debris scattering and dust swirling. A fleeting shadow surged into the chamber with astonishing speed, so rapid that Robert could scarcely comprehend it. "What?" he gasped, astonished. His subordinate had indeed reported Roland's substantial increase in strength, but he had never anticipated it would enable him to breach his stronghold single-handedly. "You must be Robert, yes?" Roland addressed the portly figure in the suit standing by the window. "Do you understand where you are? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Robert glared at Roland, his face a mask of fury. "I am fully aware. Was it not you who provoked me first?" Roland retorted with a cold snort. "You do not suppose that I, Roland, am the kind who preys on the weak, do you?" Robert gritted his teeth, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the Capone gang, a formidable entity in the West Sea, would not dare to confront a pirate with a bounty of 20 to 30 million berries. Who would have anticipated that Roland, a mere pawn with a bounty of several million berries, would prove to be such a formidable opponent? When you choose to engage in treachery, you must be prepared for the consequences. Roland's face was a mask of menace. Who would have thought you possessed such audacity? Come forth, let us settle this. My status has been earned through strength. Robert spoke with a calm demeanor, fully aware that he was merely stalling for time. Years of indulgence had diminished his prowess, and Roland was a warrior who had ascended from the fringes to infiltrate his stronghold. He knew he could not hope to match Roland's might. How amusing! If a glutton like you could put up a fight, I would write my name backward. As the words left his lips, Roland executed a technique akin to teleportation, appearing instantaneously beside Robert. In that moment, Roland transformed into a colossal figure, delivering a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, the massive Robert was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall with such force that it crumbled upon impact. So weak, yet you dared to boast of a fight. It seems your earlier bravado was merely a ruse. Realizing the futility of the situation, Roland reverted to his human form and dashed towards Robert. Chapter 12. "I have no interest in money, please, no," Robert exclaimed, trembling in terror as Roland appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Desperation seized him, and he frantically waved his hands in surrender. "Brother Roland, spare me this time. I acknowledge my mistake. That ship of yours is worth around 50 million berries. I will give you 10 times that, 500 million berries. Just don't kill me. I have no interest in money. Anyone who dares to provoke me shall face my wrath." Roland regarded the fallen, corpulent Robert with an icy stare. "You put me in the crosshairs of the Navy and left me with 2 gunshot wounds. Here's the deal. Have your men deliver 3 times the amount owed for the ship, and then I shall return the favor with a few bullets of my own. This will settle our account." With that, Roland drew a revolver from his waist, aiming it squarely at Robert's head. Upon hearing this, Robert felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He immediately stood up with a sense of understanding, raising his hands beside his head. Roland approached Robert from behind, aiming a gun at the back of his head. Robert, seeing his subordinates rush into the room to rescue him, commanded, "Quickly, prepare 150 million bail-in now." In no time, the sum was packed into a large suitcase and brought forth. "Toss the money over." Roland stood behind Robert, his corpulent figure completely shielding Roland. Even the most skilled marksman among the gang could not shoot Roland without harming Robert. "I'm a man of my word. Now that I have the money, I shall give you 2 shots, and we shall be even." Roland lifted the suitcase, peering inside. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive gunshots rang out, leaving 2 bloody holes in Robert's head. As his massive body collapsed, he turned his gaze towards Roland, eyes filled with terror. "Who are you fooling? I won't spare you. I need you for the long haul," Roland scoffed. Robert, a wretched scoundrel, was indeed deserving of his fate. In the instant Robert fell, Roland executed a swift shave, propelling himself towards the window of the room, shattering the glass before leaping from the building. As he descended, Roland transformed into a formidable gorilla, his toughened skin rendering him impervious to harm, even from a 4th-floor plunge. Upon landing, he reverted to his original form and utilized the Navy's 6 styles, dashing out of the shipyard like a phantom. The other gang members at the shipyard, witnessing Robert's head being obliterated, exchanged glances with Roland, who had already escaped the premises, left speechless in awe. Truly astonishing. Roland astonishingly managed to breach their formidable defenses and infiltrate the shipbuilding base, subsequently absconding with riches and leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Such audacious actions would require considerable effort, even from pirates with bounties ranging from 30 to 40 million berries. Polka Island, a stronghold of organized crime, serves as the headquarters of the notorious Capone family in the West Sea. On Polka, the presence of gangs has become a commonplace occurrence. However, the local inhabitants, while accustomed to this reality, are afforded protection by these criminal factions, rendering the island largely unscathed from pirate incursions, thus maintaining a semblance of peace. In the bustling main street of Polka stands a grand edifice. Within this building lies an opulent hall, partitioned into numerous seating areas, each occupied by gang members clad in suits, all positioned before their respective transponder snails. This locale serves as the communication hub between the headquarters and its various branch bases. A gang member answered a call from the shipbuilding base on Dolan Island. What? Leader Robert has been stormed and murdered? The gang members' eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the shocking news. In recent years, the Capone family's influence in the West Sea had been steadily growing, and the leaders of various branches had suffered casualties. However, never before had a situation arisen where someone penetrated their base and eliminated a leader. Who could be responsible? The gang members' expression turned cold. Whoever dared to challenge the Capone family would pay tenfold for their audacity, and this matter would not be easily resolved. It was a pirate, Roland, with a bounty of 4,300,000 berries. What? The gang member was utterly astounded. After the call concluded, he promptly reported this development to the headquarters. At the 128th Naval Division base in the West Sea, Colonel Lanka received notification from the Capone gang, revealing that Roland had indeed launched an assault on their stronghold on Dolan Island and eliminated the local leader. Damn it, this matter can no longer be concealed. Colonel Lanka clenched his teeth in fury. The Capone gang had issued an underground bounty on Roland throughout the West Sea, which clearly indicated that Roland was still active in the outside world. Moreover, the Navy had informants within the underworld, meaning it would not be long before others deduced that Roland had successfully escaped from the 128th Division base. My career. The more Colonel Lanka contemplated the situation, the angrier he became. That bastard Bobby was utterly useless, failing to handle a pirate with a bounty exceeding 400,000 berries. Had it not been for his responsibility to oversee this maritime region, Colonel Lanka would have personally gone to Dolan Island to apprehend Roland. With no other option, Colonel Lanka had no choice but to report Roland's successful escape to his superiors. In a hotel on Dolan Island, Roland returned to the room he had rented with Faya. How did you acquire so much money? Did you engage in robbery? Fia opened the suitcase and was greeted by a sea of banknotes, casting a dubious glance at Roland. I am a pirate. Is it not a matter of course to rob? Roland replied with a grin. You heartless scoundrel. How can you still claim to be a good person? Fia huffed lightly, turning her head away and puffing her cheeks. Yet I am robbing the underworld. Even if it's not a virtuous act, it cannot be deemed entirely wicked, Roland shrugged. Moreover, I have eliminated Robert, a notorious villain. Have you returned to the shipyard? Fia furrowed her brows, a hint of anger gracing her features. That is perilous, do you not realize? What if you injure your right hand? I still need to return home. Were it not to tend to Roland's wounds, Fia would have long departed. Then I must hasten to sustain another injury. I do not wish for you to leave me, Roland said with a gentle smile, speaking candidly. Go ahead, the moment you step out that door. I shall leave this place immediately. I will be but a little dog, Fia declared, her cheeks puffed in indignation. All right, I shall heed your advice. I will not go, Roland quickly replied. Then take me home. After all, your wounds have nearly healed, Fia stated. Please, I desire you to be my personal doctor. As a pirate, I am prone to injury, Roland said, half jokingly yet half seriously. Absolutely not. Fia would rather leap from this third floor than become a pirate's physician, Fia retorted, her wide eyes filled with determination. Chapter 13. The tranquil life disrupted. Then tell me why. You have evaded my questions for days, Roland asked helplessly. Do you truly wish to know? Fia bit her lip, gazing up at Roland, tears glistening in her emerald eyes. Never mind. Though my curiosity is piqued, I would much rather not witness your tears, Roland sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Regardless, we are destined to part, so I shall confide in you. 8 years ago, when I was merely 9, my parents rescued a grievously injured and unconscious pirate from the shore. They were aware of the dangers in aiding a pirate, which is why they sent me to my aunt's home beforehand. When I returned, my parents had been murdered by the very pirate they had saved. Fiorica ontid. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Let it out. Cry and release the grievances that burden your heart, Roland said, enveloping Fia in his embrace and resting her head against his sturdy shoulder. All pirates are villains. I could never be a pirate's doctor. Fia sobbed. I understand now. You must tell me the names of the pirates who took your parents from you. You have saved me countless times, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. I desire to dedicate myself to you, though you may not wish it. Therefore, I shall seek to avenge you. Roland spoke with a grave expression. No, Roland, do not go. That band of pirates is far too formidable for you to contend with. Though I find you rather insufferable, I would not wish for you to meet your demise. Fia lifted her head from Roland's embrace and took a step back, her tear-streaked eyes gazing imploringly at him. Very well, I shall not go, Roland replied with a nod. But could you tell me who he truly is? Absolutely not. Faya shook her head, despite Roland's verbal assurance of his abstention. She harbored an unsettling intuition that revealing the name of that pirate would inevitably compel him to seek him out. This was a sentiment born from a girl's sixth sense. All right, I shall escort you home tomorrow, Roland shrugged, expressing a hint of resignation to Faya. From his experience, he knew that Faya's appearance had already been etched into the memories of the Capone gang, and the days ahead would undoubtedly be far from tranquil. After ensuring Faya's safe return home, Roland intended to remain vigilant in her vicinity. Should her peaceful life be disrupted, she would have no choice but to embrace the path of piracy, even if she initially resisted. The root of all this turmoil was the Capone gang. Had Roland's previous ship sale gone smoothly, none of these troubles would have arisen. 3 days later, Roland and Faya arrived at the naval base on Brun Island, belonging to the 128th Division. During their journey, Roland purchased a newspaper and was astonished to discover that his bounty had surged from 3 million berries to 13 million berries. Regrettably, Roland was not a conventional pirate. He held little interest in the bounty, and if possible, he wished to have it removed altogether. Do not see me off. You should return. This island is far too perilous for you, Faya said softly as she disembarked in a secluded bay, waving gently at Roland. Then, farewell, Roland replied, waving back in parting. Roland, I take back my earlier words. You truly seem to be a good person. I hope you can continue to be so. Do not become a villain, Faya remarked, turning back suddenly with a radiant smile as if a thought had struck her. It seems I have received the good person card, Roland winked. Adhere to the advice given, Roland nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Once Faya was out of sight, Roland swiftly disembarked and followed her. Ah, what an unforgettable journey it has been. Faya reflected on the experiences of the past few days, her heart still unsettled. Her previous life had been monotonous, while the recent days had been filled with excitement. Creating a stark contrast, Faya finally returned to the town on Brun Island after disembarking from a ship Roland had provided. Isn't that Faya? Wasn't she abducted by pirates? How has she returned? What a lovely girl. Such a pity she has suffered at the hands of pirates. Faya's plight was indeed tragic. Her parents had been slain by pirates, and she herself had endured their torment. Many residents of the town are well acquainted with Faya, and upon seeing her return, they could not help but murmur among themselves. Their words struck Faya like a thunderbolt, causing her to shudder and flush with embarrassment. She yearned to explain that she had not been mistreated by the pirate, but such an explanation would undoubtedly ring hollow. Even if she claimed that Roland was a good person, no one would believe her. Pirates are, by and large, scoundrels, and Roland is an anomaly among them, exceedingly rare. Despite her attempts to reassure herself, Faya remained, after all, merely a young girl, ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of verbal abuse. Overwhelmed with indignation, her eyes brimmed with tears as she hastily crossed the street, fleeing toward her humble abode. In that moment, she regretted her earlier promise to accompany Roland on his piratical escapades. Upon arriving at her home, she was dismayed to find several naval officers awaiting her. You were abducted by the pirate Roland, and now that you have returned unscathed, we suspect collusion. Come with us, declared a naval commander, a man of middling rank. What a pity for such a beautiful young lady to be sullied by that scoundrel, exclaimed one of the soldiers, his frustration palpable, yet his eyes betrayed a lecherous intent. The treatment of an attractive female inmate in a naval prison is not hard to imagine. Faya trembled in fear as the weight of their misunderstanding bore down upon her. While her neighbors might simply dismiss her plight, the Navy's intentions rendered any relocation futile. I have not conspired with pirates, she stammered, her voice quaking. Merely asserting your innocence does not absolve you of collusion with pirates, the naval commander replied with a chilling smile. If you're truly innocent, then why would Roland be so eager to return you? What pirate would willingly release a woman of your beauty and allure? Seize her, he commanded, prompting the other soldiers to advance upon Faya. Despair flickered in her wide eyes. What should she do? The prospect of being captured by the Navy filled her with dread. Their greedy gazes made it abundantly clear that such an outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. One of the soldiers fell, clutching his wounded thigh, blood gushing forth as he cried out in agony. I missed. Roland emerged from a distant rooftop, a grin spreading across his face. I knew that if I returned this wretched girl, you Navy fools would come running. Last time in the prison, you tortured me mercilessly. This time, I shall make you pay. It's Roland. Quick, fire. The naval commander bellowed immediately, while swiftly drawing his weapon. Fia looked up at Roland, her heart swelling with profound emotion, yet tinged with anxiety. It was evident that Roland had come to her rescue. However, with a naval commander present, could Roland truly extricate her from this predicament? She admonished herself not to let him become ensnared as well. Chapter 14. The ship's doctor secured. Bang, bang, bang. Roland unleashed a barrage of gunfire, striking either the hands or feet of the Marines, yet not a single bullet found its mark in a vital area. This was not due to Roland's lack of marksmanship, but rather his restraint. Ultimately, these sailors were merely soldiers, devoid of personal enmity towards him. Their conflict arose solely from opposing positions. There was no need to eliminate them, as they too had parents and children. After all, he was not a villain. In a mere moment, 6 Marines brought by Colonel Loren were all injured by Roland. "You despicable scoundrel!" D. Colonel Loren bellowed, drawing his steel sword and advancing towards Roland with swift, determined steps. This naval officer was also adept in the 6th style of the Navy, known as Jeppo. However, his skill was lacking, rendering his speed insufficient to achieve the blurring movement that would elude an ordinary observer. Nevertheless, it was considerably faster than the average brute force charge. "I wonder if taking down a naval colonel will significantly increase my bounty," Roland mused as he leapt down from the rooftop, a cruel, menacing grin adorning his face. "You think you can kill me? I've personally subdued pirates with bounties exceeding 18 million berries. A character like you won't last 10 minutes against me." Colonel Loren scoffed at Roland's words, racing towards him with his sword drawn. "If you surrender without a struggle, I could ensure your suffering is minimized. However, should we engage in battle, I cannot guarantee you won't be left missing limbs after I defeat you. When it comes to boasting, I must admit you best me." Roland chuckled, unsheathing his own sword and meeting Loren head-on. Clang! The two swords clashed, and, in that moment, Roland tightened his left fist and launched a powerful blow towards Colonel Loren. "So you wish to trade punches? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess," Loren declared fearlessly, ready to retaliate. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 13 million berries, and he harbored no fear. Bang! Their fists collided, and Loren was taken aback by the tremendous force behind Roland's strike, stumbling backward several paces, his arm numb and his expression one of astonishment. This was truly unexpected. His strength was no match for Roland's. "Enjoy your time here for now. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger," Roland stated, having repelled Loren. He swiftly executed Jeppo, vanishing into the alleyway. "What?" Loren exclaimed, watching in disbelief as Roland's figure vanished at an alarming speed. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was seized by a profound sense of dread. Roland's prowess is undoubtedly worth far more than a mere 13 million berries. If this scoundrel is resolute in his intent to eliminate me to inflate his bounty, I fear I may indeed be no match for him. How has this rogue's strength grown so rapidly? Successfully instilling fear in Colonel Loren, Roland hastened back to FIA's home, swiftly lifting her into his arms and departing the scene. "I must clarify that when I called you a wretched harlot earlier, it was merely a tactic to dissuade the Navy from using you as leverage against me. I swear by the heavens that those words were not spoken from the heart. You must believe me," Roland implored, his survival instinct kicking in. "Yes, I understand. Just like the last time at the shipyard." "I comprehend," FIA replied, her voice choked with emotion. A sense of gratitude filled her heart. Roland had indeed managed to rescue her. Yet, despair also loomed, for her tranquil days were irrevocably lost, leaving only the path of piracy alongside Roland. "First, thank you for saving me," FIA whispered, resting her head against Roland's chest, retreating into her own silence. After a considerable pause, she lifted her tear-streaked eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together, struggling to suppress her tears. "Let us become pirates together. I can no longer endure this life. Please, take me with you." "You're not a pirate. A girl as remarkable as you cannot be a pirate. It is sufficient for me to bear that title alone," Roland gently replied. "You are merely a kind girl I have abducted, forced to remain aboard my ship under my duress." "Indeed," FIA nodded, managing a strained smile. In a secluded corner of Blen Island, several contiguous houses stood, one of which was adorned with a towering coconut tree at its entrance, the home of the fisherman who had previously sent Roland off to sea. Roland pondered whether that kind-hearted fisherman and his son had been adversely affected by his actions. After confirming the location of their home, he departed, planning to return later that night. Today, he had thwarted the Navy's attempt to apprehend FIA, serving as a reminder to both the Navy and the Capone gang that he had returned to Blen Island. It was entirely plausible that they might consider exploiting the fisherman and his son to craft a trap specifically aimed at him. As night fell, Roland approached the vicinity, only to discover that no lights illuminated the fisherman's home. Roland stealthily infiltrated the home of the fisherman and his son. After a thorough search, he discovered a note left for him on the table. The note conveyed a clear message. If he wished to rescue the fisherman and his son, he must venture to the base of the Capone gang on Taro Island, adjacent to Blen Island. Infuriated, Roland gritted his teeth. The sender undoubtedly believed that he stood a chance of braving such perilous grounds for the sake of rescue. Otherwise, such a note would not have been penned, which posed a significant concern. Roland, a pirate, defies the common perception of pirates who would never risk their safety to rescue strangers. Yet, the others believe such a possibility exists. It is evident that the fisherman must have encountered some trouble, most likely after being found by the Capone gang. The fisherman extolled Roland's virtues, painting him as a benevolent figure. Why does this not bring me even a modicum of joy? Roland, with a resigned smile, decided to return to his residence first. The following morning, the Capone gang's operative stationed on Blen Island discovered that the note left for Roland by the fisherman had been tampered with. However, they confirmed that no one had entered the fisherman's home during the day prior. Clearly, the individual who altered the note had acted under the cover of night, evading their surveillance. Coupled with the Navy's report that Roland had arrived on Blen Island, it was highly likely that he was indeed the one involved. Instantly, the situation was relayed to the operatives on Blen Island, prompting the Capone gang's stronghold on the neighboring Taro Island to begin preparations. Regardless of whether Roland would ultimately show up, they deemed it prudent to ready themselves. What if, as the fisherman claimed, Roland is genuinely a good person? Such an ordinary bait could potentially lure out that scoundrel. 2 days later, Roland and FIA arrived at Taro Island. Chapter 15. The power of shave. Upon their arrival at Taro Island, Roland and FIA first sought a temporary place to stay, with FIA reminding Roland to prioritize safety as he prepared to venture out. Adhere to the doctor's advice, she urged. Roland flashed a grin, ultimately deciding to attempt a rescue of the fisherman and his son. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to give it his all. Although not inherently a good person, Roland was undoubtedly one who valued gratitude and loyalty. Watching Roland's retreating figure, FIA felt a subtle stirring in her heart. Truth be told, Roland had profoundly altered her perception of pirates. FIA's concern grew as she contemplated the numerous traps the Capone gang likely had set for Roland, wondering if he would return safely. As night fell, Roland first visited the morgue of the hospital he had surveyed during the day. He gathered a variety of skills before returning to his temporary lodgings, where he organized his recent acquisitions. Regrettably, this time luck did not favor him as it had previously. Instead of acquiring a formidable skill like the Marine 6 styles, he was left with an assortment of mundane life skills that bore no relevance to combat. However, Roland did confirm one crucial detail. The book of abilities in his mind contained only 81 pages. Once filled, he could no longer actively acquire skills unless he chose to clear certain pages. 2 days later, Roland had thoroughly ascertained the situation surrounding the Capone gang's stronghold. Within the opulent hall of their Taro Island base, a middle-aged man with glasses lounged on a luxurious sofa, a glass of red wine, and an exquisitely bound book before him. This man, known as Rolando, was the leader of the Capone gang on Taro Island. He exuded an air of scholarly sophistication and aristocratic demeanor, yet beneath lay a ruthless nature, having taken countless lives without remorse. "Is there still no news of that scoundrel Roland?" Rolando inquired, a flicker of impatience flashing beneath his glasses. "No, that fellow is exceedingly cautious. According to our calculations, he operates primarily at night. Despite our numerous informants scattered across the island, capturing his trail proves quite difficult." One subordinate replied humbly and respectfully. "A pirate with a bounty of 13 million berries possesses some merit," Rolando acknowledged, sipping his wine and savoring the moment with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a glint of malice illuminated his gaze. "Eliminate those 2 country bumpkins. They have lost all reason to live." "Understood, Chief Rolando," the subordinate replied with a nod of deference before promptly exiting the room. However, before he could push the door open, another individual rushed in with urgency. "Chief Rolando, Roland has arrived. That scoundrel has truly come. Yet, the moment he entered our base, our men spotted him, and our hidden experts have already pursued him. This time, he shall not escape." One of the subordinates spoke with a hint of excitement. "Wow, he really came?" Rolando was somewhat taken aback. Although Roland's bounty had soared to 13 million berries, placing him among the second-tier pirates in the West Sea, it was still insufficient to breach their well-prepared stronghold of the Capone gang. This alone indicated that Roland was indeed a madman. Soon, Rolando regained his composure and thought of a crucial point. His expression suddenly turned icy. Which fool has stirred the grass and startled the snake? Unaware of luring the enemy into the depths. Upon hearing this, the 2 subordinates in the room fell silent, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "You may leave," Inform me immediately of any new developments. And those two country bumpkins fishing can be allowed to live a while longer. Rolando waved dismissively at the two messengers, not wishing to trouble them further. If Roland were not a madman, it would suggest that he had confidence in assaulting their fortified stronghold, indicating that he might have merely been creating a diversion. Holding a glass of red wine, Rolando stood by the window. Before joining the gang, he had been a teacher, and it was his keen intellect that had enabled him to rise to his current position over the years. There was indeed a possibility, and a significant one at that. The more Rolando pondered, the more uneasy he felt. He promptly pressed the switch in the room, summoning his top subordinate responsible for coordinating the entire stronghold, who quickly arrived in Roland's vicinity. Order everyone who has pursued to return. Do not chase a desperate foe. As long as we securely guard those two country bumpkins, that rascal Roland will inevitably return. Rolando instructed his subordinate swiftly. Yes, the subordinate sensed the urgency in Rolando's command and, after a quick acknowledgement, hurriedly made his way to the door of the room, ready to open it. No need to announce, I have returned. A voice unfamiliar to Rolando echoed through the air. Bang! The exquisite and lavish wooden door of the room suddenly shattered, splintering into pieces. In an instant, which shards flew about, and the subordinate standing at the doorway was violently pushed aside by the impact of the broken door, numerous fragments embedding into his body, a sight too gruesome to behold. In the next moment, Rolando beheld a formidable black-haired gorilla, its massive frame towering 2 to 3 meters tall on all fours, violently dismantling the doorframe to force its way inside. Black-haired gorilla, it is you, Roland. Upon recognizing the figure at the entrance, Rolando was taken aback. How could this be possible? He could not help but swallow hard, a sudden wave of fear surging within him and rapidly spreading throughout. Rolando, without a moment's hesitation, drew a masterfully crafted pistol adorned with gold from his waist. With deft precision, he swiftly chambered around and aimed the muzzle at Roland. How amusing you are! If a mere gun could deter me, would I have even entered this chamber? Roland grinned, a smile that sent shivers down Rolando's spine. Huh! In an instant, Roland transformed into human form. He executed a swift maneuver, reaching Roland in the blink of an eye, and pressed the sword hanging from his waist against Roland's neck. This scene sent a shiver down Roland's spine. Roland was astonishingly powerful, so formidable that resistance was utterly futile. Lend me your intellect. Instruct your subordinates to bring forth the two individuals I desire. Roland pressed his left hand firmly against Rolando's neck, while his right hand gripped a long sword, instilling in Rolando a profound terror, as though his very life was completely ensnared by Roland. You scoundrel, what is happening? If I am not mistaken, that movement technique, just now, was the Navy's 6 styles, was it not? How could you possibly wield such skill? Rolando inquired, overwhelmed with both fear and astonishment. Their intelligence had evidently faltered. The prior reconnaissance had failed to note Roland's proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles, particularly the technique known as Soru, leading them to underestimate his capabilities. In truth, Colonel Loren of Base 128 was aware of Roland's mastery of the Soru technique, yet when he reported this, no one believed him. The Soru was notoriously challenging to master. Even Colonel Loren, after years of dedicated training, could merely perform the technique. His speed, not nearly sufficient to render him elusive. Consequently, Colonel Anka of Base 128 dismissed Loren's claims as an excuse for his failure to capture Roland, thereby disregarding the matter entirely. This oversight resulted in the Karpon gang's intelligence on Roland lacking any mention of his Soru proficiency. A mere prisoner. What audacity drives you to question me? Roland scoffed coldly. With a slight movement of his right hand, blood began to flow from Rolando's neck. From this moment forth, you shall carry out my commands without question. Understand this. Having fallen into my grasp, you have forfeited your freedom, Roland declared icily. Chapter 16. The Saturday Pirates. As the warm liquid trickled from his neck, Rolando was enveloped in a wave of goosebumps, instantly resolving to heed his inner will. In the next moment, numerous members of the gang burst into Rolando's chamber. Rolando, our leader? The gang members, upon witnessing Rolando being held captive by Roland, were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, their gazes instinctively drifting towards Rolando. What are you waiting for? Whatever this esteemed gentleman desires, you shall provide. Hurry and bring forth those two fishermen. Rolando bellowed at his subordinates without hesitation. Yes. Upon receiving Rolando's command, the gang members swiftly departed to fetch the fishing boat's owner and his son. Upon seeing the state of the father and son upon their arrival, Roland's fury ignited. The once robust fishermen now appeared gaunt and battered, their clothes tattered and stained with blood, having been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Tears welled in the eyes of the fishermen as they beheld Roland holding their captor, Rolando, at bay. As a pirate, Roland exhibited an extraordinary sense of loyalty, daring to venture into the most perilous situations solely to rescue two individuals he had only just met. "Prepare a ship for your man," Roland commanded with an icy tone. "Did you not hear me? Hurry and ready a vessel." Observing his subordinates hesitating, Rolando bellowed immediately. On the shore, the father and son fishermen were the first to board the small boat prepared by the Capone gang, followed closely by Roland and Rolando as they climbed aboard. Once the small vessel had sailed 200 or 300 meters in the sea, Rolando turned his head and, with a tone of desperation, implored, "Roland, now that you have rescued your friend, could you spare me? I will give you anything you desire." "Really?" Roland replied, his expression remaining indifferent. "Truly, truly. My feelings for you are more genuine than those I hold for my wife," Rolando hastily insisted. "Very well, you have said it yourself. I demand your life." With that, Roland unsheathed his sword. Blood gushed from Rolando's neck as he collapsed within the confines of the cabin, clutching his throat, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. This scoundrel's demise was hardly lamentable. Once Rolando had breathed his last, Roland approached the lifeless body, and in that moment, a mystical tome of abilities within his mind automatically turned to its latest page. The golden script read as follows: Lie detection. Below, an illustration depicted two simplistic figures engaged in conversation, with a speech bubble emerging from the figure on the right, proclaiming liar, to emphasize the falsehood. To his astonishment, this fellow possessed such a remarkable skill. Indeed, it was a valuable asset. Roland's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. This ability, one he had not previously mastered, held immense potential, requiring no cerebral effort to wield effectively in the future. Roland kicked Ronaldo's lifeless body off the small boat, sending it into the sea to feed the fish, and then turned to face the fishing boat's owner and his son. "Gentlemen, even if you return, a tranquil life will elude you. How about joining me as pirates?" Roland spoke with a calm demeanor. "But my son and I know nothing other than fishing," the boat owner replied, somewhat hesitantly. "Nobody is born skilled in many things. We shall grow together gradually. Even you, my good sir, have only lived half your life. There is still a long journey ahead," Roland reassured him nonchalantly. "Very well." The fishing boat owner exchanged glances with his son. "Let us formally introduce ourselves. From now on, I shall be your captain. My name is Roland," he stated while nodding. "You can call me Old Dufresne," the boat owner replied with a warm and earnest smile. "Captain, my name is Root Dufresne," the owner as son said respectfully, envisioning how pirates and captains conversed. "Excellent. Including you, my crew now consists of 4 members. There is also another you both know, the girl who performed my surgery. She is our ship's doctor," Roland remarked with a gentle smile towards the Dufresnes. Old Dufresne and his son Root exchanged glances, both feeling as if they had embarked on a treacherous journey. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, my pirate crew does not plunder or slaughter innocents. Our targets are those pirate crews worthy of the hunt, as well as the oblivious navy. Therefore, the risks are considerable. If you wish to withdraw, now is your chance. Rest assured, when the time comes for battle, I will not thrust you into danger," Roland stated calmly. In the realm of piracy, the title of pirate encompasses a myriad of characters. There are those like Luffy, who bear the name of pirate, yet are adventurers at heart, never committing heinous acts against civilians. Others pursue bounties and a more lavish lifestyle, specializing in the plunder of innocent civilians and the raiding of merchant ships. Then there are those, as Roland envisions, who hunt other pirate crews, engaging in a world of treachery. Old Dufresne and his son Root exchanged another glance. Their current predicament was dire. The Capone gang was a notorious criminal organization pervasive in the West Sea. Lacking both money and power, evading the gang's pursuit seemed nearly impossible, leaving them with little choice but to join Roland. "We will join," Root declared. "Excellent. This is a most sagacious choice. You will take pride in your decision in the days to come," Roland affirmed. Roland smiled faintly and spoke with unwavering conviction. After the small boat circled the sea, it returned to Taro Island to pick up Faya, who had remained at the hotel. Faya tended to the injuries of Dufresne and his son with a simple remedy. The 4 of them randomly selected a restaurant in town to enjoy a meal, which served as a celebratory feast for the establishment of their pirate crew. The name of the crew was derived from the suggestion of the only lady among them, Faya, Saturday. It held no particular significance, merely reflecting the day of their formation. However, in Faya's interpretation, there was a subtle implication, as their pirate crew differed from others in that they would not engage in nefarious deeds. They were akin to the people of Saturday, who, after a week of toil, began to rest and venture into the vast and vibrant world of the sea. Once the name of the pirate crew was confirmed, The four also agreed upon the design of their pirate flag. It would be a black flag devoid of any emblem, simply inscribed with the word Saturday. Simple, striking, and distinctive. After their meal, they ventured into the town to procure a black flag and white paint. Faya meticulously traced the strokes of the word Saturday onto the flag, and each of them applied a stroke of paint. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Capone Mafia, upon confirming that Rolando had not returned since being taken by Roland, the Capone Mafia tacitly accepted that Rolando was presumed dead. Consequently, the internal factions convened a meeting regarding Roland. Roland cannot be allowed to remain. He has already eliminated 2 of our base leaders. Allowing him to roam freely at sea would be a humiliation for us all. Capone Posse, the current head of the Capone Mafia, glanced at the other executives and stated flatly, "This is certain. We must now deliberate whether to act ourselves or enlist the help of the Navy to eliminate Roland." Another executive interjected, "Given Roland's breach of our well-prepared base in Taro Town, his strength is at least comparable to that of a typical pirate with a bounty of 20 to 30 million berries. Enlisting the Navy would mitigate our losses," another added. "We could increase Roland's bounty and have the Navy send skilled operatives to encircle him." A youthful voice suddenly chimed in. "Becky, elaborate on your thoughts." "I find them quite promising," Capone Posse remarked, looking at the youngest among the key members of this meeting. If Roland were present, he would recognize Becky as the character from the original story, one of the supernovas of the pirate world, Capone Becky. We could collaborate with the Navy to orchestrate some incidents and frame Roland for them, allowing the higher-ups in the Navy to recognize the threat he poses, thereby increasing his bounty and prompting a large-scale operation to suppress him. Becky, with a cigar in her mouth, spoke calmly. "What a splendid idea. Some tasks that are usually deemed impossible can be accomplished through this opportunity." Truly, this was Becky. The officials present were visibly impressed, recognizing that this was a remarkable strategy for the entire Capone gang, akin to killing multiple birds with one stone. Moreover, this method could certainly be employed repeatedly. Chapter 17. The Bounty Soars. On the day following the establishment of the Saturday Pirates, Roland and his companions departed from Taro Island. At sea, they encountered a news bird selling newspapers, and FIA purchased one. "Roland, come here quickly. This newspaper is filled with nonsense." Fia exclaimed suddenly. "Alhait, Roland replied," promptly approaching to examine the paper. As he read, his expression darkened. Just yesterday, he had been on Taro Island. Yet the newspaper reported that Roland had slaughtered over 100 innocent civilians in the town of Orange, within the Kingdom of Georgia. This was a blatant fabrication, a distortion of truth. Furthermore, the newspaper included a newly issued bounty notice, revealing that Roland's bounty had skyrocketed to 20 million berries. Curse it, Roland seethed with rage. This must be the handiwork of the Capone gang. They likely intend to frame me with these false accusations, inflating my bounty to provoke the Navy into dispatching a significant force to hunt me down. After coming to a crucial realization, Roland's expression darkened like water. How ruthless! The Capone gang scheme is indeed exceptionally cruel. If they were to forcibly raise his bounty to 40 or 50 million berries, what kind of formidable experts would the Navy dispatch to hunt him down? At the very least, they would send a naval general from a branch base, with the lowest rank being a brigadier. However, due to Roland's not being particularly powerful, if his whereabouts were to be divulged, he would easily fall prey to the Navy's suppression. Furthermore, through such underhanded methods of framing and slandering, the Capone gang would dare to engage in many activities they would typically shy away from, as long as they could pin the blame on Roland in the end. Damn it, Capone gang, I will not let this go. And Navy, do not let me discover which of you collaborated with the Capone gang to frame me. If I find out, I will make sure to beat you to a pulp. Roland gritted his teeth, his anger more filling than breakfast. Soon, the Saturday Pirates altered their course and returned to Brun Island. Roland's hometown lies in this vicinity, and he is quite well acquainted with the towns of Doran Island, where he is aware of the existence of an underground intelligence base. He intends to procure some information regarding the Capone gang, as a means of expressing his gratitude for their patronage. A few days later, after Roland has acquired the intelligence on the Capone gang from the underground organization in Doran Island, his bounty has once again been updated. This time, the report states that he has massacred an entire town, ruthlessly slaughtering hundreds of innocents, resulting in his bounty escalating to 30 million Bailey. Upon arriving at another island that hosts a Capone gang stronghold, his bounty surged once more, reaching 40 million Bailey. In less than a month, his bounty has skyrocketed from 13 million Bailey to 40 million Bailey, a feat unmatched by any pirate within the entire Western Seas. Thus, the events concerning Roland were reported to the naval base in the West Sea, drawing the attention of the naval headquarters. Naturally, the headquarters would not permit a pirate like Roland who frequently committed crimes and senselessly slaughtered innocent civilians, to roam freely. Consequently, the naval division stationed in the primary operational waters of Roland in the West Sea united, preparing for a large-scale ambush against him. Although Roland had not gathered any intelligence, he could surmise the situation. In a luxurious office on the highest floor of the Capone gang's stronghold on Heg Island, a frail, white-haired old man was engaged in an unsavory act with a youthful girl barely in her teens. This old man, named Tugula, was the leader of the Capone gang's stronghold and a despicable figure, guilty of countless crimes. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the base. Tugula furrowed his brow, abruptly halting his actions as he had nearly reached his climax. In recent days, the Capone gang had concocted many schemes to frame Roland, and the leaders of various strongholds were acutely aware that they could become targets of his wrath. Thus, they remained exceedingly cautious. Tugula hastily donned his trousers, grasped the long sword resting on the bedside, and approached the door. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. "It's bad, Chief Tugula. That little bastard Roland is coming. His speed is astonishing. We cannot stop him. Damn it." Tugula's expression shifted. "Deliver my orders. At all costs, we must halt Roland. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with promotion and wealth." "Yes." The subordinate swiftly departed with Tugula's command. "Damn it. Why am I so unfortunate? Why did that bastard Roland have to choose my stronghold?" Tugula lamented his misfortune. Upon re-entering the room, he unhesitatingly struck down the young girl lying bare upon the bed. If she survived, she might betray his whereabouts, so for his own safety, he had to eliminate her. He then hurried to the entrance leading to the underground passage. Just as he was about to open the door and flee into the subterranean corridor, the wall of the opulent office erupted with a thunderous crash, sending debris flying and dust swirling. A figure swiftly emerged from the shattered wall, surveying the room with a cold gaze fixed on Tugula, who was preparing to escape into the passage. Under such a chilling gaze, Tugula felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, instantly feeling inferior to Roland in presence. How could this madman arrive here so quickly? Tugula harbored unspeakable anguish within, yet he had no choice but to unsheath his sword, gripping it firmly as he faced the advancing Roland. As Roland approached, he cast a glance at the lifeless body of the young woman on the office bed, her blood still flowing, and his anger intensified. He thought to himself, such a beautiful lady, so ruthlessly slain. This old wretch is undoubtedly decisive in his killings. I must remain vigilant. You, an old scoundrel, do not deserve to exist in this world. Roland's expression was one of cold indifference as he enunciated each word with chilling detachment, devoid of any emotion, only an overwhelming intent to kill. Meanwhile, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. "Spare me, and I can reveal who concocted the scheme to frame you." Tugula hesitated. Having toiled for the better part of his life to ascend to this position, he had not yet enjoyed its fruits and did not wish for death. "Speak now." Roland's form flickered as he executed the Navy 6-style shave, appearing beside Tugula and placing his long sword against the latter's throat. The fluidity of his movements left Tugula astounded. While he knew he was no match for Roland, he had not anticipated the latter's formidable strength. It seemed that Roland's considerable bounty was indeed well-deserved. "It is Captain Becky, a newcomer in our Capone gang. He possesses great cunning and has risen from an ordinary person to one of the most crucial figures in the gang in just 2 short years. The scheme to frame you was his idea," Tugula quickly divulged. "So it is him," Roland mused, recalling that Captain Becky was one of the rising stars in the original narrative. A man who would eventually dominate the West Sea's Capone gang. "Do you know with whom your Capone gang is collaborating in this scheme against me?" Roland continued to inquire. "I do not know. My rank is insufficient," Tugula replied, his voice trembling. "Then tell me, where is Captain Becky now?" I do not know that either," Tugula stammered. "Then reveal to me the location of the Capone gang's headquarters." Roland pressed on. "Polka," Tugula managed to utter. "Very well." Roland nodded and swiftly severed Tugula's throat. After Tugula fell lifeless, Roland searched his body hastily, neglecting to examine the abilities he had acquired, and quickly departed. Chapter 18. A journey to Polka. Having swiftly escaped the Capone gang stronghold, Roland made his way to the seaside to reunite with Faya. Along the way, he took a moment to review the ability he had obtained from that old wretch, night vision. Roland never anticipated that the old fellow possessed such an extraordinary auxiliary skill. Fortunately, this remarkable ability now belongs to Roland. Overall, the gains from this endeavor have been quite commendable, with night vision at his disposal. Even if his capabilities are somewhat lacking, he will undoubtedly fare better than an ordinary person stumbling in darkness. Soon, he shall return to confront the Capone gang's headquarters. The Capone gang has been exceedingly oppressive towards him. In matters of reciprocity, one must not be remiss. Roland and FIA convened and promptly set off to another island. A week later, they arrived at their destination, where Roland effortlessly infiltrated the Capone gang's stronghold and eliminated a local underboss. Although he did not acquire any formidable combat skills this time, he confirmed two crucial truths. First, the old scoundrel Tugula's words were indeed true. And second, the ability to discern lies, obtained from Roland, proved effective. In the ensuing month, Roland randomly visited various Capone gang outposts. Each time he arrived at a town housing one of these strongholds, he would visit the local hospital's morgue, acquiring seemingly useless skills that would prove invaluable in critical moments, such as lockpicking. Moreover, he obtained a rather powerful combat technique, the Marine 6 styles paper drawing. Although it was not as divine as the previous skill he had acquired, shave, this version of paper drawing was a lesser variant. Acquired from an elderly high-ranking member of the Capone gang, whom Roland speculated had once been a Navy officer in his youth. After consecutively defeating 6 underbosses of the Capone gang, Roland gleaned invaluable intelligence from them, information that other intelligence agencies could not procure, including the locations of Capone gang informants hidden across their headquarters on the island of Polka. Naturally, this information might not be entirely accurate, as the Capone gang would take measures to mitigate any leaks. While Roland was relentlessly hunting down the leaders of the Capone gang, they retaliated fiercely, committing various misdeeds and attributing all their wrongdoings to him. As a month elapsed, Roland's bounty surged to 70 million berries. While this sum may seem moderate in the Grand Line, it is unparalleled in the West Blue. However, there exists another individual with a higher bounty in the West Blue, the notorious demon child, Nico Robin. Nevertheless, Robin and Roland are hardly comparable. To the ordinary observer, Roland appears as a remorseless villain of unparalleled malevolence, ranking as the foremost threat in the West Sea. His notoriety has reached the naval headquarters, which has taken the precaution of placing his name at the top of the list of exceedingly dangerous pirates in the West Sea, delegating the task of hunting him down to the various branch bases in the region. These branch bases are of a higher echelon than the standard divisions, with only 12 such bases existing throughout the West Sea. Each branch base is commanded by an officer of the rank of Rear Admiral, notable figures capable of subduing the most formidable pirates in their respective waters, many of whom are seasoned veterans dispatched from headquarters. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when a striking young man, donning a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his brow, entered an unremarkable tavern. He approached the bar and quietly whispered to the bartender, "The pirate Roland has arrived in Polka. I have seen him." "What?" The bartender was taken aback, and in his shock, the glass in his hand slipped, shattering on the counter and spilling a delicate crimson liquid. "We must inform headquarters immediately," the young man urged, his voice tinged with urgency. "A code?" the bartender quickly inquired, nodding in understanding. The Polka area was rife with members of the Capone gang, making mutual recognition difficult. Thus, they relied on codes for identification. "Is this sufficient?" Roland raised his right hand to rest on the bartender's shoulder, while his left produced a mirror, reflecting his visage. The bartender, catching sight of Roland's face in the mirror, widened his eyes in terror, trembling uncontrollably, and promptly resolved to comply with his instincts. "That's enough. Follow me," the bartender said, his body slightly quaking as he led Roland into another room of the tavern. After pushing open a concealed door and navigating a narrow staircase, they arrived in a spacious basement. The subterranean chamber was furnished with several desks and opulent sofas, exuding an air of luxury. The bartender guided Roland across the hall and gently knocked on another door. "Who is it?" a woman's voice called from within. "There's trouble, Sister Jenny," the bartender exclaimed hurriedly. "What is the fuss?" "This is Polka. We can discuss it inside," the woman replied, her tone calm and unflustered. The bartender opened the door, and Roland, still with his hand on the bartender's shoulder, entered, shutting the door behind him and expertly locking it. He then lifted his hat, holding it in his hands. You are Roland," the woman within the room gasped, her expression one of astonishment. "Now that you know, you have two choices. One is to disclose the current circumstances on the island to me, and the other, well, you can surmise it," Roland stated, his gaze steady upon the woman, who, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a striking figure and wore revealing attire. I will tell you," she stammered. The woman cast a glance at the bartender, who was held captive by Roland, and resolutely decided to heed the call of her heart. "Excellent. I appreciate individuals of your intelligence," Roland remarked with a slight smile. "Thank you for the compliment," the woman responded, nodding repeatedly. Before long, Roland acquired a wealth of diverse information that he sought. Chapter 19. A Great Commotion. "Why must you deceive me?" Roland gazed upon the woman sprawled in a pool of blood before him, shaking his head in dismay. Heaven bears witness. He had no desire to take the life of this woman, provided she was forthright and candid in her words. Regrettably, after employing the skill of lie detection he had acquired from the Capone gang's minor lieutenant, Roland, he discovered that the woman was not entirely truthful and even dared to challenge him. Consequently, she met her demise on the spot. Exiting the tavern, Roland hastened towards the headquarters of the Capone gang. Meanwhile, the bartender's sudden disappearance immediately drew the attention of others within the gang. At the Capone gang's headquarters, in an opulent and lavish conference hall, the current leader, Capone Boss, was confronted by a suited underling reporting, "Boss, that scoundrel Roland has come to Polka. He truly dares to come." Capone Boss sprang from his luxurious sofa, his eyes ablaze with a fierce, murderous intent. What a madman he is. In the past month, Roland has launched assaults on 6 strongholds of the Capone gang, resulting in the demise of 6 stronghold leaders and injuries to numerous members. While this may seem inconsequential, the Capone gang is not lacking in mid-level and lower-tier personnel. When one small leader falls, a newcomer can easily ascend to fill the void. And this is not a cause for concern. However, such actions are detrimental to the image of the Capone gang. After years of painstakingly establishing authority across the vast expanse of the West Sea, we cannot allow that scoundrel Roland to obliterate it. It is fortunate that he should now be aware of our headquarters location. We must eliminate him at all costs. Furthermore, summon all other senior officials. Capone Boss spoke with an expression of icy resolve, his words firm and unwavering. "Yes," replied a suited subordinate, who promptly exited the room. Do not think that our Capone gang headquarters is akin to other strongholds. Here, there are no fewer than 10 experts on par with naval colonels. Capone Boss approached the window, gazing out at the scenery, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The headquarters of the Capone gang is not only home to exceptionally powerful individuals, but also boasts many gang members and a plethora of advanced artillery. Such forces could effortlessly assault a naval division's base, and even when targeting a naval subbase, victory is not out of reach. How could we possibly fail to eliminate a pirate whose true strength is equivalent to a bounty of 30 million belly? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire erupted outside the Capone gang headquarters. Capone Boss's heart raced, just as he was about to inquire if Roland had indeed arrived at the headquarters. A gang member rushed in, breathless, to report, "Godfather, Roland is attacking. That scoundrel moves swiftly and carries a significant amount of explosives. We cannot withstand his assault." "What?" Capone Boss's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. Even if that scoundrel is fast, he cannot leisurely stroll through a hail of bullets. With our firepower, even wild shots would inevitably strike him. That scoundrel has fully exploited his speed advantage, using bombs to eliminate many of our brothers. We simply cannot stop him." The reporting gang member said, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling. "A pack of inept fools, a true assembly of incompetence. It seems this polka has been far too peaceful, rendering them incapable of combat." Capone Boss was nearly driven to laughter by his fury, suddenly coming to an understanding. For years, no one dared to act recklessly at the headquarters, and the gang members had grown accustomed to tranquility. The abrupt demand for battle had indeed thrown them off balance. "All of you, go out in command. We must kill that scoundrel Roland here at all costs. He must not escape." Capone Boss directed the other senior figures in the hall. "Yes, Godfather." Within the grand hall, numerous high-ranking members of the Capone crime syndicate were poised to rush outside to intercept Roland. However, at that precise moment, a resounding explosion reverberated, followed closely by a slight tremor coursing through the very building housing the hall. This unexpected occurrence left Capone, Boss, and the esteemed leaders of the Capone organization utterly astonished. Has Roland already arrived here? How could he be so swift? How could he possibly possess such terrifying strength? My focus is solely on the upper echelons of the Capone gang. I have no intention of taking your lives if you do not obstruct me. However, should you choose to court death, I shall not hesitate to send you all to the depths of hell." Outside the building, a furious roar resounded. The high-ranking members of the Capone gang, including Capone himself, rushed to the windows of the hall to look below. They beheld shadows darting swiftly around the structure. Accompanied by bursts of flames, Roland was relentlessly igniting and hurling bombs. His incredible speed and movement through the dimly lit areas made it exceedingly difficult for the gang members to eliminate him with firearms. Instead, they fell victim to the very bombs that Roland unleashed. Moreover, Roland's booming voice instilled fear, causing many gang members to lose their fighting spirit in the face of a foe as formidable as him. Additionally, The thought of usurping their boss's position fueled their reluctance to mount a cohesive and powerful defense against Roland's onslaught. It was nearly time. The first phase of the battle plan was complete. Roland cast a glance at the Capone gang's main headquarters, then decisively retreated. He refrained from storming the building, finishing his bomb-throwing spree, leaving behind a note, and silently slipping away from the shadows. Having wreaked havoc, he made his escape. How exhilarating! It was evident that the Capone gang's main headquarters housed numerous skilled fighters, some of whom might even surpass Roland in strength. Even if they were not as powerful, their combined efforts could pose a significant threat to him. Thus, a direct assault was not feasible, prompting Roland to devise a meticulous battle plan ahead of time. Suddenly, silence enveloped the outside, and anticipation brewed among the high-ranking members of the Capone gang within the hall. Was Roland indeed killed in a hail of gunfire? After a considerable time, the Capone gang commenced a meticulous investigation. Ultimately, they discovered a note left by Roland. This is merely the beginning. One day, I shall compel you to regret the false accusations and traps you have set for me. Roland has made his escape. After reading the note, Capone Beej and other high-ranking members were filled with fury. Arrogant, utterly audacious. That rascal Roland. Capone Beej was seething with anger. After all, he was merely a petty pirate, lacking even a proper crew. Judging by today's performance, Roland is certainly no madman. Capone, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, remarked coolly, "We can no longer allow him to grow unchecked. We must swiftly collaborate with the Navy to apprehend him. It will likely be quite challenging, for that scoundrel will undoubtedly choose to flee far and wide." Having exited the Capone faction's headquarters, Roland leapt swiftly across the rooftops of the streets in high spirits. Although I'm currently unable to uproot the Capone faction entirely, it is imperative that everyone understands my stance. I will not shy away from confronting the Capone faction simply because I am temporarily outmatched. A smile crept across Roland's face, filling him with delight. As a traveler from the gluttonous empire, Roland understood how to engage with foes when at a disadvantage. Avoid direct confrontation, he thought. Withdraw when the enemy advances, strike when they retreat, and continue to attack when they tire. After all, while the enemy may flee, the temple remains steadfast. With his agility, Roland could easily conceal himself, developing his strength while simultaneously striking at his adversaries. Chapter 20. Hunting pirates. Upon reuniting with Faya at their temporary lodgings, Roland and his companions departed Polka under the cover of night. After 5 days of navigating their small vessel, they arrived in the Kingdom of Flowers. The Kingdom of Flowers is a unique realm within the West Sea. It is a place where the populace is unafraid of pirates, and pirates do not wreak havoc. This peculiar situation arises from the presence of the 8 Treasures Marine, the legitimate armed force of the Kingdom of Flowers, which has a habit of venturing out as pirates, leading to many of their elite members being notorious pirates with substantial bounties on their heads. The Kingdom of Flowers serves as the territory of the 8 Treasures Marine, whose higher-ups are largely renowned pirates who have made their names in the Grand Line. Consequently, local pirates from the West Sea dare not act recklessly. Due to the Kingdom of Flowers' uniqueness, the Navy is also reluctant to engage with it, and their bases around the kingdom are few. Many pirates seeking to evade the Navy's pursuit often flee to the Kingdom of Flowers. Upon arriving in the Kingdom of Flowers and securing a temporary residence, Roland immediately sought out the underground intelligence organizations within the kingdom. These intelligence networks can be found in most larger cities and are not difficult to locate. The Surfer's Bar. Roland pushed the door open and entered without any disguise, striding in with an air of nonchalance. The other patrons in the bar momentarily froze upon noticing him. Although pirates typically refrain from assaulting civilians within the borders of the Flower Kingdom, a palpable tension filled the air as they feared inciting the wrath of this notorious pirate. Renowned for commanding the highest bounty in the West Sea, "I wish to join the underground intelligence organization," Roland stated as he approached the bartender, producing a gold coin from his pocket and placing it upon the counter. "This way, please," the bartender stammered, momentarily taken aback by Roland's presence, his voice trembling as he dared not meet the pirate's gaze. Swiftly, the bartender led Roland to a small private room within the bar, pushing open a door that revealed a staircase descending into the depths below. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. Roland, bold and audacious, descended the staircase with determination. The stairwell was rather narrow and simply adorned, yet upon reaching the bottom, one was greeted by an expansive hall reminiscent of a bar. The space was populated by numerous individuals, most of whom clutched bounty notices of pirates, seated in small clusters. In the land of flowers, where pirates are abundant, these were the bounty hunters actively pursuing their prey. As Roland's footsteps echoed in the underground hall, Nearly all the bounty hunters instinctively turned their attention towards the staircase. Upon recognizing the newcomer, an immediate silence enveloped the hall, leaving only the sound of Roland's deliberate strides. "Isn't that Roland?" one bounty hunter exclaimed, shattering the stillness. "The notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berry. You are all bounty hunters, I presume," Roland remarked, his expression one of indifference. "Allow me to offer a friendly warning. If you contemplate making a move against me, be prepared to meet your demise right here." Upon the utterance of Roland's words, the underground hall fell into a profound silence once more. Numerous bounty hunters exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak, fearful of being misinterpreted by Roland. The majority of these bounty hunters had their sights set on pirates with bounties around 20 million berries. Although rumors circulated in the underworld of Flower Country that Roland's bounty was inflated, suggesting his true prowess was akin to that of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries, the bounty hunters, accustomed to the intricacies of survival in Flower Country, understood the dominance of the Eight Treasures Navy in this region. The intelligence disseminated within the local organizations often lagged, particularly concerning any pirates that had crossed into Flower Country. Thus, they felt a palpable unease in Roland's presence. If Roland were truly inept, how could he possibly have survived this long under such a high bounty? "May I inquire if the purchase of intelligence is conducted here?" Roland suddenly turned to address the assembly of pirates as he approached the door. The bounty hunter who caught Roland's gaze promptly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, indeed, it is right inside." Roland bestowed upon him a faint smile, then turned, twisting his hand to open the door and stepped inside. Bang! The door to the information room swung shut. Instantly, a sigh of relief swept through the pirates in the underground hall. They felt as though the air within the hall had resumed its flow. What a terrifying individual. I sensed that even if his bounty were inflated, it wouldn't be by much. I dare not meet his gaze. I fear another remarkable figure is about to emerge from the West Sea. But how did Roland end up here? He is not a bounty hunter. What business does he have with the intelligence organization? Does he not realize that the news from the Flower Kingdom is dubious? With the exception of the movements of the pirates within its borders? Temporary residence. Roland returned with a plethora of intelligence. "Tomorrow, I shall attempt to hunt down the notorious pirate, Ghost Hand Ron, who bears a bounty of 31 million berries. You all must remain here and not wander." Before bedtime, Roland gathered everyone together. "What, 31 million berries?" Faya exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with concern as she furrowed her brow. "This is far too perilous, Roland. You are but one person, and they are a pirate crew. Indeed, it is exceedingly dangerous." Old Dufresne and his son nodded in agreement. "Based on my prior experiences, as long as I can eliminate Ghost Hand Ron, the rest of the pirates will be of little consequence," Roland replied with a confident grin. Faya pouted. "I knew you would act recklessly. One day, you will surely drive me to my wit's end." Roland blinked, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head. "You are the captain. If you must go, then go," Faya said defiantly. "However, you had better return unscathed, or else you shall face my wrath. I will make you stay in bed for 10 days, or even 8, on the western shore of the Kingdom of Flowers." A pirate ship lay boldly docked at the harbor. This vessel bore a flag with a black background, emblazoned with a skull and crossbones, alongside a skeletal hand. This flag proclaimed its allegiance to the Ghost Hand pirate crew. The crew, led by Captain Ghost Hand Ron, boasts a bounty of 31 million berries. Having recorded 4 increases in his bounty since his debut, including 1 for forcefully breaching a naval base, 2 for the brutal slaughter of civilians, and 1 for plundering a cargo ship. He is an utterly heinous and inexcusable pirate, deserving of death. Under his command are 4 notable subordinates, each with a bounty of their own. Among them, the first mate, Iron Fist Brandy, has a bounty of 19 million berries, second only to Ron. The Ghost Hand pirate crew is the very first target that Roland has chosen to pursue. The criteria for Roland in selecting his prey are rather simple. Should it be slain? This is because the enchanting tome of skills that resides in his mind grants him abilities at random. Even if he vanquishes a formidable pirate, it does not guarantee that he will acquire potent combat techniques from their demise. Thus, Roland has resolved to eliminate any target deemed worthy of death, striving to enhance his skills through sheer numbers of kills. Roland approached the pirate ship of the Ghost Hand pirates, anchored in the bay, wielding a long sword. "Hey, kid, no matter who you are, if you come any closer, do not blame us for taking action." A pirate stood guard atop the ship's mast, having noticed Roland's presence. "Very well," Roland replied, removing his hat and lifting his gaze towards the 2 pirates stationed at the lookout tower. Whoosh! Roland approached the pirate ship and leaped onto its deck in a single bound. Simultaneously, the officers of the Ghost Hand pirate crew, who remained on board to keep watch, emerged from the cabin accompanied by several pirates. Bang, 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 bang. Roland, without a moment's hesitation, drew his pistol and fired with precision. His marksmanship was commendable, and given the proximity to the pirates, he discharged 6 bullets, each finding its mark in a pirate's flesh. Roland, it is you. A cadre from the Ghost Hand pirate crew recognized him, his body trembling with an overwhelming sense of dread. What are you here for? Why must you kill our men? We, the Ghost Hand pirate crew, harbor no grievances against you. He did not dare to strike first, fully aware that such an action would surely lead to his demise. Killing pirates requires no justification. Roland grinned, and in an instant, he was a blur of movement. Moments later, all the pirates left behind by the Ghost Hand were dead. Chapter 21. Ghost Hand Ron. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the inebriated Ghost Hand Ron returned to the bay with a raucous band of merry pirates. During this landing, he had come across a rather explosive piece of news. Over the past month, a small-time pirate, once with a bounty of just over 4 million berries, had surged to prominence, now boasting a bounty of 70 million berries, earning the title of the most wanted pirate in the West Sea. Roland. It was revealed that Roland was, in truth, a paper tiger. In the underworld, many factions were aware that Roland's rapid rise was a result of the collaboration between the Capone gang and the Navy. Previously, Ron had roamed the vast seas, plundering without the means to gather intelligence, relying solely on newspapers and other legitimate sources for information. It was only after this landing that he was able to collect pertinent intelligence on Roland, discovering he was not a figure to be feared. As Ghost Hand Ron and his crew approached their ship, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. Thanks to years of invaluable experience, the moment he caught the whiff of blood, Ron became acutely aware and considerably more alert. This is bad. The brothers left on the ship may have encountered a bounty hunter. Ron abruptly halted the advancing crew. The other pirates trembled, their intoxication dissipating as they swiftly drew their weapons, some brandishing swords, while others readied their pistols. Ron led them towards their pirate ship. Ron leaped from the shore onto the deck of his pirate ship, swiftly scanning his surroundings. He spotted a lounge chair near the cabin door, where a young man reclined, a cold drink resting on a small table beside him. In stark contrast, several pirates lay in pools of blood across the deck. Yet, this gruesome scene did not seem to disturb the young man as he lounged in comfort. You are Pirate Roland. Ron furrowed his brow, recognizing the figure in the chair. His expression turned cold. Did you kill my subordinate? Indeed, Roland replied, rising from the lounge chair with an unsettling calmness. Why? Ron restrained his anger, convinced that Roland must have had a reason to provoke him, considering their prior lack of enmity. In the world of pirates, there are seldom explanations. Don't you find it amusing? Roland chuckled, gesturing to the corpses sprawled on the deck. Shouldn't these fellows be eliminated? You bastard! Ron shouted, 2 visible streams of fury emanating from his nostrils, his face a mask of rage. You seek death. With that, Ron charged at Roland. Had he not gathered outdated intelligence about Roland during his landing, he would have hesitated to confront him, for the disparity in their bounty indicated a significant difference in strength. Captain, allow me to handle this. A voice suddenly called from behind Ron. It was the voice of the first mate, a familiar presence. Ron halted and turned to see Iron Fist Brandy had already leaped onto the deck. At that moment, Roland also glanced at Brandy, a robust man, standing around 2 meters tall, his muscular frame adorned with iron knuckles on both hands. Roland's previous bounty was merely a few million berries. Even if he has gained some strength from a devil fruit, he is likely on par with Brandy. Ron contemplated before addressing Brandy. Since you're keen on this scoundrel, I shall let you take the lead while I provide support. Very well, Captain. Brandy approached Roland, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I hear you've acquired devil fruit powers. Let us see them, or you won't last a single move against me. According to the intelligence gathered, before consuming the devil fruit, Roland was merely a small-time pirate with a bounty of 3 million berries. Such a pirate would likely struggle to withstand even one of Brandy's strikes. How fascinating, truly fascinating, Roland beamed. If you think I'm an easy target, then come forth. One could only wonder where Brandy's confidence stemmed from. He is a figure who has consecutively dismantled several strongholds of the Capone gang, boldly infiltrated their lair, and retreated with remarkable composure. Roland was unaware that the intelligence from the Flower Kingdom was flawed, resulting in the Ghost Hand pirate crew being oblivious to his true strength. Holding, Brandy exclaimed, striding forward with colossal strides until he stood directly before Roland, unleashing a fist as large as a sandbag. The speed of his punch was so sluggish. How could it possibly land on me? Roland observed Brandy's attack, unable to suppress his inner sarcasm. He was too disinterested to draw his sword and instead transformed himself into a formidable gorilla. They exchanged blows. Boom! With a powerful punch. Roland struck Brandy before Brandy's fist could make contact. Bang! Brandy soared backward like a kite severed from its string. Poof! As he flew away, blood spewed from his mouth, his insides having been nearly shattered by Roland's blow, leaving him gravely injured and devoid of combat capability. Roland possesses the formidable abilities of the Gorilla Devil Fruit, a remarkably powerful Zoan-type fruit that significantly enhances his speed and strength. With the prowess bestowed by the Gorilla Devil Fruit alone, Roland secures a position within the silver ranks of pirates, his strength estimated to be akin to a bounty of approximately 30 million berries. When Brandy, with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries, underestimated Roland, who boasted a bounty of around 30 million berries, he was swiftly struck by a single punch from Roland, resulting in a rather unfortunate fate. It was only Roland's deliberate decision to spare him that allowed Brandy to witness his captain's impending defeat. Otherwise, a full-force punch from Roland would have surely sealed his demise. This must be a trick. How could the first mate be vanquished in one blow? The crew of the Ghost Hand Pirates stood in shock as they beheld their first mate sent flying by Roland's punch, blood gushing from his mouth. Wasn't it said that Roland's strength was only comparable to that of a pirate with a bounty of just over 10 million berries? You despicable scoundrel! Ron let out a furious roar, his hand clawed as he lunged toward Roland with deadly intent. Roland effortlessly vanquished Brandy, thereby demonstrating that his prowess exceeds at least 20 million Bailey. For such formidable beings, conventional artillery holds no sway. Thus, Ron refrained from instructing his subordinates to concentrate their fire. Instead, he charged directly at Roland. Prepare to meet your demise. Ron gazed intently at Roland, and with a sudden, forceful motion, he extended his right hand, grasping fiercely. A palpable surge of invisible energy emanated from his gloved hand, causing the very air to quiver in response. Chapter 22. The Vanquishing of the Phantom Hand. The atmosphere trembled. Roland sensed that something was amiss. However, if she wished to eliminate Ron, she would inevitably have to confront him sooner or later. With a resounding thud, Roland, in her gorilla form, unleashed a powerful punch. As Roland and Ron's fists collided, an immense force propelled Ron backward, while Roland felt an extraordinarily frigid and peculiar energy surge through his right hand. This chilling sensation was entirely foreign to Roland, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Truly, it was the Ghost Hand. Shaking his right hand, he realized that it now bore an unsettling ache, a piercing pain that seemed to penetrate to the marrow of his bones. The strength of this scoundrel was formidable. Ron was driven back several paces, astonished by the encounter. If I continue to engage him in this manner, I risk sustaining serious injury. I must rely on the Ghost Cry gloves to gradually deplete his energy and immobilize him completely if I am to defeat him. Having exchanged but a single blow, both Roland and Ron recognized that they faced a formidable adversary. If they did not commit fully and treat this confrontation with utmost seriousness, victory would be unattainable. Roland perceived that the capabilities of the Ghost Hand were akin to the freezing powers of Admiral Akiji. He could not allow further contact, lest his entire arm be rendered useless. Without hesitation, he reverted to his human form, gritting his teeth against the pain as he drew the long sword from his waist with his right hand, grasping it firmly with his left as well. This fool is so naive. In his human form, I no longer sense the terror that once gripped me. As Roland transformed back, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Ron's mouth. Come again, Ron roared, charging at Roland. This fellow must believe that my strength has diminished since reverting to human form, emboldening him to launch an attack. Roland immediately discerned Ron's current thoughts and promptly resolved to exploit this insight to craft a plan for Ron. Ron surged towards Roland, his right hand poised to strike once more. No, I must not underestimate my adversary. Perhaps Ron possesses hidden abilities yet to be revealed. For the moment, it is wise to keep my own secrets concealed. Just as I was about to make my move, Roland suddenly altered his approach, swinging his sword to intercept Ron's right hand. A chilling cold coursed through the sword, reaching Roland's hands, while his left hand fared better. His previously frostbitten arm now throbbed with unbearable pain. Roland swiftly leaped back, his gaze fixed warily on Ron's right hand. You scoundrel, you've consistently attacked with your right hand. Could it be that the power of your ability is derived from the glove you wear on that hand? Roland scrutinized the glove adorning Ron's right hand. Although he also wore a matching glove on his left, Ron had scarcely utilized it, which raised his suspicions. As expected of the most bountiful pirate in the West Sea, you've discerned the truth of my ghostly hand in such a brief span, Ron replied, a hint of pride illuminating his expression as he raised his right hand. You are correct. The power of my ghostly hand indeed emanates from the glove upon my right hand. This glove, a remarkable artifact imbued with the essence of a devil fruit, allows me to impart the chilling aura of the netherworld to whatever I touch. Hence, I have aptly named it the Ghostly Whale Glove. It appeared that the glove's capabilities were distinct from Akiji's freezing powers, bearing more resemblance to Brooke's Soul King sword. Roland, well-versed in the original narrative, instantly comprehended Ron's declaration. Since you have generously revealed the capabilities of your glove, allow me to inform you that once I grasp the full extent of its power, your demise is inevitable. You may now reconsider your choices. I grant you 1 minute to utter your last words, Roland remarked with a faint smile. Pirates with bounties ranging from 20 to 30 million berries typically possessed straightforward methods. If he was not mistaken, Ron's strength heavily relied upon the gloves on his right hand. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Many are aware of the secret behind my ghostly hand, yet none have ever spoken of it. Do you know why? Because they are all dead. With that declaration, ghostly hand Ron charged toward Roland. If you perceive me as merely another opponent you have faced before, you are gravely mistaken, Roland responded calmly. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. What just happened? How could that scoundrel's speed be so extraordinary? That resembles techniques only the Navy might wield, and even a typical Navy lieutenant would struggle to master such finesse. In the blink of an eye, Roland appeared before Ron, striking with his sword. Damn, Ron silently cursed, hastily raising his right hand to block the attack. This hand, clad in a glove imbued with the powers of the devil fruit, possessed not only the extraordinary abilities of the fruit, but also an almost indestructible quality. Neither fire nor blade could inflict harm upon it. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, Ron's latent potential surged forth. His hand moved with lightning speed, managing to intercept Roland's sword just in time. However, the blade merely grazed the surface of the glove before swiftly changing direction. Roland's earlier move was merely a feint. Cursed be it, these sword wielders are exceedingly treacherous. Ron's heart raced as he desperately wished to raise his right hand to thwart Roland's assault. Yet, Roland's swordplay was as swift as lightning. He had summoned a tremendous force, elevating his physical prowess to an extraordinary level. Otherwise, with his original skill, he could never have reached a speed that left Ron utterly defenseless. Splatter. Ron was unable to evade Roland's strike. The long sword grazed his chest, instantly carving a deep wound that caused blood to surge forth, staining his garments crimson. Infuriated, Ron staggered backward, pressing his right hand against his chest. In an instant, the blood oozing from his wound was frozen solid, preventing him from succumbing to blood loss. So this glove possesses such remarkable utility, Roland mused, captivated by Ron's ability to staunch the bleeding with the enchanted glove. Just moments ago, I underestimated my opponent. Now, you shall witness my true prowess. Ron scoffed, charging once more towards Roland. This scoundrel exudes such confidence. It seems he has more tricks up his sleeve, yet it is likely tied to that extraordinary glove. Roland had an inkling of Ron's strategy, yet he remained uncertain about how to counter it, resorting to transforming into a gorilla. This form, with its tough skin and robust physique, was well suited to endure the most punishing blows. As Ron dashed towards Roland, he raised his right hand, aiming directly at him. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the glove on Ron's hand, swiftly lunging towards Roland with a velocity surpassing even that of Roland's swiftest movements. In his gorilla form, Roland found himself unable to evade it. With a soft thud, the shadow penetrated the massive body of the gorilla. Instantly, Roland's head felt as though it might explode, inundated with a cacophony of bizarre and distressing sounds. This auditory assault was challenging to articulate, but it was undeniably maddening, more grating than nails scraping against a chalkboard. Just as Roland felt utterly helpless, those sounds unexpectedly brushed against the mystical tome of abilities nestled within his mind. In an instant, the cacophony dissipated, as if exposed to the harsh light of day. Suddenly, clarity returned to Roland, and he saw Ron charging towards him, poised to freeze him into a colossal popsicle with the glove. Fortunately, he had managed to regain his composure in time. Otherwise, he would surely have fallen victim to Ron's formidable attack. Roland wielded his sword with all his might. In his gorilla form, his strength was immense, and with a single swing, he cleaved Ron in two. The sound of splattering blood echoed as Ron's severed body fell to the ground. No, it cannot be. How could the soul-crying technique fail? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. This technique, once unleashed, was supposed to immobilize an opponent of Roland's caliber for several seconds. Based on his experience, Even a formidable rear admiral from a navy would be momentarily subdued by the soul-crying technique. How could Roland remain nearly unaffected? Ron felt an overwhelming sense of regret and bitterness, realizing he had been misled by the bounty on Roland's head. Had he known of Roland's formidable prowess, he would never have engaged in battle. You nearly killed me. You're the most formidable adversary I have ever encountered. Roland couldn't help but express admiration. Despite having narrowly escaped death, he had emerged victorious. Chapter 23. The Navy's Assault. How could this be? The invincible captain was defeated in mere moments. Brandy stared at Ron's body, cleaved in two by Roland's sword, his mind buzzing in shock. Ron's demise signifies that his life is no longer under his own control. His survival rests entirely in the hands of Roland. You, Roland exclaimed, pointing at the other pirates of the Ghost Hand pirate crew. I give you 1 minute to vanish from my sight, or your captain shall serve as your example. Upon hearing Roland's words, the pirates were momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a frenzy of exhilaration thereafter. Roland seemed inclined to let them off the hook. One by one, they abandoned their posts and leapt from the pirate ship, making their escape. Phew! With the sight of the fleeing pirates, Roland also breathed a sigh of relief. His recent fierce battle with Ron had left his right hand severely frostbitten, causing him excruciating pain, rendering it temporarily useless. Had these pirates been determined to confront him, he would have found himself at a considerable disadvantage, perhaps even forced to retreat. Fortunately, these pirates were easily intimidated. A mere display of menace was sufficient to send them scrambling. Just moments ago, you boasted that I wouldn't withstand a single blow in your presence. How do you feel now? Do you harbor any regrets? Roland observed the nearly lifeless Brandy. With his teeth clenched, Brandy remained silent. In your next life, do not choose the path of piracy. With those words, Roland swung his sword, severing Brandy's head. He then crouched down to take a moment to search Brandy's body before swiftly moving to Ron's side, where he also rifled through his belongings. Retrieving the glove from Ron's right hand, and immediately departed. On his way back, Roland examined the abilities he had acquired from this hunt of pirates. How should one put it? Quite lackluster. The subpar abilities were promptly discarded, leaving only a single potentially useful skill, an ability to mimic sounds. As the name suggests, this skill allows one to imitate the voices of others, either proving useless or startling others when employed unexpectedly. Upon returning to his temporary lodgings, Roland entered FIA's room. Indeed, she was injured again. FIA glanced at Roland's swollen right hand, her large eyes fixated on him. Do you recall what I told you before you left? Did you say something? Roland feigned ignorance. You wretched pirate, you're in for it. I intend to keep you bettered for 10 days or more. FIA puffed out her cheeks. Then you must take care of me. Roland chuckled. You wish. FIA retorted lightly, examining Roland's injured hand. What happened here? Your arm is still icy cold. FIA helped Roland remove his shirt, revealing a right hand that was crimson, slightly blackened, and swollen. It seems you've suffered frostbite. Given our warm climate, how could this happen? It's all this fellow's fault. Roland retrieved the peculiar white glove from his pocket. Are you familiar with devil fruits? This glove has absorbed the power of a devil fruit, and it's this very thing that injured me, he explained, pointing at the glove with a grin. You appear quite pleased with your acquisition of that glove, yet you remain oblivious to the perilous situation you are in. FIA puffed her cheeks again, raising her small hand to tap, Roland lightly on the head. Is your right hand devoid of any sensation now? Indeed. Roland nodded, discerning an ominous undertone in FIA's serious words. Fortunately, you returned swiftly. Had you delayed any longer, your right hand might have been irretrievably lost. FIA glared fiercely at Roland, commanding him to lie still, assuring him that she would handle the rest. Very well, my radiant, generous, and gentle ship's doctor, in light of such flattering praise. I hope you won't seize the opportunity to exact revenge during the bandaging, Roland said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Oomph. FIA turned her head away, puffing her cheeks in a display of sulkiness. If I don't let you endure a bit more suffering, you will undoubtedly continue your reckless behavior. Let not be said that I fell to the enemy, only to be tortured to death during treatment. Roland grasped the corner of FIA's garment with his left hand. Smack! FIA raised her small hand and swiftly swatted Roland's left hand away. I understand. Now lie down quickly. Do not move or speak. Just after Roland's surgical treatment was completed, a cacophony of tumultuous sounds erupted from outside the temporary residence they were occupying. Roland initially intended to rise from his bed to ascertain the situation, but was forcefully restrained by FIA's fierce gaze. Approaching the window, FIA beheld a determined contingent of Navy personnel advancing towards them. Her expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly turned to Roland, exclaiming, "Roland, did you not assert that the Navy seldom ventures into the Floral Kingdom? With Navy forces approaching, could they be targeting us?" "What?" Roland gasped, springing up from the bed with a sudden burst of energy and hastening to another window. From this vantage point, he could observe yet another squadron of Navy soldiers patrolling the street below. This could not be mere coincidence. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had mistakenly believed that remaining in the Floral Kingdom would shield him from naval pursuit. Furrowing his brow, Roland rapidly devised a strategy. There was no alternative. His bounty had been sensationalized by both the Capone gang and the Navy. The naval bases allied with the Capone gang were well aware of the exaggerated nature of his bounty and found him an easy target. Lured by the promise of substantial military merit, they were eager to capture Roland themselves. Upon receiving any news regarding him, they rushed to his location without reporting to their headquarters. "It's time to take a gamble. The Navy is undoubtedly after me. I will draw their attention away. I think you and the old Duffer Inn couple should seize the opportunity to escape. Let us rendezvous on the western shore of the town," Roland declared resolutely. "But your injury," Fia began, her brow furrowed with concern. "No matter. Even if I lose this right hand, it cannot impede your safety," Roland interjected, shattering the window with a decisive motion and leaping onto the street, fully exposed to the numerous Navy personnel. Alas, this reckless fellow, Fia sighed, observing Roland's bold leap to attract attention. Her hand pressed against her forehead, though her lips betrayed a faint smile. "Ah, you have quite a keen sense of smell." Roland taunted the Navy squad with a sardonic grin before sprinting away. "Roland is on my side. Roland is on my side. Hurry over," shouted the commanding Navy lieutenant into the snail phone. "Charge, capture Roland, and each of you shall earn military merit." The Navy soldiers, cognizant of the exaggerated nature of Roland's bounty, felt emboldened in the face of the so-called greatest pirate of the West Sea. "Roland, you are surrounded. Surrender at once." As Roland darted away, he soon encountered yet another squad of Navy soldiers, with the leading lieutenant bellowing at him. "How could a mere lieutenant possibly encircle me? I am a pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries." Roland scoffed at the absurdity. With his self-deprecating smile, he transformed into a formidable guerrilla, leveraging his astounding agility to leap from the street onto the rooftops flanking him. "Fire! Shoot that scoundrel down!" The commanding naval lieutenant colonel exhibited no hesitation and promptly issued orders. The sound of gunfire erupted. Yet, as Roland descended upon the rooftop, he transformed back into his human form, his agility markedly enhanced, allowing him to evade all the bullets. Chapter 24. The Slaying of the Naval Colonel. Roland leapt onto the rooftops flanking the street, swiftly glancing around, only to spot a figure on the adjacent street also vaulting onto a building. He focused intently, recognizing a naval colonel, approximately 30 years of age, wielding a long sword and clad in the Navy's justice coat. It was he, Colonel Bryan. Roland instantly identified him, having previously gathered intelligence on the naval base commander near the sites of the massacre incidents orchestrated by the Capone gang to frame him. Honestly, it was evident that the Capone gang had colluded with a nearby naval base to implicate Roland. Regardless of any extenuating circumstances, Roland had no intention of sparing the Navy for their cooperation in framing him, and he took note of their appearances. "Roland, you are surrounded. Surrender at once," Colonel Bryan bellowed upon spotting Roland on the rooftop. The base that Colonel Bryan commanded was situated near the Flower Country, and upon receiving news of Roland's entrance into the area, he immediately mobilized to apprehend him. Unbeknownst to him, Roland had recently dispatched the notorious pirate, Ghost Handron, who bore a bounty of 31 million berries. He was aware that Roland's bounty was inflated, estimating his current strength to equate to that of a pirate with a bounty around 20 million berries. Such a pirate could easily be subdued by any naval colonel in the West Sea. In the West Sea, to attain the rank of naval colonel, one must not only possess experience, but also meet the stringent requirement of having personally captured a pirate with a bounty exceeding 25 million berries. Thus, Colonel Bryan was brimming with confidence. "Think you can catch me?" Roland glanced back at Colonel Bryan, then swiftly dashed and leapt across the rooftops toward a secluded area. "Catch up with you?" "Huh." Colonel Bryan chuckled, employing the Marines' Six Styles technique, Soru, to pursue Roland rapidly. His proficiency in Soru was comparable to what Roland had read in his tome of abilities, though it paled in comparison to the members of CP9 from the Grand Line. Nevertheless, it allowed him to move swiftly enough for an ordinary person to perceive only an afterimage. In a blur, the two figures darted across the rooftops, and in just over a minute, they traversed from the bustling streets to a secluded cove. Nowhere to escape. Colonel Bryan unsheathed his sword, striking at Roland's back with a powerful slash. With a whoosh, as the sword cleaved through the air, a faint, intangible blade of energy trailed the edge of his weapon. Although this invisible sword energy could not be released at great distances, it rendered his strikes more formidable, capable of cutting through nearly anything except for the thickest iron plates. Roland sensed a gust of wind from behind, an inkling of foreboding blossoming in her heart. In an instant, she transformed into a gorilla, and with a powerful stomp of her feet upon the ground, she shattered the scattered sand of the beach, creating a web-like pattern of fragmented lines. After Roland leapt out with a sudden burst, he swiftly transformed back into his human form, harnessing the tremendous inertia gained from his jump to propel himself over 20 meters forward, narrowly evading the assault launched by Colonel Bryan from behind. To evade my strike. It seems your prowess has ascended to the level of a pirate with a bounty of approximately 25 million berry. Colonel Bryan stood resolutely with his sword, observing Roland, who had landed at a distance, and turned to face him. A triumphant smile graced his face as he spoke, his words laced with a hint of excitement and delight. The bounty on Roland has skyrocketed to a staggering 70 million berries, making him the most wanted pirate in the West Sea. Should he be captured, it is not merely a matter of him being promoted to the position of base commander of a branch base. At the very least, he would escape the confines of the division base to work at the branch base. I wish to confirm something with you. The tragic incident at Mando Island, within your jurisdiction, was indeed a scheme orchestrated in collusion with the Capone gang to frame me, correct? Roland gazed steadily at Colonel Bryan, who stood over 20 meters away. Given your imminent demise, I shall reveal the truth. It was indeed a joint effort with the Capone gang. Those rascals had the audacity to devise such a plan. A cruel smile crept across Colonel Bryan's face. Then it is settled. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Roland's eyes. Since I have already fulfilled your wish, why not come forth to meet your death? Colonel Bryan brandished his sword, pointing it at Roland, and suddenly unleashed a formidable shout. You wish to kill me? By all means, give it a try. Roland scoffed lightly and immediately employed the technique of shave to dash towards Colonel Bryan. If you think that by using shave you can engage me in a life-or-death battle, you are gravely mistaken. I have honed this technique for nearly a decade, and my mastery of it far surpasses that of a novice like you. Colonel Bryan smiled faintly, equally employing shave to propel himself forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures swiftly closed the distance. As the blades of Colonel Bryan and Roland clashed, Roland raised his left hand to grasp. Adorning his left hand was a white glove, the ghostly crying gloves of the infamous ghost hand Ron. Buzz! A dark shadow erupted from the white glove and surged towards Colonel Bryan. With their proximity so close, although Colonel Bryan sensed the impending danger, he was powerless to evade it. Whoosh! The shadow entered Colonel Bryan's body, causing his movements to freeze instantly. The sword in his hand merely followed through on instinct, lacking any further fluidity or change. Splat! Roland deftly evaded Colonel Bryan's sword strikes, then swept his blade horizontally. Blood splattered as Colonel Bryan's head separated from his body. In midair, as Bryan's severed head flew away, consciousness returned, and he gazed at Roland with wide, terrified eyes filled with disbelief. How could this happen? He was Colonel Bryan. Having ascended to this rank, he had captured notorious pirates with bounties as high as 33 million berries. How could he possibly be outmatched by Roland? The military honor he sought slipped away, along with his own life, leaving Colonel Bryan engulfed in profound resentment and regret. This colonel is so weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow, Roland thought disdainfully. How infuriating. This scoundrel Roland's strength must be at least equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries, Bryan mused in frustration. However, he could no longer voice his thoughts, as his consciousness rapidly faded into darkness. The demon cry gloves are truly remarkable. A slight smile graced Roland's lips. In a duel between skilled fighters, even the slightest oversight can lead to vastly different outcomes. Although Colonel Bryan was detestable, his strength was commendable. The 6 powers of the Navy shave was slightly superior to what I had previously acquired. Roland approached Colonel Bryan's lifeless form, hoping to discover other techniques from the 6 powers, though he doubted this fellow possessed the moonwalk. Finding an iron block or paper drawing would suffice. With a heart brimming with excitement, Roland searched through Bryan's corpse before making a hasty retreat, reviewing the tome of abilities in his mind. Chapter 25, Bounty of 75 million. The tome flipped to the latest page, revealing in golden letters, 8 Fist Punch. Below, an illustration depicted a simple stick figure with hands clasped in prayer at its chest. How can this be? If memory serves me right, the 8 Fist Punch is a signature technique of the 8 Treasure Navy. Roland blinked in bewilderment. Rowling recalls that in the original work, only 3 individuals have wielded the 8-burst fist. One of them is the unfortunate Green Pepper, whose head was shattered by Carp. The other 2 are the pillars of the 8 Treasures Water Army, one being the chief and the other the deputy chief. Given that Brian is a member of the Navy, how could he possibly master the quintessential martial art of the 8 Treasures Water Army? With a sense of perplexity, Roland immediately employed the 8-strike fist as recorded in the Book of Abilities. To his dismay, he discovered that the technique yielded subpar results in both defense and offense. Enhanced by his own innate strength, he could merely break a coconut tree the thickness of a thigh. Anything larger proved beyond his capacity. It was evident that Brian's mastery of the 8-strike fist was superficial, thus lacking in potency. This was hardly surprising, as the true masters of the 8-strike fist were the core members of the 8 Treasures Water Army, who had no need to enlist in the Navy. After all, serving in the Navy came with numerous stringent regulations, while being part of the 8 Treasures Water Army allowed them the freedom of piracy. In its humanoid form, the 8-strike fist was rather feeble. However, Roland had a sudden epiphany. He could utilize the technique while transformed into a gorilla. Although the 8-strike fist itself was not particularly powerful, the immense strength of his gorilla form would undoubtedly amplify its effectiveness. With this realization, he swiftly set about experimenting. Transforming into a gorilla, Roland located a stone roughly the size of a square table. Channeling the method of the 8-strike fist, he exerted approximately 30% of his strength and struck out with a powerful fist. Bang! The force of his punch collided with the solid stone, and rather than feeling any pain, he was astonished to see a fist-sized crater emerge, causing the stone to crack. I only utilized 30% of my strength, fearing that the 8-strike fist might be ineffective. I anticipated injuring my fist upon impact, yet I never imagined such a tremendous force could be achieved with merely 30%. Roland's eyes gleamed with excitement. The 8-strike fist was a technique capable of both offense and defense, akin to a low-tier version of hockey. A skilled practitioner, even when engaging in close combat with blades, would sustain no injuries to their fists. In light of this revelation, Roland deemed his findings quite satisfactory. Nodding in approval, he transformed back into his human form and swiftly departed. On the western shore of the small town, Roland and Faya reunited. "Roland, are you all right? Is the Navy still pursuing us?" Faya hurriedly inquired, her emerald eyes betraying her concern. "Haha, I'm perfectly fine, and the Navy will certainly not chase us anymore." Roland replied with a hint of pride. Faya tilted her head, curiosity glimmering in her gaze. "I eliminated the commanding Navy colonel," Roland remarked casually. "What?" Faya gasped, her mouth agape, astonishment evident in her eyes. Old Dufferin and his son were equally taken aback, shocked that Roland had dared to confront a Navy colonel. Faya, however, was more astonished by Roland's prowess. "That despicable colonel colluded with the Capone gang to frame me. He is a parasite within the Navy and deserved to be eliminated." Roland explained. On the beach, the Navy, known for their habitual tardiness, arrived late once again. They beheld the dismembered body of Colonel Brian lying on the sand. The surrounding area stained crimson with blood, leaving them speechless. Impossible. That rascal Roland could not have possibly killed Colonel Brian in such a short time. The first Navy lieutenant, vigilant and cautious, surveyed the surroundings. He commanded, "Everyone, Roland must have formidable allies. We must proceed with caution, lest we meet the same fate as Colonel Brian." Before long, other Navy lieutenants arrived with their respective squads, their expressions mirroring the shock upon witnessing Colonel Brian's corpse. This will be difficult to explain to our superiors. The 3 Navy lieutenants convened. Indeed, Colonel Brian brought us out with the intention of capturing Roland for significant military merit. But now the responsibility for apprehending Roland has been entirely delegated to the branch base. We acted without authorization. Another lieutenant nodded in agreement. Now that Colonel Brian is dead, his culpability is self-evident. We 3 are likely to face the consequences. The final lieutenant lamented. Why not say that Roland brazenly stormed the Navy branch base and killed Colonel Brian? The first lieutenant suggested, glancing at the other 2. Agreed. Let us proceed with that narrative. The following day, the Western Sea government released an official statement regarding Roland's assassination of Colonel Brian. In this news report, Roland's bounty once again escalated. However, at this level, the increase was modest, rising from 70 million bari to 75 million bari. Nevertheless, upon receiving this news, even Capone boss, the leader of the Capone gang, was stirred. Roland managed to eliminate a colonel from the Navy branch base. Capone Posey gritted his teeth, remaining silent for an extended period. The Capone Mafia possessed extensive connections, and Colonel Bryan's military operation to encircle Roland was a significant undertaking that could not escape their notice. They were aware that Colonel Bryan was not eliminated by Roland's assault on the naval base. Nonetheless, Capone Posey was astounded by the rapidity of Roland's ascendance. It was astonishingly swift, within just over a month, while those in the Capone Mafia who knew the truth remained relatively composed. Many naval bases in the West Sea were still oblivious to the actual situation. When the news broke, these naval bases were thrown into turmoil. Previously, the naval bases that had cooperated with the Capone Mafia understood that Roland's bounty was largely inflated, and his true strength was comparable to that of a pirate with a bounty of around 20 million berries. However, upon the revelation of this news, their minds were left reeling. How could this be? Just over a month ago, Roland was a mere minor figure with a bounty of over 4 million berries, and now he had the audacity to slay even a colonel from the naval base. Moreover, he had forcefully invaded the naval base. Upon seeing the newspaper issued by the Navy, Colonel Lanka of the 128th base was utterly astonished. If Roland could vanquish Colonel Bryan, could he not also invade the 128th base and eliminate him? Colonel Lanka? In such a brief span of just over a month, Lanka found it hard to fathom. Realizing this, he immediately contacted the Capone Mafia, paying a price to obtain the true circumstances, only to discover that even the reality was difficult for him to accept. In just 1 month, Roland had grown to become a formidable opponent that even he could not conquer. Was there no sense of justice left? At that moment, Colonel Lanka even regretted his previous collaboration with the Capone Mafia to frame and undermine Roland. What on earth have I provoked? If possible, Colonel Lanka even contemplated seeking out Roland to offer a personal apology. The pirates and bounty hunters amidst the vast ocean had become desensitized, perceiving Roland's audacious assault on a naval colonel as a rather commonplace event, largely due to the incessant reports of his escalating bounty. The general populace in the West Sea, however, were engulfed in a palpable fear, anxious that Roland might suddenly appear in their hometowns, bringing calamity upon them. Many fervently urged the government and Navy to expedite the capture and elimination of such a nefarious individual. This reaction was entirely understandable, as the ordinary citizens lacked both the privilege and opportunity to grasp the underlying truths of the situation. The information they received was solely what the elites deemed appropriate for them, devoid of any semblance of reality. Chapter 26. The Redbeard Pirates upon the Boundless Sea. A modest vessel adorned with a black pirate flag sailed against the wind. This flag bore no emblematic design, merely the word, Saturday. This was the ship of the Saturday Pirates, acquired by Roland in the Flower Country. The vessel consisted of 2 levels. The lower deck was designated for storing fresh water and provisions, while the upper decks served as living quarters. The living area comprised 4 rooms, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. In one of the bedrooms, Faya had a private chamber, which also functioned as the infirmary for the Saturday Pirates. Regrettably, aside from Faya herself, Roland was the only other individual to have entered this medical space. On the ship's deck, Roland gazed at the ominous clouds gathering in the distance and turned to the elderly Duffurin beside him, remarking, "It seems we are on the brink of a storm." Duffurin, holding a nautical chart, responded with grave seriousness. "This downpour is likely to commence within the hour. If we alter our course now, we might still evade the tempest's wrath." Those who earn their livelihood at sea are acutely aware of the dangers posed by storms. Aside from those with the formidable power to influence the weather, no one is truly unafraid of the ocean's fury. Should Roland's small vessel encounter a particularly fierce storm, a single wave could capsize it, and unless an island were nearby, survival amidst such a tempest would be utterly improbable. "Then let us change our course at once." Roland nodded, his strength palpable as he promptly gathered the sails, while old Duffurin deftly steered the small vessel. Though the tempest loomed, life must go on. Faya busied herself in the kitchen, preparing the evening's repast, which featured freshly caught sea fish alongside meat and vegetables procured from the island. For dessert, they would indulge in some vitamin-rich oranges. After more than 3 hours, the storm upon the sea began to abate, and sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, casting a warm glow upon the water, invigorating the air. All aboard the pirate ship emerged from the cabin to the deck to fish. Suddenly, old Duffurin pointed towards a dark silhouette on the distant sea and exclaimed to Roland, "I shall fetch the telescope to ascertain if it is a pirate ship. If so, we shall engage." Roland hurried back to the cabin to retrieve the telescope. Peering through it, he discerned that the indistinct shadow was indeed a vessel. "Let us approach cautiously. The course we have chosen leads us from other lands to the Kingdom of Flowers, a route frequented by pirates." "It is quite possible that this is a pirate ship," Roland declared. "Very well. I shall adjust the helm at once. Son, keep an eye on my fishing rod. Old Duffer, and instructed before positioning himself at the ship's wheel to alter their course. Rolling rose to adjust the angle of his sails, steering the vessel toward the distant shadow in accordance with the sea breeze. After a while, he peered through the telescope and discerned a black flag fluttering atop the mast, confirming that the ship in the distance was indeed a pirate vessel. As he drew closer, Rolling focused intently on the pirate flag through the telescope. It was a black flag emblazoned with a white skull, complemented by two red mustaches shaped like an M, representing the Redbeard pirate crew. The captain of this crew, Redbeard, had a staggering bounty of 29 million berries. A seasoned pirate with over a decade of experience on the high seas, Redbeard had seen his bounty rise 8 times, 6 of which were linked to the plundering of innocent civilians and human trafficking. Rolling pondered a strategy to approach without inciting an attack. Otherwise, he would be unable to eliminate this scoundrel. Squinting at the pirate ship in the distance, he realized the prey had come within his grasp. There was no way he could abstain from killing, especially given the adversary's notorious reputation. On the left, there was a small vessel flying a black flag, another pirate ship. The name Saturday emblazoned on the pirate flag was rather peculiar. However, such an unusual name evoked no memories, suggesting it was a newly established crew. Atop the main mast of Redbeard's ship, a lookout perch housed 2 pirates scanning the horizon with telescopes. Upon noticing Rolling's ship, they promptly reported back. We have encountered fellow pirates. The news quickly spread among the crew and reached Captain Redbeard himself. Damn it. Who knows which pirate crew this is? Redbeard grumbled as he emerged onto the deck, a telescope being handed to him by a subordinate. Awoken from a deep slumber, he was irritable at being disturbed. The name Saturday had not surfaced in any of his prior intelligence reports, indicating it was an inconspicuous and newly formed crew. Damn it. If I am napping and encounter such a nameless crew again, do not disturb me. If they seek death, we shall simply obliterate them, Redbeard fumed. Yes, Captain. Hey, Captain. Look, that ship has raised a white flag, seemingly unwilling to engage in battle. Yet it is drawing closer. It may wish to join our pirate crew. One pirate reported as he observed Rolling on deck waving a white flag. Damn it. Does our crew require the alliance of such an unknown band of pirates? Destroy them. Redbeard scoffed. However, there's a beauty aboard that ship, another pirate interjected. Hand me the telescope, Redbeard demanded. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. Very well. Since they are approaching to offer their allegiance, I shall grant them an opportunity. Redbeard raised his telescope to gaze at FIA, who stood at the edge of the ship, awaiting the arrival of the vessel. The pirates, upon hearing Redbeard's command, promptly lowered the sails of their ship. Deprived of propulsion, the pirate ship drifted slowly upon the surface of the sea. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Rolling's small boat drew ever closer to Redbeard's grand vessel. Now, it was simply a matter of finding a way to confront Redbeard in a one-on-one duel, or perhaps it would be wiser to reconsider. Whoosh! Once the distance between them diminished to less than 20 meters, Rolling lowered the brim of his hat with his right hand and leaped from the deck of his small boat. Rolling, with a firm grip on the brim of his hat, gracefully descended onto the deck of the Redbeard pirate crew's grand vessel. The majority of the pirates aboard were left utterly astonished. To cover a distance of nearly 20 meters in a single stride is not a feat one would expect from a captain of a newly established pirate crew. Even among the Redbeard pirate crew, only a select few of the most formidable officers possess such extraordinary prowess. Rolling fell onto the deck of the pirate ship, lifted his head, and removed his hat, revealing his true visage. Suddenly, the air grew still. All the pirates on the deck froze in unison. They recognized Rolling. Recently, Roland has become the darling of the West Sea news, and nearly everyone in the West Sea is familiar with him. Roland, Redbeard glared cautiously at Roland before him, his bounty amounting to a mere 29 million berries, less than half of Roland's. It's you. What do you want? Chapter 27. One punch since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. I have come to kill you, Roland declared with a hint of juvenile bravado, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Redbeard's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixating on Roland as his right hand hovered near the enormous sword at his waist. You intend to kill me? Indeed, I do, Roland replied, his eyes locked on Redbeard, utterly disregarding the multitude of pirates behind him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? This is my ship. At my command, my crew could effortlessly turn you into a sieve. Redbeard eyed Roland warily, uncertain if he was jesting or if his intentions were genuine. If you wish to complicate matters, that is acceptable. However, be forewarned. I shall annihilate you and your entire crew. Roland stated calmly. What do you actually want, you bastard? Redbeard gritted his teeth, suppressing his rising fury. From the naval and governmental publications, Roland was portrayed as a madman, the kind one should avoid provoking at all costs. Had it not been for this consideration, Redbeard would have already commanded his men to act. I can offer you an alternative. Let us engage in a duel. Should I fail to defeat you in one blow, I shall spare your pirate crew, Roland said evenly. Are you serious? Redbeard regarded Roland with a grave expression. In recent days, he had gathered intelligence about Roland and was aware that his bounty was somewhat inflated. Yet his true strength could rival that of a pirate with a bounty of 40 to 50 million berries. However, even a man of such caliber could not possibly be taken down by a single strike. Do you think he is with you? Roland's gaze was intense. I have never encountered someone so audacious. Redbeard glanced at the other pirates behind him and laughed heartily. So you think you can kill me with a mere blow? Listen, everyone, if Roland manages to defeat me in one strike, you need not seek vengeance for my demise. To think that Roland would dare to claim he could vanquish the captain with a single blow, it was utterly implausible. Even if Roland could defeat a naval lieutenant commander, it was impossible for him to eliminate a captain in one strike. Do you doubt me? Roland's face bore a faint smile. Then I shall demonstrate it to you. Cool me. Redbeard, filled with vigilance, focused intently on Roland, gripping his massive iron sword tightly. Prepare yourself. As Roland uttered those words, he activated his shave technique and charged toward Redbeard. With a whoosh, upon reaching Redbeard, Roland transformed into a formidable force, unleashing a powerful punch. Can this punch truly kill me? Redbeard let out a snort. Based on his years of combat experience, he was certain that although Roland's punch was powerful, it could never defeat him in a single blow. That scoundrel Roland was far too reckless. I am wielding a sword, with both hands gripping his sword. Redbeard unleashed a mighty strike in a flash of lightning and sparks. Roland raised his left hand, and suddenly, a shadow darted out from the glove he wore. What was that? The man with the red beard noticed the shadow emerging from Roland's glove, and his pupils dilated in shock. He intended to evade, but the speed of that shadow was astonishing. He could only watch helplessly as it plunged into his body. Instantly, a cacophony of indescribable sounds surged into his mind, a disarray powerful enough to disturb his very soul. Boom! Roland had confronted Redbeard directly, his colossal fists, akin to sandbags in size, crashing against Redbeard's face. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound as his fist, hardened like iron, executed the 8-punch technique. Redbeard's head, unable to withstand the blow, was instantly distorted. As long as you defy, your head will be twisted. With a single strike, the notorious pirate Redbeard met his demise, devoid of suffering, departing in serene tranquility. The other pirates, witnessing their captain's utter defeat, were rendered speechless. One strike, indeed just one strike, and their captain had succumbed. Was this truly the prowess of the highest bounty pirate of the West Sea? Fear engulfed them. It was not merely a matter of speed or strength. They had all witnessed their captain's momentary stupor, an unknown force that could render an opponent momentarily dazed. Such a phenomenon was profoundly terrifying. Was it the power of a devil fruit? In that instant, Redbeard's crew felt an instinctive dread towards Roland, their fighting spirit evaporating as if struck by an overwhelming conqueror's hockey. Earlier, their captain had declared that should he fall to a single blow, they need not seek vengeance. Roland's gaze swept across the other pirates aboard Redbeard's ship. Now that he is deceased, should you wish to defy your captain's orders and avenge him, do so swiftly. I would be more than willing to deal with you all at once. Silence enveloped the pirate ship, interrupted only by the sound of nervous swallowing. Not only had their captain explicitly commanded them against seeking revenge, but even if he had permitted it, they would not dare. Should no one step forward, I shall assume you choose not to avenge your captain, Roland remarked with a slight smirk. Excellent, you are all wise individuals, avoiding a path to destruction. The other pirates listened intently, not daring to utter a sound. Though they had committed numerous misdeeds, they were still living beings. I offer you a chance for survival. Now, leap from this pirate ship. Once you do, I shall no longer concern myself with your fate. If fortune smiles upon you, you may swim to the land of flowers and survive, encounter other vessels, or land on different islands for salvation, Roland stated calmly. Of course, you may choose otherwise. Should you unite and succeed in vanquishing me, you may yet live. Make your choice. Gulp. One pirate swallowed hard. Plop. A quick-thinking pirate was the first to leap into the sea, weapon in hand. Plop, plop, plop. Like dumplings being dropped, numerous pirates consecutively jumped from the ship into the ocean. Roland observed the pirates leaping into the sea, his heart unperturbed. These ordinary seafarers, even if slain, could not bestow upon him formidable combat skills, and he had no desire to take the lives of so many, for he was no monster. However, Roland would not easily let these ruffians escape. Once all the pirates had plunged into the water, he picked up a firearm and fired several shots at them. The scent of blood would soon attract the predators lurking in the depths, and the fate of these pirates would ultimately hinge upon their own fortune. Roland approached the lifeless body of the Redbeard and gently touched it, his consciousness delving into the depths of his mind, where the book of abilities turned to its latest page. Inscribed in golden letters were the words, 5,000 pounds of strength. Ah, this acquisition is rather commendable. Roland nodded imperceptibly. In recent days, the adversaries he encountered had grown notably formidable, rendering the 1,000 pounds of strength he previously obtained rather inadequate. Now, with the acquisition of 5,000 pounds of strength, not only could it be utilized in his human form, but it also marked a significant enhancement in his gorilla form. Thus, Roland's power had ascended yet again. Subsequently, Roland made his way to the side of the pirate ship to commence the task of clearing the battlefield and tallying the spoils. Very well, he declared. Old Dufresne and his son promptly concurred. Roland collaborated with them to construct a soft ladder between the two vessels. Let us toss this fellow into the sea to feed the fish. After all, we won't have the chance to claim the bounty on his head, Roland remarked, gesturing towards the corpse of the red-bearded man as he spoke to the Dufresne father and son. Come, let's explore the cabin, Roland suggested, glancing at FIA beside him. Indeed, FIA nodded and inquired, having acquired another ship, are we to sell it again? Rest assured, should we decide to sell this vessel, there will be no hindrances this time, Roland replied with a confident smile. As the most sought-after pirate in the West Sea, Roland commands a degree of respect from the underground factions, even when unaccompanied. By the way, even if you did not witness it, you must have heard that I dispatched a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 30 million berries with a single strike. Now, surely you can disclose the identity of the pirate who harmed your parents. Roland directed his gaze towards FIA. He is no longer in the West Sea. I will reveal his identity when we reach the Grand Line. FIA blinked her emerald-like eyes, her beautiful visage momentarily clouded with concern as she spoke to Roland. Chapter 28. Acquiring a crew mom? I'm so hungry. Upon entering the cabin, Roland was suddenly greeted by the voice of a little girl, prompting him to glance at FIA beside him. At that precise moment, FIA turned as well, and their eyes locked. Did you hear that too? Roland and FIA exclaimed in unison, their synchronicity peaking in that instant. It must indeed be real. We cannot both be experiencing an auditory hallucination. Roland furrowed his brow and said to FIA, the Redbeard pirate crew has a notorious reputation for plundering civilians and trafficking people. It is highly likely that children and women are being smuggled beneath the deck. We must investigate. The sooner we can help them see the light of day again, the less suffering they will endure. FIA said resolutely, her brow knitted in determination. Roland nodded and promptly accompanied FIA down to the second level of the cabin. Upon pushing aside the wooden planks leading to the cabin, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent odor that compelled him to cover his nose. This scent, oddly familiar, evoked memories of his time in the Naval Division's prison shortly after his arrival. As the planks were lifted, revealing a staircase descending below, a glimmer of light penetrated the darkness of the second level, where Roland discerned several exclamations and urgent gasps emanating from within. Roland and FIA descended with 2 flickering candles in hand. Illuminated by the gentle glow, Roland beheld the second tier of the ship's hold, where numerous cramped compartments were delineated by harsh barriers. The living conditions within these confines were deplorable, lacking even the most rudimentary beds and lavatories. Upon noticing the pair's descent, the women and children, soon to be sold into captivity, instinctively recoiled into the shadows. Mothers hurriedly covered their children's mouths, silencing their whimpers. Listen closely, proclaimed Roland. I am a notorious pirate, Roland, with a bounty of 75 million berries on my head, the highest among the pirates of the West Sea. The villain Redbeard, who abducted you, has been vanquished by my hand. Though I am indeed a pirate, I take no pleasure in harming the weak and vulnerable, such as you. Therefore, you are free once more. Once Roland's words fell silent, the second level of the cabin was enveloped in a profound stillness. Mom, is what that uncle just said true? A child's innocent voice suddenly pierced the quietude of the cabin. However, the child's mother did not respond. Instead, she swiftly covered the child's mouth, muffling a series of whimpers. Indeed, little one, but please refrain from calling me uncle. Refer to me as elder brother, Roland spoke gently. This remark instantly bridged the gap between him and the women and children who had been abducted. Do not be anxious. You shall be freed shortly. Allow your eyes to adjust to the light. and we shall all depart together. Roland cast a glance around the cabin, where nearly 20 women and children were imprisoned. You understand that one must let their eyes adjust to the light before exiting? Faya, upon hearing the latter part of Roland's statement, regarded him with surprise. I am quite learned, Roland replied with a grin. He approached a small enclosure surrounded by wooden bars, drew the long sword from his waist, and with a gentle sweep, severed several wooden beams, thick as his arms, with ease. This spectacle left one of the women imprisoned within the wooden cage wide-eyed in astonishment. The women and children, lacking any combat capability, were merely confined within these wooden enclosures by the pirates, without the burden of shackles or chains. One by one, Roland effortlessly cleaved through the wooden cages. All right, let us all exit together. Roland gestured towards the wooden ladder leading out of the cabin. The most exuberant and lively children, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, eagerly ascended the ladder and raced to the first level of the ship. Mom, Mom, those wretched pirates have vanished. The joyful cheers of the children resonated back down. The last remnants of dread lifted from the hearts of the abducted women, each one releasing a sigh of relief. On the deck of the pirate ship, Roland organized the women and children who had previously been imprisoned by the pirates to witness the wretched pirates struggling for survival in the vast sea. Those accursed pirates finally received the punishment they so richly deserved. The heavens have at last opened their eyes. O Mother of the Sea, may your divine presence cause these detestable pirates to find their graves in this boundless ocean. Many of the abducted women wept silently as they watched the pirates being cast into the sea to fend for themselves. Are you all from the same place? Roland inquired. Yes, we hail from Apple Village on Wind Moon Island. The name of this village is rather peculiar, Roland mused inwardly. A day later, at Apple Village on Wind Moon Island, a massive pirate ship anchored once again off the eastern shore of the village. At that same eastern coastline, a medium-sized naval vessel was also moored. The Navy has arrived. Will it truly not have any impact, Mr. Roland? Many women turned their anxious gazes toward Roland. Not a problem. A single naval ship is hardly sufficient to capture me. Roland replied with a faint smile as he descended the pirate ship alongside the kidnapped women and children. Within the village, a naval colonel, accompanied by several squads of sailors, was present. The remaining men of the village and those fortunate enough to have escaped the pirates' clutches were beseeching the Navy, hoping they could rescue their abducted family members. Colonel Edward, the Redbeard pirates have returned. A naval soldier rushed over to report. What? Colonel Edward appeared momentarily stunned. Had the Redbeard pirates lost their wits, daring to launch another attack? Did they not regard the Navy with any respect? The Navy was inevitably bound to visit any village that had suffered from pirate raids. Although they often arrived late, they would certainly come. This signified that justice, though it may be delayed, is never absent. Thus, most pirates typically fled swiftly after plundering, to avoid an encounter with the arriving Navy. Upon hearing that the Redbeard pirates had returned, the villagers felt a tumultuous mix of anxiety and elation. Let us go. Since that scoundrel Redbeard has delivered himself to us, we shall claim his head, Colonel Edward declared, gesturing grandly as he led several squads of naval soldiers toward the eastern shore of the village. Soon, Roland, making his way into the village, crossed paths with the Navy and the villagers hastening toward the eastern coast. Upon recognizing Roland, Colonel Edward's expression changed dramatically. The other naval soldiers also recognized Roland, and even some villagers who were fond of reading the newspapers acknowledged him. Roland had become quite renowned in the West Sea. Roland, how could it possibly be you? Colonel Edward first commanded the naval soldiers around him to prepare for battle, then turned his serious gaze towards the leading Roland. I have eliminated the Redbeard pirates and returned the abducted women and children, Roland stated calmly, meeting Colonel Edward's eyes. Do not jest. You must have some insidious scheme hidden away, Colonel Edward exclaimed, drawing his sword and pointing it at Roland, his voice filled with authority. If you choose not to believe, so be it, Roland replied, his demeanor remaining composed, indifferent to whether the Navy chose to trust him. Let me make it clear. I have no desire to engage in combat with you. However, should you insist on a confrontation, be prepared for total annihilation. Roland continued coolly. To apprehend me, you would need a naval general from the branch base. You are simply not qualified. Chapter 29. Expansion of the pirate crew. As soon as Roland's words were uttered, the expressions of the Navy personnel darkened. This scoundrel had the audacity to breach the base and eliminate Colonel Bryan, revealing an unfathomable strength. Colonel Edward gritted his teeth, hesitating for a brief moment. You are a pirate, and I am a Navy officer. I cannot place my trust in your words. Since fate has brought us together here, a battle between us is inevitable. Colonel Edward clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Even if this encounter with Roland resulted in their complete annihilation, they would not succumb to fear of his might and abandon the fight. Roland embodies darkness, while Colonel Edward represents justice. How can justice ever yield to darkness? Perhaps I may not be your equal, yet the righteousness I bear forbids me from surrendering these defenseless civilians to a nefarious pirate such as yourself. Your audacity in uttering such words astonishes me. I hold great admiration for a naval officer of your caliber. Roland nodded slightly, his expression revealing a flicker of emotion. After traversing the world of pirates for so long, it was his first encounter with a naval officer who truly seemed to embody a sense of justice. I shall devote myself to safeguarding these innocent lives. Colonel Edward turned solemnly, issuing commands to his naval soldiers. Yes, declared his devoted troops, their voices rising in unison, embodying a formidable resolve. Very well, commendable indeed. Roland acknowledged. Since you possess such conviction, I shall entrust these kidnapped women and children to your care. Every gathering must eventually disperse. Our fates part here. You may return home. Roland glanced at the women and children beside him. Saturday pirate crew, let's depart. With a sweeping gesture, he turned away, and FIA, along with the elder Dufresne, swiftly followed suit. Colonel Edward stood bewildered as he watched Roland retreat with his companions. How could this be? Could it be that Roland had no ulterior motive in returning these abducted women and children? The other naval soldiers were equally perplexed. This was not the Roland they had envisioned. Colonel Edward, shall we pursue? Inquired a naval lieutenant. Pursue? We cannot. Colonel Edward remarked that Roland is now under the full authority of the base, and we merely need to report Roland's intelligence upwards. At this point, Roland has graciously withdrawn, and pursuing him would undoubtedly be a slap in his face, potentially resulting in irreparable losses for him and his team. Roland is exceedingly formidable. He and his crew are simply unmanageable. Our pirate crew is far too small. Even sailing proves to be quite a hassle. By the seaside, Roland gazed at the colossal pirate ship, feeling a sense of perplexity. I barely have time to cook for you, let alone care for my skin, Fia pouted, expressing her reluctance. Old Dufresne and his son nodded in agreement, as they never imagined that the life of a pirate would be more laborious than their days spent fishing. I believe this village is quite promising. Many inhabitants have fallen victim to the pirates, harboring deep-seated resentment towards them. It would be ideal to rally those who yearn to avenge their kin, Roland declared. Do you think that that's feasible? We are pirates now. How could they possibly trust us? Fia shrugged, adopting a demeanor of skepticism. We must at least attempt it. There's nothing to lose, Roland replied with a grin. He believed that in the eyes of the women and children, his image was not that of a villain. There might still be a chance. After all, if he could win over the women and children, how difficult could it be to sway the men? I think you're simply being lazy, Fia remarked, casting a sideways glance at Roland, yet she conceded, if given the choice, it would be best to recruit others as soon as possible. All right, then let us set sail with the pirate ship and return once those naval forces have departed. Roland nodded in agreement. The four of them united their efforts, eagerly awaiting favorable winds to hoist the pirate ship's sails. By the afternoon, Colonel Edward's warship departed from Apple Village. Roland and his companions landed on the island from another location, returning to Apple Village. Due to Roland's prior heroism in rescuing the women and children kidnapped by pirates, the villagers held him in relatively high regard. Furthermore, given Roland's formidable strength, they found themselves unable to resist his will and thus gathered all the villagers at a summons. As you can see, my pirate crew consists of merely 4 members, including myself. Here lies your opportunity. I am now seeking to recruit crew members. Is there anyone among you who wishes to become a pirate? Roland gazed at the villagers with eager anticipation. However, it was as if their mouths had been sewn shut, each one remaining silent. Our pirate crew does not engage in the slaughter of innocent civilians or the plundering of merchant vessels. We differ greatly from the pirates you envision. Roland explained. Yet, the villagers continued to maintain their silence, wearing insincere smiles that seemed to mock his words. It was as if they were saying, "Who are you trying to fool? Everyone knows you have ruthlessly slaughtered the residents of several towns in the past couple of months." Roland found it difficult to bear the villagers' muted response and their feigned compliance. He could certainly venture to places where pirates congregate, such as the Flower Kingdom, to publicly recruit crew members, but he was reluctant to attract unsavory characters. He yearned to enlist ordinary individuals like old Dufresne and his son, who harbored no ill intentions. Yet, such people would be disinclined to join him due to his notorious reputation. This is all the fault of the Capone gang, he lamented. The crew members I wish to recruit would only be tasked with menial chores, and, as long as I'm not slain, their lives would not be in jeopardy. Roland continued. Observing this high-bounty pirate of the West Sea humbly attempting to recruit crew members, the villagers began to feel a twinge of empathy. Roland is indeed quite different from what the newspapers portray. It is hardly conceivable that Roland has lost his senses and comes to indulge in childish games with this unremarkable group of commoners. This is certainly not the conduct of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 75 million Bailey. I shall join as well. Suddenly, a man stepped forward. That damned scoundrel. Redbeard, slaughter my wife and child. If you eliminate Redbeard, you'll be my savior. For someone of your stature as a pirate, I have little to offer in return. But allow me to serve as your deckhand. If I discover that your actions deviate from your words today, I shall take my own life. For my existence holds little meaning. Very well, Roland said, his eyes lighting up as he turned to his companions, FIA and the others. Let us welcome the 5th member of our Saturday pirate crew. I am Luz, and I look forward to your guidance. This man positioned himself beside Roland, obediently standing next to the elder Du Furin and his son. Is there anyone else? I shall join as well. My situation mirrors that of Luz. Upon returning from fishing, I found my home burned by pirates. I am Bewley. Can I grow stronger by following you? I yearn to become powerful, to protect all that I cherish. Chapter 30. The Assault of the Navy Major. After a half-day of tireless effort, Roland expended countless words to explain various matters and finally recruited 5 new crew members. Applause should resonate here. Among the crew, there are 4 robust adult men, and an unexpected surprise in the form of a 9-year-old girl. To be candid, the presence of a young girl on board was somewhat of a burden. However, her tragic backstory, having lost her parents to pirates, evoked deep sympathy from Faya. With Faya's voice of compassion and Roland's shared empathy for the girl, they agreed to take her in. After welcoming the new crew members, the Saturday pirates took a night to regroup before departing from Apple Village. Roland, dissatisfied with the ship of the Redbeard pirates, found his previous vessel too cramped to accommodate 9 crew members. Consequently, the Saturday pirates made do with the Redbeard pirates' ship, towing their original smaller boat towards the Flower Kingdom. Murmansk, a renowned port in the Flower Kingdom, is home to a shipbuilding base famed in the Western Seas. This shipyard is backed by the traditional military force of the Flower Kingdom, the 8 Treasure Water Army, where pirate ships can be refurbished and customized. The journey from Apple Village to Murmansk took the Saturday pirates 4 days, during which the new crew members observed that Roland was indeed not as the rumors had depicted him, and their hearts found solace. Upon entering the port of Murmansk, Roland, indifferent to the pirate flag, brazenly piloted the Redbeard pirates' vessel into the harbor. As Roland and his crew disembarked, staff in the shipyard hurried to greet them. Upon recognizing Roland, the employees were taken aback and instantly adopted a demeanor of deference. In the presence of the most formidable pirate in the Western Seas, they understood the necessity of showing proper respect. Simultaneously, news of Roland's arrival in Murmansk spread rapidly through the underworld. Soon after, Roland met with the shipyard's manager, a youthful gentleman with a sharp haircut and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. I wish to sell 2 ships and purchase another, Roland stated. Our staff has assessed the 2 vessels you wish to sell and can offer you a price of 79 million berries. What type of ship do you wish to acquire? Inquired the bespectacled manager with a smile. The nearest naval base to the Flower Kingdom would require approximately 12 days to reach here. I would like to order a custom ship that can be completed within that time frame, Roland replied. He was not yet prepared to confront the naval officers at the base, as any assault would undoubtedly involve admirals of significant rank. Understood. The shipyard manager nodded. Their shipbuilding facility was robust, capable of crafting a medium-sized sailing vessel within 3 to 4 days, should they work diligently. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had elapsed. On the first day of this period, Roland and the other crew members deliberated on the design of a new pirate ship. They ultimately resolved to adopt the same framework as the original small vessel, with a second deck designated for the storage of provisions and fresh water, while the first deck would be partitioned into private rooms for everyday living quarters. A lookout tower, which would also serve as a training room, was to be constructed atop the mainmast. For the subsequent 8 days, the shipyard operated at full capacity, working overtime to expedite the creation of the pirate ship. On the afternoon of the 9th day, at 2 o'clock, in the waters near Murmansk, a formidable battleship and 3 medium-sized warships sailed in formation. Bang, bang, bang. General Howard, we are approaching Murmansk. A series of knocks and calls roused Howard from his slumber. He blinked awake, yawned, and rubbed his bleary eyes before retrieving his black-framed glasses from the bedside. I understand, he replied. The individual knocking outside promptly departed, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Roland Howard stifled another yawn, his gaze sharp and penetrating. After 8 days of such restful slumber, I must encounter that scoundrel Roland. Otherwise, all this sleep would be in vain. Howard, the renowned somnolent general of the West Sea, possessed unfathomable strength. In Murmansk, a bustling thoroughfare unfolded. Roland clasped the hand of an adorable little girl, who was voraciously devouring a bag of rice crackers with her left hand, while his right hand bore a multitude of exquisitely packaged bags, his expression one of utter desolation. The charming girl to his left was a delightful little bonus he had received during the recruitment of his crew. Her name was Amy, and she was a mere 9 years old. With her short, pink hair and eyes resembling gleaming yellow gemstones, her delicate, fair complexion was truly enchanting. Notably, her slightly cherubic face was irresistibly delightful to pinch. Before Roland and Amy, a young girl joyfully skipped along, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the shops lining the street. Whenever she spotted something intriguing, she would instinctively draw closer. Roland couldn't help but ponder the thought of agreeing to accompany FIA on this shopping excursion. The street where FIA had arrived felt like a fish returning to water, brimming with vitality. They had been wandering for most of the day, yet showed no signs of fatigue. Little Amy was remarkably resilient as well. Once she had something to munch on, she resembled a perpetual motion machine, displaying an extraordinary level of energy and enthusiasm. The phone bug attached to Roland suddenly emitted a sound, causing him to furrow his brow. In Murmansk, Roland had equipped each official crew member with a phone bug, using the leftover funds from the ship purchase to ensure timely communication. Typically, communication was rare, thus, a call indicated that something unusual had occurred. Roland, trouble is brewing, the Navy has arrived. The caller, Old Du Foreign, reported urgently. Having been aboard with Roland the longest, he had gained a wealth of knowledge typically reserved for pirates, understanding that naval vessels were categorized by size. For warships, 1 large and 3 medium had undoubtedly been dispatched by the base S Rear Admiral. Roland's demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he responded cautiously. Prepare a vessel at the shipyard. I will return immediately. Without hesitation, he scooped up Amy, who was holding his hand, and hastened after Faya. The Navy is here. Faya's expression changed instantly. She dropped the item she had been interested in and swiftly accompanied Roland back to the shipyard. Upon their return, Roland could clearly see 4 warships advancing across the sea. At least 1 rear admiral was among them, while the ranks of the other officers remained unknown. Roland's expression grew grave. Alone, he believed he could escape even if surrounded by the Navy. But now he had several crew members of significantly lesser combat ability to consider. Fortunately, a vessel had been prepared at the shipyard, albeit not one originally commissioned by Roland. It was a makeshift requisition, still carrying a number of civilians on board. Set sail. Roland commanded decisively, personally taking part in the process by hoisting the anchor. The other crew members swiftly unfurled the sails, adjusting them for optimal wind direction, and the ship began its voyage. Rear Admiral Howard, the vessel attempting to flee is the ship occupied by the pirate Roland, reported a Navy major who had been observing the shipyard port through a telescope. Are you certain? Rear Admiral Howard inquired gravely. They had invested considerable time and resources in this operation. Failing to capture Roland would be a significant setback. Absolutely certain. Roland was just on that ship, personally lifting the anchor, the Navy major confirmed. Good. Howard clenched his fist. Although the distance between the pirate ship and the warships exceeded the range of their cannons, with relentless pursuit, there was a high probability they would catch up to Roland's vessel. The Navy's large warships were semi-automated, capable of utilizing both wind power and manual propulsion to accelerate their speed. The sea breeze is currently rather feeble, inhibiting the speed of the pirate ship significantly. Chapter 31. The Golden Cicada's Shedding of its Shell. The naval vessel sails faster than the pirate ship. It is only a matter of time before we catch up. On the large warship commanded by Major General Howard, 3 naval colonels stood on the deck with subtle smiles upon their lips. Initially, they were leaders of the nearby medium-sized warships. However, due to the semi-automated nature of the large warship and the weak winds, its sailing speed surpassed that of the medium vessels, prompting them to transfer aboard the larger ship, fully prepared to apprehend Roland. That scoundrel has committed numerous murders and heinous acts. This time, he must be subdued. Indeed, it is imperative to prevent that rogue from continuing his rampage. His bounty has exceeded 70 million berries, posing a significant threat to the long-term peace of the West Sea. As far as I know, the civilians in my jurisdiction are deeply fearful of Roland. It is not only my domain, the tip-off hotline of my base is nearly overwhelmed, with daily suggestions to apprehend Roland at the earliest opportunity. Another naval colonel shrugged helplessly. Now, this is troublesome. That scoundrel possesses abilities and there is no escape on the open sea. The distance between the warship and the pirate ship gradually closed. As they approached the cannon range of the warship, the Navy suddenly noticed that a white flag had been raised on the pirate ship commanded by Roland. The three naval colonels, poised for action on the deck, were momentarily taken aback. Surrender? That cannot be. Even if Roland is aware of the numerous Navy experts dispatched to capture him, it would be unlikely for him to surrender without a fight. Something significant must have occurred. Quickly, inform Major General Howard. One naval colonel reacted swiftly, urgently addressing a nearby soldier. Soon, Major General Howard hurriedly emerged from the cabin, and the group peered through binoculars at the distant pirate ship. Through the lenses, they could see a multitude of individuals standing on the deck of the pirate ship, collectively hoisting a banner that read, "Please do not fire. This is not a pirate ship." Major General Howard furrowed his brow, glancing at the naval major who had been vigilant with the binoculars. "Darby, are you certain that Roland is aboard that pirate ship?" Major General Howard inquired once more, having already posed the question earlier. "He is absolutely on that ship. I would stake my life on it," Major Darby asserted with unwavering conviction. "Very well, pursue them. I am eager to see what tricks that scoundrel Roland is up to." Major Howard nodded. After raising the white flag, the pirate ship promptly lowered its sails, remaining in place as the naval warship approached. A few minutes later, the large warship carrying Major Howard arrived alongside the pirate vessel. Compared to Howard's imposing warship, the pirate ship appeared quite diminutive, merely 1/13 of its size. "Roland, I am aware of your presence aboard the pirate ship. Surrender at once," Major Howard declared from the deck of his warship. Casting a disdainful glance at the entire pirate vessel, silence enveloped the pirate ship. No voice dared to respond. Frowning, Major Howard turned to the individuals who had just raised the white flag and inquired, "You are Roland's crew, are you not?" "Where is he now?" "Naval Major, we are not Roland's crew. We are merely ordinary civilians. Roland was aboard our ship moments ago, and we could only heed his orders to set sail." A straightforward man replied earnestly. With a dismissive snort, Major Howard replied, "My men saw him on this very ship. In this vast ocean, where could he possibly escape to? We do not know. He stood on the deck for a while and then entered the cabin, instructing us to raise the white flag when we were approximately 5 nautical miles from your warship. Out of fear, we raised it prematurely," the honest man continued. Major Howard's brow furrowed further. "Are you implying that he has not emerged from the cabin since?" Indeed, the honest man nodded vigorously, and the others on board echoed his affirmation. "Hiding in the cabin, is it? I shall see what that rascal Roland is scheming," Major Howard declared, turning to the 3 naval colonels accompanying him. "Let us proceed. Cunning plots are insignificant in the face of overwhelming strength. Roland shall not escape this time." The 3 naval colonels nodded in agreement, convinced that Roland's fate was sealed. With a swift motion, Major Howard and the 3 colonels leaped from the deck of the warship onto the deck of the pirate ship, each armed and alert as they ventured into the cabin. Once inside, they searched hastily, yet after a thorough inspection, not a single figure was found. "Impossible." Major Howard's brow tightened, his eyes darting around. "When we confirmed Roland's presence on the ship, it was already sailing on the open sea. He cannot have vanished into thin air. Perhaps that scoundrel Roland is hiding in some corner of the ship, and we simply did not search thoroughly enough," one of the naval colonels suggested. Major Howard nodded slightly, immediately commanding, "Return and bring 2 squads of soldiers to conduct a meticulous search. Lift even the planks. I refuse to believe that Roland has truly disappeared without a trace." Soon, soldiers from the warship approached and conducted a meticulous search of the pirate ship. They stumbled upon a note left by Roland near a small window in one of the rooms. "Do not doubt your earlier judgment or the results of the current search. I was indeed aboard this vessel. As for my absence now, I have already departed. Should you ever manage to capture me, I shall reveal how I escaped." "Damn it." Major Howard gritted his teeth, forcefully crumpling the note in his hand. "That scoundrel managed to slip away. What on earth is happening? He is a user of abilities. There is no reason he could have left by swimming." Major Howard furrowed his brow, deep in thought as he returned to his quarters on the warship. Yet, if he did not leave by swimming, there should be no other means of escape that went unnoticed. It must have been by swimming. Howard clenched his jaw. But that rascal is also an ability user. What is going on? The confusion ached in Howard's mind, and he still could not find an answer. After all, he was unaware of the true source of Roland's gorilla devil fruit power, which did not stem from consuming a devil fruit, but rather from the book of abilities in his mind. Thus, Roland had no fear of the sea. He had simply climbed out through a window from the cabin and swam back. Truly, the cunning tactics of the most wanted pirate in the West Sea, topping both the bounty and danger lists, were remarkable. Major Howard sighed. lamenting the hardships of life. This operation was a wasted effort. However, Colonel Edwards' intelligence was not incorrect. His swift action to pursue was justified. The error lay in Roland's excessive vigilance and formidable strength. Chapter 32, Breaking One by One. On a certain night, 2 weeks later, a brand new light sailing ship arrived at the island of Polka, the headquarters of the Capone gang. It had been over a month since Roland last expressed his stance on Polka Island. Even if the Capone gang remained cautious, they should have relaxed by now, Roland mused. There is a saying, a thief can operate for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot remain vigilant for 1,000 days. As dawn broke over the sea, the pirate ship continued its journey, finding a secluded bay to anchor. You all wait here. Should I encounter any trouble, I will contact you immediately. Roland instructed FIA and the others from the deck. This time, they not only equipped a new pirate ship, but also outfitted themselves with transponder snails for convenience. All right, FIA nodded. If anything goes wrong on your end, we will retreat without waiting for you, Roland cautioned. Rest assured, if trouble arises, we wouldn't wait for you even if you asked. FIA chuckled. I won't grant you that opportunity. And FIA, we had an agreement. If I manage to eliminate the Capone gang, you must reveal the identity of your father's murderer. Roland smiled. What did I ever say that? FIA, with her large, sparkling emerald eyes gleaming with mischief, tilted her face skyward, embodying a playful defiance that seemed to say, what will you do about it? Beautiful girls can be charmingly mischievous. And if only there were a phone, Roland would have loved to capture that moment. I'll be back shortly. Please stay safe, he declared as he leaped over 20 meters from the deck onto the shore. You stay safe too, FIA called after him. Seeing you care about me truly makes me happy, Roland replied with a grin, turning back to the girl on the deck. FIA rolled her eyes in response. Huh, I'm off, Roland exclaimed as he sprinted along the beach toward the vibrant town. Watching Roland's retreating figure, FI couldn't help but smile, with Roland's assistance. Perhaps she could indeed avenge her parents. Upon reaching the town on Polka Island, Roland first located a hideout of the Capone gang's informants to gather intelligence on their current status and corroborate it with his previous findings. Now, it's time to take them down one by one, he resolved. As noon approached, the sun grew increasingly relentless. In a secluded estate on Polka Island, the architecture of this manor was peculiarly distinct from the other buildings on the island. Each structure boasted open-air balconies adorned with various flowers and trees. Beneath an unnamed fruit tree atop one villa, a simple stone table was placed, with a seat conveniently positioned in its shade. Sitting there was an elderly gentleman clad in a top hat, his gray-white beard marking him as around 60 years old. Behind him stood 4 impeccably dressed men in suits. Opposite the old man was a lounge chair, upon which reclined a middle-aged man in an exquisite robe, basking in the scorching sunlight without a hint of discomfort. This man, known as White, was one of the top 10 experts within the Capone gang, nicknamed the Viper, and was the first target Roland had chosen to confront. I have come to seek your assistance in discreetly eliminating someone, the top-hatted elder remarked to the man luxuriating in the sun. Upon hearing this, the man opened his eyes slightly, revealing striking yellow irises that glinted with intensity, reminiscent of a serpent's gaze. Who? He inquired. The finance minister of the Kingdom of Selman. My old adversary, the elder replied. The elderly gentleman in the top hat spoke softly. Very well, considering your thoughtful approach in personally requesting my presence. The price shall be 100 million berries, along with 10 exquisite young ladies under the age of 18. Reclining comfortably, White responded languidly, agreed. Without a hint of hesitation, the elderly gentleman affirmed, for 100 million berries and 10 beautiful women posed no insurmountable challenge for him. With a bit of resolve, he could certainly procure such a sum. Provide me with the detailed information later, and I shall find a time to deal with him. White resumed his sunbathing, eyes closed, savoring the warmth, and added softly, very well. Before the elderly gentleman could finish his sentence, White, who lay opposite him, suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. This unexpected display startled the elderly gentleman, while the bodyguard behind him reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon and aiming it at White. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot reverberated through the air, accompanied by a bullet hurtling toward White's head. As one of the 10 elite members of the Capone gang, White was not one to fall victim to a mere ambush. His reflexes were lightning fast, yet he did not evade. Instead, he transformed in an instant. The skin of his head was enveloped in a layer of glossy black scales, akin to that of a fish. With a sharp clang, a spark erupted from his forehead as the bullet struck. The elderly gentleman and his bodyguard were taken aback. Meanwhile, the ambushed White slowly rose from his reclined position. His entire body now adorned with scales, his head transformed into that of a serpent. Today has truly provided an entertaining spectacle. The Chancellor of Finance in a kingdom is undoubtedly one of its pillars, yet here he is, so readily declaring intentions of assassination. You old men are indeed ruthless. However, it is regrettable that your transaction shall not come to fruition. The voice of Roland echoed from below the villa. Whoosh. Subsequently, the 5 individuals atop the villa's roof beheld a figure, donning a wide-brimmed hat and pressing it down with one hand, abruptly soaring into the sky from the side of the villa, landing steadily on the rooftop. Who dares? Such audacity! What manner of person is this? The individuals on the roof of the villa, taken aback, displayed expressions of vigilance and ferocity as they turned to face the intruding Roland. The elderly gentleman in the top hat's initial reaction was that someone had discovered his clandestine plan to eliminate the Minister of Finance. And this scoundrel must be silenced. He could not be allowed to divulge this information. However, upon recognizing that the one who had ascended to the rooftop was Roland, his pupils constricted, and he felt a sense of dread wash over him. You are Roland. Roland, the transformed wight, with his golden serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Roland, flicked his tongue, revealing a glint of danger in his gaze. Chapter 33. The ingenious slaying of the viper. Wight, you've come for me, haven't you? Wight's gaze remained locked on Roland, his scaled visage betraying no emotion as he spoke in a detached tone. Indeed, Roland replied, his voice equally calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding an air of composure. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman in the top hat and his bodyguards promptly stepped aside, yielding the stage to Roland and Wight. They were acutely aware of the prowess of both Roland and Wight, and while their minds were in turmoil, they instinctively resisted any impulse to interfere in the impending confrontation. You are quite the audacious rascal. It seems you possess a great deal of confidence. However, I must inform you that to seek my demise, you are not yet worthy. Wight scoffed lightly, retrieving a peculiar small object from his pocket and placing it in his mouth, his golden eyes reflecting not only gravity but also fury and murderous intent. Although Roland has risen to prominence remarkably over the past 2 months, showcasing rapid growth in strength akin to an inflated balloon, Wight is no less formidable. 7 years ago, he was already ranked among the top 10 masters of the Capone gang, and in terms of one-on-one combat, he had even successfully ambushed and assassinated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 41 million berries. If a confrontation were to ensue, it remains uncertain who would be the prey. Finishing move, Purple Rain, Wight bellowed, tilting his head skyward as the small object in his mouth suddenly erupted with a spray of purple mist. The devil fruit he consumed was the snake fruit, specifically from a highly venomous species, and the object he held was a specially crafted tool designed to aerosolize his venom. As the purple mist surged forth, it began to envelop the surrounding flora. The moment it made contact, the plants wilted and faded as if they had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. What? It can dissolve the very plants it touches, Roland thought, his gaze fixated on the encroaching toxic fog, his expression momentarily frozen in apprehension. Ha ha ha. Seeing Roland's dilemma, Wight transformed back into his human form and erupted into laughter, taunting. Aren't you quite impressive? You claim you can come and go as you please at the Capone gang's headquarters, yet here you are, hesitating to kill me. I'm right here waiting for you. Oomph, you think you could take my life? With confidence, Wight unleashed the toxic mist. Without a specialized antidote, anyone contaminated by his venom would be as good as sentenced to death. Why the rush? I shall send you down shortly, Roland retorted coldly, producing a packet of explosives from his person. I may not be able to approach you, but I can certainly blow you to bits. Ha ha ha. Do you really think I would stand there foolishly and let you detonate that? Wight scoffed. Even if you can evade it, you will still suffer some effect. Roland dismissed the notion, igniting the fuse of his explosives. Affected? Fool. My scales can't even be pierced by bullets, even if the explosives are more powerful. They could never kill me. Wight pointed an accusatory finger at Roland. Whether I can kill you remains to be seen once I detonate. Roland retorted defiantly, the fuse burning rapidly in his hand. Observers could easily discern that Roland intended to throw the explosives just before they detonated, making it difficult for Wight to evade. Fool! Allow me to enlighten you. My reflexes in this form far exceed those of a human. Even if you throw the explosives at the last moment, I can react instantly. Your bomb will never reach me. Wight continued his condescending mockery. Roland gently shook his head, gazing at Wight, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. It is widely acknowledged that foes often meet their demise through excessive chatter. At this moment, Wight resembled a seasoned general upon the stage, adorned with an array of banners. At last, the fuse of the bomb was nearing its final segment. Without hesitation, Roland extended his gloved left hand, and a shadow, fearless and resolute, pierced through the violet mist of poison, swiftly approaching White. What is this creature? How can it traverse my toxic haze? White, noticing the shadow emerging from Roland's gloved hand, felt his pupils constrict in alarm and hastily attempted to evade. Yet the shadow moved with such rapidity that evasion was futile. It was at this moment that Roland hurled a bomb, subsequently producing another with an exceedingly short fuse, akin to the one he had just thrown. This is bad. A bomb. Block it. The shadow infiltrated White's body, sending a jolt through his very being. In the next instant, White's form faltered, his eyes losing their spark, leaving him momentarily stunned and motionless. Boom, boom. The two bombs hurled by Roland detonated in succession, their resounding explosions echoing throughout the estate. At the epicenter of the blast, White was left a grotesque mess, unable to maintain his form as a devil fruit user, reverting instead to his human shape. Even in this altered state, he was grievously injured, his once exquisite robe tattered and torn. Yet, he clung to life, his bloodied visage contorted in disbelief, unable to fathom that a being of his stature, a formidable wielder of the devil fruit, could succumb to such commonplace explosives. The shadowy figure of Roland, with his unfathomable power, had truly unleashed his might. Damn it, how could this wretch possess such formidable abilities yet deceive me, luring me into waiting until the very last moment as the fuse burned down? Why had I not discerned his treachery sooner? Now, I see that I was not mistaken. Roland grinned, having somehow regained his grip on his pistol. I to perish? I cannot die. Roland, spare me my life, and I will grant you anything you desire. White cried out in sheer terror, finally recognizing the true extent of Roland's strength. Roland, having ascended to power, showed no mercy as he aimed his pistol at White's head and fired 3 shots. Though the pistol's power was not great, each bullet struck White's skull, and while it did not explode like a watermelon, one thing was certain. White was undeniably dead. The true villain met his end due to excessive verbosity. First blood. Roland smiled broadly, unable to suppress his disdain. White, notorious as one of the 10 most formidable members of the Capone gang, turned out to be weak and foolish, merely a figure of hollow reputation. As he gazed upon White's lifeless body, the elderly gentleman in the bowler hat, along with his 4 bodyguards, displayed expressions of disbelief, their eyes laden with horror and trepidation. The elderly man's expectations were shattered. He had never anticipated Roland's strength to be more fearsome than the rumor suggested. One of Capone's 10 most formidable, the so-called most troublesome White, had been dispatched in mere moments. Furthermore, this individual not only possessed great power, but was also cunning enough to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Having eliminated White, Roland turned to face the elderly gentleman and his 4 bodyguards. The elder, his brow glistening with cold sweat, struggled to maintain his composure as he spoke. Captain Roland, your prowess exceeds all reports. It is an honor to witness you vanquish your foe. Enough with the pleasantries. Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for me to dispose of you as well? Roland replied, his gaze steady and indifferent. Upon hearing this, the elder visibly relaxed, removing his hat and clutching it to his chest as he bowed slightly. I'm grateful for your mercy, Captain Roland. With that, he and his 4 bodyguards hurriedly departed, abandoning all pretense of dignity. Chapter 34, Triple Kill. Once the elderly gentleman in the black bowler hat and his bodyguards had vacated the villa's top floor, Roland finally felt at ease as he looked upon White's corpse, still shrouded in a faint purple mist of poison. Until that toxic haze was dispelled, he could not even approach the body. Snake venom is primarily composed of proteins. Roland blinked, continuing to retrieve explosives from his person. Knowledge alters fate. Roland chuckled inwardly, recalling a lesson from either middle or high school about how proteins are denatured by high temperatures. He believed this method could be employed to destroy the snake venom. Roland retrieved all the explosives he had prepared, ignited them one by one, and hurled them away before taking cover. Boom! 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 White's remains were in a state of utter devastation, surrounded by a cacophony of explosions that nearly shredded his body beyond recognition. However, the noxious purple miasma that had enveloped the villa's rooftop dissipated entirely. After conducting a few tests to ascertain that the toxic fog had been largely eradicated, Roland swiftly dashed to White's remains, reaching out to examine them. Immediately thereafter, he plunged his consciousness into the tome of abilities within his mind, flipping to the latest page. Devil Fruit ability, Zoan type, Snake Fruit, black-bellied viper form. The accompanying illustration depicted a simple line drawing of a small snake with its mouth agape, revealing 2 sharp fangs. A delightful surprise. Roland had never anticipated acquiring the Devil Fruit abilities from White. He believed that after such a lengthy period, Perhaps the powers had already fled from the deceased wielder's body, yet unexpectedly, he still obtained them. The Book of Abilities is indeed remarkable. Viewed from this perspective, could it be that I might possess 2 devil fruit powers without incurring the ocean's wrath? The more he pondered, the more he felt that his fortune was exceptionally potent. However, he quickly corrected himself. The efficacy of his fortune entirely hinged upon luck. Without favorable circumstance, no matter how many ability users he vanquished, he might not necessarily claim their powers. As Roland stroked his chin, his mind raced with thoughts of potential methods to enhance his luck. Perhaps if he intensified his efforts to hunt pirates, the individuals he rescued might feel gratitude towards him, thus slightly improving his fortune. Roland mused philosophically, finding a strange sense of logic in his thoughts. After all, traversing to another world was inherently a mystical affair. Now that he had acquired White's devil fruit abilities, it was something unfathomable to the Capone gang. Moments ago, he had brazenly stormed into White's estate, and the Capone gang would undoubtedly have received word of it. They would send formidable experts to confront him. Roland squinted, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. An ambush could be laid. Without hesitation, Roland leaped from the rooftop of the villa, slipping into one of the rooms within. Outside the White estate, 3 of the top 10 experts recognized by the Capone gang were hastily approaching the estate, accompanied by a cohort of members clad in black suits, armed with an array of firearms. That scoundrel Roland was not only arrogant, he was utterly deranged. One of the approaching experts, Colin, shook his head and remarked, "Who could have imagined he would dare to strike at White in broad daylight? Indeed, the audacity of that scoundrel was astounding. I never thought he would have the gall to act during the day." Another expert, Punny, concurred. In recent days, the Capone gang's headquarters had summoned their top experts to reside there at night, fearing Roland's ambush, especially considering his demonstrated prowess for nocturnal operations, which afforded him significant advantages under the cover of darkness. "It is infuriating. That scoundrel Roland, if he escapes again this time, we shall have no peace during the day," Lynette exclaimed. "This time, Roland is doomed." Colin gritted his teeth, declaring, "White possesses toxic protection. Roland will not prevail. If Roland intends to leave, White, after his transformation, possesses remarkable speed and should be able to keep pace with him. Once we converge, with a 4-to-1 advantage, victory is assured. Moreover, Capone is relentlessly rallying all the members of the Polka gang. Even if that scoundrel Roland proves to be tenacious under our siege, he cannot possibly survive. When the time comes, a barrage of artillery will surely obliterate him. I refuse to believe that Roland is impervious to harm. Indeed, that wretch is insufferably arrogant, daring to strike in broad daylight. If he survives this time, who will?" Punny concurred. The 3 formidable experts, Colin, Punny, and Lynette, swiftly arrived at the White Manor. Within the estate, all the servants had fled. Guided by the lingering scent of gunpowder from the explosions, the trio pinpointed the villa where the battle had unfolded. Upon reaching the rooftop of the villa, they beheld the devastation wrought by the blasts, where a grotesque, disfigured corpse lay in a crater formed at the epicenter of the explosion. Was it Roland, White, or another? Colin turned to Punny and Lynette for insights. Both Punny and Lynette shrugged in resignation. The individual in the crater was so charred and unrecognizable that identifying them was nearly impossible. "White, are you still alive?" Colin called out loudly. No response came, but the keen-eyed Punny noticed wisps of purple mist rising from below. "Look, isn't that White's poison?" Punny pointed at the slowly ascending toxic vapor. Indeed, the mist continues to rise. "It appears White has not yet perished," Colin remarked after glancing at Punny and Lynette. At that moment, the sounds of struggle erupted from the floor below the villa. "Die, you scoundrel snake." The voice of Roland emerged from a room on the lower floor of the villa. "This is bad," the trio of Colin, Punny, and Lynette simultaneously thought, leaping down from the villa and racing towards the room from which Roland's voice had emanated. "White, quickly retract your poisonous mist. The 3 of us shall enter and assist you," Colin called out urgently from outside the door. After uttering those words, he, along with Punny and Lynette, awaited at the threshold. The sounds of struggle and Roland's shouts continued to echo from within the room. "I've already retracted it, but I cannot hold on much longer. You must come in quickly." White's voice suddenly rang out from inside. Without hesitation, the trio pushed open the door, only to be met by a wave of purple toxic mist. Colin, Lynette, and Punny charged into the room, their quick reflexes insufficient to evade the noxious vapor, resulting in an immediate and intimate encounter with it. Upon contact with the mist, indignation flashed across the faces of the 3 formidable fighters as they swiftly recoiled, simultaneously exclaiming, "White, you scoundrel! What are you doing? Do you wish to bring about our demise?" "White did not wish for your demise, but I certainly will Roland's voice resonated ominously. In the next moment, a blurred figure dashed out of the room with astonishing speed, confronting Colin, Punny, and Lynette. The three skilled fighters were in a desperate state as they attempted to consume the antidote for the toxic mist, and with Roland's incredible speed, they found themselves unable to react in time. In an instant, Roland transformed, his head morphing into that of a serpent, unleashing a torrent of venom upon Colin and his companions as if it were a mere trifle. The trio wailed in agony, drenched in the noxious fluid, their minds thrown into disarray, unsure of how to respond. Allow me to reveal a secret. The voice you just heard, that of White, was produced by me. Now, perish. Seizing the opportunity amidst their plight, Roland wasted no time in delivering a fatal blow, swiftly drawing his sword and sweeping it in a deadly arc. In a single strike, three heads soared into the air. How could this be? The battle had scarcely begun. How could I possibly be slain? How could that scoundrel Roland possess White's devil fruit abilities and mimic his voice? Had it not been for this, I would not have fallen prey. The severed heads, now airborne, bore expressions of disbelief. Clang! Roland elegantly sheathed his long sword. Chapter 35. Harvest. These three individuals, like White, were among the top 10 masters selected within the ranks of the Capone gang. Although I had yet to discern their true strengths before ending their lives, they must possess some noteworthy skills. I silently hoped for a stroke of good fortune, wishing to uncover their unique abilities. With that thought, Roland crouched down to examine the lifeless bodies of the three men. Afterward, he approached the window, pushed it open halfway, and surveyed the situation below the villa. The gang members brought by the three masters had completely surrounded the villa. I have transformed into a serpent. My scales could deflect bullets, yet they are no match for artillery. How shall I break free from this encirclement? Roland's eyes flickered with a sudden spark of inspiration as he devised a cunning plan. He seized the headless corpse of one of the three formidable masters and hurled it through the window. Thud! The body crashed onto the ground below the villa, instantly capturing the attention of numerous members of the Capone gang. As they discerned the attire of the corpse, their expressions turned to shock and disbelief. At that moment, crack! Thud! Another body shattered the glass and was flung outside, revealing yet another of the three masters. The Capone gang members, encircling the villa, despite wielding firearms, felt cold sweat bead upon their brows, with the more timid among them trembling in fear. How long had it been since these three masters ascended the stairs? To have two of them dispatched so swiftly, had Roland's prowess reached such terrifying heights? Boom! The final corpse of the third master was also cast down. Silence enveloped the air, broken only by the sound of nervous swallowing. Seizing this opportunity, Roland leapt from another direction, swiftly making his escape from the villa. While he excelled in solitary combat, he knew that should the adversary unleash heavy artillery, he would surely meet his demise. Indeed, although he was a Leo, he was still flesh and blood. Respect for modern weaponry, especially artillery, was paramount. After vacating the estate, Roland sought a secluded spot and immersed his consciousness into the tome of abilities within his mind. The book effortlessly turned to the latest 3 added pages. The third page from the end detailed a technique known as the Earth Elder Fist. Roland fell indifferent and simply turned to the next page. The penultimate page documented the ability of the Zoan-type devil fruit, the mouse fruit, in the form of a polar mole. Roland sighed in resignation, pondering how he had once again acquired the ability of a Zoan-type devil fruit. It seemed he had an inexplicable affinity for this category. A friend of animals? Polar mole. Let us hope it is not a mere common rat. Roland refrained from experimenting with the mole form, eagerly flipping to the latest page, only to discover it was inscribed with the word cooking. He pondered in disbelief as to which of the 3 possessed such a peculiar ability. With a sigh, Roland resolved to temporarily set aside this culinary skill, planning to replace it with something more formidable in the future. He then turned his attention to the mole form, momentarily immersing himself in the penultimate page of the book of abilities. Instantly, 2 furry ears sprouted atop his head, and his entire body became enveloped in a coat of pristine white fur. The most striking transformation occurred in his hands and feet, where sharp claws pierced through his shoes, and nearly 10-centimeter long, glossy black talons emerged from his fingertips. Thankfully, he was not transformed into a large black rat. Observing his palms, Roland crouched down and effortlessly scraped a small trench into the earthen surface. The strength in his arms had significantly increased. Approaching a nearby stone, he extended his claw and gently struck it, only to have his talon pierce deeply into the rock. With a bit more force, Roland controlled his transformed claws and, to his astonishment, managed to carve a groove into the stone. His limbs were remarkably powerful, and with those sturdy claws, The polar mole truly was a creature designed for burrowing. Contemplating this, Roland squatted down and commenced his excavation with fervor. His hands moved with a speed reminiscent of a phantom, and within mere seconds, he had dug a substantial pit into the ground. This ability could be perceived as a form of earth manipulation that required casting time, making it a splendid skill for both escape and ambush. He was enamored with it. After a brief experimentation and mastering the capabilities of the mole form, Roland reverted to his human shape and set off towards the headquarters of the Capone gang. 4 of the 10 elite members of the Capone gang had already perished at his hands, and should the gang continue to send operatives to the White Estate, their headquarters would undoubtedly be vulnerable. It was an opportune moment to attempt a heist. After all, he was a mere servant, eager to topple the Capone gang. Meanwhile, outside the White Estate, a villa scarred by past battles, members of the Capone gang, brought forth by 3 formidable masters, trembled as they contacted headquarters. In the conference hall of the Capone gang's headquarters, all significant high-ranking officials of the gang in Polka convened. The leader, Capone Boris, glanced around at the solemn faces of the other high-ranking officials and declared, "The reinforcements sent to aid White have reported that Corlin, Pooney, and Lynette are all dead. That scoundrel Rolling's power has grown to an unbelievable extent. What? My heavens, how is this possible?" The gang's high-ranking officials were left in stunned silence upon hearing this news. It is one matter for Roland to dispatch White, but why then did Colin, Pooney, and Lynette, who rushed to provide assistance, also fall? In such a brief span of time, a single individual has managed to confront the 4 formidable masters of the Capone gang, vanquishing them all. Surely, even the commander of this Navy branch base, holding the rank of Rear Admiral, lacks such prowess, in stark contrast to the astonishment and disarray exhibited by other high-ranking officials. Kapaniki remained entirely composed. With a cigar in hand and an unwavering gaze, he maintained his calm demeanor. I have previously asserted that Roland is certainly not a madman. He is a cunning and calculated rogue. His strength lies not only in his formidable abilities, but also in his astute and lucid mind. Colin, Pooney, and Lynette must have perished due to Roland's ambush. If Roland were capable of confronting all 3 simultaneously to eliminate Colin, Pooney, and Lynette, there would be no need for him to painstakingly eliminate them one by one before taking on White. He could have dispatched the Godfather during his daylight visit to the headquarters. Kapaniki continued. During the day, we are left with merely 3 masters residing at the headquarters, a situation not vastly superior to that at White's estate. Upon hearing Kapaniki's calm and rational analysis, the other high-ranking members of the Capone gang took the time to reflect, finding great merit in his words. It is absolutely impossible for Roland to possess the strength to engage in a frontal battle and eliminate 3 foes simultaneously. How should one confront Roland? Capone Pores cast a glance at Capone Becky. I need the authority to mobilize all members of Polka with everyone as cooperation. Roland is destined to perish. Capone Becky regarded Capone Pores with a calm demeanor. Very well. Apart from those remaining at headquarters, feel free to deploy personnel from other locations and utilize weapons and ammunition without reservation. We will spare no effort to eliminate Roland. Capone Pores spoke with solemnity. Chapter 36. A bold assault on Capone's gang headquarters. Having received permission from Capone Pores, Capone Becky promptly gathered all those hidden throughout the bustling areas of Polka Island. At this juncture, there was no need for dispersal. Fragmentation would only provide Roland with the opportunity to strike them down one by one. Once everyone was assembled, they divided into 4 groups to scour the island in the cardinal directions for any suspicious pirate vessels. Upon discovery, they would be met with immediate destruction, regardless of the consequences. Capone Becky, cigar in mouth, maintained an air of tranquility. He had recently studied Roland's behavior extensively in preparation for this confrontation, noting that Roland held his companions in the highest regard. Currently, Roland lurked in the shadows while they stood in plain sight. The sole method to draw Roland out was to locate his pirate ship. At Capone's gang headquarters, all members were fully armed and remained ever vigilant. Each gang member was on high alert, and such a state of tension would inevitably lead to exhaustion over time. Roland stood at a distance atop a building, binoculars in hand, surveying Capone's headquarters. Patience was key. He would allow them to remain tense for a while longer. Everything seemed to be unfolding smoothly. It was evident that Capone's gang, renowned as the most formidable in the West Sea, was not devoid of intellect. Their current wariness stemmed from their ignorance of his whereabouts. If he were in their position, how would he compel himself to reveal himself? With idle time on his hands, Roland began to reflect. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He hastily retrieved his den mushy and dialed fire. Upon receiving Roland's call, the pirate ship, previously anchored in a secluded bay, immediately set sail. This time, there would be no issues. Faya and her crew merely needed to navigate the seas without being detected by Capone's men. Hearing the news that the pirate ship had set sail brought Roland immense relief. It was time to take a gamble. If Capone's gang truly dispatched individuals to seek his pirate vessel, their headquarters would undoubtedly be left vulnerable, occupied only by a few formidable individuals, though he had no fear of such foes. After a moment of contemplation, Roland deemed this possibility exceedingly likely. Whoosh! On the streets surrounding the headquarters of the Capone gang, a figure moved swiftly between the buildings. Curiously, this shadow trailed behind it a multitude of vividly colored balloons, seemingly designed to attract attention. The vibrant balloons rendered the figure conspicuous upon its emergence, immediately capturing the notice of the guard stationed at the headquarters. An enemy attack. The alarm was sounded without delay. All members of the gang within the headquarters jolted at the sound, a collective sigh of relief escaping them. That scoundrel, Roland, had finally arrived, alleviating their constant anxiety. Yet, a new weight settled in their hearts, despite the headquarters' formidable manpower and the presence of many skilled fighters. Could they truly withstand the onslaught of that rogue? It should be noted that Roland had executed several strikes in the past 2 months, never once faltering. Is it really that scoundrel, Roland? Capone Bosi inquired eagerly into a phone bug. The figure moved with great speed, obscuring a clear view, but it was likely Roland. The question lingered as to why he was dragging a dozen brightly colored balloons. Was he intentionally announcing his arrival? That scoundrel dares. Capone Bosi gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. He promptly ended the call and dialed Capone Beji. To brazenly storm our headquarters in broad daylight? Capone Beji, cigar in mouth, furrowed his brow upon hearing Capone Bosi's words. A sense of doubt creeping into his mind. Was Roland being reckless, or was he merely cautious? Most likely the latter. Roland was an exceedingly clever rogue, Capone Beji thought, fully aware that underestimating any foe, especially one who had previously bested their entire Capone gang, would be folly. Rest assured, Father, I shall return with my men immediately. Coordinating from behind. This time, Roland will find escape impossible, Capone Beji declared. Good, be swift. Capone Bosi admonished sternly. He wished to avoid prolonged exposure to danger. To brazenly invade my headquarters with balloons, Capone Bosi scoffed. Last time it was night. That scoundrel had the advantage of stealth to breach our perimeter. This time, he cannot even overcome the external defenses. Indeed, no matter how formidable Roland might be, he was still mortal. A single bullet could bring him down. Within a conference hall, other senior officers nodded in agreement. Since the last attack, when the headquarters suffered greatly, the members guarding it were hand-picked elites from various outposts, each one unflinching in the face of death, ensuring that such a scenario as previously encountered, where Roland deceived them into surrendering, would not repeat itself. This time, the sharpshooters will fire indiscriminately in the direction of the enemy, creating a barrage of stray bullets that are impossible to defend against. If that scoundrel Roland dares to advance, he shall be turned into a sieve. Indeed, not only will that rogue Roland be unable to enter today, but he will also meet his demise here. The high-ranking members of the Capone gang in the hall remain remarkably composed. Their true fear lies not with the brazen Roland attempting to storm their headquarters, but rather with the elusive Roland who remains hidden from sight. Roland, accompanied by over a dozen balloons, darted rapidly around the perimeter of the Capone gang's headquarters. His speed was remarkable. At each location, he released a balloon into the air. What on earth was that scoundrel Roland attempting to achieve with those balloons? The members of the Capone gang watched in bewilderment as Roland sent one balloon after another soaring into the sky, utterly perplexed by his intentions. However, it was evident, even without deep contemplation, that his actions could not portend anything favorable. Should we burst those balloons? Inquired the phone bug in Capone's hand. Capone turned to his fellow high-ranking officials. That rascal Roland is drawing attention with those balloons, and who knows what dreadful surprises they might contain. If we shatter them, whatever horrors they conceal will be unleashed, remarked one of the officials. What if there is nothing inside? Perhaps Roland merely seeks to sow confusion, waiting for us to hesitate before he seizes the opportunity to invade? Another countered. Look at our current state. Our hesitation has already played into his hands. If Roland's goal was merely to reach the second tier, he has undoubtedly succeeded. Capone declared resolutely to the phone bug. Shatter those balloons immediately. For if those balloons did indeed harbor something sinister, it was certain that Roland would not hesitate to burst them himself. Understood, replied the small leader on the other end of the phone bug without delay. Even if the balloons contain toxic gas, it matters not. Our protective gear is already prepared. Capone smirked slightly, gesturing to the other officials in the conference hall. This time, we are well equipped. That scoundrel Roland shall never breach our firepower blockade. The Godfather is correct. We must consider what happens if Roland attempts to retreat when he realizes he cannot break through. Someone must engage him. One official stated, if we let that rascal escape again, it will be far more arduous to eliminate him. Bang, bang, bang. The balloons released by Roland were all shattered by the Capone gang. Then, a delightful surprise emerged. Chapter 37. You are surrounded. As the balloons burst, they immediately released a faint purple mist that began to spread in all directions. The moment this lavender fog appeared, the high-ranking members of the Capone gang were left in stunned silence. They were all too familiar with this lilac mist. It was white snake venom. However, they could not have fathomed that the balloons contained such a substance. Surrounding the Capone gang headquarters, the members who formed the firepower blockade were equipped with toxic gas protective suits. Nevertheless, white snake venom did not require inhalation to take effect. It would corrode anything it touched. As the toxic mist freely diffused, the firepower blockade that Capone boss believed Roland could never penetrate began to collapse on its own. Impossible. How could that scoundrel Roland possibly gather white's venom? Inside the headquarters building, the senior officials were incredulous. My heavens, the toxic mist has already encircled the headquarters. Unless a gust of wind arrives, we cannot escape. Suddenly, someone realized the gravity of the situation. As white's venom encroached, unless one was clad in a fully protective suit, defense was impossible. Although they possessed an antidote, they could not remain in the mist. What seemed like an impregnable fortress had suddenly transformed into a prison, trapping all the high-ranking members of the gang within headquarters. Listening to the outside, Roland's voice resounded. I declare you are surrounded. At this, all the Capone gang's high-ranking officials within the headquarters turned pale, especially Capone boss, whose expression darkened, his deep brown eyes filled with murderous intent and fury. Although Roland had managed to bring White's venom here, White was already dead. No amount of the mist could be substantial. With the movement of air, it would soon dilute. During this time, all they needed to do was remain inside the building, closing the doors and windows. If worse came to worst, they could escape through the underground tunnels. Observing the somewhat chaotic upper management, Capone boss took a deep breath and spoke. Indeed, even if that scoundrel Roland prepared the venom, it merely forced us to tighten our firepower blockade. He still had to confront the blockade to enter. The people inside the headquarters immediately secured the doors and windows. As for the lives of the ordinary members outside, who had moved closer to the headquarters to avoid danger, sorry, no one cared. The Capone gang members certainly did not anticipate that my actions were merely a ruse to conceal my true whereabouts, preparing to deliver them a genuine surprise. With a subtle smile gracing the corners of Roland's mouth, he transformed into the form of a polar mole in a secluded corner, unseen by any onlookers. His claws, sharp as razors, effortlessly pierced through the concrete ground, and soon he had excavated a deep pit. Beneath the surface, Roland burrowed towards the location of the Capone Mafia headquarters. Meanwhile, the true high-ranking members of the Capone organization remained on high alert within the headquarters, anxiously anticipating the arrival of Capone Becky, who would soon coordinate efforts to eliminate Roland. Beneath the Capone headquarters lay a basement. Roland, having tunneled through to the basement wall, listened intently, confirming that no one was present inside. The knowledge of the basement was confined to the upper echelons, who were now anxiously awaiting developments within the building. With Capone boss not uttering a word, no one dared to escape through the underground passage. Having breached the wall and entered the basement, Roland lowered his footsteps, quietly emerging from the secret passage behind a wall on the topmost floor of the Capone Mafia building. Roland pressed his ear against the wall of the secret passage, faintly catching snippets of conversation from the adjacent room. After such a prolonged silence, he wondered if that scoundrel would, like last time, merely feign an attack before retreating. It was a distinct possibility. Upon realizing he could not breach the firepower blockade, it would be entirely in character for that rogue to withdraw decisively. Should he pursue now? Capone boss pondered for a moment before saying, Capone Beaky's team should arrive in about 10 minutes, likely crossing paths with the fleeing Roland. Let's first eliminate the toxic mist with fire, then send out a few individuals to secure the headquarters while endeavoring to hunt down Roland. Agreed. 3 members would lead the pursuit while 3 remained behind, Capone boss continued. Understood. Following a flurry of footsteps, Roland noted the adjacent hall had grown quieter. Now is the moment. Roland transformed into a gorilla, clenching a fist the size of a sandbag and delivering a mighty blow to the wall. Boom! The wall of the secret passage could not withstand the force of Roland's strike, shattering to reveal a sizable hole, dust swirling in the air. In the conference hall, the remaining individuals, upon hearing the commotion from the wall, immediately turned to investigate. Through the cloud of dust, they beheld a figure emerging, brushing off the debris that clung to him. What is happening? How dare you trespass in the Capone gang's headquarters? Who are you? The high-ranking members of the Capone gang glared at the figure, their eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Yet, when they recognized the person stepping from a shattered wall as Roland, they were rendered speechless. What? Roland? This must be a trick. It cannot be true. Capone boss felt a jolt of shock coursing through him as he witnessed Roland suddenly burst through the conference hall's wall, emerging from the secret passage. He had never anticipated that Roland could infiltrate their headquarters and ascend to the top floor via the secret route. They conducted daily inspections around the headquarters perimeter. It was inconceivable for anyone to tunnel beneath their noses to the basement. Unless, of course, this tunnel had been freshly excavated. Roland, how did you get in here? Capone boss fixed his gaze on Roland, a serious expression etched across his face as he gritted his teeth and inquired. You are the current leader of the Capone gang. Capone boss, are you not? Roland responded without answering, merely observing Capone boss. Capone boss did not reply to Roland's question, but instead turned his attention to the 3 remaining high-ranking members, all among the top 10 experts of the Capone gang. With 3 formidable warriors present, along with his own considerable strength, the outcome of a confrontation with Roland was uncertain. Moreover, it is clear that Capone Begi will soon reunite with the 3 formidable experts he just dispatched, and then they will come to attack. The scales of victory now evidently tilt more in favor of the Capone gang. Roland, you scoundrel, I truly never anticipated your growth thus far. However, since you dare to brazenly invade my gang's headquarters, you shall not leave here alive today. A menacing smile crept across Capone Posey's face. Chapter 38. Weapons of Sea Prism, Stone O. You wish to kill me? I welcome your attempts. Roland grinned, relishing the underestimation of his adversaries. Machen, Galen, Vilchen, advance. Capone Posey bellowed, pointing at Roland. Swiftly, he drew a finely engraved golden pistol from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. Capone Posey unleashed a barrage of gunfire, emptying the entire chamber in an instant. After firing, the bullets hurtled toward Roland, yet he instinctively sensed the imminent danger and reacted with remarkable speed to evade them. They missed. The Sea Prism Stone bullets were utterly ineffective. Capone Posey reloaded his weapon, aware that Roland was an ability user, and thus had prepared accordingly. In addition to the specialized Sea Prism Stone bullets, he had also equipped himself with Sea Prism Stone weaponry. At this moment, Macon, Kalen, and Wilson had already smashed a box in another part of the hall, each retrieving a cylindrical rod over a meter in length. The rods were a grayish-white hue, distinctly different in material from steel. It is inherently difficult to forge Sea Prism Stone into the shape of blades, making rods the most feasible option when facing ability users. They can be wielded as swords. Surrender now. In the face of the 3 of us, you stand no chance. The weapons we wield are crafted from Sea Prism Stone. A single strike from us could inflict severe damage. Kalen, Macon, and Wilson grinned menacingly, surrounding Roland from 3 directions, effectively cornering him. Roland cast a glance at the approaching McKellen and Wilson, noting the elongated sea stone weapons in their hands, yet remained unfazed. It seems you have misunderstood a fundamental aspect, he remarked. While sea stone can indeed inflict severe damage upon those endowed with abilities, it is not a means by which you can harm me. These weapons are but instruments. Even the most formidable tools, when wielded by the inadequately strong, cannot yield effective results. Roland did not explicitly state that he would be unaffected by the sea tower stones. After all, his words would hardly be believed by others. How brazen! Let's charge together. McKinn, Karen, and Wilson exchanged glances, each gripping their sea tower stone weapons as they lunged at Roland. How splendid! 3 of them rushing towards me to offer their heads, sparing me the trouble of dispatching them one by one. Confronted with the fierce onslaught from Karen, McKinn, and Wilson, Roland spoke nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. McKinn, Karen, and Wilson were well aware of Roland's formidable nature. Upon hearing his words, they instinctively slowed their assault. This was precisely the effect Roland sought to achieve. Had these 3 brutes disregarded all caution and charged at him with their sea tower stone weapons, Roland would indeed have found himself in a predicament. As Roland approached McIncullen and Wilson, he suddenly transformed into a venomous serpent, spewing forth toxic venom. McIncullen and Wilson were utterly unprepared for Roland's metamorphosis into a snake. Upon witnessing his venomous assault, they instinctively abandoned their offensive and attempted to retreat, but alas, it was too late. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A multitude of venomous droplets splattered upon McIncullen, Wilson, and the others. Did I not see this correctly? Just moments ago, that scoundrel Roland had transformed into a black serpent, drenched in venom, McCullen and Wilson leaped back several meters, and as they struggled to regain their footing, an unusual burning sensation and pain coursed through their bodies, leaving them in a state of shock as they exchanged horrified glances. Roland has surprisingly acquired the abilities of White. They do not fear mere masters of swordsmanship and martial arts, as they can easily encircle them with a barrage of heavy artillery and obliterate them. Likewise, they are untroubled by simple animal-type devil fruit users, for with the use of sea prism stone staves and bullets, they can easily subdue such cumbersome adversaries. However, a being that possesses two types of devil fruit abilities, along with extraordinary martial prowess and swordsmanship, is beyond the grasp of those of their caliber. Such an entity, even within the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, known as the Pirates' Graveyard, could undoubtedly establish dominion over a significant territory. The bounty of 75 million berries placed on Roland is merely 5 million berries less than that of a certain crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Such a bounty holds little exaggeration for Roland. Rather, it is utterly disheartening. That rascal Roland. Just ahead, Capone Beach witnessed Roland suddenly transform into a black viper, simultaneously repelling McKinley and Wilson, his expression betraying his loss of composure. He clearly had not anticipated that Roland could seize White's devil fruit powers and wield them. Is it not a rule that one can consume only one devil fruit? Now, thoughts of escape began to surface. Having assessed the current predicament, Capone Beach decisively turned to flee the conference hall. Did he not realize it was too late to contemplate such an exit? Roland would undoubtedly not let Capone Boss escape. With a sudden thrust of his foot, he unleashed his full power and charged towards Capone Boss. However, the leader of the Capone gang was far from being a mere pushover. Even in the midst of Roland's assault, he managed to react swiftly. With a swift motion, Capone Boss drew a long sword from his waist and swung it fiercely at Roland. A barely perceptible, intangible sword aura surged forth from the blade, slicing through the air towards Roland. In truth, Capone Boss was a master swordsman, possessing formidable skills. The sword aura he unleashed was something Roland could not yet replicate, deserving of a modicum of respect. Whoosh! Roland deftly sidestepped the lethal sword energy unleashed by Capone Boss. At that very moment, the recently repelled McKellen and Wilson grit their teeth against the pain and charged forward. The three of them were acutely aware that Capone Boss was certainly no match for Roland. Should he be pursued and eliminated by Roland, the latter would undoubtedly turn his attention back to them. If they could manage to halt Roland now, perhaps there remained a slender chance of survival. How audacious it was for the vanquished to dare obstruct his path. Roland gazed at Wilson, Karen, and McKinn, who rushed forward to obstruct him, his expression darkening. He unsheathed the long sword at his waist while extending his left hand towards Karen, who stood at the forefront. Adorning his left hand was a white glove, the devil-may-cry glove. Whoosh! A shadow erupted from the glove on Roland's left hand, instantly piercing into Karen's body, causing it to stiffen momentarily. Karen, quickly evade. Roland executed a swift strike, appearing before the rigid Karen as if by teleportation, and with a single stroke, a bloodied head was sent soaring. What? Impossible! The unscathed McKinn and Wilson exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting an unacceptable disbelief. Those who dare to obstruct my path shall perish. After dispatching Karen, Roland maintained a demeanor of cold indifference, casting a glance at McKinn and Wilson that sent a chill down their spines. The silence that followed indicated that Roland had been momentarily hindered, unable to pursue. Even though Karen, McKinn, and Wilson were injured, they could certainly restrain Roland for a while. Meanwhile, Captain Bikey had returned to provide support. This time was ample for me to rendezvous with Captain Bikey, ensuring my survival. As the fleeing Captain Boss silently recited this mantra, he dared not look back, sprinting with all his might. Chapter 39. Captain Bikey Roland's methods are exceedingly bizarre. We must remain vigilant at all times. McKinn, drenched in sweat, spoke to Wilson. Under the influence of the snake venom, we are unable to fully harness our strength, rendering us incapable of stopping that scoundrel Roland. How infuriating! Wilson, gripped by a frenzied panic born from the terror of life and death, began to unravel emotionally. Do not be foolish. McKinn abruptly slapped Wilson, snapping him back to reality. At that moment, Roland launched his second wave of attacks, swiftly charging toward Wilson and McKinn. Block him. Failure to do so means certain death. McKinn and Wilson's hearts raced, their eyes widening in terror as they closely tracked Roland's movement, their focus sharpened to an extreme, unwilling to afford even a moment's relaxation. These two scoundrels had been thoroughly frightened and would temporarily refrain from using the demon cry gloves. Roland, discerning the current circumstances, promptly made a decisive choice. Although the demon cry gloves were incredibly useful, each use of the demon howl technique would deplete a significant portion of his energy and stamina. Roland approached McKinn and Wilson, drawing his sword with a swift motion. At this moment, McKinn and Wilson were already gripped by fear of Roland, daring not to initiate an assault. In the face of Roland's onslaught, they could only wield their high-loose stone staffs in unison to deflect the descending strike of his blade. Clang! The long sword in Roland's hand clashed with the high-loose stone staff, sending sparks flying. The high-loose stone, known for its exceptional hardness, was impervious to Roland's blade. However, the fierce force behind his downward strike exerted tremendous pressure through the staff onto Mackin and Wilson below. This was a display of the 5,000 pounds of might Roland had previously acquired from the Redbeard, a truly ferocious display. Crack, crack! Roland, wielding a sword with both hands, single-handedly subdued McKinn and Wilson beneath its blade, rendering them motionless, while the ground beneath their feet cracked like a spider's web. Though McKinn and Wilson managed to resist with great difficulty, their faces flushed crimson and their arms trembled incessantly. Roland, weary of the stalemate with the two, suddenly relaxed his grip. Instantly, it felt as though all the strength of McKinn and Wilson had dissipated into thin air, allowing them to stand upright abruptly, nearly causing them to drop the sea tower stone staffs they held. In that moment, they were undoubtedly rife with vulnerabilities. Roland seized the opportunity and thrust his sword with great force, piercing through Wilson's left chest where his heart resided. Not only that, after penetrating the approximate area of Wilson's heart, Roland violently twisted the blade. Even if Roland had initially failed to pierce Wilson's heart, he had now thoroughly shattered it. Upon witnessing Wilson's demise at Roland's hands, McKenna realized that his turn was imminent, and he succumbed to madness. With a furious roar, he swung his sea stone weapon with all his might towards Roland. Unfortunately, he was now full of vulnerabilities. With a graceful flourish of his sword, Roland deftly slashed McKinn's arm, which tightly gripped the long sea tower stone. A quick flick of his wrist sent the blade crashing down, sending McKinn's weapon soaring through the air. With such meager strength, he dared to obstruct me. Roland scoffed lightly, decisively sweeping his sword. McKinn's head was sent flying into the sky, accompanied by a spray of blood. Having dealt with McKinn and Wilson, Roland cast not a single glance at their lifeless forms, nor did he bother to harvest their abilities. Instead, he sheathed his sword and turned his gaze towards the direction in which Capon Boss was fleeing. Whoosh! As Roland's foot struck the ground, it cracked and shattered beneath him, and with all his might, he unleashed a burst of energy akin to a cannonball hurtling close to the earth. To an ordinary observer, it would merely appear as a fleeting blur. Roland was virtually invisible. Upon exiting the room, he beheld Capone Boss already fleeing from the building that housed the Capone gang's headquarters. You cannot escape. Assessing the distance between himself and Capone Boss, Roland's lips curled into a slight smirk as he called out to the man who was desperately attempting to flee. What? How could he have caught up so quickly? Upon hearing Roland's voice, Capone Boss was jolted, his heart skipping a beat. He quickly turned to face the source of the sound and saw Roland rapidly closing in on him, moving far faster than he could run. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Capone Boss's mind buzzed, leaving him overwhelmed with shock and fear. The notion that Roland could eliminate McKinn, Kalen, and Wilson in such a brief period was utterly incomprehensible to him. I cannot escape, Capone Boss murmured to himself, resigning to the inevitability of his fate. He tightened his grip on his renowned blade and turned to face Roland, who was pursuing him. Decided not to run? Roland observed Capone Boss with a calm demeanor, stating coolly, it was wise to choose not to flee. If you perish with your wounds on your back, it would be quite an undignified sight. Dressed impeccably in a suit with slick back hair, Capone Boss exuded an air of gentlemanly elegance. Who lives and who dies remains uncertain. Capone Boss gritted his teeth defiantly. The men I sent out will return any moment now. Perhaps in the next instant, they will appear before me. Huh, today you are doomed. Not even God can save you, mark my words. Roland uttered a phrase, and with a sudden stamp of his foot, his speed surged explosively, reaching the presence of Capon Boss in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Prior to this, a shadow swiftly emerged from the glove on Roland's left hand, racing ahead to penetrate Capon Boss's body before Roland could arrive. Swish! Roland approached Capon Pores and suddenly swung his sword with great force. Just as Capon Pores was on the brink of losing his head, a bullet made of sea stone unexpectedly appeared before Roland. Sensing the imminent danger, Roland swiftly sidestepped to evade it, yet the long sword in his hand continued its arc clang. The long sword in Roland's hand shattered abruptly, mere centimeters from his head. The source of this destruction was a special bullet that struck with precision at the very center of the sword's blade. Capone boss was taken aback, and Roland was equally astonished. The atmosphere at the scene became palpably tense. Roland slowly turned to face the unexpected individuals who had emerged. These men, clad in the same dark coats as the formidable members of the Capone gang he had just dispatched, were led by a stout figure, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Roland found him quite familiar. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. The stout man, with the cigar in his mouth, held a finely crafted handgun still emitting wisps of smoke. He looked at Roland and spoke in a tone that was both calm and assured. "You have likely heard of my name. I am Capone. If you wish to achieve ultimate victory, you must first eliminate me. However, I believe such a feat to be impossible." Chapter 40. The cannon fire cleanses the land. You are doomed. Roland. Capone boss raised his right hand, pointing menacingly at Roland. A sinister grin plastered across his face. The humiliation he had suffered while being pursued by Roland had ignited a fervent desire for vengeance within him. Capone was the most reliable youth within his Capone gang. Decisive in action, composed in adversity, and meticulous in thought. With Capone now at the helm, overseeing the proceedings, victory was assuredly destined for the Capone gang. "Is that so?" Roland scoffed dismissively, his gaze sweeping over Capone and the three other elite members of the Capone gang, along with the numerous armed gangsters rushing forward to encircle him. A wise man does not fall prey to immediate danger. Farewell. Roland, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, raised his right hand and abruptly pointed toward the building. Whoosh! As Roland's foot struck the ground, a spiderweb-like crack spread beneath him. Channeling all his strength, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the Capone mob headquarters. "Open fire." Captain calmly observed Roland's retreating figure, his voice steady. The air erupted with the cacophony of gunfire. Various firearms unleashed their fiery tongues. Even portable artillery joined the fray, hurling shells at Roland's back as if they were of no consequence. Yet, Roland did not flee in a straight line. His escape path was unpredictable. Utilizing the cover of the surrounding buildings, he swiftly returned to the Capone mob headquarters, where three skilled adversaries lay lifeless, yet to be searched. Roland arrived at the headquarters of the Capone gang, gazing upward at the fourth floor where the conference hall was situated, and with a sudden leap, he sprang into action. Whoosh! Roland steadily alighted beside a window on the fourth floor of the conference hall. At that moment, he glanced back. Captain, accompanied by an innumerable throng of gang members, was encroaching upon the headquarters building. To take my life is no trivial endeavor. With a leap, Roland entered the room and swiftly approached the corpses of the three formidable adversaries he had just dispatched. That scoundrel had infiltrated the headquarters. He was aware of the subterranean passageways within, having unexpectedly burst into the building through them moments ago. Capone boss addressed Captain, "Rest assured, Godfather." Captain, calmly puffing on his cigar, exhaled a plume of smoke, his demeanor unruffled. "Everything is well within our grasp." Upon learning of Roland's sudden incursion into the headquarters, how could I fail to prepare? Capone boss nodded, realizing that since Captain had anticipated even this, there was truly nothing further to remind him of. "Godfather, how about we use the headquarters to ensure Roland's demise?" Captain remarked, biting down on his cigar, his expression devoid of any remorse. "That suits me perfectly." Capone boss nodded gravely, harboring concerns that even obliterating the headquarters with artillery might not suffice to vanquish Roland. "Open fire on the headquarters." From the exit of the subterranean passage, explosives were set off, turning everything to dust. Captain produced a phone bug and spoke into it. In the next moment, explosions erupted. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. The gang members encircling Capone's headquarters were divided into firing squads and artillery teams, both launching simultaneous assaults on their former stronghold. In an instant, a hail of bullets shattered every window of the headquarters, while the artillery mercilessly tore through its walls. Smoke billowed, and the air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The residents of Polka Island were left dumbfounded, and upon noticing such a tremendous commotion, they began to flee. Meanwhile, within the headquarters building, Roland swiftly searched the bodies of the three skilled fighters before immediately slipping into the wall leading to the underground passage. He hurried down the narrow staircase towards the depths below. At that moment, the outside world was suddenly filled with the thunderous roar of gunfire, causing the entire building to tremble and emit anguished groans. Indeed, the Capone gang was audacious in their ruthlessness. Roland dashed down to the subterranean level, where the cacophony of artillery fire from above had dwindled to a faint echo. Roland suddenly glanced toward the escape route leading to the underground passage, acutely sensing an immense threat emanating from that direction. Whoosh! Roland decisively transformed into a polar mole. employing his robust and sharp claws to swiftly excavate the hard ground of the basement within mere seconds, burrowing into the earth. At that moment, a torrent of flames surged from the previously designated escape passage, wreaking havoc upon everything within the basement. That bastard Kappenbeck executed his plans with meticulous precision. Roland glanced up at the inferno blazing above the tunnel. Were it not for his devil fruit ability, granting him the form of a polar mole, he would likely have been consumed by the encroaching inferno engulfing the basement. My situation is perilous. The fire will soon deplete the oxygen beneath. Roland was acutely aware of the dire circumstances he currently faced, furiously clawing at the ground to excavate a tunnel. Above, amidst the relentless bombardment of artillery, it took less than a minute for the towering, magnificent headquarters to succumb, collapsing with a thunderous crash amidst smoke and flames. Debris erupted in all directions, with some fragments injuring nearby gang members who had come too close. Observing the ruins of what was once a grand edifice, Kappenbeck maintained a serene demeanor as he spoke to the telephone bug. Withdraw the riflemen. The artillery shall continue until every shell is expended. The armed gang members promptly ceased fire, methodically retreating to the rear. Meanwhile, the artillery crew diligently continued to load shells, showering the remnants of the collapsed headquarters with relentless cannon fire. A middle-aged man, one of the top 10 fighters of the Capone gang, suddenly interjected, "Kappenbeck, why not conserve some ammunition? Each shell represents a significant expense. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Kappenbeck retorted, casting a cold, piercing glance at the man. That scoundrel Roland is a worthy adversary. Let these shells serve as the fireworks for his funeral. Seeing that he could not sway Kappenbeck, the man turned his gaze towards Capone boss, who shook his head in disapproval. The relentless roar of cannon fire continued unabated. Kappenbeck was acutely aware of Roland's formidable personal strength. Thus he had issued the command to raise the headquarters to ensure that Roland met his demise amidst the explosive onslaught. With no chance of survival, below ground, Roland has excavated the tunnel over 100 meters, and the tumultuous sounds from this side have grown considerably faint. However, transformed into a mole, Roland remains acutely attuned to the subtle vibrations emanating from the earth. It has caused me to expend a great deal of energy digging and hastening to this location, all due to that scoundrel Kappenbeck. In the impending era of unparalleled malevolence, the Mafia Godfather Kappenbeck, you have thoroughly provoked my ire. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall not set foot upon the Grand Line. Roland spoke to himself in a tranquil manner. Once the cannon fire subsided, he would ascend to surprise the group. Chapter 41, Counterattack. First, let's examine what I have gained from those 3 individuals. If I have acquired remarkable abilities, I shall be able to launch a counter-offensive. Roland harbored a breath of frustration within. The power of the Capone gang was truly formidable, and he stood as but a solitary figure against such a vast force. Confronting such an immense organization proved to be exceedingly arduous. Should he fail to acquire formidable abilities, he would have no choice but to retreat, bide his time, and await the opportune moment for resurgence. Roland's consciousness delved into the tome of abilities, which effortlessly turned to the latest 3 pages. On the penultimate page, golden letters inscribed the word, deceit. Roland immediately displayed an expression of helplessness. Is there anyone other than Luffy who is incapable of lying? Nonsense, delete it. The second to last page. The marksmanship of the handgun is precise. Roland's brow furrowed slightly. To be frank, the original owner's marksmanship was already quite commendable. Even if the abilities acquired from the newly discovered tome were marginally superior, their utility would be limited. As he ventured further, Roland would encounter increasingly formidable foes, yet reliance on conventional firearms would diminish. Such triviality is best discarded. Only the final page remains. Roland, somewhat superstitious, silently offered a prayer before turning to the final page of the Book of Abilities. The silent fruit. Beneath the golden lettering, an illustration depicted a strangely shaped devil fruit. The name Silent Fruit seemed familiar to Roland, and he gradually recalled. Ah, yes, the brother of Doflamingo. Who was it again? He struggled to remember, but it was that undercover Navy officer, personally adopted by Admiral Sengoku, who procured the Ope Nomi for Trafalgar Law and forcibly compelled Roland to consume the fruit. However, it appeared that the silent fruit had little practical use beyond creating an exceptional sleeping environment. Roland blinked, unable to recollect any remarkable applications of the silent fruit. Sound is merely vibration. Perhaps the silent fruit could counteract Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Roland rested his chin on his right hand, deep in thought. Even if the silent fruit could indeed negate the tremor fruit, without it, Whitebeard would still be a top-tier powerhouse. What am I even pondering? This is hardly the time for fanciful musings. He banished unnecessary thoughts from his mind, contemplating the possibility of utilizing the silent fruit's powers for a counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. Shells incessantly rained down upon the ruins of the headquarters building, creating a visibly massive cloud of dust even in broad daylight. After more than 10 minutes, the bombardment finally ceased. At this moment, the Capone gang's headquarters could no longer be termed ruins. It had transformed into a vast pit over 50 meters deep. The air above and within the pit shimmered with distortion. Even standing at the edge, one could feel the searing heat waves. While the center of the pit resembled a molten core, with much of the steel in a liquefied state. Such a fierce barrage, Roland could not possibly have survived. Capone Pores, feeling the relentless waves of heat radiating from the pit, wore a brilliant smile on his face. This is the consequence of provoking the Capone gang. Even the greatest pirate of the West Sea would be reduced to mere bones beneath our cannon fire. The gang members looked upon what was once their headquarters, now an astonishingly hot, giant pit, and began to extol its devastation. Did that scoundrel Roland manage to escape through the secret passage? Capone Bikey asked calmly into the phone bug. It is absolutely impossible for him to have escaped through the secret passage. The phone bug relayed a resolute affirmation. The raging flames had burned for so long that even if Roland were made of iron, he would surely have turned to molten metal by now. Boss, it can now be reasonably concluded that Roland has perished in our barrage, Capone Bikey remarked, standing before Capone Pores, his gaze steady, a faint smile gracing his lips. This time, you have accomplished a great feat in eliminating that scoundrel Roland. With an expression of sheer excitement, Capone Boss placed his hand firmly on Capone Beji's shoulder. Just as Capone Beji was about to speak, a claw suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him, seizing his ankle with an iron grip. In an instant, the immense force from the claw mercilessly yanked Capone Beji downward into the earth. Startled, Capone Beji's calm demeanor shattered, revealing a flicker of panic as he swiftly turned to look below, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Boom! The assembled gang members witnessed a breathtaking moment as Capone Beji was abruptly snatched by the ankle and pulled into the ground. One of his legs became lodged in the earth, yet the overwhelming force dragging him down forcibly straightened and split his leg apart, pulling him downwards. This scene unfolded with such suddenness that a chill swept through the onlookers, causing them to collectively gasp in astonishment. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds resonated from below. Many among them were familiar with gunfire. Despite the distortion caused by the thick earth, they could still discern the unmistakable noise. Someone was firing underground. Bang! Whoosh! Capone Beji's figure shot forth from the very hole he had been yanked into moments earlier. From one vantage point, one could see the terror and disbelief etched across his face. From another angle, it was evident that the white shirt beneath his black suit was now stained crimson with blood. The gunshots from earlier had not originated from Capone Beji himself. Surely you did not think that the end of your bombardment signified the conclusion of this battle? A voice emanated from the depths below. Instantly, Capone Boss's expression shifted. It was unmistakably Roland's voice, one he had just heard and could never forget. But how could this be possible? Bang! Capone Beji crashed heavily to the ground. His expression contorted in agony, one hand pressed against his chest. Despite the ambush, his formidable mental fortitude allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. Roland, I truly did not anticipate that you could survive such a bombardment. Yet you fool, instead of fleeing, you contemplate retaliation. Do you really believe that with your strength, you can eliminate all of us on the surface? Having just felt the harrowing brush with death, Capone Beji sought to leverage the overwhelming disparity in forces above ground to dissuade Roland. Otherwise, he feared that Roland would strike silently once more, and he doubted his chances of survival. You underestimate me far too much. Even with your current forces, and even if the surface troops were tenfold greater, eliminating my targets would be a trivial task. Roland spoke softly. As the ability of Silent Fruit activated, it muffled all sounds of movement, allowing him to glide quietly through the underground in his mole form. Who could not be slain? The members of the Capone gang were astonished upon grasping the conversation between Capone and Roland. To their disbelief, it was Roland who had just struck. My heavens! A terrified gang member discarded his weapon, cradling his head in his hands. Roland is a devil. He must be a devil. There is no way he could have survived such a fierce barrage of gunfire. How can we possibly triumph over a devil? Their mental state shattered. This reaction was entirely understandable. Even Capone, known for his unyielding fortitude, felt his composure waver, for Roland's ambush had been utterly silent and devoid of any tremor. He had approached from beneath without the slightest indication of his presence. What are you still dawdling for? Open fire! Capone boss, fully aware of the urgency of the moment, instinctively drew his handgun from his waist and aimed it at the earthen hole, unleashing a barrage of shots. Chapter 42. The conclusion next on my list to eliminate is Capone Beji. Roland's voice echoed from the depths below. Initially, I bore no animosity towards your Capone gang. The conflict commenced merely because you perceived me as an easy target, seeking to usurp the pirate ship I had painstakingly acquired. Thus, I endeavored to demonstrate that I am not to be trifled with. Regrettably, you wretched individuals place an inordinate emphasis on your pride, deeming me a mere pirate, inconsequential in comparison to your formidable Capone gang, and, consequently, you felt compelled to eliminate me. I can indeed comprehend this. A straightforward pursuit of my life would have sufficed. However, you, Capone Beji, you scoundrel, devised a nefarious scheme to collaborate with the Navy to inflate my bounty. This forced me to irrevocably align myself against the Navy, subjecting myself to a lifetime of relentless pursuit by them. Cursed be you. Although Roland's words continuously emanated from the depths below, the location from which they emerged was ever-changing. The members of Capone's gang were utterly incapable of pinpointing Roland's precise position merely by sound. Now, I shall, before all gathered, gradually bring about your demise. As the words hung in the air, a profound silence ensued, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie stillness. The members of Capone's gang, each one on high alert, felt their hearts racing in their throats, uncertain of the moment Roland might unexpectedly appear to launch a surprise attack. Poof! Roland suddenly emerged from the ground near the fallen Captain Beji. The atmosphere remained eerily still, devoid of sound, an ambush that caught one off guard. Bang! A gunshot echoed. A bullet struck Captain Beji's left leg, bursting forth a spray of crimson. Captain Beji could not help but let out a wail, yet at that moment, his demeanor had settled into an eerie calm. Though his face contorted in agony, his tone bore the indifference of one who had come to terms with life and death. As he said, I did not anticipate that I would still underestimate you. Since I am outmatched, it matters not if you end my life. Now that you have embraced the notion of death, I shall cease to torment you further. You truly are a formidable character, the most challenging adversary I have encountered thus far. Roland assessed him with an unruffled expression. As his words hung in the air, Roland broke through the earth once more, aiming his pistol at Captain Beji's head. Bang! A bloodied hole appeared on Captain Beji's forehead, and this future pirate supernova's brief yet remarkable life came to an untimely end. To have provoked me naturally incurs a cost. Let Captain Beji serve as your example. There is no need for panic. One by one, you shall face me. After striking his target, Roland immediately retreated underground, his cold voice continuing to resonate from beneath. To the other gang members, this voice sounded like the low murmur of a demon, a death knell from the depths of hell. Following this proclamation, a prolonged silence enveloped the air once more, thick with shock. Nearby, Capon Bose trembled in terror. With Captain Beji slain by Roland, he was undoubtedly next. Roland, I concede. Spare my life, and I will do anything you ask. The immense pressure between life and death shattered Capon Bose's spirit, compelling him to shout desperately. You only speak of surrender now? Do you not find it too late? Roland scoffed coldly. Even if I were to reveal the truth behind the inflation of my bounty to the Navy, they would never restore it to its original value. It is impossible. What has transpired is irreparable. Our conflict is beyond reconciliation. Your current state is utterly grotesque. Roland recounted with a calm detachment. His words struck Capon Bose like a colossal hammer, crashing against his fragile heart and instilling a sense of despair. I do not wish to die. The rationality in Capon Bose's eyes had vanished, and he mumbled to himself, regarding the gathered gang members as his lifeline. Scatter and flee. Everyone disperse. If everyone were to flee together, it would be unlikely for Roland to accurately single him out from the chaotic throng. This was the only escape plan that Capone Boss could conceive at the moment. The members of the Capone gang, trembling with fear, received Capone Boss's orders, and despite their weakened legs, they gritted their teeth and scattered in all directions. It was evident that Roland's target was their leader, Capone Boss. If they fled now, there was a genuine chance of evading capture, as Roland could not be in two places at once. Countless members of the Capone gang burst forth, desperately fleeing in every direction. The grandeur they once enjoyed when the Capone gang ruled with impunity was now overshadowed by their current state of disarray. Everyone, listen to me. Roland's commanding voice resounded as he descended to the ground with authority. Today, I do not concern myself with your escape. But if anyone continues to cling to the ways of the Capone gang in the future, whether you call yourselves Capone or Panka, you shall designate as senior member, and I will eliminate one of them. Without waiting to see if the Capone gang members heard him, Roland charged after Capone boss. Swift as a fleeting shadow. How could Capone boss possibly evade? A leader who acts but shirks responsibility is woefully inadequate. Suddenly, Roland's voice thundered in Capone boss's ears, causing him to be engulfed in darkness, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. "Spare me, please, spare me," Capone boss pleaded, his face a mask of desperation as he gazed imploringly at Roland. "Reveal all the naval commanders who have collaborated with your Capone gang, and I shall grant you a swift demise," Roland replied coolly. "But should I discover that you deceive me, the consequences you face will be profoundly dire." Roland produced a recording device. Capone paused for an extended moment before resigning himself to his fate, his face a mask of despair as he recounted the naval commanders who had colluded with the Capone mob. "Have you finished?" "Well, bang." Roland raised his pistol without hesitation and fired a shot at Capone boss's head. A bloom of crimson erupted from the wound, and he collapsed to the ground, his face etched with terror. As an adult, one must bear the consequences of their actions. "You wretched fiend, you have caused me such suffering, and this execution is merely a favor to you." Roland gazed at the still twitching Capone boss and spoke with an indifferent tone. Roland is an ordinary individual. He harbors no particular affinity for slaughter, yet he does not recoil from it either. In the world of pirates, there exists an abundance of scoundrels deserving of demise. Raising the pistol in his right hand to eye level, Roland gently blew away the smoke wafting from the barrel, his spirits lifted. With the death of Capone Beige, much of the pent-up frustration within him had dissipated. Should those ruffians who had previously fled heed my counsel and forsake their life of crime, I would consider it a noble deed. A faint smile graced Roland's lips. Those Navy personnel collaborating with Capone's gang are undoubtedly the dregs of the Marine Corps. Such miscreants ought to be eliminated. After all, my bounty cannot be rescinded at this point, so I might as well engage in the deeds befitting a pirate and eradicate those Navy officers. Roland hummed a soft tune as he brushed his hand across the lifeless body of Capone boss, making his way toward the corpse of Capone Becky. Chapter 43. A shock to the entire West Sea. After completing the crucial examination of the body, Roland approached Capone boss's remains. As the leader of the Capone gang, Roland was confident that the sword wielded by Capone boss was far from ordinary. It must be a formidable weapon, at the very least a finely crafted blade. Upon reaching the side of Capone boss's corpse, Roland picked up a sword that had recently been in the hands of its former master. The weapon was quite heavy, approximately double the weight of the one he currently wielded, valued at over 1,000,000 berry, yet identical in length. Drawing the sword from its sheath, he observed the jagged edge, the blade's black hue adorned with subtle crimson speckles, glistening with a chilling light. It was indeed a black sword. Roland could discern its quality from the blade itself, and it was likely one of the renowned great blades, specifically the 21 Works. Unfortunately, although the original owner was a swordsman, he possessed little knowledge of famous blades and could not recognize its name. Nevertheless, Roland decided to bestow a name upon himself. As he brandished the sword, he felt increasingly comfortable with it, much like an experienced driver distinguishing between a fine automobile and an inferior one upon taking the wheel. Roland could ascertain the exceptional quality and value of the sword merely by its initial appearance and the feel of casually wielding it. "Presently, I am the most notorious pirate in the West Sea, and this sword perfectly complements my persona." The more Roland contemplated, the more elated he became, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What shall I name it? Oh dear, naming is indeed a challenge." As he strolled back, he pondered numerous names in the South Sea, but none seemed worthy of this magnificent sword. So, he resolved to return for the time being, putting thoughts of a name aside. As he approached the secluded harbor where the ship was docked, Roland retrieved his transponder snail and called FIA to inform her that they could return from sea. Soon, in the remote bay, Roland and FIA reunited. FIA stepped before Roland, her gaze meticulously scanning him from head to toe. "You weren't injured this time, were you?" "Not at all," Roland replied, his chin held high, a hint of pride in his voice. Previously, he often returned from his ventures bearing wounds. Yet this time he returned unscathed. "That's a relief," FIA sighed. "What is the situation on the island now?" Old Dufresne and the other crew members also turned their attention to him, with a grin revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Roland proudly lifted the currently unnamed sword in his right hand. "This sword originally belonged to the leader of the Capone gang, but now it is mine." "Did you defeat the leader of the Capone gang?" "Fia inquired, nicht." "Indeed," Roland replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "FIA, do not attempt to backtrack. You promised that once I dealt with the Capone gang, you would reveal to me the identity of your father's murderer." "Did I?" FIA blinked her large eyes, trying to evade the question. It was evident that one could not trust beautiful women. Roland jested, then turned to old Dufresne and the others. Prepare to set sail. The grievances between the Saturday pirates and the Capone gang have been settled. It is now time to confront the Navy that has allied with the Capone gang. Huh? Old Dufresne was taken aback. The other crew members shared in his astonishment. Brother Roland, why must we seek trouble with the Navy? Amy's big, watery eyes brimmed with confusion. Roland gently ruffled Amy's little head, saying, when Amy grows a bit older, she will understand. Yes, Brother Roland, then you should buy me more snacks. If I eat more, I will grow quickly, Amy replied with a cheerful smile. Ha, what a clever little one. We shall buy a great deal when we next land. Roland reassured the little foodie. Amy then glanced at the other crew members and said calmly, everyone need not worry just because our opponent is the Navy. Our concern is not whether you, Roland, could defeat some Navy personnel, but rather that we might provoke them into sending formidable forces to hunt us down. FIA stated seriously. A minor issue. Roland responded without a trace of concern. The mightiest among the Navy in the West Blue is merely a rear admiral from a base. Although it is mostly this base tasked with capturing me, our movements are unpredictable, making it quite difficult for them to launch a successful hunt. The West Blue differs significantly from the Grand Line. In the Grand Line, without precious permanent log poses, it is nearly impossible to navigate routes. And even when recording on the same route, one must gather sufficient magnetic force to point to the next island. This results in pirates being easily cornered by the Navy in the Grand Line, as the Navy can deduce a pirate's current location based on the last island they appeared on. However, in the West Blue, navigation relies on sea charts, making directions inherently uncertain. The Navy cannot accurately locate Roland based on delayed intelligence unless he, as before, is compelled to remain on an island awaiting the completion of ship repairs. Having concluded his explanation, Roland left the audience in awe of his vast knowledge, which even encompassed the legendary Grand Route. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over them as the Saturday pirates set sail towards the island housing the Navy's 128th Division base. This island was the hometown of Faya and the venerable father-son duo, the Dufresnes, and Colonel Lanka, stationed at the Navy's 128th Division, was among those who conspired with the Capone gang to frame Roland. The following day, Roland single-handedly infiltrated the headquarters of the Carton gang, eliminating 7 of the 10 most formidable masters within the organization, alongside the gang's most dazzling newcomer, Capone Beji, and its current leader, Capone Boss. This news reverberated wildly throughout the underground realm of the West Sea. Accompanying this revelation was a phrase imbued with Roland's indomitable spirit, conveying his unwavering stance against the continuation of the Carton gang's influence in the West Sea. Upon the announcement of this information, the entire underground world of the West Sea erupted in chaos. By the morning of the 3rd day, official reports confirming the collapse of the Carton gang were published. With the release of this newspaper, the tale of Roland's solitary triumph over the Carton gang spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge among the people of the West Sea. An unprecedented seismic shift had occurred. No one remained unshaken by Roland's might. Yet, amidst this turmoil, reactions varied. Some celebrated while others lamented. That scoundrel Roland inadvertently performed a commendable act. The Carton gang could not withstand his might. Whoever dares to claim that Roland's bounty is inflated shall face dire consequences. This is indeed fortuitous. I suddenly find myself perceiving Roland, that rogue, in a less malevolent light, compared to this pirate who has long forsaken the shore. The Carton gang posed a far greater threat to the entire West Sea. With their downfall, our lives shall undoubtedly improve. Damn it, it feels surreal. Just as I have risen to become a prominent figure within the gang, I am told that the organization has crumbled. Roland also purchased a newspaper. Without perusing the government-issued news, I would remain oblivious to the remarkable feat I had accomplished. Gazing at the comprehensive interpretation of the facts presented in the newspaper, Roland was astonished and filled with pride. Upon the release of this publication, those naval commanders who had conspired with the Capone gang to frame me must surely be feeling quite anxious. Roland suddenly had a realization, letting out a soft hum, his gaze settling calmly upon the sea. Chapter 44. Colonel Lanka at the Naval Base. Naval Division 128 Base. Upon seeing the newspaper, Colonel Lanka stood frozen, much like a student daydreaming in a mathematics class. The incessant ringing of the telephone on his desk finally roused him from his stupor after nearly a minute. Hello, is this Brother Lanka? It's Brother Bernoulli. Indeed it is. Brother Lanka, you collaborated with the Capone gang not long ago, correct? Bernoulli inquired. No, absolutely not. How could I, a distinguished naval colonel, possibly collude with a gang? Colonel Lanka vehemently denied any association. To speak candidly, Brother Lanka, I too have collaborated with the Capone gang recently, and I am extremely concerned. That rascal Roland has grown far too formidable. I wish to know if you have any solutions." Bernoulli confessed earnestly. "What, Brother Bernoulli, you too have worked with the Capone gang? I had assumed the incident that occurred in your jurisdiction was perpetrated by your subordinates." Colonel Lanka suddenly felt a kinship in their shared plight, regaining a bit of his spirit. "To be honest, I am quite frightened as well. I was stunned for over an hour after reading the newspaper. Damn it, I contacted 2 other base divisions, and they too lack any viable solutions," Bernoulli lamented. "I believe the most prudent course of action now is for us to remain stationed at the naval base for the time being, as long as Roland remains at large. We shall not return home," Colonel Lanka proposed. At this point, there seemed to be no alternative. Bernoulli sighed and continued. "The headquarters cannot simply stand by and watch as Roland eliminates us one by one. Once the next victim surfaces, all of us base commanders linked to the increase in the bounty on Roland's head should be afforded protection." Upon hearing this, Colonel Lanka's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively swallowed hard, responding, "Brother Bernoulli, your words make me feel quite perilous. We are all in the same boat. Prepare yourselves." Bernoulli sighed and hung up the phone. The naval base from which that scoundrel Rawlings escaped was indeed my base 128, and the 3 crew members aboard his ship hailed from this very island. Lanka couldn't help but shiver. On the vast expanse of the ocean, the Saturday pirate cruise ship sailed bravely against the wind. Atop the main mast stood a small chamber, serving as both a lookout tower and a training room for the pirates. 1321, 1322, 1323. Roland, burdened by a colossal iron block, lay prostrate on the floor of the lounge, performing push-ups as beads of sweat cascaded down his chiseled muscles, dripping onto the ground. In a short span, he completed his self-imposed regimen of 2,000 push-ups. After a brief respite, he exhaled heavily, then lifted the immense iron block, swinging it with the grace of a swordsman. As a fencer, this was the foundation of Roland's training. Despite possessing the enchanted tome of abilities, he refused to succumb to complacency. For if one day that tome were rendered useless, he would find himself facing utter defeat. As Captain Roland engaged in his training, the others on the ship were equally industrious. The robust crew members diligently followed the physical enhancement regimen that Roland had devised for them. Even FIA and Amy were not idle. Roland had prepared foundational materials for Amy, while FIA utilized these resources to instruct Amy in language, mathematics, and various other essential knowledge. Typically, it was only in the evenings that they found leisure time to fish, play cards, enjoy the sea breeze, or gaze at the stars. The journey from the headquarters of the Capone gang on the island of Polka to the Navy's 128th Division base took Roland nearly a month. In a secluded bay, the pirate ship Saturday dropped anchor and unfurled its sails. Once again, we returned to our homeland. FA old different route this time. Let us disembark together, Roland declared. Amy also wished to go ashore, eager to purchase some snacks. "I want to buy treats," the little gourmand exclaimed, raising her hand. "Very well," Roland nodded. "If anyone wishes to explore the island, they may do so, but we must leave someone on the ship capable of operating it." He glanced at the other crew members, who hardly resembled pirates. Even if they casually disembarked, no one would suspect their true identities. Yet, they were not truly pirates either, never killing, robbing, or setting fires, and not a single bounty on their heads. "All right, I will take a stroll around the 128th Division base. Once I have drawn the attention of all the Navy personnel there, you may return home for a visit, or you can wait for me to resolve matters at my place, and then I will accompany you to explore the island." As they neared the town, Roland turned to the 4 companions beside him. "Roland, give us a signal," FIA urged. "With you around, it becomes exceedingly difficult for anyone to speak to me normally." "Understood." Roland nodded, gesturing as he stepped forward. "Then await my message. Be cautious, Roland. You are about to make a bold entrance into the Navy base. Do not let your guard down." FIA's worry was palpable as she observed Roland's relaxed demeanor. "There will be no trouble. I still owe you a debt of vengeance." Roland turned back, grinning widely, and strode confidently onward. Inside the 128th Navy Division base, in Colonel Lanka's office, the colonel reclined in his swivel chair, feet propped up on the desk, a cigar clenched between his teeth. The ashtray on the desk was littered with the remnants of over a dozen cigar butts. Upon the revelation that Roland had eliminated the Capone gang, Lanka became enamored with the act of smoking cigars, finding a semblance of tranquility and ease only amidst the swirling clouds of smoke. Suddenly, a noise resonated from the floor of the office, yet Colonel Lanka, entranced by his cigar, remained oblivious to the disturbance. As the commotion escalated, a dark claw broke through the office floor, emerging from the depths below. It was at this moment that Colonel Lanka finally took notice. Nervously, He retrieved his pistol with his left hand while drawing a long sword that hung beside his desk with his right. "Who dares intrude upon the naval base?" he demanded, his voice echoing with authority. "My courage pales in comparison to yours, Colonel Lenka. As a naval officer, you bear the banner of justice, yet you consort with the underworld." Roland emerged from the ground, speaking with a calm demeanor. "You, Roland, you are indeed capable of burrowing into the ground," Colonel Lenka exclaimed, utterly astonished as he witnessed Roland transform from a snow-white rat back into his human form. "I possess many more skills," Roland replied with a grin. "I have come to seek you today, not for any significant matter, but primarily with the intent to either slay you or be slain by you." Chapter 45. The Navy's maneuver. Colonel Lenka was momentarily taken aback. Then he propelled himself forward, executing the Navy's 6 styles with a swift shave. The floor of the office shattered like a spider's web as Colonel Lenka burst forth like a cannonball. "Gather! We are under attack!" he shouted, his voice booming with such intensity that it could be faintly heard by those outside the naval base. Upon bursting from the office, Colonel Lenka gripped his pistol in his left hand, directing it towards the advancing Roland, while his right hand firmly held onto his longsword. "Do not come any closer. If you do, I shall fire," he bellowed. "Colonel Lenka, there is no need to call for help. They cannot hear you," Roland replied, his gaze serene and a subtle smile gracing his features. Upon hearing Roland's words, Colonel Lenka shuddered, his eyes darting away from Roland to the adjacent office, where naval officers were diligently at work. Yet, they appeared oblivious to Colonel Lenka's earlier desperate shout. Colonel Lenka stood dumbfounded, realizing he was within the soundproof vicinity created by Roland's silence fruit. Regardless of how loud the commotion inside was, it could not be heard outside. Unless someone fortuitously glanced up to witness Colonel Lenka and Roland engaged in their one-on-one duel, none would be aware of the battle unfolding. "Ah, Roland, I shall fight you to the end." Colonel Lenka snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth as he discarded his pistol and took hold of his longsword with both hands. "That's the spirit," Roland observed calmly, watching the seemingly frenzied Colonel Lenka. "Come now. If you defeat me, you shall live." "You fiend!" Colonel Lenka shouted, gripping his longsword tightly. With that, he unleashed his full power, launching himself towards Roland. Roland raised his left hand, and a shadow emerged from the white glove. Just as Colonel Lenka charged towards him, it entered his body. Instantly, Colonel Lenka appeared as if he were frozen in place. Roland stepped forward, deftly evading the sweeping longsword of Colonel Lenka, propelled by inertia. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and executed a horizontal slash. Whoosh! The blade gleamed momentarily. Clang! Roland sheathed his sword, a renowned blade that spilled no blood even in the act of murder. Simultaneously, blood and the head of Colonel Lenka soared into the sky. In the next life, strive to be a good person, Roland mused, as he sheathed his weapon and brushed his hand over the headless body of Colonel Lenka before striding towards the outskirts of the base. This was no place to linger. At that moment, a naval major in the adjacent office stretched and, upon noticing Roland, who was out of uniform, felt a spark of curiosity. He promptly rose and peered out the window. Upon clearly seeing the dismembered body of Colonel Lenka and the silhouette of Roland slowly departing, the major gasped, taking several seconds to regain his composure. "Impossible. Unthinkable. I must be imagining things." The naval major rubbed his eyes, yet the scene outside remained unchanged, driving him to mutter to himself as if in a frenzy. "What's going on?" The other officers in the office were drawn to his murmurs, lifting their heads to regard the major. "You all must come see outside. I cannot believe it. I just witnessed Colonel Lenka being killed without my knowledge." The major's voice trembled as he spoke. "What? Duncan, what nonsense are you spouting? Colonel Lenka is right in the office next door." A lieutenant colonel interjected sharply. If such rumors reached the sensitive ears of Colonel Lenka, Duncan would surely face dire consequences. Nevertheless, the officers stood up, following the direction pointed out by Major Duncan. Silence fell, an eerie stillness enveloping the room, as the temperature seemed to plunge to freezing. "My heavens, how could this be possible? This must be a trick," the major exclaimed. "What are we waiting for? Hurry outside and check. If this is some prank, I shall have the perpetrator's head." A group of naval officers burst forth from the office, only to be met with the horrifying sight of a corpse lying in a pool of blood on the ground. They exchanged stunned glances. The audacity of breaching the naval base and eliminating its highest combat prowess without detection was utterly terrifying. Roland's methods are exceedingly bizarre and terrifying. Just a moment ago, I glimpsed a shadowy figure, one holding a knife, which is highly likely to be Roland, Major Duncan stammered. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Hurry and sound the alarm." As the alarm echoed through the air, Roland had already departed from the division base, leaving behind a trail of chaos. At the 6th Naval Branch Base in the West Sea, after personally hearing Colonel Loren from the 128th Division report that Colonel Lanka had been brutally slain by Roland through extraordinary means, Base Commander Major Morton's countenance turned ashen. After a considerable pause, Major Morton regained his composure and convened a teleconference with other division commanders to deliberate on subsequent strategies, subsequently reaching out to the naval headquarters. General Ghost Spider, our 128th Division South Colonel Lanka, has been mercilessly killed by the pirate Roland who breached the base. My subordinates request the headquarters approval to temporarily reassign the base commanders related to the Roland case in the West Sea. What? General Ghost Spider exclaimed in astonishment. Another direct assault on a naval base? This time, only the base commander was killed, and the other officers were unharmed? Yes, that audacious scoundrel, Ghost Spider replied. Suppressing his fury, approved. This time, regardless of the methods you employ, whether the combined efforts of all the base commanders or using bait to lure him, ensure that you eliminate that scoundrel Roland promptly. I do not wish to hear his name echoing through the naval headquarters any longer. In his view, a pirate who had never braved the Grand Line could not possibly be formidable. Their inability to handle the situation reflected poorly on the naval forces of the West Sea. Yes, sir, Major Morton replied eagerly, and Ghost Spider promptly into the call. The mention of that scoundrel Roland made Major Morton grit his teeth, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. 2 days later, 12 division commanders from the West Sea convened to devise a strategy against Roland. They decided to gather the highest-ranking officers associated with Roland's bounty increase case at a single location. 3 division commanders would then remain on standby, ready to ambush Roland when he arrived to eliminate those officers linked to his bounty increase. This was a transparent plot. Although the Navy would not proactively disclose the location where the highest-ranking officers would be congregated, it was evident to any discerning observer that it was a trap. Nevertheless, the Navy largely believed this method to be viable, as Roland had previously exhibited behavior suggesting he was a reckless fool, a madman utterly oblivious to fear. Even if he knew it was a trap, he would undoubtedly charge forward without hesitation. 2 weeks later, all Navy colonels linked to Roland's bounty increase case gathered on the island of Greenland, where Major Morton presided over the 6th Division base. Haha, Brother Clue. Brother Andy. This time we are safe. Greenland has 3 major generals and 4 brigadier generals, which brings our total to 10 colonels. If that scoundrel Roland dares to come, he will undoubtedly meet his end. Chapter 46, Nico Robin. After the death of Colonel Lanka, the base of Division 128 was thrown into chaos. Roland and FIA sauntered leisurely across the island, procuring a considerable amount of supplies. The following day, the official newspaper of the West Sea reported on Roland's forceful intrusion into the Navy's 128th Division base, where he cruelly murdered Colonel Runka. However, this news failed to stir any significant uproar within the West Sea. People had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Roland, on the other hand, felt a surge of frustration, as simultaneously with the publication of the article, his bounty had once again been updated, the staggering sum of 80 million berries. Even accounting for Nico Robin, who still lingered in the West Sea, Roland had now become the most wanted pirate in the region. Fame, it seems, comes with its perils. Roland realized that if his bounty continued to escalate at this rate, it would pose a serious dilemma. Should his bounty surpass 100 million berries before he even set foot in the Grand Line, it was foreseeable that the Navy would dispatch formidable vice admirals to pursue him. Should he encounter such powerful adversaries, a single misstep could lead to ruthless oppression, ultimately resulting in his permanent confinement within the depths of the undersea prison. Cursing the Capone gang in his heart, Roland felt utterly helpless. If he did not take the initiative to hunt down the Navy officers who had conspired with the Capone gang to frame him, those corrupt officials would remain at large. Even if Roland presented the Navy with a list of officers who had collaborated with the Capone gang, the higher-ups would likely dismiss it due to the lack of concrete evidence. If the Navy were to firmly claim that the Capone gang had fabricated accusations against those listed, Roland would find himself powerless. Thus, he bore the weight of all this alone. Fortunately, his decision to actively hunt down these corrupt officers did bring some rewards, albeit contingent upon his own fortune. This time, after eliminating Colonel Runka, he had fortuitously acquired a paper drawing of the Navy's 6 forms. The drawing he obtained from Runka was notably superior to the one he had previously pilfered from a minor Capone gang leader. The earlier drawing had proven inadequate in high-level battles, while the one from Colonel Runka possessed practical utility. Admittedly, it offered only marginal benefits, not particularly impressive. However, Roland discovered a cause for celebration. The abilities recorded in the Book of Abilities were not immutable. For instance, the technique of shave, which he had mastered, was originally documented at a level akin to that of a colonel, perhaps even slightly weaker than some who specialized in its study. Yet, through his own exploration and practice of the technique, Roland had enhanced his execution, achieving greater speed and power that could rival a full-force shave from a West Sea Navy brigadier. His next target was Colonel Kuru. Roland retrieved the list that Captain Bowers had spoken of just before his demise. On this list, the names of Colonel Lanker and Colonel Bryan had been marked with a crimson cross, leaving only 4 names remaining. Among these 4, Colonel Kuru was the closest to Roland's current location. Roland pondered, contemplating the likelihood of this endeavor being in vain. The Navy was not lacking in intelligence. They were well aware that Roland was targeting those colonels associated with the record of his bounty increase, and they would undoubtedly devise appropriate countermeasures. 2 weeks later, Roland arrived at the naval base commanded by Colonel Kuru. After a day of reconnaissance and investigation, Roland concluded that Colonel Kuru was no longer present at this base. Roland sought out a colonel serving as the temporary highest commander at the division base, yet he could not ascertain the whereabouts of Colonel Kuru. Reluctantly, Roland turned to the Underground Intelligence Organization for information. In the port city of Weston, the largest underground intelligence network in the Western Seas thrived. Within the clandestine Hall of Information Trade, a young and strikingly beautiful woman with raven hair sat gracefully in an ornate rosewood chair, meticulously sorting various intelligence reports. Although she was alone in the room, she accomplished the workload equivalent to 9 individuals in the adjacent office. Numerous arms had sprouted from her desk, concurrently categorizing and organizing the plethora of information, while the young woman deftly managed this complex task, leisurely perusing a book resting on her long, slender, and fair thigh, all the while sipping her coffee. Undoubtedly, this remarkable young woman, capable of multitasking in real time to classify intelligence, was none other than Nico Robin, the notorious son of the demon, with the second highest bounty in the Western Seas. Suddenly, Robin furrowed her brow, setting down her coffee and closing the book that had been sprawled across her thigh, placing it on her desk. The arms sorting the intelligence reports ceased their activity. A sigh escaped her lips. Once again, she had been betrayed. A fleeting smile of resignation crossed her face. Utilizing the powers of her flower fruit, she had been clandestinely eavesdropping on a conversation in the office of the intelligence organization's leader and had just overheard a dialogue that left her feeling deeply perturbed. Once more, she had been sold out. Since the tender age of 8, when she first bore a staggering bounty of 79 million berries, Robin had endured countless betrayals and deceptions in her struggle for survival. Each time her value reached a certain threshold, the organizations that had sheltered her would ultimately betray her, selling her whereabouts to the Navy and the government, a reality she had become all too accustomed to. It was time to leave this place. Nico Robin picked up the book she had only partially read, discarded the unfinished coffee from her cup, and returned it to its rightful place. She opened the door to her room and, as per usual, strolled effortlessly through the corridors of the intelligence organization. In every vicinity she traversed, the areas equipped with surveillance phone bugs would sprout a feminine arm, deftly redirecting the gaze of the monitoring devices rather than obscuring them. As long as there was no direct confrontation, no one noticed Nico Robin casually departing the intelligence agency. Moreover, encountering Nico Robin head-on was no simple feat, for along her path, concealed corners were adorned with watchful eyes. At the tender age of 8, she had achieved a perfect score on the archaeologist examination, a testament to her intelligence and meticulous nature, which need no further elaboration. Coupled with the countless betrayals she had endured over the years, the act of fleeing had become as effortless for Nico Robin as the mundane tasks of eating and drinking. Pushing open a small door that led from the intelligence agency's staff area to the underground intelligence trading hall, Robin donned a hat, lowering its brim, and strolled leisurely towards the exit of the underground market. This subterranean trading hall was teeming with a diverse array of characters. Those wishing to conceal their true identities often resorted to disguises or masks, making Robin's lowered hat far from uncommon. Furthermore, due to the hall's established protocols, no one would intentionally seek to unveil the identities that others wished to keep hidden. Nico Robin proceeded toward the exit as she would on any ordinary workday. At this moment, Roland fortuitously arrived at this clandestine intelligence organization, having previously visited numerous other agencies in vain, searching for information regarding the whereabouts of certain naval colonels who had been reassigned. With no other options, he found himself here. As he traversed the path leading into the underground intelligence trading hall, Roland suddenly sensed a gaze scrutinizing him. It was an instinctive feeling, not derived from any perceptive ability, and he could not precisely articulate its nature. Moreover, The angle of this gaze was peculiar, seemingly emanating from above. How strange. Roland felt a surge of bewilderment as he abruptly lifted his gaze. He beheld a wide-open eye upon the ceiling, only for it to vanish in an instant. Am I hallucinating? It seemed as though an eye had sprouted upon the ceiling just moments ago. Roland was taken aback. Chapter 47. The Capture of Nico Robin. Roland blinked, failing to associate the eye on the ceiling with the flower fruit, and thus could not possibly think of Nico Robin. She merely assumed that her vision had blurred. Roland rubbed his eyes and descended the staircase leading to the underground information trading hall at a leisurely pace. Soon, he brushed past the tall woman, and instinctively, his gaze lingered upon her. She possessed a slender waist, long legs, and fair skin. Unfortunately, her hat was pulled low, preventing Roland from observing her features in detail, and he chose not to pry further. That was a close call. After narrowly avoiding Roland, Nico Robin exhaled with relief, her heart racing. Truly, he was the most formidable pirate in the West Sea, able to perceive my gaze. What a terrifying ability. With a serious expression, Nico Robin mentally noted this encounter. In her previous life within the underground world of the West Sea, she had relied on the powers of her flower fruit to discreetly observe others, ensuring her safety without fail. However, this recent incident served as a stark reminder that when attempting to spy on powerful individuals, there exists a peril of being detected. Understanding the nature of such risks would aid in avoiding them. Thus, Nico Robin resolved to exercise greater caution when confronting individuals of Roland's caliber in the future. Roland's acquisition of intelligence proceeded remarkably smoothly. One might even say that had he wished to forego payment, the other party would have willingly bestowed the information upon him. Having obtained the intelligence, Roland did not linger in the underground information trading hall, but instead ascended the staircase at a leisurely pace. Following closely behind him, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed. Make way, would you? If you delay my business, you shall never again procure intelligence in our organization. A rather impolite shout emanated from behind Roland just as he was preparing to clear the path for the impatient individual. What did you say? Repeat that. Roland responded without turning, his demeanor calm, refusing to yield his position. I commanded you to move aside. Are you deaf? The brash man continued, his tone aggressive. You insolent fool. I shan't budge. What will you do about it? Roland turned to face the man who was about to collide with him. Before him stood two burly men clad in the uniforms of the intelligence organization, weapons in hand. I said, let me through. The man who had been demanding passage since earlier saw Roland turn and did not slow down, charging forward as if intent on knocking Roland aside to continue his ascent. Indeed, they were quite pressed for time, for Nico Robin had escaped. Bang! Just as the man was about to collide with Roland, he was deftly shoved against the wall instead. You're in for it now. The man who struck the wall seethed with rage, roaring as he reversed his weapon, preparing to strike. Bang! At that moment, his companion leapt forward, slamming him back against the wall. Are you seeking death? Do you not first consider who you're confronting? My apologies, Captain Roland. The other man, after knocking down his partner, turned to Roland and bowed deeply at a sharp angle. We are in a tremendous hurry and thus have offended you. We sincerely apologize for our lack of courtesy. Remember to be polite when in need. Roland remarked with a dismissive snort, turning back and continuing his unhurried stride towards the exit. Once Roland's figure vanished around the corner of the staircase, the two men who had offended him exhaled in relief. Beads of cold sweat now adorned their foreheads, and their shirts were thoroughly soaked. Damn it! Be more careful next time. Do you realize you nearly cost us our lives? Upon exiting the underground information trading hall, Roland keenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere on the streets. The thoroughfare was sparsely populated, a stark contrast to the earlier bustling scene. Roland advanced a few steps, his deliberately probing gaze catching sight of a contingent of naval soldiers emerging at the corner of the street ahead. It appeared they were conducting a search, thus not here to apprehend him. Roland mused silently, raising his hand to lower the brim of his hat a bit further. He had no desire to be recognized by the Navy, nor to distract them from their duties. After all, unlike him, the others burdened with bounties were not innocent. He certainly did not wish for his presence to lead to a botched capture by the Navy. Retracing his steps, Roland swiftly departed from the area. Before long, the sound of synchronized, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Roland turned slightly to glance back, discovering a naval squad led by a naval commander, consisting of over 20 sailors. Hastening forward, given that their target, Nico Robin, was a woman, this contingent of the Navy paid little attention to Roland, swiftly racing past him. The presence of a naval commander within such a squad indicated that they were pursuing a significant target. Intrigued, Roland decided to follow suit. Since fate had fortuitously aligned their paths, he deemed it worthwhile to witness the unfolding spectacle. It is human nature to observe the commotion. Upon catching up with the naval team, Roland noticed a 4-story building encircled by the Navy. The main event had yet to commence. A slight smile graced Roland's lips as he gracefully leaped onto the second floor of a nearby building and, utilizing his momentum, effortlessly ascended to the rooftop of another structure. "Nico Robin, you are surrounded. Release the hostage and come down peacefully," commanded a naval colonel from below, addressing the 3rd floor of the besieged building through a megaphone. Suddenly, a curtain on a window of the 3rd floor was violently drawn aside, revealing a small boy held captive, his mouth covered by a pale arm protruding from his own shoulder. Simultaneously, another pale arm brandished a knife at the boy's neck. "If you wish for this child to live, allow me to leave here unscathed," a voice emanated from the window, though Nico Robin herself remained unseen. Anyone inside the 3rd floor room would realize that Nico Robin was not present. The voice belonged merely to a mouth that had sprouted by the window. But where was the true Nico Robin? She had already ascended to the rooftop of the building. Utilizing the powers of the Hana no Mi, she sprouted eyes in various locations to observe the movements of the surrounding Navy, seizing the opportunity to leap from the rooftop of this building to that of another. At this moment, Nico Robin remained remarkably composed. After landing on a new rooftop, she continued to use her abilities to survey the area, preparing to jump to yet another building when a voice suddenly pierced her ears. "Nico Robin, I have found you." The words startled her, and instinctively, an eye sprouted from her back, revealing a naval officer standing on the rooftop across the street, unbeknownst to her until now. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the insignia on his shoulder, and she was taken aback to discover he was a Rear Admiral. "I have gone to great lengths to capture you," Rear Admiral Morton said, observing the panic on Nico Robin's face while wearing a faint smile. "Nico Robin, surrender. Today, you will not escape." Chapter 48. Roland versus the Major General. Nico Robin refrained from engaging in unnecessary conversation with Major General Morton. In an instant, she regained her composure, her gaze revealing a renewed tranquility as she decisively employed the powers of the flower fruit. 2 pale arms erupted from Morton's neck, constricting him. Simultaneously, Nico Robin propelled herself from the rooftop of the building toward another. Nico Robin, are you merely tickling me?" Major General Morton appeared unfazed by the arms tightening around his throat. He leaped effortlessly, crossing the street to land on the rooftop where Robin had just been. "Are you still attempting to flee?" he remarked with a casual smile, observing Robin's somewhat disheveled retreat. Nico Robin cast a glance back at the Major General. It was evident that he could easily apprehend her in one swift motion, yet he chose to toy with her like a cat, playing with a mouse, before concluding the encounter. This, she realized, was her opportunity. The notorious pirate Roland had just made an appearance at the Underground Intelligence Exchange Hall, and he might have only recently emerged. If she could encounter him, escape would be within her grasp. Maintaining her composure, Nico Robin continued her flight, her trajectory aimed directly towards the Underground Intelligence Exchange Hall. Phew! Robin leaped onto the rooftop of the building where Roland was currently hiding, disregarding her breathlessness as she prepared to dash towards another rooftop. At that moment, Morton appeared as if by magic, blocking Nicole Robin's path of escape. "I warned you, there is no way you can escape today. Why engage in such futile struggles?" Major Morton observed the young woman before him, the second most wanted in the West Sea, with an air of calmness. Truth be told, she was quite beautiful. "Do you believe I can help Nicole Robin escape from your grasp?" Suddenly, Roland's voice echoed. Upon hearing this phrase, General Morton and Nico Robin paused momentarily, then turned towards the source of the sound. It emanated from a small attic atop the building, and soon a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat emerged from the wall of the loft, an area that had previously been out of their line of sight. "You dare to snatch my prey away from me? How amusing," General Morton remarked, his gaze fixed on Roland's figure. "Are you blind? Unable to see the stars on my shoulder insignia? And what of the Rear Admiral? Is he truly formidable?" Roland removed his hat, holding it aloft in his right hand. Upon recognizing Roland's true identity, General Morton was momentarily taken aback. "You are Roland." Meanwhile, Nico Robin was not overly surprised. She had been aware of Roland's presence, though it was unexpected that he would attempt to rescue her from the Navy. However, considering the media's portrayal of Roland as a fearless madman, his actions were entirely understandable. How splendid to encounter both the first and second bounties of the West Sea simultaneously. Excitement flickered in General Morton's eyes, and he became increasingly animated. If he could capture both Roland and Nico Robin, such a monumental achievement would surely secure his transfer from the West Sea to the Grand Line. "Robin, how about joining my crew?" Roland directed his gaze at Nico Robin. She felt a peculiar sensation, as Roland seemed to address her with an intimate familiarity, omitting her surname. Ah, Roland is indeed a madman. Such behavior is to be expected. If Mr. Roland can truly assist me in evading capture, I shall gladly call you Captain Roland. Robin replied with a sweet smile. With that delightful title of Captain Roland, I shall ensure that you are safeguarded today, Nico Robin. The fleet admiral will not take her away. Mark my words, Roland declared boldly, fixing his gaze on General Morton. Ha! The fleet admiral is certainly not going to show up here. Such an arrogant fellow. General Morton scoffed, but refrained from making a move. Robin, you should leave. I will handle things here, Roland said, his gaze calm as he regarded General Morton standing nearby. Understood, Robin nodded, unhesitatingly changing her course to escape. Having encountered Roland, she could no longer run toward the underground intelligence trade hall, especially since that organization was collaborating with the Navy to capture her. General Morton paid no heed to the fleeing Nico Robin, fully aware that even if Roland's strength was inferior to his own, he could still manage to delay him long enough to prevent pursuit. Come on, before your subordinates arrive, let us engage in a proper one-on-one duel. I am eager to see if I can triumph over a rear admiral-level opponent. Roland gazed defiantly at Major Morton. That scoundrel Morton had refrained from striking, most likely biding his time for his subordinates to arrive. When they did, the probability of Roland's escape would diminish significantly. Come now, I am equally eager to discover just how formidable the pirate is who single-handedly dismantled the entire Capone gang. Major Morton grinned widely. In an instant, he vanished, launching his assault. It was a rare encounter with a Navy man who wielded no weapon. In the face of Major Morton's onslaught, Roland unhesitatingly transformed into a gorilla. A true man engages in a fistfight. Roland roared, charging at the advancing Major Morton, his fearsome fists covered in black fur swinging with ferocity. Fool! Major Morton disregarded Roland's provocation, executing his technique with remarkable finesse. Even while moving at high speed, he effortlessly altered his trajectory, sidestepping slightly before leaping to deliver a kick aimed at Roland's head. Boring. Roland's punch missed its mark, and he knew he could not allow Major Morton to land his attack. Without hesitation, he reverted from his gorilla form back to his human shape, causing Morton's earlier strike to miss entirely. The first round of their probing encounter concluded without any direct confrontation, yet both combatants gleaned much from the exchange. Roland understood that General Morton's shaving technique was more proficient than his own. General Morton was also aware that his offensive speed was entirely sufficient for Roland to react. There was no possibility of maneuvering wildly to evade Roland's grasp. A formidable adversary, Roland and Morton each formed a fundamental assessment of one another in their hearts, realizing that without revealing their ultimate skills, it would be impossible to easily triumph over the other. You just said you wanted to engage in a fistfight, right? Cool, mate. With a swift motion, Major Morton charged toward Roland once more. However, he remained unwilling to engage in a brawl. Instead, he intended to employ the technique of finger thrusting. Such a tactic, though somewhat unscrupulous, was justified when battling a heinous pirate. Not happening. Roland grinned as he unsheathed the renowned sword hanging at his waist. Having previously eliminated the notorious Capone boss, Roland had acquired the ability of swordsmanship. He had refrained from using it in his last confrontation with Colonel Runcaw to achieve a swift victory, but this time, he was eager to see if his true form wielding a sword could contend with a formidable major. Clang! The two clashed briefly before swiftly separating. Major Morton emerged unscathed, while Roland found himself with a bleeding wound in his chest. Ouch, that hurts. Roland glanced down at the bleeding hole in his chest, his heart sinking. Indeed, without relying on the flashy skills from the tome of abilities in his mind, the gap between him and a powerhouse like a naval major was significant. Yet, Roland felt a flicker of relief. He had been diligently training recently, and his physique was robust, so a mere finger thrust only resulted in a bit of blood, sparing him from severe injury. Roland, I have seen through your capabilities. You are no match for me. Major Morton's hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Roland, a hint of excitement dancing across his face as he pointed at him. If you surrender, you might endure less pain. Chapter 49. I will go however. Roland merely chuckled. I have yet to reveal my ultimate technique, and you believe you have seen through me? Undoubtedly. Major Morton has misjudged my potential. Most pirates with bounties in the tens of millions tend to employ rather singular methods, either relying on their devil fruit powers or their physical prowess. But I am different. What are you laughing at? Morton, influenced by Roland's laughter, cast a cold gaze upon him. Observe my current stance and smile. This reflects the joy of a victor. Roland pointed his sword at Major Morton. If you continue to underestimate me, this battle is as good as mine. Interesting. Morton snorted lightly. Whoosh. He darted forward with a rapid step, intent on revealing his true strength, eager to determine who was the superior fighter. Smashed the Varludo, rolling, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful left punch, and from the white ghost cry gloves emerged a shadowy figure. Major General Morton responded with remarkable swiftness, abruptly changing direction as the shadow whizzed past him. He had long been aware of Roland's peculiar choice to wear a glove solely on his left hand and was mentally prepared for this encounter. You should have waited to launch your ambush until I was closer. At this distance, such speed is utterly insufficient to strike me. A faint smile curled at the corners of Major General Morton's mouth. You don't actually believe you've evaded my attack, do you? Roland chuckled lightly. What foolishness! Do you think I would fall for your deceitful words? Major General Morton paid no heed to Roland's remarks and charged forward once more. You have no choice but to believe. Roland brandished her sword and advanced, wielding a force of 5,000 pounds. Roland gripped his sword firmly and struck at the advancing General Morton with a powerful slash. This blow was far more formidable than the previous one, yet it still proved insufficient against me. As Morton discerned Roland's move, he swiftly countered with both hands. Clang! The general's left fist met Roland's descending blade with a resounding impact. Iron. Meanwhile, his other hand surged towards the freshly wounded spot on Roland's chest. To strike effectively, one must target vulnerabilities, and the bleeding wound created by the paper gun was the perfect point of assault. However, before Morton's fist could reach Roland, the latter transformed dramatically, his stature towering as his muscles swelled with newfound strength. He had assumed the form of a gorilla. With a sickening thud, Morton's left hand, braced against Roland's sword, was pierced, blood spilling forth. Should he fail to retract his hand, the risk of Roland severing his left arm loomed ominously. Get away from me! General Morton bellowed in rage, refusing to withdraw his left hand, instead channeling his might into a powerful strike with his right. Boom! His formidable fist crashed against Roland's iron-like chest, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. You've wounded me. Huh! It's been ages since anyone has managed to injure me, Morton exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit, exhilaration coursing through him. Yet, before he could utter another word, a shadow darted from behind and penetrated his body. The wailing of the ghost cry gloves erupted, a directional skill that could only target one individual at a time, yet once locked onto an adversary, it would relentlessly pursue them unless the gloves were destroyed before the tracking could commence. What? Startled by the sudden attack from behind, General Morton's expression shifted to one of alarm. Then, the ghost cry unleashed its effect. In an instant, the general's previously sharp gaze faltered, leaving him momentarily stunned. This daze lasted no more than 5 seconds. Yet, Roland did not seize the moment to attack. He merely stood at a distance, observing. After roughly a second, Morton regained his composure and looked at Roland, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Had Roland harbored a resolve to slay him, the time he spent dazed would have sufficed for Roland to sever his head, just a little over a second, not even one. 5 seconds. Roland glanced at the ghost cry gloves on his left hand. Indeed, the effectiveness of ghost cry diminished against more powerful foes. This was an unavoidable truth. The ghost cry gloves, having ingested a devil fruit, could only wield the most basic abilities and could not be developed like those who had consumed the fruit themselves. Thus, the glove's power remained stagnant. Why do you not attack me? You clearly had the chance moments ago, Morton observed coldly, his gaze fixed on Roland. I simply choose not to, Roland replied. Roland smiled faintly, casually sheathing his renowned blade. You scoundrel! Major Morton glared at Roland, gritting his teeth. If you wish to flee beneath my very nose, you must first tread over my corpse. Enough! Is it truly necessary to cling to me so tenaciously? If you push me to the brink, I might genuinely take your life. What benefit would that bring to either you or the Navy? Roland gently shook his head. Your desire to apprehend me is your duty, and I understand that. However, with such intent, you might as well pursue other pirates who are far easier to capture. Their threat to society far surpasses mine. What nonsense are you spouting? There are no pirates in the West Sea more perilous than you. Major Morton bellowed. Do you speak earnestly? Are you unaware that my bounty has been inflated through the collusion of the Capone gang and certain corrupt elements within your Navy? The cases that have led to my bounty's increase have nothing to do with me. Roland scoffed, producing a recording device from his person and tossing it towards Major Morton. Listen for yourself. This contains the last confessions of the Capone gang's leader, along with a list of naval officers who have collaborated with them. However, I can anticipate that even if you obtain this evidence, those corrupt individuals within the Navy will remain untouchable, as you lack the proof to bring them before court-martial. Thus, allow me to assist you in cleansing your ranks. When you return, you can inform the higher-ups of the Navy to set an ambush at Greylon Island. It's merely a banquet of deception, nothing to be overly concerned about. I shall attend. Having expressed his thoughts, Roland turned to leave. His departure was not merely a show of bravado. He understood that if he lingered any longer, Morton's subordinates would soon surround the entire building, and any attempt to leave would come at a dire cost. "You arrogant scoundrel!" Major Morton shouted at Roland's retreating figure. "I shall await you at Greylon. I will personally claim your head." "Until we meet again," Roland replied, raising a hand in farewell without turning back. Damn it, that rascal Roland truly knows how to provoke. Major Morton seethed, gritting his teeth as he glanced at the recording device in his hand and pressed the play button. The more he listened, the more furrowed his brow became. Could it be that Roland's bounty increase was indeed a result of the Capone gang's collusion with certain miscreants within Navy? Major Morton found himself believing a significant portion of it. After all, if Roland were truly as heinous as portrayed, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. It was undeniable that there were corrupt elements within the Navy, yet whether they were as entwined with Roland's narrative remained uncertain. Nonetheless, if that rascal dared to venture to Greylon, he was as good as dead. Chapter 50. Robin boards the ship upon returning to the naval base. Morton conducted a thorough investigation and, after obtaining the results, contacted Vice Admiral Spider, who was responsible for Western maritime affairs. The matter unfolded as follows. When Spider learned from Morton's report that the increase in the bounty for Roland was not orchestrated by him, but rather a consequence of collusion between the decayed elements within the Navy and the Capone Mafia, he interrupted Morton decisively, stating, "Since this has transpired, Roland must be dealt with regardless, even if he is not the architect of these events. It does not alter the fact that he is currently the most wanted pirate in the West Sea." "I understand, Vice Admiral Spider," Morton replied promptly. He continued, noting that Roland's strength was sufficient to surpass his own, which astonished Spider. He interjected, "One must err on the side of caution. The power Roland has displayed may not encompass his full capabilities. Deploying 3 rear admirals to Greelon may not suffice. This time, we must mobilize 6 rear admirals to ensure Roland's capture." "Yes," Morton exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. "With 6 rear admirals in action, Roland will undoubtedly be apprehended." Meanwhile, the 12 rear admirals of the West Sea convened a meeting to deliberate, and 3 rear admirals stationed near Greelon set off towards the location. Concurrently, the Navy disseminated news regarding the reassignment of several colonels currently under protection in Greelon. They would be dispatched to serve in the Grand Line within the following month. Consequently, if Roland intended to eliminate these colonels, he would need to hasten his journey to Greelon. At the naval base in Greelon, Colonel Clue exclaimed, "Brother, have you heard? The higher-ups have changed their minds again. 6 base commanders will converge in Greelon." "What? 6? Colonel Clue was taken aback. "There are only 12 base commanders in the entire West Sea, and they are sending 6? They must think highly of Roland. With 6 rear admirals on the field. Even if that scoundrel Roland is formidable, should he dare to come, he will surely perish in Greelon. The threat looming over us brothers will be lifted." Colonel Andy laughed heartily. "This news cannot leak. If that scoundrel Roland learns of it, he will not come, and we would still be left in fear," Clue foresaw. Brother Clue, is this the only concern you could fathom? The higher-ups have already considered this. As long as that scoundrel Roland does not arrive in Greelon within the next month, we will be reassigned to the Grand Line." "What?" Clue stood up, disbelief etched on his face. "To the Grand Line? How splendid. Once we reach the Grand Line, even if that scoundrel Roland chases us there will be stronger naval forces to contend with him. We are surely saved." Colonel Crew was exhilarated. "That scoundrel Roland is doomed this time, while we shall live splendidly. This is the fate of those who dare to oppose the Navy. How foolish of Roland, a mere pirate, to challenge such a formidable force." Colonel Andy nodded in agreement. Roland concluded the battle and made his way back towards the anchored vessels. Alas, although he had just encountered Robin, it seemed he had failed to inform her where she should await his return. Roland blinked, feeling somewhat helpless. He could only hope for another meeting. After all, his recent invitation for Robin to board the ship was largely a pretext to extend a hand in rescue. Roland consoled himself for a moment, returning with a hint of disappointment. Upon arriving at the secluded bay where the pirate ship was anchored, he discovered Robin standing on the deck at that very moment. "Roland, what is this woman about? Just now she claimed you invited her to join our crew. Is that true?" Faya pointed towards Robin, who leaned against the ship's railing, a faint smile gracing her face. The other crew members on the ship also exhibited curiosity. Yes, Roland nodded immediately. However, if Robin truly became a member of Roland's crew, he would have to exercise greater caution in his actions. Their journey to the Grand Line would have to be postponed. Otherwise, he felt ill-equipped to confront the formidable foes seeking to capture Robin. including the likes of Admiral Akiji and the CP-9 from Judicial Island, whom Roland currently could not contend with. "What?" Faya exclaimed in surprise, stepping closer to Roland, her emerald-like beautiful eyes fixed intently on him as she whispered. "That woman is a notorious figure known as the Demon Child, with a bounty second only in the West Sea. Are you truly willing to let her aboard? If so, why?" "I believe Nico Robin possesses a kind heart beneath her exterior. Do you trust that?" Roland replied earnestly, studying Faya's delicate features. Faya puffed out her cheeks, her expression teetering between belief and skepticism. "Really? Is it not simply because she is attractive, has a great figure, and is willing to share your bed?" "Absolutely not," Roland asserted with righteous indignation, his refusal resolute. "Do you think I am that shallow, valuing her merely for her beauty? That is impossible. I have not even made a move on someone as beautiful as you, let alone someone older than you. I am drawn to her as a historian. Nico Robin is exceptionally intelligent and knowledgeable." "Yes, that is the truth." "Umph, I will trust you this once," Faya conceded. But then her gaze fell upon the bloodstains on Roland's chest. She hurried forward, pulling aside his outer garment, her expression instantly darkening as she exclaimed, "You wretched pirate. How did you get yourself into such a state? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Do you not realize that treatment has a golden hour?" Sorry. "I'm sorry," Roland chuckled, scratching his head. "Quickly bandage me up then. We must not miss that golden hour." Honestly, Faya shot him a reproachful look, dragging him into the infirmary. "Ouch, be gentle. Don't use your hands. It hurts." "Ah, now it feels quite comfortable." Hearing the peculiar exchange from the infirmary, Robin could not help but smile, pondering within herself. "This Roland is certainly not a vicious man, but I cannot endanger him. I must find an opportunity to leave later." Robin is aware that the increase in the bounty on Roland is a result of the collusion between the Capone gang and the corrupt elements within the Navy, leading her perception of Roland to differ from that of others. "Ah, Robin, long time no see," Roland exclaimed cheerfully as he emerged from the cabin, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he waved at Robin. Robin furrowed her brow momentarily before quickly relaxing, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied in a light-hearted tone, "It's been a while, Captain Roland." The sight of a living Robin is indeed exhilarating. Roland could hardly contain his excitement. Before his journey through time, he often encountered a teasing phrase. Among pirate enthusiasts, only Bartolomeo can meet the real deal. Now, however, Roland too was in the presence of the genuine article. "How delightful! Robin, having read extensively, do you recognize this renowned sword in my hand? If my assumptions are correct, it is at least a blade of notable quality," Roland inquired, lifting the esteemed sword that hung at his waist and gazing at Robin. "Captain Roland, I have perused books about legendary swords, but I cannot ascertain whether I can identify this particular one," Robin replied. "That is of no consequence. It matters not whether you recognize it," Roland casually remarked, extending the renowned blade towards Robin. Robin grasped the rather weighty blade and first examined its entirety with meticulous attention, gently furrowing his brow as he recalled its details, seemingly comparing it to the images in his books. He then drew the sword from its sheath, scrutinizing the starry patterns etched upon the blade. "Captain Roland, this sword is named Red Rain, belonging to the esteemed category of the Great Blades, ranked 21st. Robin declared with sudden certainty. "Ah, indeed, it is a great blade," Roland replied, his eyes lighting up as he reclaimed the magnificent sword from Robin's hands, a subtle smile gracing his features. As the most formidable pirate across all aspects of the West Sea, wielding a great blade truly befits his stature. "Alas, my swordsmanship currently ranks as merely third-rate," Roland sighed, yet his eyes sparkled anew with hope. "I am not yet 20. All possibilities lie ahead. Who can say what the future holds? Perhaps I shall become a great swordsman." Roland harbored a profound admiration for the prospect of becoming a great swordsman. The reason was quite simple. Swordsmen were undeniably handsome, exemplified by figures such as Zorro and Mihawk. Handsomeness, after all, is a lifelong trait. Noticing the expression of hopeful yearning on Roland's face, his eyes shimmering with a radiant light, Robin was slightly taken aback. This captain truly embodied the spirit of a vibrant young man. "Everyone, come and see." To my astonishment, the knife I casually picked up from the Capone gang turns out to be the legendary Great Blade, an exceedingly rare find, Roland exclaimed, carrying the prize sword towards the cabin to share his joy with the crew. Robin gazed at the scene before her, suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sensation that she could not articulate, yet brought her a profound sense of comfort. After dinner, the entire crew of the pirate ship gathered in the dining area of the cabin. A colossal nautical chart sprawled across the table, encompassing all the waters of the West Sea. "Our destination is Greenland," and there remain 25 days until the month-long period marked by the Navy. If all goes as planned, our journey should take merely a little over 10 days. I hope that during our voyage to Greenland, we can seize the opportunity to eliminate a few more pirates along the way. Everyone should brace themselves for what lies ahead. Roland gestured on the nautical chart and addressed the crew. I can assist in resolving the matter of intelligence, Robin interjected. Deep down, she yearned to inquire why Roland sought to hunt down pirates, as it seemed to offer little advantage. However, being new to the ship and unfamiliar with the surroundings, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Roland nodded. Even if Robin did not mention it, Roland would eventually have Robin attend to this matter. For the information regarding the flower fruit was exceedingly advantageous for combat purposes. For days later, Roland landed on an island, procuring essential supplies while Robin ventured to the central town of the island to gather intelligence. 3 days hence, Roland arrived at another island. Regrettably, the target pirate crew indicated in the prior intelligence had departed, having lingered there for too long. 5 days later, Roland reached yet another island. The pirate ship boldly sailed towards the harbor of the island's town, other vessels parting silently to grant passage. In the West Sea, the Saturday pirate crew is renowned far and wide. Roland need not anchor in secluded bays. Even openly docking at the harbor would not provoke any challenge to his ship, unless one was courting death. What is this? The Berkeley pirate crew arrived yesterday, and today the Saturday pirate crew has made its appearance. Perhaps a significant event is on the horizon. If the Berkeley pirate crew could engage in a fierce confrontation with the Saturday pirate crew, leading to mutual destruction, it would be splendid. I doubt the Berkeley pirate crew stand a chance against the Saturday pirate crew. Roland is a formidable figure, capable of effortlessly toppling even the Capone gang. Robin activated her ability to listen to the discussions aboard other ships, relaying crucial information to Roland. The Berkeley pirate crew is indeed on this island, Roland exclaimed with immense joy. His presence on this island was undoubtedly for the purpose of hunting down the Berkeley pirate crew. This notorious crew ranks second in the West Sea's bounty standings, boasting a staggering total bounty exceeding 130 million berries, only surpassed by the Saturday pirate crew. The captain, the fearsome dragon Karen Berkeley, has a bounty of 53 million berries, having been active for 11 years. The most remarkable recent bounty increases occurred this year. The penultimate increase came after the complete annihilation of a well-equipped royal army from the Selman Kingdom, raising his bounty from 30 million to 40 million berries. The latest increase was nothing short of extraordinary, as he single-handedly obliterated a fleet led by a colonel from the Navy's 139th Division, leaving no survivors, causing his bounty to skyrocket from 40 million to 53 million berries. The recent bounty escalations have been fierce, and discerning individuals recognize that Karen Berkeley must have experienced a fortuitous encounter, greatly enhancing his strength, yet no one knows the source of this newfound power. Roland speculated that Karen's enhancement was likely due to a devil fruit, though the specific fruit remained a mystery. Moreover, the Berkeley pirate crew comprises 6 other officers, each bearing their own bounties, with the first mate, the formidable giant Bear Borton, boasting the highest bounty of 30 million berries. Confident in his ability to defeat the bountied pirates, Roland believed he would acquire useful skills that would significantly aid him in his upcoming journey to Greenland. Prepare for battle. Once the fight begins, retreat to a safe location immediately. Do not return without my command, Roland declared earnestly, surveying the horizon from the deck. Understood, came the reply. Soon, their pirate ship arrived at the port, where numerous vessels were docked. Roland scanned the area and soon spotted a particularly audacious pirate ship moored in the distance. I've located the target. I shall return shortly. You all steer towards the sea, Roland instructed as he leaped gracefully from the deck, covering a distance of over 10 meters before landing firmly on the dock. The Saturday pirate crew's ship promptly turned to alter its course. Robin stood upon the deck of the pirate ship, gazing at Roland as he made his way toward the distant vessel. Silently, she invoked the powers of the Hana no Mi, allowing one of her eyes to perpetually bloom alongside Roland's path. By observing him from the shadows, she might unravel the mystery behind his intent to hunt pirates. Robin could scarcely believe that Roland would engage in such arduous and perilous endeavors for no apparent reason. As he traversed the path, Roland sensed a subtle gaze upon him. Turning to his right, he beheld a pair of exquisite eyes peering from the bulwark of a moored vessel, accompanied by a pair of ears. Alas, he had been discovered once more. On the pirate ship, Robin's expression shifted slightly before swiftly returning to tranquility, yet she did not relinquish her powers bestowed by the Hana no Mi. It is only reasonable that the crew would be concerned for their captain's safety, is it not? Chapter 52, The Battle of Attention. Roland swiftly arrived at the bow of the Berkeley pirate cruise vessel. The lookout tower atop the mast was devoid of any sentinels. Could it be that those rascals of the Berkeley pirate crew had failed to post anyone to guard their ship? Roland felt a twinge of uncertainty as he adjusted the wide-brimmed hat perched atop his head and leapt gracefully onto the deck of the pirate's ship. Thud! Roland stood still for approximately 10 seconds, yet no one emerged from the cabin to assess the situation. It became evident to him that the pirate ship was indeed devoid of any crew. The audacity of the Berkeley pirate crew was remarkable. Roland felt a tinge of helplessness. As the second most notorious pirate crew in the West Sea, they possessed the confidence to boldly dock their ship in the harbor without a single pirate left to guard it. After all, no one dared to lay a hand on their vessel. Although the wait was inconvenient, it allowed Roland to make more thorough preparations. He placed a call to FIA, instructing them to drift aimlessly at sea, fishing and playing cards. Meanwhile, Roland disembarked from the pirate ship to inform the dockmaster of his presence, then meandered around the wharf, familiarizing himself with the terrain while contemplating how to ensnare the entire Berkeley pirate crew. Concurrently, news of the Saturday pirate crew's leisurely visit to the port swiftly spread among various informants. It was also noted that Roland was currently wandering about the docks. On this island, an underground intelligence organization existed, and the arrival of the Saturday pirate crew, along with Roland's reconnaissance of the terrain, immediately captured the attention of numerous individuals at the intelligence center. Does Roland's action signify his intention to challenge the entire Berkeley pirate crew? The innate human instinct to observe and revel in drama is evident. Within the intelligence base, a multitude of relatively weaker bounty hunters congregate, lacking both the courage to hunt Roland and to confront the Berkeley pirate crew. Yet, they find themselves with ample leisure time. Upon learning of this news, they emerge from the underground intelligence organization where information is traded, flocking to the port to witness the spectacle. Some even procure refreshments and snacks, settling in spots with unobstructed views. Naturally, they brought weapons, for if Roland were to emerge victorious, they could seize the opportunity to benefit from the downfall of the Berkeley crew. Such effortless gains are undeniably enticing, and few would turn them down. Moreover, personnel from the intelligence organization arrived, poised to witness an event that could significantly alter the balance of power among pirates in the West Sea. The naval informants, who gather various intelligence on this island, were also stirred by the news and discreetly made their way to the port. After all, Roland was soon to set sail for Greenland Island, and understanding his capabilities to relay to the Navy would undoubtedly be a commendable feat. One of the main protagonists of this grand drama, along with numerous spectators, had assembled. However, at this moment, another key figure remained blissfully unaware. At this time, the pirates of the Berkeley crew were nestled in slumber within a nightclub on the island, having arrived the previous day and expending their energies in revelry. As the sun dipped low in the sky around 5 or 6 o'clock, a sizable group of pirates from the Berkeley crew returned together. Those rascals, had they finally returned? Roland vaguely heard the commotion and rose from a lounge chair on the deck of the pirate ship. Preparations at the dock had been swiftly executed, and Roland spent a good part of the afternoon aboard the pirate vessel. With such an extensive weight, he could not allow the time to go to waste. He had left a little surprise aboard the Berkeley cruise ship. "Captain, we have someone on our ship," exclaimed an observant pirate, noticing Roland, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, at the ship's railing. "Who is it? Who dares to trespass on our vessel?" A high-ranking member of the Berkeley crew immediately shouted, directing his gaze toward Roland at the ship's edge. At that moment, Roland leapt to the edge of the dock, then adjusted his hat and sprinted fiercely in a direction away from the Berkeley pirate crew. Where did this little brat come from, so impatient with life? "Stop right there," shouted a member of the Berkeley pirate crew, accusingly pointing at Roland's retreating figure. Roland had just donned a hat, and they failed to recognize him. "It is truly unbelievable that someone dared to board my ship and steal. Alan, take a few men and bring him back. If possible, let him stay. With such audacity, he must be a remarkable character," Karen Berkeley stated calmly. "Understood." The officer named Alan immediately led several comrades in pursuit of Roland's fleeing figure. "Brando, take a team aboard the ship to inspect whether our belongings have been damaged," Karen Berkeley continued to instruct. "Aye, Captain." The officer named Brando swiftly returned to the pirate ship with a contingent of pirates. Boom! In less than half a minute after Brando and his crew boarded, the pirate ship erupted with a thunderous blast. A massive hole was blown in the center of the ship's hull, splintered wood flying in all directions. The explosion inflicted severe damage upon the pirate vessel, while nearby ships granted it a wide berth, thus remaining unscathed. The nearly shattered keel of the ship, unable to bear its immense weight, wailed for a few seconds before collapsing with a resounding crash, splitting the pirate ship in two. The pirates who had just boarded were violently thrown by the shockwave of the explosion, Some plummeted into the water like lead weights, while others landed on the shore, bloodied and battered. This gruesome scene left the members of the Berkeley pirate crew momentarily stunned. The scoundrel was not a mere thief, but an enemy? How dare one individual challenge the Berkeley pirate crew? Such arrogance! Karen Berkeley gazed at the slowly sinking vessel, her face ashen, teeth clenched, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. All crew members fell silent, awaiting their captain's wrath. With an icy tone devoid of emotion, Karen Berkeley commanded, "All of you, assist Allen. We must capture that scoundrel from earlier today, no matter the cost." The pirate officers immediately rallied their familiar subordinates and charged forth. A filthy rat who dares to sneak about like a ghost, even if you burrow down several meters into the earth. I shall unearth you and rend your body to pieces. Karen Berkeley glared ahead, her fists clenched tightly. The battle had commenced, and what an unexpected opening it was. I thought Roland, that madman, would charge into the heart of the Berkeley pirate crew and begin his slaughter. So did I. It seems Roland is not a madman at all. He is quite rational. This approach is clearly aimed at avoiding direct conflict with the Berkeley pirate crew, just as he dealt with the Capone gang by picking them off one by one. However, the outcome of this grand battle remains uncertain. Roland is but one man, while the Berkeley pirate crew numbers nearly 100. It is entirely possible that Berkeley's crew may emerge victorious in the end. Damn it. I had thought that Roland would engage in battle with the Berkeley pirates here, yet he fled, leaving me to occupy this position in vain. What a pity that we cannot witness the clash due to the lack of an expansive battlefield. One person suddenly expressed his lament. Can a living person really die from holding in their urine? Why don't we simply venture to the dock together? A voice immediately responded. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not accompany you. The members of the Berkeley pirates are currently on edge, and should we be discovered, we would be slain as enemies. Who would we turn to for justification? Chapter 53, A Solitary Struggle. Roland's decision to lure the enemy into the open and then strike them down one by one is not without purpose. Previously, after eliminating the notorious leader of the Ghost Hand pirate crew, Ron, he chose to spare the ordinary members. However, it was soon brought to his attention that remnants of the Ghost Hand had swiftly reformed into a new crew, selecting a new captain and continuing their lawless escapades upon the seas. This revelation left Roland feeling as though he had been publicly humiliated, prompting him to resolve that henceforth, regardless of the size of any pirate crew he hunted, he would eradicate them completely, ensuring that none would rise again. Thus, he adopted such a strategic approach today. Of course, had Roland possessed a skill akin to clearing minions, such as the Conqueror's Hockey, he would not have needed to expend such effort in meticulous planning. After leaping from the pirate's ship, Roland noticed a group of pirates pursuing him from behind, led by a member of the Berkeley pirate crew, whose bounty stood at a mere 9 million berries. With a swift motion, Roland slipped into an alleyway, hastening towards a cargo area at the docks. You scoundrel up front. If you have the guts, then stand your ground. Behind Roland, the furious shouts of pirates echoed. As he turned into the cargo area, Roland leaped into the air, landing atop the cargo warehouse, where he had concealed his explosives and weaponry. Boom, boom, boom. Roland held a rapid-fire pistol in each hand. As the 12 bullets from both guns were expended, only the bounty-laden officer, Allen, remained standing from the initial group of pirates pursuing him. Such precise marksmanship, truly a master. A jolt of alarm coursed through Allen, his entire being tensed in vigilance as he watched Roland perched atop the cargo hold. Then he beheld Roland's grin, a smile reminiscent of a hunter gazing upon its soon-to-be caught prey. Having pillaged countless weaker souls as a pirate, Allen was all too familiar with such a smile, one that often graced his own lips. Subsequently, he observed Roland removing his wide-brimmed hat, revealing his entire visage. Roland. Upon recognizing Roland's face, Allen was rendered speechless, his heart skipping a beat. Whoosh! Roland was in motion. He executed a swift strike with such astonishing speed that he appeared before Allen in the blink of an eye. Farewell, Roland murmured softly. With a flick of his wrist, the blade gleamed momentarily. Clang! Sheathing the sword, Roland did not glance at the decapitated Allen. Instead, he swiftly retreated to the side, reloading the 2 empty handguns. Not far from Roland, beneath the eaves of a warehouse, a pair of enchanting large eyes and a set of ears were present. In that very moment, a fleeting look of astonishment flickered within those captivating eyes. Seizing the enemy's moment of surprise, he struck decisively and resolutely. Is this the essence of Captain Roland's combat? On the pirate ship, Robin stood at the forefront of the deck, utterly astonished. The battle led by Roland resembled a flawless performance. Soon, other pirates rushed over. Upon witnessing Roland meticulously loading his pistol and subsequently manipulating the corpses of their fallen comrades, the pirates were left utterly astonished. "Spread out. Scour the area and locate that scoundrel," barked the first mate, Boreton. "We heard 12 gunshots in total, and all 10 of Allen's men have been slain, indicating that the bastard possesses exceptional marksmanship. Remain vigilant during your search. We cannot allow him to execute another ambush." As seasoned pirates with over a decade of experience, they were undeterred by the gruesome sight of corpses. Fear would not paralyze them. Various officers led small groups of pirates in different directions, all while keeping a keen eye on their surroundings. "Lord Boyne, we have discovered Lord Allen's body," one called out. The corpse had a balloon tied to its wrist, upon which words appeared to be inscribed. A pirate, noticing Allen's lifeless form, was immediately drawn to the floating balloon. Despite his apprehension, he approached cautiously to discern the message it bore. With a conflicted expression, he reluctantly seized the purple balloon. "The Berkeley pirates are nothing more than this," it read, scrawled in blood. "Damn that wretched scoundrel." Boyne seethed, crushing the balloon in a fit of rage. With a resounding pop, the balloon erupted, releasing a cloud of purple poison that engulfed the gathered pirates. "Ah!" they cried, as the noxious gas invaded their throats, prompting anguished wails. Boyne, the quickest to react, inhaled a breath of the toxic air, his throat burning, yet he forced himself to leap aside, remaining alert to his surroundings. In that moment, Roland emerged from the shadows. The gunfire erupted anew. However, this time the pirates were oblivious to the sound. Roland had utilized the silence fruit to create an invisible space around himself, rendering the shots inaudible to the outside world. The silent gunfire was an unanticipated assault. Many of the poisoned pirates fell, struck by bullets, collapsing into pools of blood. Though Boyne survived, he was left in a state of dread, unable to discern the enemy's location, his heart racing with trepidation. After discharging his firearm, Roland secured his pistol and brandished a renowned blade, striking the ground with great force as he unleashed a swift and lethal maneuver, closing in on Point. In utter silence, with a swift flash of the blade, Poinger, unable to react in the slightest, had his head severed from his body. Such was the fate of a mere petty pirate, with a bounty of merely a few hundred Bailey, before Roland, utterly defenseless against his might. "Everyone, skilled fighters concealed in the shadows, come forth," cried a pirate who had miraculously survived the gunfire, summoning every ounce of strength to shout. "Ah, there are still those capable of such a powerful roar," Roland remarked, turning to face the informant pirate, and then broke into a wide grin. Whoosh! Roland executed a swift maneuver, instantly retreating into the shadows to continue loading his pistol with bullets. He cast a glance at the pirate who had raised the alarm but refrained from delivering a finishing blow, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he thought to himself, did he truly believe that a mere shout would summon allies to confront me? Such naivety! They were merely offering themselves as easy prey, one after another. Roland continued to lurk in the shadows, the stillness of the surroundings ideal for a stealthy ambush. Soon, the other officers of the Berkeley pirate crew, accompanied by their men, arrived at the scene, their expressions grim as they beheld the lifeless body of Point. "Everyone be cautious. That bastard is lurking in the darkness," warned one pirate who had come to relay the message. "I understand," replied Boreton, approaching the messenger and assessing his injuries. "Rest assured, our ship's doctor will arrive shortly. With so many of us here, if that scoundrel dares to show himself, he is as good as dead. Is that so?" Roland remarked nonchalantly, adjusting his wide-brimmed hat to ensure his voice reached them. He then rose from the rooftop of a nearby building and took aim at the gathered pirates below, firing several shots. Instantly, more pirates fell to the ground, struck by his bullets. After the barrage, Roland swiftly repositioned himself, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it!" Boreton seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. The unseen assailant was delivering stinging blows to his pride. "Notify the captain, quickly!" Despite his rage, Boreton retained his composure, recognizing that an adversary who struck from the shadows was the most formidable of foes. "Bobby, gather your men and follow me. Since that scoundrel resorts to ambushes, it indicates his lack of strength in direct confrontation. Together, we shall capture him and avenge our brothers," Boreton declared, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him as he drew his pistol. Chapter 54. Highly effective by the time Boreton and his crew arrived, Roland had already vanished, leaving behind a parting gift. "Everyone, I believe I detect the scent of gunpowder," remarked an astute pirate, sensing an anomaly. The shots fired by that scoundrel were utterly silent. "It must have been due to his peculiar firearm," Boreton asserted confidently, dismissing the concern. But mere seconds later, boom! A tendre explosion reverberated, a small mushroom cloud ascending slowly into the sky. Roland detonated the explosives he had strategically placed at his previous ambush location. Ingeniously, he ignited the fuse in a manner that produced no sound, allowing the pirates only to detect the faint odor of burning cordite, unaware that it heralded an impending explosion. The bomb erupted, obliterating the cargo hold and injuring numerous ordinary pirates with the shockwave and flying debris. At that moment, Roland reappeared atop another cargo warehouse, mercilessly targeting those disoriented pirates still reeling from the blast. A series of gunshots rang out, inaudible to the pirates, as many who had survived the initial explosion fell victim to Roland's relentless fire. "Come out, you scoundrel! If you possess even an ounce of manhood, face me openly." Bolden, battered and bruised from the explosion, clenched his fists in fury, his voice echoing with rage. Yet, the surrounding silence was deafening, with no reply to his challenge. "You cowardly cur! You wretched bastard! Should I find you, I shall rend you to pieces." Bolden seethed in impotent fury. Roland, though stung by the insult, chose not to retaliate. He resolved to allow Bolden a moment longer to flail about. Thus, he swiftly changed his position after executing his ruthless assault. Bolden's band had nearly completed their pursuit, and it was time for Roland to turn his attention to other pirates. The remaining pirates huddled together, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, desperately alert for Roland's next strike. "There he is again. Quickly, take cover." One pirate spotted Roland's silhouette, but alas, such a warning proved futile. The pirate's reflexes could not outpace the bullets. Roland aimed his twin pistols at a group of pirates. Bang, bang, bang. A series of soundless shots rang out, leaving the pirates with no chance to evade. In this manner, Roland unleashed 2 to 3 more rounds with remarkable speed. By the time Captain Kellen Berkeley of the Berkeley Pirates, accompanied by the ship's doctor, arrived, only a handful of officers from his crew remained alive. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of his crew lying lifeless in pools of blood, Kellen Berkeley was rendered utterly speechless. Aside from the initial 12 gunshots he had heard, the subsequent shots had been entirely silent, yet it was painfully evident that so many of his brethren had met their end by gunfire. What on earth had transpired? Kellen Berkeley turned to one of his officers rushing towards him, barely managing to contain his mounting fury. This was a skilled marksman wielding a unique weapon, whose shots were soundless and whose movements were ghostly. The lower-ranked crew members had neither the strength nor the means to withstand his ambush. The officer, clearly shaken, responded. Such tactics made Kellen Berkeley grit his teeth, recalling the infamous bounty hunters of the seas, yet he found himself at a loss. "Where's Boreton?" he inquired next. The first mate Boreton had taken Poppy and a group of brothers to pursue the rogue to his hiding place, but they were now out of sight, and their fate was uncertain. The officer hastily replied, "Damn it, in which direction did Boreton head? We must go at once." Kellen Berkeley sensed impending doom and shouted urgently. Meanwhile, at Boreton's location, following the earlier explosion and Roland's subsequent attack, only Boreton and Poppy remained alive. "That ambusher is formidable. Let us stay back to back. You keep an eye forward while I watch our rear. We must not allow that scoundrel to succeed in another surprise attack," Boreton said, having calmed down from his earlier rage. "I understand," Poppy replied with caution. Suddenly, Poppy shouted, "He's coming. That scoundrel is right here." Boreton immediately turned around to find Roland emerging, not with a firearm, but slowly drawing a dark-bladed knife. "You scoundrel!" Boreton's eyes widened with rage upon seeing Roland approach with his weapon drawn. For it was this very rogue who had orchestrated the demise of several of his brothers before him. Roaring, Boreton did not take the time to scrutinize Roland's true form. He simply bellowed in fury, his body sprouting gray-brown fur, expanding like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive brown bear. The towering figure of Bear Boreton, a Zoan-type user of the bear fruit in its grisly form. How intriguing! Roland observed with a calm demeanor as the roaring grizzly charged towards him. As Boreton closed in, Roland raised his face, and in that instant, Boreton recognized him. A shock coursing through him as he slammed his forepaws down, etching 2 distinct marks into the ground. An unmistakable halt. Roland was certainly not someone he could contend with, and Boreton was well aware of this fact. Upon witnessing the colossal bear come to an abrupt halt, its fearsome expression vanished, and its gaping maw closed. A subtle smile crept across Roland's face. This is how it should be. Who would dare to show disrespect in the presence of the most formidable pirate of the West Sea? Why have you stopped? Were you not intent on tearing me to shreds? Roland chuckled softly. Why? Boreton, maintaining his bear form, exclaimed almost in a roar. Why indeed? When you were plundering the innocent, did you ever ponder the reason behind your thievery? Was it not simply because it was easy pickings? The principle remains the same now. Rolling replied with a calm gaze and an indifferent expression. Rolling, you stand alone. There is no need for you to oppose our entire pirate crew. You will gain nothing by challenging us, Boreton retorted, reverting to his human form, his voice laced with false bravado. He discreetly gestured to his subordinate, Bobby, to summon reinforcements. Yet Bobby required no prompting from Boreton. Upon recognizing Rolling, he made a swift decision to return and inform their captain, despite possessing a transponder snail. It was not a retreat, but rather a strategic move to guide his captain. Yes, precisely, Rolling interjected, enough with the idle chatter. Have you finished your speech? This was originally your opportunity to deliver your last words, but you have squandered it. Whoosh. Rolling made his move. Rolling, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You scoundrel, your aim is to achieve a swift resolution and eliminate me one by one. Yet you underestimate my capabilities. My captain will soon arrive with other officers. In such a brief span of time, you cannot possibly kill me. Boreton roared furiously while transforming into a massive grizzly bear. Chapter 55. Target the weaker first. Observing Rolling's demeanor, it was evident that he intended to dispatch me before Captain Berkeley and the other officers could arrive. I recalled a year prior when the captain and I fought with all our might. He had defeated me in 3 moves. This rogue Rolling is likely even more formidable than the captain. After a swift contemplation, Boreton made a decisive choice as he faced the oncoming Rolling. I have heard that you can transform into a gorilla. Dare you compete with me in strength? Indeed, a contest of strength would not lead to an immediate demise. Umph. Rolling disregarded Boreton's words, extending his left hand as a shadow surged forth from the Requiem gloves. What is that? Boreton gasped as he beheld the shadow emerging from the gloves, his heart pounding. He then rose upright, his enormous claws fiercely striking at the shadow. However, the claws grasped nothing. The shadow, like a specter, slipped through Boreton's massive claws. In an instant, Boreton's grisly form froze in place, as if time itself had been suspended. You grisly wretch! Rolling surged forward, his large blade, red rain, poised for action. Suddenly, Rolling heard a rush of wind, accompanied by a formidable force descending from above. Rolling's expression shifted slightly. He abruptly applied the brakes and altered his course, approaching Boreton from a curving trajectory. However, despite this change in direction, he could not shake the sense of impending danger looming from above. The entity in the sky moved with a speed that was no less formidable than Rolling's own. Reluctantly, he abandoned his assault on Boreton, opting instead to retreat and gaze upward in astonishment. My goodness, a dragon! Rolling finally understood the source of the threats emanating from above. At that moment, a monstrous creature with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters loomed in the sky. This creature was predominantly a single hue, green, or more precisely, a deep emerald. Its appearance was peculiar, distinctly different from the dragons of the Western fantasy realms. If one were to describe it, it resembled a pterosaur from the age of dinosaurs, adorned with bony spines on its wings and back, exuding a fearsome visage, while its body was cloaked in scales that shimmered with a metallic luster. Rolling, why have you laid your hand upon my subordinates? The deep green creature spoke human language, its wings beating as it hovered in the air, stirring up a gust of wind that howled violently. Ah, what a spectacle! It is my first encounter with an ancient being, Rolling mused, gazing up at the emerald behemoth with a serene demeanor, his expression untroubled, as if he were merely looking straight ahead. You scoundrel! Do not presume that the bounty on your head grants you the liberty to act as you wish. After you have slain so many of my men, if you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave this place unscathed. Berkeley bellowed, his orange-hued eyes fixed intently upon Rolling. Captain Berkeley, stop wasting your breath. Let us strike together and vanquish this scoundrel. Boleton interjected, having recovered from the shock of the shadow that had emerged from Rolling's glove. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that their captain had arrived in time. Otherwise, he might very well have met his demise. However, with their captain present, it was Rolling who would face misfortune. Silence, Berkeley commanded, casting a glance at Boleton. To be honest, the primary reason is to uphold love and peace. Do you believe me? Rolling replied, still unperturbed as he regarded the colossal creature above, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite the fact that a significant portion of Rolling's motivation for hunting pirates stemmed from a desire to enhance his skills, his relentless pursuit of ordinary pirates was indeed a manifestation of his commitment to love and peace. You dare mock me? Berkeley roared. Let us attack together, Boleton. With that, his wings flapped vigorously, diving towards Rolling. Upon hearing Berkeley's command, Boleton hastened to follow, advancing fearlessly like a tank charging forward. First, let us deal with the feeble bear, Rolling declared without hesitation, raising his left hand towards Berkeley, a shadow immediately hurtling towards him. At that moment, Roland's foot slammed down, propelling him forward with explosive speed, akin to a bullet exiting a chamber, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Bolton. Transformed into a massive and cumbersome gray bear, Bolton, while possessing formidable strength and a robust exterior, lacked any semblance of agility, much like Roland's own gorilla form. Midnight Waltz. Roland gripped the formidable blade, Red Rain, in his right hand, while his left clasped the scabbard, darting past Bolton like a swirling tempest. With a sharp sound, multiple sword wounds appeared across Bolton's robust frame, blood gushing forth. Capon Boss's swordsmanship is quite commendable, Roland mused internally, yet he did not falter in his advance. This rascal Bolton had truly become tough-skinned and resilient. Despite the prowess of Roland's swordplay, the strikes, landing upon the great bear's hide, diminished in force after slicing through the tough exterior, failing to inflict substantial damage. How infuriating! Bolton glared at the gashes marring his body, unleashing a furious roar, his eyes shifting from an inky black to a vivid crimson. However, Bolton's impotent rage proved futile as Roland's assault descended once more. With a sharp sound, Bolton gazed in disbelief at the sword tip that had pierced his formidable bulk, and with a powerful swipe of his robust claws, he struck out behind him. In that moment, Roland swiftly retreated, sheathing his blade as he transformed. Serpent form. After Roland transformed, he aimed directly at the wounds on Bolton's body, unleashing a jet of purple venom. Much like a cobra can spray its venom several meters away, Roland's purple liquid traversed a considerable distance, splattering onto Bolton's injured back. One down, Roland swiftly retreated. Bang! The colossal pterosaur crashed violently to the ground, its hard, sharp claws fiercely striking the spot where Roland had just stood, shattering the solid pavement beneath like mere biscuits. With tremendous inertia, the massive pterosaur skidded across the ground, its claws scraping up chunks of the pavement. "You despicable scoundrel!" Berkeley roared, flapping his mighty wings with force. Instantly, a tempest arose, swirling the shards of pavement that Roland had shattered, hurling them back towards him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The fragments of pavement filled the air, resembling a rain of arrows aimed directly at Roland. While this assault was formidable, it was also sluggish. Faced with such a fierce and precise attack, Roland dared not stand idly by, arms outstretched like a fool, allowing all the strikes to miss him. He executed his technique with all his might, dodging to the side just in time. Chapter 56. The Breath of the Dragon. The venom seeped into Bolton's wounds, inflicting excruciating pain, causing even the robust man to scream in agony. Berkeley disregarded Bolton's wails, leaping powerfully with his strong legs, his wings propelling him once again into the sky. High above, he noticed that the other officers of the Berkeley pirate crew were also making their way over. "Find a way to restrain that scoundrel Roland. I will take him down," Berkeley shouted to his crew before turning back to charge at Roland once more. Whoosh! Berkeley's speed in the air surpassed Roland's full-speed movement on the ground, as he soared above him, his heavily armored legs descending towards Roland with tremendous force. Primitive combat techniques hold no sway over me. As Roland beheld the enormous figure plummeting towards him, he leapt into the air, discarding his sword sheath with his left hand while gripping the large blade, Red Rain, firmly with both hands. "Break for me!" Roland swung his sword with unwavering determination, and at the edge of the blade of the great knife, Red Rain, there danced invisible sword chi, significantly augmenting the lethality of his strikes. Clang! Hiss! The mighty blade in Roland's hand clashed against Berkeley's armored limbs, sending sparks flying in a dazzling display. How astonishingly high is this fellow's defense! Roland marveled at the incessant sparks, his heart filled with astonishment. He had unleashed his full strength, employing the formidable power of 5,000 pounds from the Book of Abilities. Despite such ferocious force, coupled with the unyielding sharpness of the blade, he was unable to pierce the scales adorning Berkeley's feet. "Ha!" Berkeley's triumphant laughter rang out. "That was far too light. What are you doing? Are you merely tickling me? Is that the pinnacle of your might?" His derision was twofold. He sought to mock Roland while simultaneously concealing a crucial truth. Although his body was enveloped in scales, the armor on his lower limbs and head was the most robust, leaving other areas relatively vulnerable. This secret must remain hidden from Roland. Damn it, this bastard's defense is infuriatingly high. Roland gritted his teeth, glancing at his formidable blade. The weapon was flawless, yet as a swordsman, his own prowess fell short. He could not fully unleash the blade's potential, resulting in this impasse. Transforming into his gorilla form would undoubtedly allow him to breach Berkeley's defenses, but that form lacked agility, making it uncertain whether he could even strike his opponent effectively. Roland's mind raced as he devised a strategy. The Demon Cry gloves could not be overused. Their true efficacy lay in sudden, unexpected strikes. Prolonged usage would not only grant his opponent resistance, but also exhaust Roland's mental and physical stamina. Perhaps Berkeley's scales were only thickest on his feet, with other areas being more vulnerable. Roland shifted his focus to Berkeley's other body parts. Unfortunately, Berkeley remained airborne, and Roland's jumping ability was limited. He dare not leap too high. If he did, the lengthy descent could leave him vulnerable to Berkeley's fierce winds, making him an easy target in the air. It was indeed challenging to target any part of Berkeley besides his lower limbs. Then, he thought, let us first disable that bastard's wings. If I can destroy his wings, he will be forced to land, where he will undoubtedly expose his weaknesses. With clarity of thought, Roland devised a plan to confront Berkeley. I stand here for you to strike, yet you cannot touch me. Do you believe it? Roland declared, brandishing his blade, Red Rain, at the airborne Berkeley. You cannot engage me in aerial combat. Your objective is to lure me into attacking you, which will inevitably draw me into the air. Berkeley's orange-hued eyes locked onto Roland with fierce intensity. But your confidence is misplaced. Should you falter and fail to evade my assault, you shall be ground into a pulp beneath my feet. With a soft snort, Berkeley spread his wings and immediately dove toward Roland. Aren't you quite confident? Roland remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You are fully aware that my presence here is merely a bait for your assault, yet you still dare to attack me. In an instant, Berkeley closed the distance, his sturdy, armored legs poised to strike Roland with ferocity. As his limbs descended upon Roland, the latter's form twisted and turned with the fluidity of a leaf in the wind, effortlessly evading Berkeley's onslaught. Ineffectual, ineffectual, ineffectual. Your strikes are far too sluggish. Roland gripped the formidable blade, Red Rain, with both hands, and with a sudden surge of power beneath his feet, the ground beneath him fractured like an intricate web. In an instant, he ascended like a rocket, soaring towards Berkeley's chest. The essence of one sword style, mountain water sever. Roland bellowed, unleashing all his might as he swung the blade with ferocity. You shall perish. Berkeley extended his neck, revealing a mouth filled with sharp, snow-white teeth. And as the words escaped his lips, a torrent of searing flames erupted forth. Boom! The flames erupted from Berkeley's mouth, expanding violently in the air, unleashing a ferocious force accompanied by an astonishing heat that barreled towards Roland. What? It can breathe fire. Roland felt the oppressive heat wave rolling above him, while the dazzling light of the flames pierced his vision, sowing doubt within him. Fortunately, Roland had prepared for this moment. His earlier strategy was to strike with all his might, inflicting a wound upon Berkeley's chest, then transform into a venomous serpent to unleash a spray of toxins directly into that wound. Thus, he was already primed for his transformation. Whoosh! Just before the flames collided with him, he relinquished Red Rain, transforming into a serpentine form adorned with glossy, obsidian scales. Boom! The violent flames slammed into Roland, driving him forcefully to the ground. In that moment, Berkeley intensified the torrent of flames from his mouth, intent on pinning Roland down and incinerating him completely. The temperature of the fire Berkeley expelled was astounding. Within a mere second, it could turn steel a fiery red, and in mere moments, melt it entirely. Roland was but a mere mortal with the sheer force of the flames. He would be pinned to the ground and reduced to ashes within a mere 2 or 3 seconds. His demise was inevitable. That scoundrel, Roland. As he was violently thrust to the ground by the raging flames, the anguished expression on Boruton's face transformed into one of unrestrained laughter. There was no way Roland could escape the ferocious flames unleashed by the captain. The staggering heat was capable of obliterating a ship with a single strike. Roland was nothing more than flesh and blood. His fate was sealed. The other officers shared the same anticipatory glint in their eyes. This time, eliminating Roland would undoubtedly unleash a tremendous storm across the West Sea for the Berkeley pirate crew. Even if the crew suffered heavy losses, they could easily recruit replacements afterward. Chapter 57. The dragon-slaying youth, though ensnared in dire straits, Roland, in the blink of an eye, devised an escape plan. Boom! The ferocious pillar of fire forced the serpent-like Roland to the ground. Yet in the next instant, he reverted from his serpent form back to his human shape. The 8-burst fist. This martial art was both offensive and defensive, capable of withstanding blades without leaving any wounds. Essentially a diluted version of armed hockey. The moment he transformed back into human form, Roland immediately employed the 8-burst fist to absorb the damage inflicted by the close-range encounter with the ferocious flame pillar. Soru. Having reverted to his human form, Roland was at his most agile. He unleashed the full force of Soru, propelling himself away from the fire pillar. However, instead of fleeing, Roland recognized the invaluable opportunity at hand. Not only was it a moment to escape, but also an exquisite chance to counterattack. Roland made her choice, a counterattack. With a swift sidestep, Roland instantly transformed, this time into the form of a mighty gorilla. Let me break through. Roland's robust arms, adorned with thick black hair, clenched into fists as he leapt into the air, striking fiercely at Berkeley's right wing. Boom! A furious column of fire erupted from Berkeley's mouth, surging forward with overwhelming force. Alas, Berkeley failed to anticipate that Roland had chosen not to flee, resulting in a missed opportunity. Phew! Phew! Roland charged towards Berkeley, his fists, as unyielding as steel, struck heavily against Berkeley's wings, creating 2 gaping holes. Seizing the opportunity, Roland swiftly relinquished his gorilla form, reverting to his human state. He forcefully stomped down on Berkeley's wings, using the momentum to leap backwards. This fluid sequence of evasion and counterattack left Berkeley and the other pirates utterly astonished. Furious, Berkeley noticed the damage inflicted upon his right wing and let out a thunderous roar directed at Roland. "You scoundrel, I will kill you." "Foolish one." Roland regarded the enraged Berkeley with a cold smirk. Whether it is the hubris before an adversary's demise or the irrational fury that accompanies battle, both are signs of impending defeat. Berkeley, the fool, likely remained oblivious to the fact that he was already teetering on the brink of loss. "I shall remain here, unmoving. Come at me." Roland taunted, slowly extending his right hand and raising his middle finger. This gesture was universally understood in the pirate world. "Scoundrel!" Berkeley, undeterred by his injured wing, charged towards Roland with powerful strides. As he closed in, flames erupted from his mouth, a torrent of searing fire rushing towards Roland. Even before the flames arrived, Roland felt the oppressive heat wave wash over him. Suddenly struck by a thought, he reached up to touch his hair, sidestepping the flames in the process. "Blast at my hair!" Roland exclaimed, realizing that his hair had curled from the heat, despite his impressive maneuvers to evade the flames. His hair was far too fragile and had been singed. "Damn you, fire-breathing fiend!" Roland gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he forced himself to suppress his anger, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. It became apparent that while Berkeley could unleash flames, his inability to fly had significantly hampered his agility. Once he regained his composure, Roland recognized that Berkeley's ground speed was considerably slower than his own full sprint. One misstep leads to another. "Fire-breathing fool, you have already lost this battle." As Roland spoke, his eyes darted across the ground, searching rapidly. Earlier, he had transformed into a serpent, which lacked hands, resulting in his prized weapon, the Red Rain, being dropped to the ground. It lay just behind Berkeley. Roland's gaze fixed upon the Red Rain, a weapon of exceptional craftsmanship that could not have been damaged by mere moments of intense heat. It lay quietly on the earth. "Have I already lost?" Berkeley scoffed, expelling a heavy breath as his powerful legs propelled him towards Roland with thunderous steps. Shave, in a swift motion, Roland evaded Berkeley's pursuit and positioned himself before the formidable blade, Red Rain, bending down to retrieve it. "You scoundrel, do you dare to confront me head-on?" Berkeley, with his cumbersome body, turned to face Roland, who had reclaimed the mighty sword. "A direct confrontation? Certainly, let us engage." Roland responded without hesitation, unleashing his shave technique as he lunged toward Berkeley. But did he truly intend to fight him directly? How could that be possible? Berkeley, with his tough hide and fiery breath, presented a daunting challenge, and Roland, lacking the ability to wield armament hockey, could hardly afford such a confrontation. The only way to maintain the upper hand was through relentless kite tactics. Whoosh! As the raging flames neared him, Roland pivoted, swiftly maneuvering to Berkeley's rear and leaping into action. Though you may have transformed into a dragon with a tough exterior and fiery breath, your agility has diminished significantly. You cannot strike me, yet I can assault you repeatedly, thus sealing your defeat. Roland's voice resonated from behind Berkeley. Simultaneously, Berkeley felt a sharp pain in his back, unmistakably the result of Roland attacking the relatively vulnerable area beneath his scales with the mighty blade. Since transforming into a dragon, my agility in the air has waned compared to this rascal, and now with my wings injured, I cannot fly. "Oh, I see." Berkeley suddenly grasped an insight. He raised his uninjured left wing, forcefully fanning it against his back, but at that moment, Roland swiftly evaded. Berkeley turned, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Roland's position, prompting Roland to dodge once more and circle around to strike at Berkeley's back. It was at this precise moment that Berkeley, without hesitation, reverted from his dragon form back to his human shape. Upon transforming, his agility would be restored, and Roland's previous attack aimed at his towering back would undoubtedly miss. However, as Berkeley turned back into a human, he found Roland had already closed the distance, ready to strike. Smash, Voluto! Roland extended her left hand, and a shadow darted from within the white glove, swiftly entering Berkeley's body. In an instant, Berkeley appeared as though time had come to a halt, frozen in place. It was over. Roland seized the opportunity to strike with a swift sweep of his sword. A splatter of blood accompanied the decapitated head soaring through the air. What? That scoundrel! The severed head hung, suspended, and an expression of disbelief marred Berkeley's countenance. One must never let emotions cloud judgment in battle. A slight smile played upon Roland's lips. Was it not my words that inspired you to revert to your human form to evade my attack? Surely, you do not believe my words carry only superficial meaning. Cursed be this fate. Berkeley clenched his teeth, consumed by an overwhelming sense of indignation. Roland fought in a most unscrupulous manner. Yet, he found himself powerless, merely watching as darkness enveloped his consciousness. Chapter 58. The dragon-slaying youth transforms into a dragon not far away. The members of Berkeley's pirate crew stood frozen, witnessing their captain's head severed by Roland's blade. How could this be possible? Each one struggled to comprehend the scene before their eyes. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and scatter. If you do not flee now, there will be no chance for escape, shouted one quick-thinking officer, already sprinting several dozen meters away. Only by urging the others to flee alongside him could he enhance his own chances of survival. Upon hearing this alarming cry, the remaining officers of the Berkeley pirate crew snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, they all took off in a frenzied dash. Balatin, afflicted by Roland's serpent poison, wished to flee, but the venom coursed through his veins, rendering him incapacitated on the ground, lamenting his fate, utterly unable to escape. How astute of them not to seek vengeance for their captain. What a pity, it seems today will not end in their favor. Roland turned to observe the scattering pirates. Whoosh! Roland brushed against the headless corpse in Berkeley, then neglected to examine what the book of abilities recorded, instead pursuing the others outside. He paid no heed to the already cornered Borutin, but directed his chase towards the remaining officials. After Roland pursued them, the pirate hunters who had been observing the spectacle from the periphery of the port noticed the members of the Berkeley pirate crew scattering in disarray. It became evident to them that the Berkeley pirate crew had been vanquished in their confrontation with Roland. Seizing the opportunity, they descended into the fray to capitalize on the situation, surrounding and eliminating the fleeing officers. Upon witnessing this scene, Roland felt an immense sense of joy. After mere 10 minutes, all the fleeing officers of the Berkeley pirate crew had been eliminated. Roland returned to the spot where Berkeley had met his demise, only to discover that Borutin was nowhere to be found. That scoundrel had played his part convincingly, deceiving Roland into pursuing others without delivering the finishing blow, thus allowing him to escape. This was an inevitable circumstance. Users of Zoan-type devil fruits are generally endowed with remarkable vitality, and their recovery from injuries is notably swift. The venom Roland had expelled was insufficient to ensure Borutin's demise. However, unbeknownst to Roland, Borutin, despite his injuries, had not fled long before being ambushed and slain by a pirate hunter. Roland had just pursued and dispatched 2 officers, while the remaining ones had fallen victim to the pirate hunters. As for the ordinary pirates, they largely lacked any noteworthy skills, leaving only Berkeley in sight. Roland took a deep breath, steadying his breathing as he delved into the depths of his mind, where the book of abilities resided. The tome automatically flipped to its latest page, chronicling the power he had just acquired from vanquishing a member of the Berkeley pirate crew. At first glance, the ability seemed rather lackluster, prompting Roland to delete it immediately to conserve space. With the latest page expunged, the penultimate page ascended to the forefront. Yet it too proved to be of little merit, depicting a mundane life skill, which Roland similarly discarded without hesitation. May fortune smile upon me. Grant me an SSSR. Roland silently implored as he glanced once more at the most recent page of the Book of Abilities. In shimmering gold letters, it read, Animal type, dragon fruit. Mythical Zoan, emerald-winged dragon form. Below, an illustration depicted the emerald-hued dragon that Berkeley had transformed into moments prior. Ha ha ha, mythical beast. No wonder it breathes fire. This is incredibly rare. Indeed, I am a friend of animals. Excitement gleamed in Roland's eyes. Since acquiring the Book of Abilities, Roland had successfully extracted the powers of nearly all the animal-type devil fruit users he had defeated, affirming his status as an ally to the beasts. With the ability of the emerald-winged dragon at his disposal, He now possessed aerial combat prowess. Furthermore, as a non-user of abilities, he could traverse land, sea, and sky, embodying the essence of a versatile man. His confidence surged, knowing that this upcoming mission to Greenland would be significantly bolstered. With a glance at the battered and ravaged port, a remnant of the recent battle, Roland retrieved his transponder snail and contacted the port's overseer. The fighting on my end has concluded. It's time for the cleanup. As for the damages to the port, there are numerous pirate corpses here, along with their weapons and valuables. Assess the total afterward. If there is anything extra, you need not return it, but if there is a shortfall, you may reach me via this number. Having conveyed his message, Roland hung up the phone. He chose not to contact FIA, instead opting to transform into the emerald-winged dragon form. The true dragon-slaying youth has finally become a dragon, he exclaimed, exhaling deeply. Roland first arrived before Berkeley's lifeless body, exhaling flames that incinerated it. Now it is secure. The pirates have been nearly annihilated, and the port is now devoid of any presence, ensuring that no one witnesses Roland's transformation into a pterosaur. Once the pterosaur soars into the sky, others will not suspect that it is Roland who has taken this form. They will merely believe it to be Berkeley. Consequently, Roland's secret of acquiring the pterosaur's abilities shall remain concealed, making the task of eliminating foes in Greenland all the more effortless. Roland began to attempt soaring into the sky. Initially, he felt somewhat unaccustomed, landing back down after ascending merely a few dozen meters. However, within a few minutes, he became adept, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended towards the heavens. Is this the sensation of flying among the clouds? I am utterly enamored. Experiencing the thrill of speed and observing the figures below resembling mere ants, Roland felt an exhilarating sense of ambition, as if there were no corner of the world beyond his reach. What a delightful experience. I must return and show Faya and the others. A desire to showcase his newfound ability surged within him, and with a sudden flap of his wings, he soared towards the distant pirate ship upon the sea. With a whoosh, whoosh, in his dragon form, Roland flew swiftly. Although the pirate ship lay far across the water, he reached it in approximately 10 minutes. His pterosaur form granted him keen eyesight. Even from several thousand meters above, he could clearly discern the pirate vessel below. Whoosh! Roland, controlling his massive form, began his descent from the sky. On the pirate ship's mast, Root was on watch duty when he suddenly noticed a colossal shadow looming over the distant sea. This shadow appeared not to be a mere projection of clouds, but resembled a legendary creature. Intrigued, Root instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? How could this be possible? Does the existence of dragons truly persist in this world? Stunned into silence, Root took a moment to regain his composure, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered. Alarmed, he shouted, "Quickly, everyone, emerge from the cabin and prepare to leap into the sea." The other pirates, wary of Roland's solo hunt for enemies, heeded his warning, aware that any lapse in vigilance could lead to disaster. Upon hearing Root's urgent call, the crew rushed out of the cabin. At that moment, Roland circled ominously above, emitting a terrifying roar. A dragon, a dark green dragon. As the crew emerged, they beheld the immense creature in the sky, their expressions frozen in shock. Suddenly, Roland opened his maw wide and unleashed a torrent of ferocious flames upon a cluster of clouds. Boom! In an instant, the vast cloud was dispersed by Roland's fiery breath, vanishing from the heavens. Below, the crew of the pirate ship watched in stunned silence. It was utterly terrifying. The dragon above was a fearsome sight. If it chose to attack, a single breath of fire could obliterate their entire vessel. It seems we are destined to be devoured by this dragon, Robin suddenly exclaimed in fright. After the ship had sailed away from the harbor, she could no longer discern Roland's situation, as the powers of her flower fruit had limitations. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that the dragon in the sky was, in truth, Roland himself. The crew gasped at Robin's words, gulping nervously, their fear palpable. Roland's keen eyes surveyed the situation below with clarity, and he could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Fear not, everyone, it is I." Chapter 59, Landing on Trap Island. Fear not, it is I. The crew aboard the pirate ship were momentarily taken aback by the sudden speech of the colossal dragon soaring above. Could it be Captain Roland? Robin was the first to react, suddenly declaring, "Is that really Captain Roland?" Upon hearing this, the crew gazed up at the dragon with incredulity. This time, their fear and apprehension dissipated, replaced by sheer disbelief. The magnificent dragon capable of breathing fire was indeed Roland. "This is a new ability I have acquired. Isn't it magnificent?" Roland remarked, his voice altered significantly after transforming into a wyvern, which was why they had not recognized him earlier. Astounding. Captain Roland is truly remarkable. He just incinerated an entire mass of clouds in an instant. Root exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with envy. How wonderful it would be to possess such power. With such a formidable ability, could Roland perhaps alter the climate, obliterating the ominous rain clouds and thereby averting storms at sea? Old Dufresne suddenly proposed. At this, the crew's eyes lit up with excitement. The conversation had taken an intriguing turn. What are you all discussing? Why do you not respond to my question? Roland inquired from high above, hovering in the air, the rushing winds making it difficult to hear the chatter below. Roland, come down quickly, Faya called out, gazing at the dragon in the sky. Very well, he replied. Roland plummeted downward, and to be honest, despite his impressive flight and fiery displays, the pterodactyl form was quite exhausting. After an intense battle, he was fatigued and needed to descend promptly. However, as he continued his descent, he realized a troubling dilemma. He found it challenging to land gracefully. If he flew too low, the gust from his wings would disturb the pirate's ship. If he ascended too high and reverted from his pterodactyl form, he feared he might plummet onto the deck and meet his demise. Thus, the only viable option was to leap into the sea. Captain Roland appeared troubled by the landing conundrum. Robin watched him hover awkwardly in the sky, darting about, and couldn't he help but stifle a laugh. Her amusement was contagious, and soon everyone joined in, filling the scene with laughter. Ultimately, Roland acquiesced and dove directly into the sea before returning to the ship. Upon his return, Old Dufresne and the others engaged Roland in a discussion about utilizing Dragon's breath to disperse the ominous clouds and alter the stormy weather. However, mere words would yield no results. Only experimentation would reveal the truth. The Saturday pirates set their course for Greenland Island, with Roland anticipating the next tempest, hopeful that he might indeed have the power to change the weather. At Greenland Island, the naval branch headquarters, 6 rear admirals had received intelligence from naval informants regarding Roland's confrontation with the Berkeley pirates. The location of their clash was approximately a week's journey from Greenland Island. If they traveled tirelessly, they could reach it in 3 to 4 days. In an office within the branch headquarters, with 13 days remaining until the previously mentioned month deadline, and the Saturday pirates now only a week away, Admiral Morton addressed his fellow admirals. I believe that scoundrel Roland is nearing us. Shall we intensify our efforts and have 2 of us rotate night patrols? I have no objections, one admiral promptly replied. Neither do I. As you all are aware of my capabilities, perhaps I should abstain from duty. I'll begin resting now, and when that rascal Roland arrives, kindly wake me. Admiral Howard said with a hint of embarrassment. Known as the renowned sleeping admiral of the West Sea, his fellow admirals understood that his strength was directly linked to his sleep. Not a problem, Admiral Howard. You may continue to slumber, and we shall rouse you in times of urgency. Admiral Morton reassured him. Are there any other opinions? Very well, we shall proceed with this plan, they agreed, and the remaining soldiers began to alternate night watches, ensuring the base was guarded 24 hours a day. Once the 6 admirals finalized their strategies, they promptly communicated the defensive measures and assigned the rotating patrol teams. Haha, Brother Kuru, have you heard? That scoundrel Roland is on his way, likely arriving in about a week. P.S. merely coming to his own demise. Brother Andy, during my meal today, I heard that, judging by the route that fellow is advancing on, he is indeed headed our way. He will arrive in no more than a week. Once he meets his demise here, we shall be safe, Colonel Crew chuckled. However, it is somewhat regrettable. I had hoped that scoundrel would not come, and that headquarters would simply reassign us to the first half of the Grand Line, Colonel Andy lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. On a moonless, tempestuous night, the Saturday pirates, following their initially charted course, arrived at a secluded bay on Greenland Island. As per the usual arrangement, you shall navigate the pirate ship across the seas. Awaiting our news. The moment Robin and I succeed, we shall make our swift exit, Roland advised the crew one last time. With those words, he stood at the ship's railing and leaped fiercely into the sea. Upon leaping, Roland transformed into a colossal pterosaur. At that moment, Robin immediately invoked the powers of her flower fruit, causing arms to sprout from the lower limbs of the pterosaur, securing herself in place. Roland soared gracefully, traversing the skies above Greenland. Soon, Roland and Robin arrived at a quaint town perched atop the island. In a secluded corner of the town, they successfully landed. This way, Roland urged, taking Robin's small hand. Utilizing the night vision ability recorded in the Book of Powers, he guided her towards the naval branch base. Ahead lies the naval branch base. Without a doubt, it is fraught with traps awaiting my misstep. Robin, could you use your abilities to assess the situation inside? Roland halted in a shadowy area before the base, casually employing the power of the silence fruit to create a soundproof zone. Upon hearing Rowling's loud declaration, Robin instinctively furrowed her brow. Can we really plot so audaciously before the enemy? What is Captain Rowling thinking? This seems rather unprofessional. Noticing Robin's curious expression, Rowling reassured her. It's all right. Speak freely. The enemy cannot hear us. Robin, slightly taken aback, quickly regained her composure and activated the powers of the flower fruit to investigate. The naval branch base, even at night, had soldiers on duty, ensuring the premises were well lit. After observing the situation, Robin turned to Rowling with a serious demeanor, stating, "The patrols are quite rigorous. Sentinels are stationed at every essential passage, and even the secluded corners are under constant surveillance by video snail cameras. Is it possible to enter?" Rowling inquired directly. "If you accompany me, Captain Rowling, we can get in," Robin replied confidently, her tone calm, yet resolute. "Then let us slip inside and find a place to conceal ourselves. We will locate the quarters of those naval scoundrels and eliminate them quietly. Afterward, I shall escort you to safety." Rowling nodded. With Robin by his side, it was akin to possessing an artificial intelligence and combat radar. What immense assistance. This evening, those naval miscreants were doomed. Even the naval admiral would be unable to save them. Chapter 60. The ultimate infiltration. Robin continuously utilized the powers of the flower fruit to survey the surroundings near the entrance of the branch base. Before long, she guided Roland to a region with exceptionally stringent surveillance. Rowling grasped Robin's hand, and, with a leap, the two effortlessly cleared a fence standing 4 to 5 meters high, landing within the confines of the naval base. Snap! Snap! Rowling and Robin landed simultaneously, inadvertently crushing certain objects that emitted a resounding noise. This was a precautionary measure devised by the naval base to deter Rowling from leaping in from the outside. It was subtle enough that one would hardly notice without close inspection, yet it was easily revealed upon stepping upon it. However, such tactics were merely effective against ordinary individuals. Rowling had already employed the silent fruit to create an area of soundproofing, rendering even the keenest ears ineffective. Captain Rowling's abilities proved to be remarkably useful. Robin chuckled softly and continued to activate his powers to scout ahead. The naval branch base was replete with surveillance phone bugs, yet Rowling and Robin swaggered in with audacity. Wherever they traversed, Robin would extend his arms to gently shift the eyes of the phone bugs aside. They advanced for a while, paused during the patrol's intervals, and explored cautiously. Rowling and Robin effortlessly infiltrated the naval branch base, subsequently selecting a building at random and breaking through a window to gain entry. Although the interior was equipped with surveillance and phone bugs, the Navy had been on high alert since Rowling's previous assault on Colonel Anker's 128th Division base. Aware of his ability to tunnel underground, they had taken precautions to prevent Rowling from launching a direct underground assault on the branch base. However, all these defenses proved utterly futile in the presence of Rowling and Robin, the ultimate infiltration duo. Rowling and Robin strode forward with an air of nonchalance, akin to leisurely vacationers strolling along the shoreline, splashing in the surf. The lack of challenge elicited an involuntary chuckle from Rowling. The combination of the flower fruit and the silence fruit was astoundingly potent, seemingly crafted for the art of assassination. The naval base sprawled extensively, housing numerous structures. Yet the range of Robin's flower fruit abilities was somewhat constrained. It took them approximately half an hour to locate the quarters of several naval colonels. Captain Rowling, within the building, 2 naval majors are engaged in a card game with the soldiers. Our targets are likely asleep, as their rooms are devoid of light. I cannot discern their exact locations, but I can hear their breathing, Robin informed Rowling after a meticulous examination of the surroundings. Knowing they are within their rooms suffices. I will proceed to eliminate them silently. Even if I illuminate their quarters shortly thereafter, no one will find it peculiar. They are as good as dead. Rowling replied with a smirk. It is entirely reasonable to turn on the lights for a trip to the restroom at night. No one would rush over to investigate merely due to the flicker of a light. Robin, your next task is to conceal yourself and extend a hand from my shoulder to indicate direction, Rowling instructed. Should I find myself compromised, heed my signals. If I request assistance, seek an opportunity to sever the base's power supply. If I remain silent, stay hidden and coordinate with me. Once the power is cut, make your swift exit, and I shall return to find you. Understood, Robin responded earnestly, summoning the powers of the flower fruit to manifest a fair arm upon Rowling's shoulder. Rowling maintained a soundproof area, gradually ascending the staircase. The night was hushed, save for the faint chirping of insects and the distant murmurs of card players. Rowling ascended to the 3rd floor, the level where several naval colonels resided. Crouching low, He stealthily passed by a room where duty soldiers were engrossed in a game of cards, and made his way to the adjacent chamber. He grasped the doorknob and twisted it with tremendous force. With 5,000 pounds of pressure, the doorknob was effortlessly broken, yet no sound emerged. Roland pushed the door open and drew forth his formidable saber, the Red Rain, from his waist. In truth, there was no need to illuminate the room. By merely attuning to the rhythms of the heartbeat and breath, he could discern the precise location of the slumbering occupant. However, in the interest of caution and to prevent the grave error of mistakenly harming an innocent individual, he proceeded with utmost care. Snap! Roland switched on the light in the room. Lying on the bed was the target indeed. Suddenly illuminated, the Navy colonel on the bed stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering, indicating a tendency to awaken. In that moment, a glimmer of steel flashed. The Navy colonel, who lay there, was instantly severed, his body and head parting ways in a remarkably serene manner. Roland, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, eliminated the naval scoundrels within the room before advancing to another chamber, violently twisting the doorknob. The same procedure, yielding identical results, was astonishing in its simplicity. Although Roland's assassination lacks technical sophistication, the essence of assassination lies in discreetly eliminating the target. As long as the outcome is effective, that suffices. Roland swiftly reached for the third room, then the fourth room. Roland moved with remarkable decisiveness. Although the naval captains possessed considerable strength, they were all ensconced in slumber. Even with a modicum of danger alertness, they could not react swiftly enough to Roland's onslaught. His rapid execution was driven by the awareness that if he did not act swiftly, the scent of blood would soon permeate the air, inevitably attracting the attention of the naval personnel on night watch. This was an undeniable truth, should Roland acquire the ability to mask such scents. His assassination endeavors could proceed with even greater impunity. The fifth room stood as the final one. Roland forcefully twisted the door open, allowing a faint glimmer of light to seep in from the outside. On the bed, a handsome young man, lost in contemplation of life with his eyes wide open, was instantly captivated by this fleeting illumination. Unlike other colonels who would peacefully slumber, reassured by the presence of two rear admirals on guard during the night, he had been plagued by severe insomnia, only finding solace in sleep as dawn approached. Colonel Crew turned his head to the side and noticed a dark shadow on the floor, accompanied by an ominous scent of blood that assaulted his senses. This was not good. Roland has arrived. Colonel Crew, without a moment's hesitation, sprang from his bed with a deft leap. With all his might, although the front of the room was obstructed by a wall and a window, and the space was cluttered with various tables and stools, Crew was beyond caring whether he might collide with anything. Whoosh! As Roland just began to comprehend the situation without making any move, Colonel Crew suddenly dashed towards the far end of the room. Bang! The wall was shattered. Crack! The window glass followed suit. In a flash, Colonel Crew exited the room, his excitement palpable yet tempered by calm demeanor. Cautious by nature, he had already contemplated in his mind how to respond should Roland attempt an assassination. That scoundrel Roland is here. Roland has arrived. Crew shouted repeatedly until he had exhausted his lungs, his voice becoming a hoarse echo in the stillness of the night. His desperate cries pierced the tranquil darkness. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two rear admirals, who had been engaged in a card game, immediately smashed through the shattered window, rushing towards the source of the commotion. Ha! That rascal Roland is doomed. Upon spotting the silhouettes of the admirals, Crew felt a surge of relief. Chapter 61. Who will die first? In a vast forest, indeed, all sorts of birds exist. Roland gently shook his head. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. An absurd hour for someone without a phone, a woman, or a game to play. Yet, some fortunate souls still thrived. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Roland began to contemplate his current predicament. Clearly, he was about to face an assault from at least 3 or 4 rear admirals. The duration of this impending confrontation would hinge on how swiftly those admirals, currently slumbering, could be roused and prepared to join the fray. Once they arrived, Roland felt certain that he could not eliminate the exceedingly fortunate Colonel Crew amidst their onslaught. Therefore, it was time to unleash his inner strength. Though the contemplation seemed prolonged, it was in reality brief, merely a second or two. Snip! Roland swiftly dashed out of the room, following Colonel Crew. Simultaneously, the two major generals who had been engaged in a game of cards also burst forth, their attention piqued by the commotion, turning sharply to observe Roland, who was closely trailing behind them. Roland, your demise is imminent. At this point, Colonel Crew had already covered a considerable distance, several dozen meters away. The pungent scent of blood emanating from Roland indicated that several other colonels had undoubtedly met their demise. However, Colonel Crew had skillfully evaded the life-threatening crisis posed by Roland through his astuteness. The two naval major generals now ensnared Roland, and with 4 additional major generals hastening to their aid, the 6 of them would launch a coordinated assault. Unless Roland sprouted wings, escape was utterly impossible. Oh no! Even if he did possess wings, his chances would still be non-existent. The major generals of the West Sea had already attained the capability to utilize the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the moonwalk. Although their prowess did not match that of the CP9 members, they could still muster a brief burst of strength. Do not presume you are safe. Roland scoffed heavily, indifferently stating, "Many have fallen into complacency, believing victory was at hand, only to be met with a devastating reversal. I see you are one such individual." Ha ha ha! Colonel Crew erupted into laughter, his mirth growing louder until it transformed into a boisterous cackle. With a disdainful gesture of his right hand pointing at Roland, he declared, "Roland, it is you who fails to grasp the gravity of the situation. You have no idea how many formidable warriors reside in Grillin. 6 major generals commanding bases, 2 brigadier generals, and thousands of naval soldiers armed to the teeth. You are doomed. Absolutely doomed." Colonel Crew reveled in his triumph. "Roland, I warned you the last time we crossed paths. If you dare to venture into Grillin, I would personally claim your head. Today, you shall not escape." Major General Morton advanced towards Roland, declaring, "Surrender, Roland. The other 4 major generals are on their way. There is no way for you to evade our assault." Major General Mamba assertively chimed in, leaving no room for doubt. Roland cast a glance at the 2 rear admirals advancing towards him, and at last, he felt a flicker of fortune, for these 2 gentlemen were unarmed. Without hesitation, Roland transformed into a formidable gorilla, his terrifying fists cloaked in dark fur, thundered towards the 2 brigadier generals, who appeared as slender as reeds in comparison to him. Bang! This time, the 2 brigadier generals did not employ elaborate tactics. They engaged Roland with straightforward punches. After all, 4 additional brigadier generals were soon to arrive, rendering any intricate strategies unnecessary. By simply entangling Roland, victory would be assured. As their fists, each imbued with immense power, collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, generating a significant gust at their epicenter. Roland was violently pushed back several steps, and Generals Mamba and Morton fared no better, each staggering backward by more than 10 paces. In sheer physical strength, it was evident that they could never match Roland in his gorilla form. "Who told you I am about to flee? Next, Colonel Crew will perish right before your very eyes. Do you believe me?" Roland grinned, his smile particularly endearing in his gorilla state. "You intend to kill me in front of Generals Morton and Mamba?" Crew, standing nearby, sneered coldly. "I remain here for you to attempt it. Come if you dare." With a chuckle, Roland addressed Generals Mamba and Morton. "You've all witnessed this. I have never encountered someone so foolish as to stand still and invite their own demise. I suppose I shall oblige him. Why so much idle chatter?" General Morton snorted dismissively, raising his fist once more to charge at Roland. "Hold on a moment. Isn't your objective to ensnare me, preventing my escape?" Roland raised his hand to halt them, smiling. "I won't flee. I will remain right here. That fellow wants me to kill him, so I shall do just that." Exchanging glances, Generals Morton and Mamba swiftly surrounded Roland, and once Morton felt secure, he remarked coolly, "I wish to see what tricks you are playing. I too am curious to see how you intend to kill me," Colonel Crew said, a mocking smile adorning his face. The moment of witnessing a miracle was imminent. As Roland spoke, he slipped his right hand into his pants pocket. "Oh, might you tell me your name? You ran off too swiftly for me to catch a glimpse of your face," Roland inquired, gazing at Colonel Crew, who was obscured by the light. Simultaneously, Roland donned a white glove on his right hand from his pocket. The Devil's Cry glove. "My name is Crew. Remember it well, Crew. The man who will witness your capture," Crew proclaimed with a sense of pride. "Regrettably, you will not witness my capture, for I am about to declare your death sentence." Snap! Roland snapped his fingers with his left hand while his right hand swiftly emerged from his pocket, donning the Devil May Cry gloves and reaching forward. A shadow immediately burst forth from the gloves. The wailing of the damned, a targeted skill, was nearly impossible to evade. It was this move. Upon seeing this, Major Morton instantly understood, his figure flashing to position himself between Roland and Colonel Crew. "I don't know where you learned the Navy's 6 styles, but you shall not breach my encirclement and slay Colonel Crew today." "Not necessarily." Roland grinned, glancing at Colonel Crew. The colonel desperately wished to evade the shadow, but being a targeted skill, its speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him with little chance to escape. After struggling for a few seconds, he was struck and rooted in place. At that moment, a miracle occurred. Two pale arms sprouted from Colonel Crew's shoulders, wrapping around his head. With a twist crack. It was akin to how the Fire Cloud, evil god, dealt with the Axe Gang leader. Colonel Crew's head was suddenly spun nearly 720 degrees. Chapter 62, Danger. Colonel Crew was momentarily stunned, only to abruptly realize he could see the scene behind him. The series of actions made him comprehend that his head had been twisted around more than once. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Colonel Crew's consciousness screamed in despair, yet his body's vitality began to fade, leaving him only capable of emitting a series of gasps. How he loathed Roland, that scoundrel. He wished to curse him, to see him captured and dealt with by the Navy's elite. As Colonel Crew's awareness grew increasingly muddled, he gradually sank into darkness. Bang! Colonel Crew collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. This scene left Major Morton and Major Mamba utterly astonished. Colonel Crew's neck sprouted arms. This ability resembles Nico Robin's. Major Morton muttered instinctively. Nico Robin. Major Mamba exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Major Morton. That woman actually dared to walk into the Navy branch base and fall into a trap. Roland, you rascal, you are indeed in cahoots with Nico Robin. Major Morton regained his composure, glaring at Roland with immense rage. If looks could kill, Roland would have been torn to shreds by Major Morton's gaze. Ha! And so what? Robin is currently hidden in a place you could never fathom. While I engage you in battle, she will skillfully launch her ambush, ensuring that you all meet your demise at my hands. Roland laughed heartily. Utilizing her flower fruit abilities, Robin heard this statement through the ears that sprouted near Roland. Without hesitation, she retracted her powers and concealed herself in the darkness. This arrangement had been mutually agreed upon by Roland and her beforehand. If Roland wished to remain silent, she would continue to cooperate with him, and should he request her assistance, she would sever the energy supply to the base. This strategy served as a smokescreen, not only facilitating the disconnection of the base's energy, but also aiding Roland in battle, thus creating a win-win scenario. There is no place within the Navy's branch base that we cannot find, scoffed Major General Morton. Is that so? Roland replied dismissively to Major General Morton's assertion, raising his hand to point at the ground beneath his feet. You are aware of my ability to dig, and I can unequivocally inform you that Robin is hidden underground. If you manage to locate her, I will not rescue her. Major Generals Morton and Mamba glared at Roland, unable to ascertain the truth of his words. Believe it or not, I have already prepared an escape route for Robin underground. Her safety is of no concern to me. Now, I must consider my own safety. If I am not mistaken, there are certainly more than just the two of you in this base. Other major generals should be arriving shortly. A wise man does not suffer needless losses, so farewell. Before Roland could finish his words, he concealed a peculiar object in his mouth and transformed into a formidable serpent cloaked in black scales, exhaling a noxious purple mist. The peril posed by this mist was immense. If it were not swiftly incinerated, its spread would render the entire base a desolate no-man's land. Roland swiftly exited the mist-filled zone, reverting to his human form as he executed a rapid retreat, vociferously shouting. Though his words were mere bluster, he hoped to buy even a moment's delay. He was loath to reveal his ability to metamorphose into a dragon. A hidden trump card is indeed a true trump card. I will pursue that scoundrel. You handle the toxic mist, declared Major General Morton without a hint of hesitation, immediately employing his speed to chase after Roland. Two figures darted through the brightly lit base, with a second figure gaining ground on the first, the distance between them steadily diminishing. You, assemble a team to prepare flamethrowers. Major General Mamba commanded a naval colonel who had rushed to provide assistance. Understood. The colonel promptly gathered a small team and hastened toward the armory to procure the flamethrowers. What are the other colonels? Major General Mamba inquired, glancing at the soldiers who had previously been engaged in card games with him in the duty room. These soldiers had not immediately rushed to Mamba's aid, but had instead checked the room's condition. A sorrowful expression enveloped the face of the soldier who was questioned, as he choked back tears and replied, except for Colonel Clue, the others have all been brutally slain by that scoundrel Roland in their sleep. Damn it! Major General Mamba ground his teeth in fury. Earlier, when Roland and Colonel Clue had been bickering, Mamba had sensed that something was amiss when no other colonels emerged to assist. However, the confirmation that the remaining 4 colonels had perished filled him with unbridled rage. This anger was not solely due to the impending reprimand from the naval headquarters, but also because Roland was publicly humiliating the Navy, particularly the 6 major generals stationed there. Keep watch here and await reinforcements. First, eliminate that cloud of purple mist. Major General Morton and I will pursue that scoundrel Roland. Mamba barked, unable to contain his simmering wrath. Yes. He vowed that Roland must face immediate justice. He could not allow him to escape, even if it meant executing him on the spot. With a swift motion, Major General Mamba vanished, utilizing all his strength to pursue the direction Roland and Major General Morton had taken. Meanwhile, on the other side, Roland had scarcely run 1,000 meters when he was intercepted by Major General Morton. Just 2 or 3 seconds after Morton halted Roland, the other 4 major generals arrived. The 5 naval major generals positioned themselves strategically, encircling Roland completely. Roland, surrender. You cannot escape today. Morton glanced at the other 4 major generals, exhaling a long breath, his face adorned with a triumphant smile. This scoundrel Morton is clearly not the type to capitulate. Let's dispense with the pleasantries and take him down, Major General Jick declared resolutely. Chapter 63. Announcement of Release. Launching tomorrow. At midnight on July 1st, this book will officially be released. Up to this point, there have been 390 collections on Cheedian and 300 on QQ Reading. According to other prominent figures, the performance has been dismal, with a subscription ratio of about 30-1. Thus, we can expect approximately 10 subscriptions. Therefore, the goal is to achieve 10 initial subscriptions on Cheedian. As for the subscription data on QQ, we shall not set a target, but I still hope the readers on QQ Reading will offer their support. Now, regarding additional chapters. For every 10 subscriptions achieved, an extra chapter will be added. As for monthly votes, I timidly inquire if any esteemed readers might grant me a monthly vote. In the first month of the release, 5 monthly votes will grant an additional chapter. As for rewards, I sincerely doubt any prominent readers will offer rewards. But one can always hope. On the day of release, for every 500 coins donated, an additional chapter will be added, with no upper limit. I would like to extend my gratitude to Editor Rui and to the 3 readers on QQ Reading who have supported this book through rewards. Ja, SpongeBob from Zuen, Shangjiangkong. I also appreciate all the readers who have supported me through recommendations, and I commend myself for a month of diligent writing. The initially promised reward for the first donation will be delivered tomorrow at dawn, but it will be a free chapter. So much for my sentiments. Lastly, subscriptions are vital, and initial subscriptions are even more crucial. Please do consider supporting with an initial subscription, just a dime, very inexpensive, to bolster the author's confidence to continue writing. Praise to the readers. Chapter 64. 6 against 1. Additional chapter for the reader. Ja. Cannot escape? No. Until the final moment, no one can predict the outcome. Roland remained composed. Enough of this chatter. Let us go. Major General Jick, unable to contain himself, swiftly declared, charging towards Roland like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. With Jick's aggressive initiation, the remaining 4 major generals had no choice but to follow suit, advancing towards Roland, who was ensnared at the center. Roland transformed into a serpent without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a torrent of venom that, aided by a small device nestled within his mouth, was swiftly vaporized into a fine mist. This purple haze enveloped Roland entirely. Instantly, the 5 attacking brigadier generals ground to a halt, bewildered. How could that rascal still morph into a serpent? Wasn't he an adept of the gorilla form? One brigadier general pointed at Roland, his face a mask of astonishment. It is futile to be surprised by anything that occurs with that scoundrel, Brigadier General Morton remarked, for no one could have envisioned that merely 3 months prior, he was a petty pirate with a bounty exceeding 4 million berries, apprehended by the 128th Division's base. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 brigadier generals grew solemn. Roland remained unfazed amidst the toxic mist, observing the 5 encircling major generals with a calm demeanor. He was waiting, anticipating an opportunity, one that would allow him to escape. The toxic fog appeared ominous, likely inflicting harm upon contact. Major General Jick pointed towards the surrounding purple haze, his expression grave. According to that scoundrel Roland, the mist could be vanquished by flames, declared Major General Morton. Flames? Do not be deceived by that rogue. Major General Howard interjected suddenly. This should not pose a problem. That rascal Roland had previously employed this very tactic against the mist on the other side. If flames could eradicate the fog there, they would surely do the same here, asserted Major General Morton. By the way, what is the situation over there? Major General Dixie inquired. The 4 major generals not on duty that night were stationed at the corners of the branch base and were unaware of developments. Major General Morton sighed, his countenance somber. The situation is dire. Colonel Clue was slain before our eyes by that scoundrel Roland and Nicole Robin. What? The 4 major generals were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. The next moment, they noticed Major General Mamba rushing towards them from a distance. Major General Mamba, what is the situation over there? How many of the protected colonels remain? As Major General Mamba arrived, the other Major Generals could not help but ask. Initially, Major General Mamba did not respond. He glanced at Roland, encircled and shrouded in the toxic haze, and let out a sigh of relief. It is grim. All 5 colonels have perished, Major General Mamba confessed, shaking his head in lament. What? Surely not. My heavens. All dead. The 4 major generals on duty that night were astonished. They exchanged various expressions as they gazed at Roland, now concealed within a mist. What's so strange about this? I took such significant risks to eliminate those individuals. How could I not be prepared? Given my preparations, is it not reasonable that I was able to dispatch them? Roland remarked with a smile. That scoundrel is truly infuriating. Both Major Generals Morton and Mamba clenched their teeth in anger. I shall inquire about the situation regarding the flames used to dispel the mist just now, Major General Mamba stated, quickly retrieving his phone bug to contact the naval soldiers stationed on the other side. The report from the naval soldiers brought a smile to Major General Mamba's previously somber face. He turned to the other 5 major generals. The flames can indeed destroy the mist. The other 5 major generals' eyes brightened instantly, prompting them to urge Major General Mamba, quickly, have someone fetch the flamethrowers. We shall stand guard over that scoundrel Roland. Before Roland stood 6 major generals, conspiring loudly without a hint of concern that he might attempt an escape. Even if Roland sprouted wings, he would find it nearly impossible to break free from their encircling grasp. Major General Mamba promptly issued commands. Within mere minutes, reinforcements armed with flamethrowers would arrive. At that moment, Roland would meet his demise. Robin, it's your turn now. You must act swiftly, lest I suffer gravely here. Surrounded by 6 major generals intent on beating me down. If I don't perish, I will at the very least be severely injured. Observing the triumphant smiles of the encircling generals, a sense of unease gnawed at Roland's heart. Soon, a naval brigadier and 2 naval colonels arrived with a contingent of sailors, a number of whom were equipped with flamethrowers. With so many forces amassed, why had Robin not yet resolved the situation? As Roland surveyed the formidable naval presence encircling him, his anxiety deepened, and he contemplated transforming into a pterosaur to soar away. Yet, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment for transformation. The vigilant major generals might intercept him with their swift movements or shoot him down directly. Fire! With the colonel's commanding shout, the sailors enclosing Roland unleashed their flamethrowers. A roaring inferno erupted from all directions. The sailors, both excited and anxious, watched as the flames advanced toward Roland. Victory lay within their grasp, and their faces gleamed with exhilaration, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Roland cast a cold gaze upon the flames that surged towards him. As the naval officer manipulated the valve of the flamethrower, the inferno advanced relentlessly. A searing wave of heat enveloped him, and although he transformed into a serpent adorned with ebony scales, he could still feel the scorching intensity. At this moment, with Robin still entangled in his own affairs, Roland found himself with no recourse but to rely solely on his own strength. Whoosh! Roland began to twist his body, swiftly swimming in one direction. The speed of the venomous serpent was remarkably swift, even on land. Roland managed to escape the area with the highest concentration of toxic mist. His body engulfed in searing flames. The sensation was excruciating, yet it alleviated the effects of the noxious vapors. Without hesitation, Roland transformed back into his human form, simultaneously employing the 8-fist technique to enhance his fire resistance. With a swift leap, he distanced himself from the fiery onslaught. Roland unsheathed the formidable blade, Crimson Rain, from his waist and executed a downward strike. A barely perceptible wave of sword energy materialized, howling ferociously as it descended. With a swift whoosh, the sword energy cleaved through the flames, forging a makeshift path in its wake. As Roland descended to the ground, he executed a swift maneuver, breaking free from the encirclement of flames along the makeshift path. Roland, there is no escape for you today. Surrender at once, declared Major Morton once more. Although Roland is indeed formidable, there exists a limit to his prowess. If the 6 of them unite, they can undoubtedly confront him. Chapter 65. The Powers of the Slumbering Major General. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 6 naval rear admirals moved in unison, their figures striking simultaneously at Roland. 3 of them wielding blades and swords. Roland swiftly assessed the current situation, without a moment's hesitation. He pivoted his body to turn his back on the 3 unarmed Navy generals, instead facing the trio wielding weapons. In the next instant, Roland's form surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an ordinary human of 1 meter 80 into a towering, dark green behemoth exceeding 15 meters in height. The 6 generals were taken aback by Roland's sudden metamorphosis, each astonished. How many hidden cards does this rascal possess? Major Morton seethed inwardly. A dragon with dark green wings? An ancient beast of the Zoan type? Or perhaps a mythical creature? Just how many Zoan abilities does this scoundrel have? Despite their shock, the Navy generals, seasoned warriors in their own right, maintained their composure, their expressions betraying none of the turmoil within, and they did not falter in their assault. Whoosh! Whoosh! With immense strength, Roland furiously flapped his 2 colossal wings, sweeping towards the 2 major generals charging from his flanks. As for Major General Jick, who was advancing directly towards Roland, he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. Boom! A surging inferno erupted from Roland's mouth, reminiscent of Ace's renowned technique, the Fire Fist, obliterating everything in its path. Taken aback by Roland's ability to breathe fire, Jick had no choice but to abandon his assault. He swiftly struck at the towering column of flames with his sword before hastily retreating. From the left and right, Dixie and Odo collided with Roland's wings. Having learned from his previous encounter with Karen Berkeley that the flesh of his wings was relatively fragile post-transformation and that any injury could hinder his flight, Roland refrained from recklessly attacking with his wings. Instead, he contracted the flesh of his wings while wielding them like swords, using the sharp, hard-bone spikes at their tips to defend against the assaults from the 2 major generals. As for the attacks from behind, Roland had no recourse. He could only brace himself against the strikes of the 3 additional major generals with his solid, broad back covered in scales. Bang! 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 3 strikes landed successively on his back, and Roland felt a tremendous impact. The force surged through his scales and into his body, causing his insides to churn violently. The ferocity of a major general's attack was formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, Roland would not fear any single major general. However, faced with 6 opponents, the situation was dire. Following their successful strike, the 6 major generals tactfully retreated, uncertain if Roland had any hidden trump cards, and thus remained cautious. Illusion Beast, capable of breathing fire. This dragon form is undoubtedly that of an illusion beast. That scoundrel Roland, transformed into this illusion beast, is incredibly resilient. Major General Morton, observing Roland still sprightly after receiving his full force blow, could not help but scoff lightly. The abilities of animal-type illusion beasts are often quite peculiar. We cannot prolong this any further. In the next wave of attacks, I will employ my ability against Roland. Everyone, wait for the opportune moment to strike him down. Major General Howard solemnly addressed the others. The remaining 5 major generals nodded in agreement, while a smile crept onto Morton's face. With your ability, that scoundrel Roland is absolutely not escaping today. Realizing that matters were still unresolved, Roland felt a chill run down his spine as he surveyed his surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly flapped his wings with vigor. Whoosh! As Roland's wings beat furiously, a tremendous gale surged forth, violently propelling his massive form off the ground. Regrettably, the time available for him to accelerate was limited as the 6 naval major generals charged once more. They understood that engaging Roland in a one-on-one confrontation was unwise. With 6 of them attacking simultaneously, even Roland, no matter how formidable, could only defend with 2 hands, making it impossible for him to contend with all 6. The capabilities of the slumbering General Howard remain a mystery. If I cannot withstand this, it will truly be a disaster. Roland felt a profound unease within, yet he forced himself to maintain a state of composure. Roland exerted every ounce of strength to flap his wings. Bang! 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 6 rear admirals each showcased their prowess, briefly soaring into the air with their moonwalk technique, swiftly charging towards Roland. Come down, foolish dragon! Shouted Rear Admiral Howard. As he approached Roland, a mesmerizing iridescent glow emanated from his right hand, twisting and swirling with an ethereal quality. The other 5 admirals took their positions, encircling Roland from 5 different directions. With a swift motion, Rear Admiral Howard slapped Roland on the back, and the enchanting, multicolored radiance transferred from his hand to Roland's body. As this luminous energy merged with Roland, it began its rapid ascent towards his head. The glow seemed to possess an innate understanding of Roland's anatomy, darting through his body. And even beneath his emerald scales, the light flickered beneath his skin, reaching his head in the blink of an eye. Upon entering Roland's mind, the radiant energy triggered a brilliant illumination from the book of abilities within his consciousness, automatically flipping to the latest blank page. Whoosh! The luminescent essence intended to influence Roland's will But under the overwhelming allure of the Book of Abilities, it could not escape, becoming forcibly imprinted on the latest page. This scene unfolded so swiftly it was almost unfathomable. Roland sensed the automatic page turning and realized that Rear Admiral Howard's attack had faltered, igniting a surge of elation within him. The Book of Abilities, I shall exalt it. The remaining 5 admirals felt a surge of confidence upon witnessing Howard's assault. The dormant Rear Admiral Howard possessed the devil fruit ability to infuse his dreams into his opponents, allowing them to experience those visions. If he bestowed upon them a pleasant dream, they would become entranced, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. In battles among skilled combatants, a moment's lapse could spell doom. Should an enemy succumb to the sweet embrace of a dream, they would be at Howard's mercy. Moreover, Rear Admiral Howard could also impose nightmares upon his foes, instilling profound terror that could lead to psychological collapse and the abandonment of resistance. In such circumstances, it was inconceivable that an adversary could contend with Rear Admiral Howard. Despite Roland's notorious prowess, he would surely falter against Howard's formidable strike. General Morton's lips curled slightly. Chapter 66, Isolation. After General Howard's powers struck Roland, the 3 generals wielding weapons synchronously directed their arms towards the non-vital areas of Roland's body. Meanwhile, the 2 unarmed brigadier generals, employing the moonwalk technique, approached Roland's wing base, poised to deliver a blow that would incapacitate his wings. Their reluctance to kill Roland stemmed from the belief that his ability to transform into various forms was derived from an extraordinarily unique devil fruit power. The Navy's established protocol for apprehending criminals endowed with formidable devil fruit abilities is to capture them alive and subsequently transport them to the depths of the sea prison for permanent confinement. This is due to the fact that should an ability user be slain, the devil fruit will inevitably reincarnate. If a nefarious individual were to acquire it, a formidable villain would soon reemerge. This is also the rationale behind the Navy's practice of incarcerating many formidable foes within the deep sea prison. Otherwise, it would be simpler to eliminate offenders like the Golden Lion who have attacked the Navy headquarters, rather than confining them in a deep sea prison. Whoosh! Just as the impending attacks were about to land upon him, Roland, unaffected by General Howard's abilities, unhesitatingly reverted from his pteranodon form. In an instant, he transformed back into human shape, causing all the previously aimed assaults at his wings or other areas to strike nothing but air. Every attack missed its mark, leaving all 6 brigadier generals, including Howard, utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. How could this be? How could my powers have no effect on this scoundrel whatsoever? General Howard was the most affected, beginning to doubt his own existence. The resplendent, rainbow-hued light he had unleashed encapsulated the most splendid dreams he had envisioned during his long slumber, including but not limited to becoming the master of the entire world. Being adored by countless breathtaking beauties, possessing unparalleled strength, and transforming into a deity overseeing all beings. Among these dreams were even vividly detailed and somewhat lascivious fantasies. How could Roland possibly remain unaffected? Sleepy Major Howard, your abilities are indeed formidable and have proven effective against others. Yet they ought not to be employed against me. Your prowess is utterly futile in my presence. Roland plummeted from the sky, bursting into laughter. Roland harbored suspicions that he had once again fallen victim to the prowess of Major General Howard, believing that the Book of Abilities would not absorb the attack. This was due to the fact that the book had already recorded that particular ability, and abilities inscribed within its pages cannot be duplicated. Thus, Roland had spoken as he did, all in an effort to undermine Major General Howard and dissuade him from employing his powers. Coincidentally, as soon as Roland uttered those words, the situation within the Naval Branch Base underwent a sudden transformation. The sources of blinding light that had turned the night into day extinguished all at once, plunging the base into profound darkness. The hearts of the 6 generals sank with a palpable sense of foreboding. Roland's eyes lit up with newfound brilliance. Robin has triumphed. The energy supply to the base has been severed. The night arrives, ushering in a glimmer of hope. Roland's night vision, while not exceptionally potent, surpasses that of those who are utterly blind in the darkness. Among the 6 rear admirals present, all renowned warriors of the West Sea, none possess the observation hockey. Their combat relies solely on visual acuity, occasionally employing sound to discern positions. In the current pitch-black environment, their numerical superiority cannot contend with Roland's prowess. With the light extinguished, should the fight continue, they would find themselves no match for him. Fortunately, he is disinclined to engage further. Before his departure, he wishes to convey a few words. Firstly, there exists no enmity between him and the Navy. Their conflict arises solely from differing stances. As for the 5 naval majors he dispatched, the truth is apparent to them. Those individuals were deserving of their fate, and there is no need for them to persistently pursue him. Each of the 6 admirals possesses a will that, when combined, can surely sway the entire naval force of the West Sea. He requests that they inform their superiors that he will refrain from plundering civilians or robbing merchant vessels, as he has done in the past. In return, they should refrain from troubling him frequently, for his patience is not boundless. Should they provoke him further, he will retaliate with lethal force. As his words lingered in the air, Roland discreetly departed from the branch base, cloaked by the night. A graceful exit, leaving behind both accomplishments and renown. Despite the numerous twists and turns of the evening, and the anxiety he felt throughout, he is ultimately content with the outcome. Should the Navy choose to leave him be in the future, he would find even greater joy. Within the branch base, the 6 naval admirals stood in prolonged silence, none daring to speak. How should they report this battle? At last, Admiral Morton shattered the quiet, gritting his teeth as he inquired. For the naval higher-ups, such considerations were trivial. The present reality is that Roland had breached the heavily fortified branch base, dispatching 5 majors before their very eyes and departing unscathed. Had this transgression occurred covertly, it might not have posed a significant issue. After all, they could simply suppress the incident and preserve the Navy's dignity. However, the prior announcement regarding the 5 majors' reassignment to the naval headquarters complicates matters, especially now that all 6 have been eliminated by rolling within the very base guarded by admirals. If news of this spreads, how would the populace of the West Sea react? If the naval branch cannot handle rolling, then no one in the West Sea can. This implies that should rolling choose to wreak havoc, he could do so with impunity, unless formidable reinforcements are dispatched from the naval headquarters via the Grand Line. Yet, this is the West Sea. The pirates, seeking to evade capture, could choose any direction to escape, even if formidable naval forces from the Grand Line were to arrive. Without the life card, a tracking artifact of unparalleled precision, no one dared to guarantee the subjugation of Roland. Let it be written as it will, sighed Rear Admiral Howard, feeling despondent after the battle. Even his most esteemed devil fruit abilities proved ineffective against Roland, leaving him a loss for any viable means to counter the man. I, too, concur that it should be written as it is, Rear Admiral Mamba sighed. Regardless of the repercussions from above, we must proceed. He contemplated whether to report Roland's audacious words. If reported, the headquarters would undoubtedly respond with greater outrage, intensifying their efforts to capture Roland. Despite Roland's lack of engaging in the heinous acts typical of other brutal pirates, the absence of such deeds now did not preclude future transgressions. It was prudent to eliminate potential threats whenever possible. Furthermore, Roland had become entangled with Nico Robin. For the sake of pursuing her, Roland must also be dealt with. Declared Rear Admiral Jick. Let us report the facts as they are and request assistance from headquarters to handle Roland. We, the West Sea Navy, are truly at our wits' end. Rear Admiral Howard surrendered, raising his hands in exasperation. Chapter 67. Tremors at Naval Headquarters. In the office of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who oversaw West Sea matters. As noon approached, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider reviewed the battle summaries submitted jointly by the 6 rear admirals, his body trembling with rage, his hands and feet icy in the sweltering heat. The base commander, the highest combat power of the Navy in the West Sea, had deployed 6 individuals, out of a mere 12 in total across the entire region. The presence of brigadiers, colonels, and additional forces did little to mitigate the shock that 2 pirates had breached the base, slaughtered personnel, and departed unscathed. The disgrace upon the Navy was overwhelming. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider found himself at a loss. The situation had escalated beyond control. He organized the details and dispatched the Rear Admiral's battle summaries to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Within the Fleet Admiral's office, the active duty Fleet Admiral Sengoku was engrossed in paperwork, accompanied by a pet goat that nibbled on inconsequential documents. On the sofa beside him sat Rear Admiral Goldblade, sipping tea and enjoying snacks. As Ghost Spider knocked and entered, he greeted respectfully Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Rear Admiral Garp. The 2 venerable figures in the office were pillars of the Navy, and Ghost Spider held them in the highest esteem. Sengoku glanced up at Ghost Spider, noticing his troubled demeanor, and furrowed his brow slightly. What vexing issue has arisen now? Is it related to that pirate in the West Sea? True to form, Fleet Admiral Sengoku discerned the matter at hand. This time, Roland had breached the blockade of 6 rear admirals, eliminating 5 of the protected colonels. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider exclaimed in frustration. The crux of the matter lies with that scoundrel who dares to belittle the authority of the Navy. As his words echoed, he placed several battle summaries penned by junior admirals upon Admiral Sengoku's desk. The admiral picked up the summaries, swiftly scanning through them. His eyes instinctively filtered out the extraneous details, reading with a rapidity akin to that of a college entrance examination evaluator. Intrigued, Admiral Sengoku suddenly raised his gaze to meet Vice Admiral Ghost Spiders. Inquiring, the summary states that fiend, Roland, claims he does not target ordinary folk. Has he committed any offenses recently? I have been closely monitoring Roland since the outset, Ghost Spider promptly replied. Indeed, he has refrained from any wrongdoing of late. However, over a year ago, he did rob a merchant vessel. While he did not take any lives, he seized a considerable amount of treasure, which has earned him a bounty of 430,000 berries. Admiral Sengoku continued, in several encounters with the Navy, he has not harmed any officers or soldiers. Aside from the vermin, correct? Though somewhat reluctant, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider nodded in agreement, for Roland had indeed conducted himself with restraint. He is a pirate with a sense of measure, Sengoku acknowledged. Nevertheless, with such a hefty bounty on his head and Nico Robin aboard his ship, he must be dealt with. Thus, we shall suspend the pursuit of Roland in the West Sea and wait for him to enter the Grand Line, where we shall annihilate him in one fell swoop. At that moment, Vice Admiral Garp interjected, there is no need to confront that fellow. Provoking him could result in the Navy acquiring a formidable enemy, leading to unnecessary sacrifices. As for Nico Robin, let her be. Garp, well aware of the truth behind the O'Hara incident, shared a profound sympathy for the sole survivor, much like Admiral Akiji. I wish to avoid dealing with him as well. But let us not forget that we are under the purview of the world government, Admiral Sengoku candidly remarked to Garp. Unless he can manage to contend with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, we might consider granting him a position among them. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider felt a deep-seated disagreement. As a hawkish figure within the Navy, he believed that since Roland was a pirate, he was inherently evil and must be eradicated at all costs. Why not confront him? The Navy possesses the means to eliminate Roland. He insisted. Admiral Sengoku is placing too much faith in that little rogue. He could never stand against one of the 7 warlords. If he were to miraculously survive until the day he challenges one, he would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. In the realm of the Ghost Spider, there exists a clandestine path. Generally speaking, once pirates venture into the Grand Line, the first warlord of the sea they are likely to encounter is Crocodile from Alabasta. However, Crocodile wields the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat him directly in the first half of the Grand Line, which lacks the legacy of Haki. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp seized a rice cracker and devoured it fervently. While he may act with impunity, disregarding the directives of the world government, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, does not enjoy the same liberties as Garp, a mere vice admiral. The incident orchestrated by Roland in the West Sea reverberated throughout the naval headquarters upon its dissemination, instigating a profound upheaval. Following deliberations, the naval headquarters resolved to revise Roland's bounty, setting it an unprecedented sum of 100 million berries. Such a staggering bounty is unparalleled in this maritime expanse. Even since the inception of the world government 8 centuries ago, 3 days post-incident, the West Sea authorities published a newspaper article succinctly recounting Roland's brutal slaughter of 5 naval commanders. In this report, the Navy distorted the facts, portraying Roland as having fortuitously encountered the 5 commanders en route to the Grand Line, leading to a fierce confrontation wherein Roland ruthlessly vanquished them. The actual circumstances, however, were too perilous to expose, as such revelations would plunge the entire West Sea populace into unparalleled terror. Yet, the truth inevitably seeped through the cracks, circulating wildly among the various underground factions within the West Sea. Whether it be the pirate hunters frequenting the underworld, the informants gathering intelligence, or the myriad gangs operating in the shadows, the perception of Roland was once again transformed, solidifying a shared understanding among these disparate forces. Roland, the captain of the Saturday Pirates, reigned supreme in the West Sea. It is preferable to confront an entire nation or the Navy than to provoke Roland. As for the newly unveiled bounty in the news, it elicited little astonishment. After all, one has become rather desensitized. Roland is quite an impressive individual. It would be splendid if we could enlist him into our revolutionary forces. In a certain base of the West Sea Revolutionary Army, Commander Mori gazed at Roland's bounty with admiration. Chapter 68, The Enemy of FIA. After Roland escaped from the branch base, he immediately contacted Robin via phone bug. Then, transforming into a pterosaur form, he soared high above the branch base and met Robin in a secluded forest outside the base before flying back to the pirate ship together. Once aboard the ship, Roland casually took a shower, and then Faya led him to the infirmary for a brief medical examination. How is it? Am I in good health? Roland inquired, gazing at Faya, who was clad in a white coat and sporting a stethoscope. You have 3 bruises on your back, and there are minor injuries to your internal organs. You must rest well and refrain from hunting pirates for the next half-month, Faya stated firmly, her beautiful face conveying resoluteness. All right, Roland nodded repeatedly. Having taken down those naval scoundrels had certainly lightened his heart, and now he was prepared to rest properly. As for matters concerning the Grand Line, that must be postponed. Roland was not yet inclined to confront the foes who had designs on Robin. We can enjoy ourselves and embark on adventures within the West Sea. After what transpired, the Navy should not attempt to apprehend me in this region anytime soon. Roland remarked with a hint of pride. What's going on? Faya asked. Hee Faya, do you know that the highest combat power in the Navy around the West Sea is the Major General of the branch base? Roland queried. Yes. I've heard you mention it. Faya nodded, casually removing the stethoscope and neatly folding it away. There are only 12 Major Generals in the West Sea, but this time 6 of them were dispatched. Yet even with 6 Major Generals present, I still managed to eliminate those 5 deserving colonels right under their noses. Roland declared with great pride. Faya removed her white coat and meticulously folded it, striving for perfect order, her response somewhat perfunctory. Roland, you're amazing, truly impressive. Could you be a bit more enthusiastic? Roland chuckled, glancing at the coat Faya was folding, noting her obsessive-compulsive tendencies had not waned. All right, it's finally neat, Faya said, admiring the orderly arrangement of the white coat and stethoscope, a gentle smile gracing her face. She turned to Roland and asked, what were you saying just now? Roland. Now, you can finally tell me, who is the nemesis responsible for your father's demise? After a brief hesitation, Faya replied, it is the Iron Tower pirate crew. I am not particularly familiar with this pirate crew. Could you enlighten me about what kind of person their captain is? Roland asked. He is a formidable creature known as the Iron Tower. His strength is remarkable, and it seems he ventured into the Grand Line last year. I am uncertain of his current whereabouts, Faya explained, considering it is already summer and a significant amount of time has passed. Could it be that he has already reached the New World? Roland's brow furrowed slightly. Our crew, the Saturday Pirates, will soon embark on a journey to the Grand Line. At that time, we will actively seek out the Iron Tower pirate crew. I solemnly vow to avenge you, Roland declared earnestly. Faya gazed at Roland, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet no words emerged. She felt a slight urge to dissuade him from pursuing this path, but given Roland's considerable strength and her own desire for vengeance for her parents, she remained silent. If you truly manage to avenge me, I shall become your girlfriend, Faya suddenly proclaimed, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper by the end. Excuse me, what did you say? Roland asked, his eyes alight with curiosity. I said, if you can truly help me with my revenge, I shall devote myself to you, Faya replied, then flung herself onto the bed, burying her beautiful face deep into the soft pillow, while lifting her right hand to gesture towards the door. Now, please leave. Alright, Roland nodded repeatedly. Aside from Faya's room, the only other place on the ship was the infirmary. The Iron Tower pirate crew is notably absent in the original narrative. Likely a mere background character, Roland, an extraordinary traveler in this realm, should certainly be capable of handling a trivial crew such as the Iron Tower pirates. Danger. The Iron Tower pirate crew. Danger. Roland contemplated embarking on a journey to the Grand Line, yet he felt an unsettling sense of inadequacy. Let me set a modest goal. He mused. Within the next 3 months, I shall endeavor to vanquish at least 2 pirates endowed with the powers of devil fruits. As he gazed towards the horizon, a surge of determination welled within him. The tome of abilities had previously absorbed the assault of the slumbering Commodore Howard and recorded the ability on its latest page. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. He delved into the depths of his consciousness where the tome resided, flipping to the most recent entry. The golden script described, Dream bestowal. Below, an illustration depicted a diminutive hand, its edges radiating a halo of light, reminiscent of the iridescent glow that enveloped the Commodore's hand during his attack. Indeed, it was not the complete power of a devil fruit. Had the adversary struck him with their ability, the tome would have meticulously documented it, an utterly extraordinary prospect. Roland thoughtfully stroked his chin, recalling how the ghostly hand of Ron had once assailed him with the phantom grass gloves. At that time, the tome merely evolved the attack of the gloves, yet now it had replicated the slumbering Commodore's ability within its pages, a relationship worth profound contemplation. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the phantom grasp's assault emanated from shadows projected by the gloves, rather than from the gloves themselves. As Roland pondered, clarity began to dawn upon him. The shadows projected from the gloves were the manifestation of the wielder's spiritual energy, tainted by the glove's malevolent influence. Thus employing the phantom grasp not only drained physical stamina, but also spiritual fortitude. Furthermore, the attack must be directed at his consciousness. Assaults that did not target the mind would not be inscribed within the tome. Roland reflected contemplatively. It must be said, the tome of abilities was indeed a remarkable boon. Henceforth, he would pursue the extermination of pirates, engaging in virtuous deeds of upholding justice, hoping that such actions might enhance his fortune, and that with each conquest, he would claim the mightiest powers from his foes. Roland fervently prayed in his heart as he made his way to his chamber. 3 days later, the Saturday pirate ship arrived at an island known for its intelligence network. Roland and his companions boldly docked their pirate ship at the largest harbor of the island. The harbor officials, displaying remarkable understanding, refrained from collecting docking fees. However, Roland was no villain. He proceeded to pay the fees, nearly causing the officials to faint from shock. Within the intelligence network on this island, Robin gathered a wealth of information, leading Roland to identify his next target, the notorious pirate, the Frost Queen. This formidable female pirate was a rare powerhouse, according to the widely circulated tales of the sea regarding her. Roland speculated that she might possess the powers of the Ice fruit, a counterpart to the Heat fruit wielded by Owen of the Big Mom Pirates. Acquiring such abilities would significantly enhance Roland's strength. Chapter 69. Changing the weather in the Serman Sea. The Saturday pirate ship sailed gracefully with its sails billowing in the brisk wind across the azure waters. With Robin's presence, the management of the sails became considerably easier, ensuring a smooth voyage and greatly enhancing everyone's sailing experience. On the deck, Robin utilized the powers of the flower fruit to sprout a multitude of arms from her shoulders, which stacked together to resemble wings. With each attempt, the wings, though cumbersome to flap, began to synchronize more effectively, generating increasing thrust. At last, Robin's feet lifted off the deck of the pirate ship, albeit only a few centimeters before descending once more. Nevertheless, this confirmed one remarkable truth. It was indeed possible to achieve fleeting flight with the flower fruit. Captain Roland, I truly can fly, Robin exclaimed, her beautiful visage reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Roland. After all these years of possessing the flower fruit, she had never contemplated the possibility of flight. Such thoughts were not commonplace for most. The other crew members aboard the ship shared her astonishment. Of course, Roland replied, a tantalizing smile gracing his lips, a distinct sense of superiority typical of a transmigrator enveloping him. As long as you continue to practice diligently, Robin, while prolonged flight may be a challenge, you can certainly manage to take off unexpectedly in times of peril for your own protection. Roland stated with unwavering confidence. Once Robin mastered this technique, he planned to teach her various skills that, in the original narrative, she would not acquire until 2 years later. All right, everyone, let us commence our training, Roland announced, leaping from the deck to the lookout tower atop the mainmast. This tower served not only as the ship's lookout point, but also as his personal training chamber. Upon reaching the lookout, Roland began his regimen for the day. After a vigorous session of strength training, Roland gently set down the massive iron block he had been lifting, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel retrieved from a nearby rack, and took a brief respite before commencing another round of exercises. Suddenly, a mouth appeared on the wall, exclaiming, Captain Roland, Old Dufferin is calling for you. The frightening abilities of Robin were indeed formidable. Roland exhaled softly, grasped the rope, and slid down the mast. Look over there. Old Dufferin pointed towards a massive dark cloud looming in the distance. After waiting for so many days, we finally encountered a storm at sea. As the navigator of the Saturday crew, Old Dufferin was keenly interested in whether Roland could transform into a pterosaur and dispel the tempest. If he could indeed achieve this, sailing for the Saturday pirate crew would be significantly smoother in the future. Well, I cannot say for certain if I can succeed, but we shall wait for that cloud to approach and test it, Roland replied thoughtfully, casting his gaze around before suddenly spotting the silhouette of a small island ahead. Are we almost there? Isles of Elysium. Roland pointed towards the distant isle, looking back at Old Dufferin. Indeed, Old Dufferin nodded. The information regarding the Frost pirate crew's appearance in this maritime region had surfaced 3 days prior, and they might not necessarily still be on Isle Island, Robin remarked. It matters not. We are here for leisure, and hunting pirates is merely a supplementary endeavor, Roland replied. Roland, beneath the ominous clouds, there appears to be a vessel. Likely a naval warship, Old Dufferin stated, lowering his telescope and turning to Roland. A naval warship? Roland exclaimed in surprise, promptly taking the telescope. Observing the vessel's silhouette, he confirmed it indeed resembled a naval ship, though the distance hindered his ability to discern whether it was small or medium-sized. Holding the telescope, Roland commented. The Navy typically does not mobilize without cause. It is evident that the Frost pirate crew has committed some transgression on Isle Island. Thus, it seems that our journey to Isle Island will likely not lead us to encounter the Frost pirate crew. Roland felt a sense of helplessness, for the Navy was often tardy. However, now that they had arrived, it was evident that the pirates had already made their escape. Even if the Frost pirate crew had departed from the island, there must be individuals who could discern their course, and with that knowledge, predicting their next destination would become significantly easier, Robin remarked. Indeed, Roland nodded. Once we have attempted our course, we shall set sail for Isle Island at full speed. The ominous clouds had yet to draw near, but the sea breeze had begun to stir, and the sky gradually darkened. As the wind swept across the waters, the previously tranquil sea began to ripple, though the waves were only about a meter high, far from reaching tumultuous heights. The clouds approached ever closer, the atmospheric pressure dwindled, and the wind grew increasingly wild, with the waves beginning to roar ominously. We can no longer allow the storm to escalate. Once it fully forms, even if it drains my strength completely, it may prove insurmountable, Roland resolved as he gazed skyward. With a determined breath, he leaped from the deck, transforming into a pterosaur as he soared into the sky. Meanwhile, on the distant warship, the Navy had spotted the Saturday pirate cruise vessel. However, due to the considerable distance, they could only discern the black flag fluttering atop the pirate ship, indicating its piratical nature, but they could not identify the crew to which it belonged. Roland transformed into a pterosaur and suddenly soared from the ship, rapidly approaching the ominous clouds. In that instant, the naval lookouts through their telescopes discerned the nature of the approaching entity. "This is bad, very bad, Colonel Matt," exclaimed the lookout perched atop the Navy mast, hurriedly relaying the alarming news below. Ordinarily, he would not report directly to the colonel, but the urgency of the situation demanded it. His voice echoed through the loudspeaker, ensuring that the entire warship could hear his distress. Colonel Matt swiftly emerged from the ship's cabin, glancing upward at the lookout. "What is the commotion? What calamity has transpired? Report in detail." The lookout promptly responded. "The pirates in the distance belong to the Saturday pirate crew, and Roland has transformed into a dragon, heading our way." "What?" Colonel Matt's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily unable to trust his own ears. "Surely this cannot be my fate," he thought, a sense of dread enveloping him. "Hand me the telescope," he commanded, and soldiers swiftly complied, presenting him with the instrument. Upon gazing through the telescope at the creature soaring in the distance, the telescope slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the deck of the warship. "All hands prepare for battle," Colonel Matt bellowed. At that moment, he contemplated turning the ship around. Yet the fierce sea winds thwarted any hopes of escape. The creature was too swift. Thus, he resigned himself to fight. "I will likely become a martyr," he mused, staring at the approaching monstrosity, swallowing hard, filled with sorrow. Roland swiftly beat his wings and soared towards the ominous clouds, entirely disregarding the warships upon the sea. Upon reaching the darkened canopy, he opened his maw wide and unleashed a torrent of ferocious flames upon the swiftly swirling clouds. Boom! The searing inferno cleaved a gaping hole through the dense mass of vapor. It was evident that Roland had not come to confront Colonel Matt. Rather, he seemed to harbor a grander ambition. The colonel, gazing at the colossal dragon assaulting the clouds, found himself momentarily entranced. What could he possibly intend? Surely, he cannot wish to alter the very weather itself. How could that even be feasible? Chapter 70. Repelling the warship's boom. Boom! 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 At a height of 100 meters, Roland continued to spew flames, weaving through the tempestuous clouds. As the violent heat radiated outward, vast expanses of cloud were vaporized, only for even more to encroach from the periphery. More terrifying still, the clouds, in their relentless friction, birthed bolts of lightning, causing Roland to feel a twinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, based on fundamental scientific principles, his own electrical resistance far surpassed that of the vapor-laden clouds, ensuring that, under normal circumstances, lightning would not strike him. Indeed, while the technological advancements of the pirate world may be askew, the basic theories remain valid, as evidenced by Luffy's immunity to Enel's powers. Madman, monster, Roland is undoubtedly a lunatic, an absolute aberration. How else could one contend with the forces of nature? On the warship, Colonel Matt gazed skyward, muttering to himself. The other sailors stood in stunned silence, the image of Roland, darting through the electrified clouds and unleashing flames, indelibly etched into the minds of countless naval warriors. A memory that would likely endure throughout their lifetimes. To the average person, lightning embodies an unparalleled and formidable force of nature. Many would hesitate to venture outdoors during a tempest. Roland navigated through the tempestuous clouds, akin to a daring soul provocatively flirting with the edge of nature's fury. "Steer the helm. Return to port," Colonel Matt suddenly bellowed. The other naval soldiers aboard the warship were momentarily taken aback by this command, yet they swiftly regained their composure, each one in unanimous agreement. Roland navigated through the tempestuous clouds, amidst flashes of lightning, endeavoring to alter the terrifying elements of nature single-handedly. Such a formidable figure was beyond the capabilities of the ordinary naval crew. The naval vessels promptly reduced their sails, skillfully adjusting their angles to harness the increasingly fierce winds, propelling the ships in an alternative direction. Apologies, but Isle Island is no longer a destination. At this juncture, it is far too late to proceed, a fact that even Colonel Matt is acutely aware of. Since time has already slipped away, it seems prudent to delay further. Roland was utterly oblivious to the fact that the warship below, startled by his exceedingly unusual maneuvers, had swiftly changed course and made its escape. Boom! Boom! Roland relentlessly assaulted the dark clouds with a furious blaze. In that very moment, he was acutely aware of his insignificance before the grandeur of nature, and could distinctly feel the frailty of his own power. He recalled the original work of One Piece, where the red-haired Shanks clashed swords with Whitebeard, cleaving the clouds above. If only he possessed such strength, altering the celestial phenomena would be entirely within his grasp. With all his might, Roland gasped for breath and continued to navigate through the tumultuous storm, evaporating the clouds with his searing flames. After approximately 10 minutes of continuous fire-breathing, Roland found himself utterly exhausted. The pterodactyl form was remarkably taxing, especially as he sustained the torrent of flames. It was no longer feasible. With a resigned sigh, Roland gazed at the ever-multiplying dark clouds and decisively turned back towards the pirate ship. That fellow has finally retreated. Colonel Matt had been keenly observing Roland's movements. Foolish. Utterly foolish. How could one man possibly alter the might of nature? Suddenly, Colonel Matt's pupils constricted in astonishment. He witnessed the advancing clouds halt abruptly at a certain point, even beginning to drift upwards. It is well known that as a storm approaches, the clouds descend closer to the earth, reaching a critical point just before rain. Could it be that Roland's incessant fire was heating the air at high altitudes, causing the warm air to rise and obstruct the advancing clouds? Colonel Matt stared in disbelief at the peculiar sight above, a sudden realization dawning upon him. That rascal Roland had indeed altered the weather to a certain extent. Colonel Matt gritted his teeth. The greatest pirate of the West Sea was terrifyingly formidable. If Roland were to continue his journey in the Grand Line without being forcibly subdued by the Navy might, he would surely make a name for himself swiftly. Colonel Matt couldn't help but think. That fellow's momentum now surpasses even that of the red-haired Shanks in his prime. Given time to grow, who knows how far he could ascend? Alas, his foolishness leads him to confront the Navy head-on. The day he sets foot in the Grand Line will undoubtedly be his demise. Roland soared forward with all his might, just as he was nearing the pirate ship. He exhausted himself and transformed back into human form, plunging into the sea. After an arduous struggle, he finally managed to climb aboard the pirate vessel from the tumultuous waters. Meanwhile, the sky had opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour, and the fierce sea breeze whipped through the air, with waves towering at least 3 to 4 meters high. However, the ominous clouds in the distance had slowed their advance due to Roland's earlier efforts. Though the clouds moved more slowly, the pirate ship, sailing with full sails, maintained a swift pace. Before the tempest could engulf the ship, the Saturday pirate crew had already navigated beyond the heart of the storm. Splendid, Roland. Your abilities truly have the power to alter the weather. Old Dufresne beamed with a radiant smile as he gazed upon the churning sea. As an amateur navigator responsible for the West Sea's premier pirate crew, the pressure on him was substantial, especially considering he had once been an ordinary fisherman. Now, with Roland's extraordinary powers, they could face fierce maritime storms with greater confidence. I'm utterly exhausted. If it weren't for my swimming skills, I might have drowned after falling into the sea. And you all, not one of you came to my aid, Roland exclaimed, casting a bemused glance at his companions. Who would have known you fell into the sea due to exhaustion? Faya teased. The last time you landed on the water, you jumped into the ocean, and we all thought that was your usual landing. All right, enough of this chatter, Roland interjected, pointing towards the increasingly visible island ahead. Steer the course well. Let us hasten to assess the situation on Isle Island. Yes, yes. Amy clapped her hands in delight. If we land, we could buy delicious snacks. Brother Roland, this time I want to spend 50,000 belly. Very well. We shall indeed spend 50,000 belly, Roland replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Amy's hair. However, old Dufresne and the others aboard wore somber expressions, unlike Amy, whose innocence shielded her from the harsh realities. They, too, had once been humble citizens before setting sail with Roland, and now, witnessing the plight of those on Isle Island under pirate attack, their hearts were heavy. "I'll go prepare. It's essential to be ready to treat any injured," Faya announced as she returned to the cabin. "I shall also retreat to my quarters for a brief rest. Please send me some refreshments. I need to recuperate quickly," Roland added. Roland stood up and made his way towards the cabin. Chapter 71. The Saturday pirates are not dreadful at first. The pirate ship raced across the sea, outpacing the clouds above. However, once the effects of Roland's fiery breath were forcefully neutralized by the thickening clouds, the storm swiftly caught up to the pirate vessel. Fortunately, it was merely the fringes of the tempest that approached. The impact on the ship had significantly lessened. Accompanied by torrential rain, the pirate ship successfully reached Ailes Island. Battling the downpour, Roland dropped anchor and quickly returned to the cabin, awaiting the cessation of the rain. Summer storms arrive abruptly and depart just as swiftly. After a little over an hour, the sky cleared, the sun emerged, and the sea shimmered with countless droplets, leaving the air exceptionally fresh. On the path from Yper village to the shore, an elderly man and a young boy walked together, their gazes fixed ahead, their faces tinged with melancholy. The rustling sound from the nearby grove and faint whispers caught their attention. Startled, the pair, heading towards the beach, quickly sought refuge behind a tree. Cautiously peering in the direction of the noise, they beheld Roland and his companions approaching, engaged in lively conversation. Roland and his companions were dressed quite ordinarily, and none bore any weapons. Upon observing this scene, an old man and a young boy hiding behind a tree simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. "They are not pirates." "Uncle Sam," the young boy said. The elder, referred to as Sam, nodded in agreement, noting that the attire of those individuals was indeed commonplace, resembling that of the fishermen from their village. "And they have a little girl with them. They cannot possibly be pirates. Shall we go out and warn them not to proceed?" "The Frost pirate crew has not yet departed," the young boy suggested, glancing at Uncle Sam. "Yes, Bailey. Your intentions are commendable. We ought to caution them. Although our village is in distress, we cannot idly watch as they leap into danger without a warning." The elder Sam replied with a smile, gently ruffling the boy's hair. The two then stepped out from behind the tree, and Bailey waved to Roland's group. "Hey, strangers, come over here," Bailey called out. "Is there something amiss?" Old Dufresne glanced at Roland, who was conversing with Faya, and shouted back, "You all should come over." Bailey urged again. "All right," Old Dufresne replied, and the group made their way toward the elder and the boy. As Roland's party approached, the old man and the young boy caught sight of Roland engaged in conversation with Faya, and their pupils dilated in shock. A refreshing sea breeze swept by, causing them to shiver involuntarily. They exchanged a silent glance, their throats constricting as they simultaneously whispered in trepidation, "Roland. Could it be a mistake?" Bailey rubbed his eyes and continued to gaze at Roland. Sensing the boy's stare, turned his attention toward him. The moment their eyes met, Sam and Bailey gasped in astonishment. They exchanged another furtive glance, their legs trembling as they instinctively leaned against the tree. They felt as if their hearts were about to leap from their throats. Seeing the reaction of the other party, Roland realized he had been recognized, and a smile graced his face. "Hey, do not be afraid. I'm in a good mood today and shall not take any lives." Though Roland's voice was calm when he spoke, both the elder and the young were startled, nodding incessantly like chicks pecking at grains. "The Frosty pirate crew has recently been rumored to have arrived on Isle Island. Do you happen to know their whereabouts?" Roland inquired directly. He wished to conclude the conversation with the elder and the youth swiftly, so as to avoid frightening them further. Roland was somewhat aware of his notorious reputation in the West Sea, thus he felt no inclination to elaborate. The Frost pirate crew was currently on this very island. The young man stole a glance at Uncle Sam beside him, mustering his courage to respond to Roland's inquiry. "Oh," Roland exclaimed with surprise. The Frost pirate crew was indeed still on this island. What were those rascals up to? Did they intend to confront the Navy head-on? Do you know where they are now? Roland continued to probe. "I do not know," Bailey replied immediately, his gaze evasive and his body trembling slightly as he spoke. Roland had long been utilizing his previously acquired ability to discern lies while observing Bailey. However, this fellow seemed to possess a knack for deception akin to that of Luffy, uttering falsehoods that were painfully transparent to any discerning individual. "If you dare to lie in my presence, you shall be cast into the depths of the sea." Roland chuckled. "Forgive me, Mr. Roland, but Bailey is not intentionally trying to deceive," Sam interjected suddenly, pulling Bailey behind him. Raising his weathered face, his eyes displayed a pleading glimmer as he humbly implored, I know where the Frost pirate crew is located. Allow me to lead you there, dear Roland. Could you spare this child? He is merely 14. Haha, rest assured, I never intended to trouble him. Roland waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, old Dufresne spoke up. Dear brother, our captain is not as the rumors portray. The members of our crew can attest to that. Sam stood frozen, staring blankly at Dufresne, who was striding towards him. His mind momentarily blank, he was at a loss for what to do. After a few seconds, he regained his senses, observing Roland and his companions, who bore no hint of hostility. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Behind Sam, Bailey peeked out, his gaze falling upon the enchanting Fia and Robin, and then upon the exuberant Amy. This group exuded no malice. Their attire, appearance, and demeanor hardly resembled that of pirates. How could this be the infamous Saturday pirate crew, notorious for the highest bounty in the West Sea? Rest assured, dear brother, although we are a pirate crew, we do not engage in any sordid activities, Dufresne stated plainly as he approached Sam. Sam remained somewhat bewildered, casting a quick glance at Roland before lowering his head. Those lacking confidence instinctively humble themselves. May I inquire what your Captain Roland seeks here? Sam murmured. To eliminate the Frost pirate crew, Roland replied swiftly. Though Roland's tone was remarkably calm, it struck Sam like a thunderclap, leaving his mind in a daze. Is that truly the case? Bailey, standing behind Sam, instinctively asked, only to hastily cover his mouth. Indeed, Roland affirmed, nodding. His tone, though light, conveyed an unyielding determination. Sam and Bailey exchanged a quiet glance, each seeing a spark of hope in the other's eyes. The Frost pirate crew was likely doomed. Lead the way, let's find the Frost pirate crew, Roland commanded. Understood. Bailey nodded emphatically, raising his hand to indicate a path. The rascals of the Frost pirate crew are located in the small town just behind our village. It will take no more than 3 hours to reach them from here. Listening to the young man's words, anger resonated within him. The Frost pirate crew had descended upon the village, and old Dufresne cast a glance at Sam. Alas! Sam sighed, his weathered face etched with resignation, and continued. The Frost pirate crew arrived in our village yesterday, engaging in robbery and murder. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the members of the Saturday pirate crew shifted dramatically. Fia approached Sam, her demeanor serious, and declared, I am a doctor. If there are any injured in the village, I shall offer my assistance free of charge. Fia spoke with sincerity, a trace of concern adorning her beautiful face. This scene left both Sam and Bailey astonished. They instinctively exchanged glances, a hint of a smile breaking through their otherwise solemn expressions. Beautiful sister, please come with me to the village. There are many in need of your help. Bailey urged eagerly. Time is of the essence. Roland, return to the ship at once, and bring me the medical kit I prepared for my cabin, Fia instructed decisively, tossing the room key towards Roland. Understood, Roland responded, swiftly retrieving the key and retracing his steps. Roland returned to the pirate ship and entered Fia's chamber, where every item was meticulously arranged. His gaze fell upon a large trunk. In the village of Ipoh, Sam and Bailey swiftly conveyed Fia's instructions, gathering the injured from their homes and relocating them to the village center. The villagers, observing the Saturday pirate crew members, dressed in humble attire and of unremarkable appearance, were filled with disbelief. Yet, the young man, bustling about and assisting everyone, was indeed the notorious pirate Roland. Roland's appearance was far from ordinary. He was not the kind of person who could easily blend into a crowd. Instead, he possessed an undeniable handsomeness, accentuated by the formidable reputation that lent him a unique charisma. Anyone who had glimpsed his bounty notice would recognize him instantly upon meeting. Within the hearts of the villagers, a cacophony of chaotic thoughts swirled, all revolving around a singular, unchanging theme: worry. They were torn between fearing that Roland had merely concealed his fangs to play a game with them, only to turn against them later, and wondering if he was genuinely intent on assisting them. Their dilemma lay in how they could possibly repay him, for their village had just been ravaged, leaving them bereft of anything of value. Could they truly express their gratitude with some salted fish that even the Frost Sea pirates would disdain? Such is the plight of the underprivileged. Even the smallest act of kindness prompts thoughts of grand reciprocation. In this wretched world, the lives of ordinary people are indeed burdensome. After a long day of toil, by 8 or 9 in the evening, all the injured had been adequately tended to. The villagers had prepared a meal. Though the recent pirate raid left them with scant resources, the seafood had only been gathered from the sea that very afternoon. Yet, they witnessed the members of the Saturday pirate crew enjoying even the simplest fare with remarkable delight, and Roland, with a bounty of 100 million, was heartily devouring his meal. This evoked a surreal sensation among the villagers. Was this truly the Saturday pirate crew? Could pirates be so amiable? The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. It had been ages since Roland had savored such delectable cuisine. He patted his slightly bulging belly and cast a wistful glance at the two burly men responsible for the cooking. Despite the decent quality of the Saturday pirate crew's provisions, the taste often left much to be desired. They were in dire need of a skilled chef. But alas, this brief gathering must come to an end. We shall return to our ship. Tomorrow, I will head directly to the town beyond the mountain. Farewell, everyone. After the meal, Roland, accompanied by the entire Saturday pirate crew, prepared to depart. All the villagers who were able stood up, their gazes fixed upon Roland and his companions. Yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, grandfathers and grandmothers, fret not. Brother Roland will not turn a blind eye to the frost sea pirates who have wronged you. We shall seek vengeance for you tomorrow. Amy cheerfully waved to the villagers, her smile radiant. All right, Amy, it's time for us to go. Roland reached out to grasp Amy's small hand, and the group made their way back along the path leading into the village, illuminated by the bright moonlight. The villagers watched as the Saturday pirates departed, remaining in a state of shock throughout the encounter. Though they yearned to express their gratitude aloud, they found themselves lacking the courage to do so. The individuals before them were notorious pirates, yet they had offered assistance. Was there a sense of gratitude? They dared not feel it. Captain Roland might just be a good person, although none of the Saturday pirates had ever spoken a word regarding Roland's bounty. A thought involuntarily surfaced in Betty's mind. Roland's formidable strength and the gruesome acts of slaughter he committed instilled fear in the hearts of all in the West Sea. Yet, after spending the better part of the day in his company, Bailey's impression of Roland revealed a figure riddled with cracks, poised to collapse at any moment. Perhaps today was merely a fleeting whim of Roland's. The multitude at sea dubbed him a demon, and a thought flickered in Bailey's mind. In this moment, the villagers echoed similar sentiments, their minds racing with uncertainty. If the Saturday pirates truly intended to confront the Frost pirates, it was likely that the latter would be obliterated. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the villagers gazed at the retreating figures of Roland and his companions when suddenly, one villager spoke up. Indeed, the Saturday pirates are the strongest in the West Sea. Though the Frost pirates are formidable, they could never rival Roland. An individual, lacking forethought, asserted confidently. The Frost pirates stand no chance against the Saturday pirates. In fact, I believe Roland alone could annihilate the entire Frost pirates. Another chimed in agreement. How about we quietly head to the town tomorrow? We need not enter. We could just conceal ourselves outside. If the Saturday pirates truly engage in battle with the Frost pirates, we should witness it. If we can see those scoundrels from the Frost pirates meet their demise, I would gladly face death myself, declared a man who had tragically lost his wife and daughter during the recent pirate raid, his teeth clenched in resolve. I will accompany you, even if it's merely to cheer for Roland. We owe it to him to make this journey, another villager added. Everyone, let us do this. Tomorrow morning, all those who can will venture to the town together. It will provide us with mutual support, suggested Sam, the village head, a man of great respect within the community. I wish to go as well. Even if it turns out to be a fruitless trip, I cannot miss the battle between the Saturday pirates and the Frost pirates. Captain Roland seeks vengeance for us, Bailey exclaimed passionately. The more they spoke, the more the villagers became convinced that Roland would indeed clash with the Frost pirates the following day. Their spirits ignited with fervor. Let's go. I shall join as well. Very well, all who are able will go. Chapter 73. Witness the might of a 100 million berries pirate the next day. The Saturday pirates set sail towards the small town aboard their pirate ship at dawn. However, the villagers of Iper Village rose even earlier. Fearing they would miss the battle between Roland and the Frost pirates, they had awoken before dawn, traversing mountains and hills to reach the outskirts of the town. They're coming. The Saturday pirates have truly arrived. The villagers, concealed on the outskirts of the town, spotted the pirate ship sailing toward them across the distant sea. Roland did not deceive us. He truly seeks to avenge us. Marvelous. With Roland's intervention, the Frost pirate crew is destined for calamity, even if they manage to survive. They will undoubtedly suffer greatly. The villagers, who had risen early to witness the spectacle, now brimmed with vigor, their earlier drowsiness replaced by excitement. Let us proceed quietly to the town, they urged. Indeed, we must not miss this opportunity. With Roland here, the Frost pirate crew stands no chance of troubling us. Eagerly, the villagers hastened down the hillside towards the town. It is true that the Frost pirate crew has made their presence felt in this small town. Roland stood upon the deck, gazing towards the harbor where a colossal pirate ship lay anchored. This vessel was immense, easily 3 times the size of Roland's own ship. Its decor was strikingly distinctive, predominantly adorned in hues of pink. The pirate flag was equally eye-catching, featuring a skull with fiery red lips, complemented by a pair of high-heeled shoes, a combination that was undeniably jarring yet unforgettable. Prepare for my departure, Roland called back to his companions. This battle would once again be his alone to face. Robin possesses a certain degree of combat prowess, her strength comparable to that of a pirate worth tens of millions of berries. However, being a lady, it is preferable for her to abstain from conflict whenever possible. I must seek out 2 or 3 formidable subordinates. Otherwise, it is rather disheartening for me, as the captain, to always be the one engaging in battles. A thought flickered in Roland's mind. After all, the Book of Abilities allows for the collection of corpses and is not restricted solely to those who have fallen by his hand. At the quaint harbor of the town, 2 pirates languidly reclined atop the mast of the Frost pirate crew's ship, occasionally glancing at the sea. Suddenly, one of the pirates perked up, noticing a vessel approaching. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a pirate ship, albeit a lamentably smaller one compared to their grand vessel. Oh, his companion, intrigued by his exclamation, turned to look, only to be startled upon recognizing the pirate flag. Isn't that the Saturday pirate crew? Good heavens, it truly is the Saturday pirate crew. The 2 pirates exchanged a furtive glance, their faces betraying fear. Quickly, alert the captain. One pirate hastily retrieved a transponder snail to contact his superior. In the bustling tavern at the heart of the town, a robust officer of the Frost pirate crew approached the table of the Frost Queen, Aversia. His voice boomed, yet a hint of surprise tinged his tone. The lookout I left on the ship reported that the Saturday pirate crew has arrived. Oh, the Frost Queen looked up, her exquisite features illuminated with surprise as she regarded the imposing officer. They managed to summon Roland instead of the Navy? Crash! The bartender, who was mixing a drink for the Frost Queen, froze in shock upon hearing Roland's name. His hand trembled, causing him to topple a glass, shattering it and splattering crimson liquid onto the Frost Queen, leaving 2 pink stains on her pristine collar. The temperature around the Frost Queen plummeted. Observing this, the towering officer instinctively took several steps back, casting a sympathetic glance at the bartender. My apologies, I truly did not mean to, the bartender stammered, rendered speechless as he repeatedly offered his apologies. Do not be frightened. How is your hand? The Frost Queen's gaze fell upon the bartender's right hand, which had been cut by the shattered glass. In a gentle tone, she offered, allow me to staunch the bleeding. Without waiting for the bartender's consent, she assertively extended her delicate, pale hand. Before her hand could draw too near, the bartender felt an overwhelming chill, causing him to instinctively withdraw. Anticipating his reaction, Aversia quickened her movements, grasping his hand firmly. At the moment when the Frost Queen of Frisia shook hands, ice crystals formed on the bartender's skin, and the liquor flowing across the countertop instantaneously froze, with frost blooming on the surface of the mixing tools. Thus, bloodshed was averted. The Frost Queen of Frisia cast a glance at the bartender's frozen right hand, a cruel smile gracing her features. That rogue Roland has a bounty that has soared to 100 million berries. If I could eliminate him, my bounty would become the highest in the West Sea. Entering the Grand Line with such a bounty would befit my royal stature. Captain, that Roland is not an easy opponent, cautioned a tall, robust officer, furrowing his brow. It is not worth engaging him. The Frost Pirates had ransacked Yper village 2 days prior, but had not departed. Instead, they waited there to lure the Navy into a trap, aiming to annihilate them as a final hunting feast before venturing into the Grand Line. This would also serve to enhance their bounties, adding to their prestige upon entering the Grand Line. The officer, Lehman, fully acknowledged this strategy. However, Frisia's desire to confront Roland struck him as ill-advised. Roland had carved out a formidable reputation in the West Sea, and his strength was by no means to be underestimated. To recklessly challenge Roland could lead to significant losses for their Frost Pirates, if not outright defeat. Are you questioning my capabilities? Frisia raised her delicate, pale right hand and lightly touched the bartender, now encased in ice. With a crash, the bartender shattered into countless pieces. No, Lehman, the tall officer, shook his head vigorously, feeling a sense of foreboding. If this maneuver went awry, their Frost Pirates could be doomed. While Roland was indeed powerful, he was certainly no match for the captain. Once the captain unleashed her domain of ice, no one could approach her. Even Roland, no matter how formidable, could not hope to defeat the captain. Another officer praised. The only reason Roland hasn't fallen yet is that he hasn't encountered the captain. This time, as long as he doesn't flee, he is as good as dead. The other pirates began to cheer. Lehman sighed inwardly, hoping fervently that Roland would indeed be unable to contend with the captain. All right, Frisia said, glancing at her crew with a gentle smile gracing her beautiful face. Eat quickly. Once you are full, We shall depart to witness the true prowess of the pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Chapter 74. The Frost Queen believes in her strength. When the Saturday pirate ship arrived at the harbor of the small town, the villagers of Yper had long been waiting. They hid on one side of the harbor, lurking in the shadows, watching eagerly as the pirate ship sailed in. The Frost pirates must have already noticed my arrival. Why are those fellows not preparing? Roland cast a glance at the shore of the harbor dock. The pirates of the Frost pirate crew had not gathered as expected. It was rather peculiar. Intriguingly, did they truly believe that he had come not to trouble them? Roland blinked. Indeed, he had never declared his intentions to seek conflict. However, having previously hunted down several pirates, the Frost pirate crew should have been able to discern the underlying implications of his arrival. Yet, it was not a matter of whether the Frost pirate crew understood. They simply had not comprehended at all as they were preparing to confront Roland. Roland, unable to discern the thoughts of the other party, decided to proceed at his own pace. As the pirate ship approached an ordinary fishing vessel, he leaped directly from the deck onto the fishing boat. Meanwhile, the pirate ship, adhering to its usual course, turned its helm and began to sail into the distant waters. Steady. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Roland continuously utilized fishing boats as launching points, and after several ascents and descents, he firmly landed on the dock of the harbor. This scene left the villagers of Yper village in a state of bewilderment. What is Roland up to? Why does he choose to act alone instead of bringing the pirate ship over? Upon reaching the shore, Roland glanced around. The once bustling individuals on the dock promptly vacated the area upon his arrival. Consequently, even if a fierce battle ensues with the Frost pirate crew, it would only result in the destruction of the port structures, a scenario that Roland is eager to witness. Roland nodded in satisfaction as he approached the vessel of the Frost pirate crew. Hey, Roland. Suddenly, a voice called out. Our captain, the Frost Queen, is about to arrive. You would do well not to act rashly, or today you shall meet your demise without a grave. From the deck of the pirate ship, a pirate emerged, his head peering out as he shouted threateningly. Indeed, the conduct of the Frost pirate crew was anything but ordinary. Roland paused briefly, taken aback. Did they truly believe a mere underling could intimidate him aboard their ship? Did they consider him just another ordinary pirate? Do you know who I am? He retorted, gazing up at the pirate who dared to reveal only his head. Give me a reason not to end your life. If your justification fails to convince me, then you shall face your end. Roland spoke lightly, yet the pirates on deck felt as though struck by thunder, their minds buzzing. Could it be possible that Roland was oblivious to the fact that he was merely relaying a message? He had already lowered himself significantly, adopting the most timid tone to utter such fierce words. It is a principle of warfare not to slay envoys. I am only 16 this year, still below adulthood, stammered the young pirate. At the tender age of 16, you have joined the Frost pirate crew? What a troublesome prospect that will be for you. Roland replied with a smile that bore no warmth. Your reasoning fails to convince me. It only intensifies my desire to eliminate you. I am merely a deckhand aboard the ship, never having taken a life nor bullied another. I only sweep the deck and prepare meals for the pirates each day. The young pirate hastily asserted. Upon hearing this, Roland's interest was piqued, and in an instant, he flashed from the shore to the pirate ship. The sudden appearance of Roland on board startled the young pirate, Klein, causing him to instinctively retreat, only to lose his balance and plummet onto the deck. Yet, he quickly scrambled backwards, coordinating his limbs in a frantic retreat. Are you truly just a deckhand, sweeping and cooking every day? Roland inquired earnestly, for he wished to avoid wrongfully taking an innocent life. Such an act would weigh heavily on his conscience and perhaps even affect his fortune. Roland had recently become somewhat superstitious, believing that performing good deeds could enhance his luck, particularly when drawing rewards. I truly am, Klein fervently explained. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He lifted his shirt to reveal a gaunt, bony frame. Pirates certainly do not resemble me, thin as a reed. In truth, he need not have gone to such lengths to prove himself. Roland had employed a skill from his book of abilities to discern lies during this inquiry. Although he was uncertain of the skill's limitations, the outcome indicated that the young man before him was indeed truthful. Therefore, he had no intention of taking action. If his opponent possessed extraordinary acting skills that could deceive even his lie detection, so be it. After all, one survives by their wits. Remain aboard the ship and do not move. I will deal with the Frost pirate crew, and then we can discuss your situation, Roland stated. Are there any other pirates on this vessel? No, none at all. I'm the only one left on board. The 2 sentries have already retreated to the town to join the main force. I was instructed to remain here and relay those words to you. The frail Klein quickly clarified. I understand. Roland nodded, then leaped from the pirate ship. Glub. Watching Roland jump from the ship, Klein's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively swallowed hard. To be honest, he had felt like a dead man moments ago. However, unexpectedly, it seems that I have inadvertently revived. Moreover, if Roland succeeds in annihilating the Frost pirate crew, it would signify his liberation. Surely, Roland is capable of confronting the Frost Queen. Observing Roland's silhouette. A glimmer of hope ignited within Klein. On this cursed pirate ship, he suffers from hunger and cold, reduced to mere tasks of cooking and cleaning, constantly ordered around. With an endless array of menial and exhausting chores awaiting him, survival has become exceedingly arduous. Klein silently prayed that Roland would eradicate every last member of the Frost pirate crew, leaving not a single one behind. As Roland leaped from the pirate ship, he beheld a throng of individuals approaching the harbor, each strutting with an air of arrogance. Undoubtedly, these were the pirates of the Frost pirate crew. The unfolding events transpired with an almost surreal ease, leaving Roland in a state of disbelief. If he could vanquish these adversaries, a cascade of rewards awaited him. Soon, the pirates drew nearer. The Frost Queen, Ephesia, possessed a striking beauty that captivated Roland's gaze, first landing on her exquisitely crafted visage, then drifting downward. Alas, her figure was lacking in fullness, a disappointment. Roland, I owe you my gratitude, the Frost Queen intoned with a detached demeanor, her voice resonating with an alluring quality. For what? Roland inquired, perplexed. Thank you for traveling such a distance to become my stepping stone. She retorted with a slight smile, raising her right hand and pointing at Roland. My minions, go forth and let me witness the true prowess of the man with a bounty of 100 million berries. Chapter 75. The Frost pirate crew engages since you wish to see. I shall oblige, for I too relish the beauty of mutual benefit. Roland grinned, unsheathing his formidable blade. Red Rain. Attack. The pirates surged towards Roland, brandishing their weapons. Aware that conventional firearms would scarcely harm someone of Roland's caliber, they opted for a strategy of overwhelming numbers. The notion that a few could withstand the onslaught of many was a naive one, especially when their numbers far exceeded mere 4 hands. There were at least 40. Their plan was rife with potential for error, yet if Roland faltered even once, they would capitalize on his misstep, snowballing their advantage to secure victory. Ah, how splendidly misguided these pirates were. Such narrow perspectives lead them to erroneously believe in the efficacy of sheer numbers. Come at me, Roland exclaimed, his heart buoyed by the sight of the approaching pirates. This encounter was unlike his previous skirmish with the Berkeley pirates at the harbor, where their officers had fled, only to be hunted down by well-prepared bounty hunters. This time, to obliterate the Frost pirate crew, it was imperative that they did not retreat. Now, the situation was favorable. Roland remained steadfast, awaiting the pirates' advance. Should they dare to charge, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Haughty fool, I am eager to witness your true strength. The Frost Queen, Ephesia, crossed her arms, regarding Roland with a hint of disdain. On one side of the harbor, amidst the shadows of towering structures, the villagers of Ipo watched with bated breath, fearful that a mere blink might cause them to miss the spectacle they longed to witness. On board the Frost pirate ship, the young Klein concealed himself behind the ship's railing. Only a pair of eyes peered at the battle occurring not far from the harbor dock. His heart raced, more anxious than even Roland, filled with a profound tension. In the distance, the members of the Saturday Pirates, armed with their scarce telescopes, observed Roland's confrontation. Their concern for Roland was tinged with the thrill of entertainment. In a fleeting moment, the pirates, brandishing their weapons, had already approached Roland. The audacious scoundrels dared to stand still, inviting their onslaught. Now they would learn the extent of his prowess. They shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Blades sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. Yet, as their weapons descended, Roland's body moved with the swiftness of a leaf in the wind. Most of their strikes landed with ferocity, but none found their mark on him. Too slow, too slow. With a flash of his blade, Roland's great knife, the Crimson Rain, swiftly claimed several lives. You wish to witness the might of a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries? Allow me to demonstrate it clearly. Swish, swish, swish. Roland moved swiftly among the pirates, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. With each pause, one or even several pirates would meet their demise. Slaying them was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. That scoundrel, Roland. This scene made Ephesia grit her teeth. She was on the verge of entering the Grand Line, and it would be best if her crew did not suffer too many casualties, lest it disrupt her meticulously laid plans. Stand back. Allow this queen to confront that rogue. Roland, the Frost Queen, Ephesia, charged rapidly toward him. As Roland, amidst the chaos of murder, turned his gaze towards the Frost Queen of Fursha. He offered a faint smile and remarked, "Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding the current state of the battlefield? Your people cannot retreat without my consent." Whoosh! Roland's figure continued to dart among the pirates. Each strike he unleashed, inevitably claiming a pirate's life, as his primary targets were still the lesser foes. He chose to eliminate the easier prey first, determined not to spare a single soul. "Where are you running from? Didn't you come here to kill me? Why do you now scurry about like frightened dogs?" During his relentless pursuit, Roland engaged in a verbal onslaught. If his taunts could compel those arrogant pirates to stand their ground, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. "If you're a true man, face me head on. Just moments ago, you were so brash, yet now you cower like turtles retreating into their shells." Roland continued his relentless hunt, laced with mockery. Aphasia, the Frost Queen, had arrived, only to be astonished to find herself utterly powerless to halt Roland's rampage. "Everyone gather around me," she called out. The pirates, forced to flee, hastily converged towards the Frost Queen. Just moments ago, nearly 100 pirates had encircled Roland, yet now only a scant 30 remained rushing to Aphasia's side. The rest lay lifeless upon the ground. From a bird's-eye view, the dock was a gruesome tableau of corpses, blood flowing like a river. "Does this pain you?" Roland remarked, casting a glance at the Frost Queen, who shielded her subordinates. "Do not fret, for soon you shall feel a deeper sorrow. I will slay them all before your very eyes, allowing you to experience the anguish of watching those dear to you have their lives so easily taken away. You insufferable wretch, you have successfully enraged me. Prepare to regret your very existence." The Ice Queen Aphasia's brows furrowed fiercely, her exquisite visage now marred by a fierce intent to kill. The pirates huddled behind her quickly retreated. The air around their queen had grown too frigid to bear. Roland regarded this with disdain, unleashing his full potential in a swift motion towards the pirate behind Aphasia. "Halt!" bellowed the Ice Queen Aphasia, extending her hands forward. A chilling wave of frigid air surged rapidly towards Roland. It was evident that, in the space closest to Aphasia's palms, pale blue crystals began to form in the air. The very atmosphere was frozen. Such trifling skills think they can impede me." With a powerful thrust of his foot, Roland soared into the sky like a rocket. The form of Roland is remarkably agile, endowed with extraordinary speed. He effortlessly leaps into the air, soaring over 10 meters, and without hesitation transforms into a pterosaur. With a gentle flap of his wings, Roland traverses dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, positioning himself behind Aphasia. A deafening roar erupts as ferocious flames surge forth, violently directed towards the pirates below. The pirates, having heard of Roland's notorious rampage at the naval base, swiftly evade to the sides. Yet, Roland, now airborne, is even more agile, his speed surpassing that of his grounded self, rendering the pirates unable to escape. Boom! 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 In mere seconds, Roland incinerates over 30 pirates hiding behind Aphasia, leaving devastation in his wake. Aphasia can only watch helplessly, devoid of any means to intervene. Wonderful! On the Frost Pirate's ship, Klein watches the spectacle, excitement coursing through him as he slaps the ship's railing, his palm reddening without a hint of pain. On the harbor's side, the villagers of Ypres, observing in secret, are filled with fervor, lost in the moment as if they themselves were unleashing flames and effortlessly vanquishing the pirates. Roland's companion, Faya, peers through her telescope at Roland, who circles above, continuously breathing fire and easily dispatching pirates, reflecting on their first meeting just months prior. What a monster he has become in such a short time. Chapter 76. The End of the Frost Pirates. Please subscribe. Witnessing Roland transform into a dragon and incinerate her subordinates, the Frost Queen Aphasia clenches her silver teeth, her expression dark as water, her eyes fixated on the dragon above, her body trembling slightly, not from the cold, but from rage. Aphasia had been aware of Roland's diverse and flamboyant abilities before their encounter, and while she dismissed them, confident in her devil fruit powers, she never anticipated that Roland would target her subordinates first. To be frank, such an act is not typical of a pirate worth 100 million berries. Engaging in direct confrontation is the norm. Otherwise, why recruit subordinates? However, Aphasia could not fathom that Roland, being the sole capable fighter aboard his ship, would compel her to take the stage herself. What the hell do you want? Why are you doing this to me? Aphasia's emotions teeter on the brink of chaos as she roars at the dragon above. Yet again, this question. Roland finds himself exasperated. Every pirate he inexplicably targets poses this very inquiry. Do they not possess even a modicum of awareness that, as pirates, they may be hunted by others? As Luffy was on the brink of being vanquished by Buggy in Logue Town, he managed to smile, embodying the essence of a true pirate, a man who embraces the imminent specter of death. What need is there for explanations? In the world of pirates, the strong prevail while the weak perish. If I find your crew displeasing, is that reason enough? Roland soared through the air, articulating his thoughts. After uttering his words, he gently flapped his wings and continued his pursuit of the fleeing pirates. You scoundrel, come at me if you dare. Aversia bellowed. What are you so anxious about? Your turn will come soon. None of your crew shall escape today. A sinister smile crept across Roland's lips. Damn it. Aversia gritted her teeth, trembling with rage, her breaths coming in rapid bursts. Suddenly, she extended her hands towards the airborne Roland, exclaiming, Die. In the next instant, Aversia's eyes ignited with a chilling blue luminescence, while Roland, high in the sky, felt an overwhelming wave of frigid cold enveloping him. What is happening? Roland was taken aback. However, in his pteranodon form, his tough skin rendered him resilient, and this fleeting moment of freezing posed little threat to his scaly exterior. That woman should possess the cold fruit. But how could she transmit her ability over such a distance? Like the heat fruit, the cold fruit should only exert its effects through direct contact. If she could project her powers from afar, it would be akin to the capabilities of the Logia-type ice and flame fruits. Nevertheless, given that her eyes were radiating light, this technique must have required considerable effort to execute. Roland glanced back at Aversia on the ground. Even from several dozen meters away, his keen vision in pteranodon form allowed him to discern the subtle details of her struggle, noting the veins bulging on her forehead as she exerted herself to employ this move. Roland exhaled a sigh of relief, taking flight from his previous position. Upon soaring into the air, he cast a glance back at where he had been, observing the emergence of icy blue crystals that seemed to freeze the very air around them. It was truly terrifying. Had he not escaped swiftly, even the protective scales adorning his body would have proven futile, and his blood might have solidified into ice. Fortunately, this technique was rather easy to evade. Hence, when Roland had dispatched his foe, Afshia had trembled in impotent rage, unable to unleash her potential. I have claimed to be one who revels in the triumph of others. Since you wish for me to confront you now, I shall oblige. Roland articulated these words as he flapped his wings rapidly, ascending above Afshia before unleashing a torrent of flames. As the inferno approached her, Afshia was enveloped in a brilliant icy blue luminescence, and tiny blue ice crystals began to materialize in the space surrounding her. The fiery onslaught, mere meters from her form, was swiftly eroded by an overwhelming chill. Your flames hold no power over me. With that declaration, Afshia momentarily retracted her icy domain before reactivating it, for the exertion of such a technique rendered even the air around her frozen, making her own breathing a challenge. Roland observed the scene and was tempted to unleash a continuous inferno to eliminate Afthea directly. However, Afthea could, at a significant cost, project her abilities from a distance. This undoubtedly required Roland to refrain from remaining in the same location for more than 2 seconds. Furthermore, maneuvering while directing flames towards a singular target posed a formidable challenge for Roland. The pterosaur's aerial agility was exceedingly swift, with the slightest flap of its wings. It could soar several dozen meters away, while the range of its fire was merely a matter of mere meters. Thus, incinerating Afthea proved ineffective. Roland departed from Ephysia, finding an open space to transform back into his human form, landing gracefully on the ground. I concede that your abilities indeed present a formidable challenge. However, they're not insurmountable. Roland sheathed his formidable blade, Red Rain, and retrieved a bloodied pirate's sword from the ground. He preferred not to employ Red Rain against Ephysia just yet, for the risk of inadvertently freezing the blade was too great. Even the toughest of steels becomes vulnerable in frigid temperatures, and without the mastery of hockey, Roland could not afford such a risk. This lesson stemmed from Zoro's encounter with the Navy's Rust Fruit user on Judiciary Island, where that individual obliterated one of Zoro's fine swords in an instant. You believe your icy domain is impenetrable? Today, I shall broaden your horizons, Roland declared, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Enough of your bluster. If you possess true skill, confront me head-on. Ephysia scoffed at Roland's words, yet she prudently unsheathed her weapon, a specially crafted long whip. This whip was no ordinary leather. Each segment was a spiked iron rod, and to be struck by such a weapon would surely result in grievous wounds. As Ephysia activated her powers, the nearly 3-meter-long whip glimmered with a faint icy blue light, dragging along the ground and causing the surrounding air to crystallize with frost. Then let us begin. Roland's figure flickered, appearing before Ephesia in an instant. With a swift motion, Black raised his hand, unleashing a faint yet discernible sword aura. Ephesia, undeterred, leaped sideways to evade the attack. Swoosh! The intangible strike landed on the ground, carving a shallow trench in the concrete. Your attack is not impressive, Ephesia remarked, glancing at the marks left behind. If it is lacking, then why not take a head-on? Roland retorted, shifting his position and striking at Ephesia once more. The previous blow had merely been a probe, and this one served the same purpose, as Roland sought to gauge Ephesia's prowess in close combat. Once again, Ephesia dodged, swinging her whip to intercept the barely perceptible strike. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as the strike was shattered by the tip of her whip. Ha! Is this the extent of your strength? You cannot approach me, and your range capabilities are equally insufficient. You will not prevail. No, quite the opposite. After my countdown of 3, you shall find yourself defeated. 3. Roland let out a low gasp, employing the Navy's sixth style to swiftly position himself beside Ephesia. He swung his blade with ferocity, yet the moment he released it, the weapon soared away from his grasp, whistling through the air towards Ephesia. A flying knife? What trick is that scoundrel attempting to play? A bead of cold sweat formed on Epsia's forehead as she focused intently on Roland. As the knife, now akin to a projectile, neared her, she swiftly leaped aside, evading the impending attack. Just as Epsia dodged Roland's airborne assault, he drew the massive blade, Red Rain, and unleashed a pronounced sword chi horizontally aimed at her. Simultaneously, Roland nonchalantly uttered the word too. This sword chi surged forth with the momentum to sweep away legions, traversing the air from approximately 1 meter above towards Epsia. Yet, Roland's onslaught did not cease there. He executed 2 additional horizontal slashes of sword chi, followed by a rapid retraction of his blade, his hands extending backward. 3 consecutive attacks whistled through the air. Initially, Epsia contemplated shattering the sword chi with her iron whip, but upon seeing the 3 imminent strikes, she reconsidered. With a swift motion, as the attacks were poised to land, Epsia executed a delicate leap, effortlessly evading each of the 3 assaults. In midair, a triumphant smile graced her features as she cast a glance at Roland, her eyes seemingly conveying, "Humph. Your countdown is nearly at an end. I shall see how you intend to slay me." 1. With that exclamation, Roland transformed into a wyvern, his outstretched hands morphing into formidable wings. A tempest erupted, and the tremendous force propelled Epsia, who was suspended in the air and unable to leverage her footing, away. At that moment, a shiver coursed through Epsia's body. She finally comprehended Roland's maneuver, a realization that sent a chill down her spine. Roland wished to cast her into the sea to meet her demise. During the recent skirmish, she had unwittingly evaded attacks, led away by Roland's words, and now found herself mere meters from the ocean surface. However, the pressure from Roland's rhetoric had clouded her awareness of her surroundings. "Damnable! You scoundrel!" Ephesia screamed in agony. Just as she was about to plunge into the sea, she hastily summoned her powers to freeze the water below her. Although her abilities were formidable, the freezing of seawater required time. Approximately a second passed. At last, the water solidified. As Ephesia observed the frozen expanse beneath her, she exhaled in relief, only to be caught by a sudden gust that propelled her further away. Cursed fate! With a furious cry, she fell into the ocean. Unlike the mighty Admiral Akiji, who could effortlessly freeze the water after being cast into the depths by Whitebeard and rise unscathed, Ephesia had never encountered such a fate since acquiring her powers. Thus, she lacked experience in this regard and found herself unable to struggle, inevitably succumbing to the sea's grasp, her strength rapidly sapped as she sank. As she descended to the ocean floor, Ephesia relinquished her thoughts. Chapter 77. The second superhuman ability plop. The onlookers witnessed Ephesia being swept away by the fierce wind and into the sea, their eyes lighting up in surprise. Is it true that those who consume the fabled devil fruit are loathed by the ocean, destined to drown upon falling into its depths? A villager from Ipo inquired anxiously. It was evident that Roland would not engage in meaningless attacks. A power user must indeed fear the sea, came the immediate response. Does this mean Ephesia is doomed? Yes. Ephesia is certainly doomed. The villagers of Ipo momentarily froze in shock before erupting in genuine jubilation. Though they had always believed Ephesia lacked the prowess to contend with Roland, her actual defeat left them astounded. "I'm free at last." The young Klein aboard the Frost Pirates' ship glanced towards Ephesia, who had been cast into the sea, then at the other pirates on shore, frantically fleeing. His body trembled slightly. After more than a year of living in darkness, liberation was finally within reach. Klein felt a surge of excitement, ready to leap in joy, but suddenly recalled Roland's earlier command to remain on the ship. This thought plunged him back into a deep unease. Would Khan be followed by another storm, leading him to be captured by the Saturday pirates and forced into servitude once more? Roland noted the location where Aphasia sank to the depths of the sea, then turned to glance at the few remaining pirates who had yet to fall victim to his wrath. The few pirates that had just moments ago remained had now vanished without a trace. Whoosh! Roland leapt from the ground, soaring over 10 meters into the air, transforming into a pterosaur, and with a powerful flap of his wings, ascended into the sky. In a vast expanse of the air, Roland's vision expanded, and with his keen eyesight, he swiftly discerned several pirates fleeing in desperation. Roland moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly catching up with them and dispatching his foes. However, he remained oblivious to the possibility of any survivors. Of course, even if there were any, they would undoubtedly refrain from committing further misdeeds on this Isle of Alas for the time being. After approximately 5 minutes spent pursuing the fleeing pirates, Roland returned to the shore, arriving at the spot where Aphasia had fallen into the water. He shed his garments and plunged into the depths. Beneath the 3-meter deep water, Aphasia lay sprawled on the seabed, her eyes vacant and devoid of thought, having surrendered to despair. For a pirate, meeting 1S and beneath the waves could be considered a fitting fate. Roland retrieved his formidable blade, Red Rain, and delivered a merciful end to Aphasia. Afterward, he gently touched her hand. Surfacing, Roland leaped onto the shore, at that moment witnessing a stream of crimson rising from the depths, staining the sea with a pale hue of red. Roland lifted his gaze and brushed the water from his hair. Previously, during the operation on Greenland Island, his hair had been singed, and upon his return, he had enlisted FIA's assistance to trim it into a buzz cut. Now his hair was beginning to grow back. He then cast a glance at the disarray of pirate corpses strewn across the shore, methodically approaching each one to ascertain their demise, while discreetly searching their bodies. Before long, Roland's grimoire of abilities was filled to capacity with skills. Once it reached its limit, no further abilities could be acquired. However, Roland was unconcerned. He had already thoroughly searched the corpses of the fallen officers of the Frost pirate crew, and the remaining pirates were mere novices, offering little hope of obtaining any formidable skills from them. Resolute, he made his way towards the Frost pirate crew's ship, contemplating that rescuing that individual might earn him gratitude, which could, in turn, enhance his fortune. In the distance, the members of the Saturday pirate crew, aware of Roland's triumph, directed their ship towards him. Whoosh! Roland leapt onto the deck of the pirate ship. The young Klein remained obediently crouched on the deck, not daring to move. As you can see, the Frost pirate crew has been entirely vanquished. You are now free, Roland stated directly. Thank you, Mr. Roland. Your magnanimity fills me with heartfelt gratitude. I wish for you to ascend to the pinnacle of piracy and become the second pirate king in history. The young Klein expressed with sincerity and respect. Everyone enjoys a compliment, and Roland felt a sense of pleasure from Klein's words, a faint smile gracing his face. By the way, I recall you mentioning that those fellows from the Frost pirate crew had you cook for them. Does that imply you possess considerable culinary skills? Not at all. I only dabble in cooking, Klein quickly replied, gesturing modestly. He certainly did not wish to find himself, having just escaped the clutches of the Frost pirate crew, aboard the Saturday pirate crew's ship, despite their reputation as the most formidable pirates of the West Sea. Well, excessive modesty can be detrimental. I cannot believe your cooking skills are lacking. How about this? When my crew arrives, you could prepare a meal for us to sample. If it is delightful, I would like to invite you to be the chef aboard my ship, Roland said, observing the young Klein with a friendly demeanor, yet a serious tone. Very well, Mr. Roland. I shall adhere to your wishes, Klein nodded eagerly. Roland had already used the term invitation, and coupled with his sincere demeanor. Even without considering the pressure that Roland's formidable strength might impose, Klein was inclined to prepare a meal for him. Eventually, he accepted the invitation to become the chef aboard Roland's ship. The underlying reason for this was that Klein felt a profound sense of respect emanating from Roland. He regarded Klein as a person rather than merely a tool to be exploited like those wretched Frost sea pirates. Very well, Roland nodded, stepping forward to pat the young Klein on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of resignation. To be honest, I have high hopes for you. The culinary skills aboard my ship leave much to be desired. I shall do my utmost, Mr. Roland, Klein responded promptly with a respectful nod. Good. Then you may rest here on the ship for a while, Roland said as he descended from the pirate vessel. As Klein stood, watching Roland's retreating figure, he felt as though he had been revitalized. All prior anxieties had dissipated. He firmly believed that Roland's earlier demeanor was genuine. A person of such caliber had no need to lower himself merely to please someone as insignificant as Klein. Thus, the Roland he had encountered was indeed the authentic Roland. All praise to Mr. Roland. Klein exhaled softly, a rare and sincere smile breaking through the pallor of his face. Roland made his way towards the gathering place of the docks, allowing his thoughts to delve into his mind as he began to examine the abilities he had just acquired from the Book of Powers. Discarding page after page, he found himself confronted with an array of utterly worthless abilities. The sole exception was a rather useful one, the ability to roll dice. Many harbor dreams of striking it rich through gambling. While Roland did not share this aspiration, he relished the thrill of winning. Moreover, there was a practical consideration. During leisurely card games at night, none aboard the ship could rival Robin, and this newfound ability might just tilt the odds in his favor. Furthermore, this skill could prove invaluable should the crew encounter financial woes on a Saturday. Relying on this ability to earn money would surely be more pleasurable than confronting pirates. As he continued to flip through the pages, discarding the dross, Roland's spirits soared, convinced that the previous worthless abilities were merely paving the way for him to draw something extraordinary. A momentous breakthrough was brewing. Reaching the final page, which he had pilfered from Afrisha, he inhaled deeply, a mix of trepidation and anticipation coursing through him. The Book of Powers opened to reveal, inscribed in elegant golden letters, the ability of the superhuman ice fruit. Beneath was an illustration depicting a frosty blue devil fruit. Exhilaration washed over Roland, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The ice fruit was his second superhuman fruit. Its developmental potential far exceeded that of Zoan fruits. In addition to honing his physical combat skills, he would need to dedicate time to mastering the ice fruit, he mused. Strategizing his combat pairings required careful consideration. Achieving an unexpectedly lethal outcome would be ideal. Roland reminded himself of this necessity. The abilities he had acquired were somewhat disorganized, posing both a disadvantage and an advantage. If he could synergize them effectively, he would undoubtedly shine. Thus, this aspect of his training could not be neglected. Chapter 78, Chef +1, a modest request for subscriptions, from ancient times to the present. It has been the nature of the populace to revel in spectacle. The tale of Roland's ruthless slaughter of the Frost pirate crew at the town's port swiftly spread throughout the community. As the crowd gathered by the docks, whispers of conversations filled the air. Meanwhile, the villagers of Ypres assembled, making their way to the dock where Roland was preparing to clear the battlefield. Onlookers, taken aback, questioned their audacity. What are you all doing? Are you courting death? That is the Saturday pirate crew. Upon hearing this, parents among the spectators quickly kept their children close, fearful that a careless utterance might invite disaster. Others murmured among themselves, expressing disbelief at the villagers' bravery, noting that if Roland, that notorious demon, took notice of them, their lives would be in peril. Yet the Ypres villagers paid no heed to the warnings from the townsfolk, their faces adorned with a hint of pride. Young Bailey was the first to speak, unable to contain his excitement. Captain Roland has come specifically to help us avenge our grievances. He has already concluded his battles. We are merely here to assist him with the aftermath. Is that so? How absurd. Many in the crowd scoffed, with one even deriding, "You actually trust a pirate, especially one as merciless as Roland? This is utterly ludicrous." "You are mistaken. Captain Roland would not harm us," Bailey retorted, his frustration mounting. If Roland truly intended to do us harm, he could have unleashed his fury in the village yesterday, without any effort. What a joke. I will relish watching how you meet your end. For Roland is the most fearsome pirate of the West Sea, and countless lives have been claimed by his hand. Humph. If you don't believe me, then simply watch, he huffed, disregarding the murmurs around him as he proceeded with the villagers towards Roland. "Ah, you've arrived." Roland noticed the villagers of Ypres gathering and smiled broadly. "As you can see, the Frost pirate crew has been vanquished." "Thank you, Captain Roland," said Sam, the village elder, stepping forward with sincerity and deference etched upon his weathered face. He gestured to the villagers behind him and continued. "We understand you must be burdened with the task of clearing the battlefield. Allow us to assist you with this minor endeavor." "That would be most appreciated," Roland replied, indicating the fallen pirates and their ship. "Once the work is completed, do not rush off. I would like some of you to remain to sell the pirate ship and escort the bountied pirates to the division base to claim the rewards, which we shall then split evenly." The villagers of Ypres were momentarily taken aback by Roland's proposal. They had done nothing, yet he was offering them a share of the spoils. Was this a dream? Such fortune seemed unfathomable. "This cannot be," they exclaimed in unison. Sam hastily waved his hand, fully aware that for ordinary folk like them, greed was undoubtedly a detrimental trait. Moreover, considering that Roland might merely be engaging in polite conversation. They could not take his words at face value. Should Roland develop a disdain for them, it would spell great trouble. The pirates wreaked havoc in their village, pillaging and committing murder. The repercussions of such significant losses profoundly affected their way of life. Our pirate crew is not in want of riches, and I harbor little interest in wealth, not to mention that when it comes time to sell the ship, everyone must contribute their efforts, Roland remarked. Indeed, by performing good deeds, one reaps the rewards of virtue, and only then can one aspire to become a true sovereign of fortune. Roland had grown increasingly superstitious about this matter. Sam's face, marked by discomfort, revealed his reluctance to accept the money, as he had contributed nothing. Yet, he lacked the courage to refuse Roland's will. After all, Roland was the genuine, formidable captain of the Frost Sea Pirates. One could not deny him the respect he deserved simply because he was amiable. It's fine. Part of this was initially your village's loss. I shall return it to you, and consider the remainder as remuneration for your assistance, Roland asserted with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for dissent. Seeing that further argument was futile, Sam refrained from continuing the discussion. He turned to the villagers who had followed him and waved his hand. Get to work, everyone. Be swift, gather the weapons and treasures from the pirates, and place the bodies aside. Before long, the pirate ship sailed into view. Roland glanced at the Frost Sea Pirates vessel and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to inquire about the young man's name. Summoning his resolve, he called out, "You may come over now." The young man, Klein, promptly descended the rope ladder from the ship's deck and hurried towards Roland. "Allow me to introduce him. This is a chef I rescued from the Frost Sea Pirate ship. I've invited him to prepare a meal for us, and if his culinary skills are commendable, we shall keep him on as our ship's chef," Roland explained, directing his gaze towards the crew. Upon seeing Klein's demeanor, the crew recognized he was not a pirate and chose to trust Roland's judgment without objection. "I hope the meal he prepares will be as delectable as those from the restaurants on the street." Young Amy clasped her hands in earnest prayer. "Fio, Rubin." And even Roland himself shared a look of anticipation. Meanwhile, the two burly men responsible for cooking on the pirate ship displayed a hint of embarrassment. Having previously fished at sea, they relied on their wives for home-cooked meals and were truly a loss. Casting a glance at Roland's crew, Klein was inundated by a flurry of peculiar thoughts. Collectively, these thoughts conveyed his astonishment at the members of the Saturday Pirates. Such a group did not resemble pirates at all. They bore no semblance of the typical marauders he had encountered during his year and more with the Frost Sea Pirates. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Klein beamed, his face alight with joy. This was the happiest day he had experienced in over a year, and he genuinely yearned to prepare the upcoming meal. "I completely forgot to ask your name. I assume you know me, so I need to introduce myself," Roland remarked. Looking at Klein, "My name is Klein Hall. You may simply call me Klein, Mr. Roland," Klein replied promptly and respectfully. He then gestured towards the sky. "Although it is still early, preparing a sumptuous lunch by myself will take considerable time. I may as well get started now." "Very well," Roland agreed. Roland readily agreed. Approaching noon, the battlefield on the shore had been thoroughly cleared, and the Frost Pirate cruise ship had been inspected inside and out twice. All the treasures were gathered together. Observing a chest brimming with banknotes, gold coins, and exquisite jewelry, Roland estimated the total value to be around several tens of millions of berry. Coupled with a massive pirate ship and an assortment of firearms and blades, this venture could undoubtedly fetch a few hundred million berry. The villagers of Ipoh were astounded to witness the amassed wealth, realizing that these despicable pirates were indeed affluent. Once the cleanup was complete, the villagers headed to the town for a feast, while Roland eagerly returned to the pirate ship, anxious to evaluate Klein's culinary skills. As they stepped onto the deck, the air was already filled with an enticing aroma. This was not merely the scent of food, but rather the exquisite fragrance resulting from a meticulous culinary process, where spices and ingredients harmonized in perfect chemical synergy. The group hastened into the dining area. "Dresset in notice appli loose-fitting chef satire." Klein emerged from the kitchen with a beaming smile, presenting dish after dish that was a feast for the senses. "Please do try this. It is the most satisfying meal I have crafted in many years, and I assure you, it is delicious," Klein remarked with a gentle smile. "All right, let us dine," Roland declared, waving his hand as he took a seat at the table. "Delicious," Roland exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the first taste. Klein truly lived up to his reputation as the talented chef whom even the most ruthless pirates of the Frost Pirate crew could not bear to harm. His skills were extraordinary, impressive. Brother Klein is truly remarkable. Little Amy's eyes sparkled like crescent moons in delight. "Honestly, this flavor surpasses that of the eateries in town," praised old Dufresne. Having spent the first half of his life as a fisherman, He had never frequented high-end restaurants and could only make comparisons with local establishments. Nonetheless, Klein's culinary creations could stand shoulder to shoulder with those of renowned chefs, as he hailed from a family of cooks. How about becoming the chef of my pirate crew? Although being part of my crew is perilous, with the constant threat of naval pursuits, I assure you that as long as I am present, I will never allow you to suffer harm before me, Roland said, setting down his utensils and gazing at Klein with hopeful anticipation. Yes, Captain Roland, Klein replied without hesitation. Though their time together had been brief, Klein had astutely sensed that the Saturday pirate crew was unlike any other. Roland is decidedly not of the same ilk as the other formidable pirates. Klein harbored an indistinct sensation within, one that suggested that aligning himself with Roland now could grant him the liberty to traverse the vast expanse of the world unfettered by any constraints. Freedom, friendship, and dreams. These three simple yet profound words encapsulated the desires that Klein had yearned for throughout over a year of servitude under the frosty pirate crew. Now, with such an opportunity laid before him, how could he possibly hesitate? Chapter 79. A chef who does not aspire to be a fighter is not a good chef. In the afternoon, the harbor of the small town had been tidied up. Roland approached the harbor's overseer, compensated him with a sum of money, and subsequently departed with several villagers from Ipo village aboard 2 pirate ships. That evening, the Saturday pirate crew hosted a grand banquet to celebrate Klein's induction. Naturally, the exquisite dishes were solely crafted by Klein himself, while others merely assisted him in his culinary endeavors. Nevertheless, this gesture profoundly touched him. In the Frost Sea pirate crew, he had never witnessed a grand celebration for the inclusion of an ordinary crew member. By comparison, the Saturday pirate ship felt like a sanctuary. The following day, after partaking in breakfast, the members of the Saturday pirate crew commenced their individual training, leaving Klein somewhat bewildered. Captain, everyone is engrossed in their own activities, and I find myself at a loss. Anxiously, Klein ascended to the deck and called out to Roland, who was stationed at the main mast. He had inquired with several crew members earlier, and they all advised him to take a rest. Yet, upon observing the crew diligently engaged in their practices, he found it impossible to relax. After all, he was a newcomer. Klein, Roland exclaimed, leaning out from the lookout tower before deftly leaping to grasp a smooth iron pole, swiftly descending the mainmast. If you truly cannot sit idle, then come join me up here on watch. Roland extended his right hand toward Klein. After a brief moment of hesitation, Klein reached out his own right hand, their grips revealing the thick calluses that adorned each other's palms. Roland cultivated his skills during solitary practice, while Klein honed his through a myriad of miscellaneous tasks. Despite their differing circumstances, both men simultaneously sensed the calluses on each other's hands, evoking a peculiar feeling within them. "Let us go," Roland exclaimed, as he grasped Klein's hand and lightly leaped onto the deck, seizing the rail of the lookout tower on the main mast and flipping himself inside. "Wow," Klein gasped upon entering Roland's personal training room, which was filled with an array of seemingly weighty training equipment. "These are all my training tools," Roland said as he effortlessly lifted a dumbbell larger than any he had encountered before. "When I commissioned the construction of this pirate ship, I specifically requested the shipyard to reinforce this lookout tower. These training apparatuses were acquired during the building process. They're far too large to fit in the cabin. Hence, they must remain here." "Impressive." Klein gazed at Roland, who effortlessly hoisted the massive dumbbell, envy gleaming in his eyes. "I see the other crew members are diligently training as well. Captain, I too wish to grow stronger." "Your desire is commendable," Roland nodded. "However, it is not feasible at this moment. You are too frail. We shall discuss training once you have strength in your body." Klein glanced at his emaciated frame, a result of over a year with the Frost pirate crew, where he had worked tirelessly with scant nourishment, leaving him weak and gaunt, far from resembling a boy who had yet to turn 17. "I understand, Captain," Klein nodded repeatedly, recognizing the wisdom in a seasoned chef's counsel. "For now, you shall accompany me in the lookout tower, where your duties will be quite light, merely to sit on a stool and occasionally glance upwards." Roland explained. "Very well, Captain," Klein responded, yet his gaze wandered within Roland's training room, as if searching for something more intriguing. "Captain, do you think I could one day become a strong warrior like you?" "One can only say there exists a possibility, albeit a slim one. You must understand that an individual's energy is finite. Achieving excellence in all facets is exceedingly challenging," Roland replied candidly. Currently, Klein served as the ship's cook, responsible for the crew's sustenance, which inevitably consumed a considerable portion of his time. The remainder would be allocated for rest, leaving little opportunity for training. Unlike Sanji, who had consciously practiced since childhood, Klein could hardly be deemed more than an ordinary person, perhaps akin to the Klein who first encountered Luffy. Yet, unlike Luffy, Klein lacked the innate talent and the guidance of a master like Garp, making it nearly impossible to replicate another success. Oh, upon hearing Roland's candid remarks, Klein's expression fell slightly. One must remain grounded and proceed step by step, Roland reassured him. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Klein nodded, but suddenly his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired, if one could acquire the legendary devil fruit, would that not enable a swift enhancement of personal strength? This assertion held truth, yet also ambiguity. Roland elucidated, acquiring a potent devil fruit would indeed transform one's capabilities dramatically. Conversely, a less formidable fruit would yield negligible changes. Furthermore, Klein, it is imperative to understand that even if one possesses a powerful devil fruit, utilizing its abilities demands considerable stamina. Thus, on these vast seas, both formidable abilities and robust physiques are essential. Roland patiently elaborated. I comprehend now. The powers of the devil fruit are akin to various weapons. The formidable abilities can be likened to cannons and firearms, while the weaker ones resemble swords and clubs. To wield these weapons effectively, one must possess ample vitality and skill, Klein remarked, glancing at Roland. Indeed, even if an infant is given a handgun, it cannot outmatch an unarmed adult. Roland concurred wholeheartedly with Klein's assessment. I understand, Captain, Klein declared with renewed vigor. I shall diligently train to strengthen my physique as soon as possible. Let us begin with a simple approach. Eat more and move less to nurture your body, Roland smiled. In these waters, the mightier one is, the more one can consume. Otherwise, one cannot replenish their energy adequately. From this day forth, consciously increase your intake and begin honing your digestive capacity. But can I truly digest so much? Klein asked with curiosity. You are unaware, Klein, that in these seas there exist beings powerful enough to be deemed monsters. They can digest food almost instantaneously to replenish their strength, Roland remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. In the original narrative, that fellow Luffy possesses the ability for rapid digestion. Even after breaking his teeth, a mere bottle of milk suffices for recovery. Brook's fractured skull can mend with just a bottle of milk as well. I understand, Captain. I will strive to improve, Klein affirmed, clenching his fists with determination. Chapter 80. Do you think a major will dare to embezzle anyone's bounty? Since ancient times, one has always been at the mercy of those who provide sustenance. Moreover, the fare they offer is exceptionally delectable. Thus, Klein swiftly integrated himself into the Saturday Pirates, winning the affection of both the young and the old. Having endured the bleak existence within the Frost Pirates, Klein found great contentment in the camaraderie of the Saturday Pirates, where everyone mingled harmoniously, sharing joy. When one's happiness quotient is high, time invariably passes swiftly. 2 days later, around 4 in the afternoon, 2 pirate ships arrived at the nearest naval base island. Given that the bounty on the heads of the pirates vanquished by Roland exceeded 90 million berries, such a substantial sum could typically be exchanged at a standard branch base, albeit with a wait. Roland, unwilling to wait, conveniently made his way to a nearby branch base. The pirate ship was anchored in a secluded bay. Adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, Roland led a small crew towards the town on the island. Utilizing Robin's abilities for reconnaissance, he effortlessly located a tavern on the island. This establishment engaged in a peculiar trade, assisting individuals in retrieving bounties from the Naval Division base. Roland and Robin entered the tavern. At the entrance, Roland flicked his hand, and a gold coin flew from his grasp, landing steadily on the counter. The bartender discreetly accepted the coin, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the hat-clad Roland. His gaze remained proper, not diverting to observe the alluring beauty with the curvaceous figure trailing behind Roland. I wish to enlist your assistance in claiming a bounty, Roland stated straightforwardly. Certainly, sir. Please proceed to that direction. Someone will attend to you. The bartender replied with immediate respect and sincerity. Robin, please see to them while they procure supplies, Roland instructed, turning back. Understood, Captain. Robin wisely refrained from addressing him directly as Captain Roland. Roland proceeded in the direction indicated by the bartender, soon being led into a chamber where a slightly rotund man sat behind a black desk, a cigar clenched between his teeth and his hair slicked back with oil. I have come to request your assistance in collecting the bounty at the Naval Branch Base. I am uncertain of the regulations here, Roland stated. The rule here is a split of 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. The man with the cigar exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking in a nonchalant manner. How does it come to 3 parties sharing? Moreover, why do I only receive 60%? Roland's brow furrowed. The cigar-smoking man looked up. 60% belongs to them. Whether you receive 30% depends on Colonel Zack's disposition. Whose disposition? Colonel Zack's. He is the highest authority responsible for the exchange of bounties at the naval branch base on this island. The man replied casually, still gripping his cigar. I have traveled a great distance merely to gauge his mood. Roland chuckled. Indeed. The man with the cigar regarded Roland as one might a jester. Bemusement etched on his face. This young man appeared utterly unfamiliar with the ways of the world, a novice seemingly emerging from nowhere. I have painstakingly vanquished pirates to obtain this bounty, yet I must surrender 60% to the Navy. Would that not render me a beggar on my knees? Roland scoffed. If you view it that way, being a bounty hunter in this region does indeed amount to begging on one's knees. And this is still considered fortunate. If you were to bring pirates to the base yourself for the bounty, it would be a mere 20-80 split. The cigar-smoking man remarked with a hint of pride. Do you know why I sought you out? Roland inquired. Naturally, it is to secure a more substantial sum. The man chuckled. Incorrect. I merely wish to incur less trouble. To avoid frightening the inhabitants of the island with my presence, Roland replied. Huh. The man with the cigar let out a derisive laugh. His expression one of skepticism. Pray tell, who might this young sir be, capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the people on this island? Roland removed his hat. The man with the cigar abruptly widened his eyes, his mouth agape, completely oblivious to the falling cigar. Row, Roland, he exclaimed. Do you believe I can secure the bounty without fail? Roland inquired. Absolutely, Aston replied without hesitation. When Roland came to redeem the bounty, Colonel Zack dared not be greedy. Even if we were to entertain the notion that Colonel Zack was audacious enough to indulge in greed, Aston was prepared to reach into his own pockets to settle the matter. Very well. A smile graced Roland's face as he placed the large chest he was carrying in the room, then slapped a card with a contact number onto the desk. Should the bounty be redeemed, or should any unexpected circumstances arise during the exchange, use this to contact me. Excellent, excellent. Aston nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Pleasant cooperation. I shall ensure you receive a commission of half. Roland adjusted his hat and turned to exit the room. Aston let out a deep sigh of relief, extending a slightly trembling hand to retrieve a delicate handkerchief from the drawer to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. After several deep breaths to steady his nerves, Aston pressed a switch beneath the desk. Immediately, someone pushed the door open. Boss, what is it? The newcomer inquired. I need you to keep an eye on things while I head to the naval base, said the slightly plump Aston, rising from the recliner and taking the chest Roland had left behind as he walked out. Soon, Aston arrived at the Naval Division's base. The personnel were somewhat surprised that Aston had come in person, which was indeed unusual. However, seeing Aston's serious demeanor, they refrained from asking too many questions and guided him through the necessary procedures, first proceeding to compare the bounty with the pirate's head. This is the head of the Frost Queen. The inspecting major looked at Aston in astonishment. The Frost Queen was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 40 million berries, one of the most formidable pirates in the West Sea. Once you finish your verification, inform Colonel Zack. This time, pay whatever is due. Otherwise, if that man loses his temper, we shall all face dire consequences, Aston stated solemnly. That man? Who is he? The major inquired curiously. It would be best if you did not know. Just summon Colonel Zack. If you cannot make the decision, I will speak to him directly, Aston replied. That is impossible. Even if Colonel Zack were called over, your demands cannot be met. The Navy can offer you a maximum of 40%. The remaining 60% must be further divided internally, and I do not hesitate to inform you that 40% of that is claimed by the rear admirals and brigadiers. The major explained. Do you think the rear admirals would dare to embezzle someone else's bounty? Aston scoffed lightly. The major, taken aback, asked, Who exactly are you referring to? Roland, Aston whispered into his ear. Roland. The major shuddered and tentatively asked, The one with a bounty of 100 million? Indeed, Aston nodded. I will report to Colonel Zack immediately. This matter should be straightforward, the major replied, invigorated as he rushed out of the verification room toward Colonel Zack's office. What? Are you implying that Roland has vanquished the Frost Queen and subsequently summoned Aston to claim the bounty? Colonel Zack abruptly rose to his feet. Indeed, affirmed the reporting major with fervent nods. The bounty on the Frost Queen exceeded 40 million belly, and it was evident that few could have bested her. It could only be Roland himself. Colonel Zack hastily exited the room and ascended to the office of the Major General at the pinnacle of the headquarters building. Moments later, he returned with the results. Here, the amount shall be given in full. This time, I shall not be greedy. Chapter 81. The commission Roland received the bounty and, serendipitously, sold the Frost Pirate cruise ship to Aston, who had claimed the reward on his behalf, thus alleviating much of the hassle. Once all matters were settled, Roland returned the villagers of Ypres, whom he had brought aboard the pirate ship, and true to his word, left half of his newfound wealth in Ypres village. Thus, he embarked on a fresh journey. 3 days later, in the afternoon, in the capital city of the Sulman Kingdom, Constantine. This metropolis ranks among the most notable cities of the West Sea. Given its vastness, effective governance proves challenging, and within this bustling city lies a complex underground network. In the Western District, a clandestine auction house is currently hosting its weekly auction. In this subterranean venue, almost anything can be procured for a price. Whether it be elegantly diverse yet stunningly beautiful young maids, or the fabled devil fruits representing extraordinary powers, a myriad of items grace the auction block. Of course, the devil fruits are exceedingly rare, and when they do appear, few dare to purchase them. This hesitation stems from the lack of widespread knowledge regarding the abilities contained within the devil fruits, leaving many wary of making such a costly investment, as their prices often reach into the hundreds of millions. Now, let us unveil the treasure of today's auction, a particularly unique item, the contact information of an individual. I believe that among the audience, some have come specifically for this communication number. This treasure is none other than the phone contact of the West Sea's most notorious pirate. Roland. The host stands upon the stage, spotlight illuminating him. After his introduction, a strikingly beautiful blonde woman, clad in revealing attire and possessing an alluring physique, gracefully approaches, dragging a sophisticated case. However, the attention of the crowd is not directed at the enchanting blonde, but rather fixated on the exquisite small case she carries, which contains Roland's contact information. As the foremost pirate of the West Sea, Roland's prowess is undoubtedly beyond question. In the underworld, various factions converge, some of which may be backed by a particular nation or noble lineage. There are certain matters that can only be accomplished by individuals of formidable strength. For instance, previously, when Roland eliminated a cadre of the Capone gang, known as the Viper, he encountered an aged figure who solicited Viper's assistance in assassinating the Minister of Finance of the Sulman Kingdom. Roland possesses formidable strength and exhibits decisiveness in his actions. Unafraid to offend any faction, should one be able to enlist Roland, numerous challenges would be effortlessly resolved. After all, when pirates seek to take lives, what recourse do you have? Consequently, many factions aspire to establish contact with Roland, yet they are hindered by the absence of means to do so. This contact information has been jointly verified by our staff and the auctioneer, ensuring that it can indeed reach Roland, so there is no need for concern on that front. Now, we arrive at the segment of utmost interest to all. The starting bid for this contact information is set at 200 million berries. The host continued, and upon announcing this initial price, a hush fell over the auction hall. Such a figure is exorbitantly high. However, fear not, for our auction house has prepared accordingly. We will employ a unique bidding method. Interested parties may raise their hands to indicate their intent, allowing us to calculate an average price, enabling everyone to share this contact information. As the host observed the slight lull in excitement, he unveiled the trump card he had long prepared. Upon hearing this, the majority of attendees could hardly remain seated. Should there be numerous buyers, the cost per individual could potentially dwindle to merely several million berries. For those fortunate enough to participate in this auction, a few million berries is a trifling sum, hardly warranting a second glance, making the acquisition of Roland's contact information exceedingly worthwhile. Indeed, as anticipated, nearly every guest in the auction hall had a servant holding up a bidding paddle. The host, stationed at the auctioneer's podium, noted that approximately 90% of the attendees raised their paddles. Averaging the bids, it would amount to just over 2 million berries per person to obtain Roland's contact information. This price is remarkably reasonable, far more advantageous than incurring debts through alternative channels to secure the same information. With a hearty laugh, the host declared, 190 million berries secured. Below the podium, Aston wore a smile, reveling in the ease with which this sum had been amassed. In a word, Roland is truly remarkable. Roland is still navigating the vast expanse of the ocean, utterly unaware that her contact information has been compromised. Roland was engaged in his training within the chamber atop the main mast when the phone bug beside him suddenly began to ring. Puzzled, Roland glanced at the device. Who will be calling him at this hour on the ship? Hello, he answered. Good day. May I inquire if this is Captain Roland? Came a strange voice from the other end of the line. This is Roland. Who are you, and what is it that you desire? He inquired with a tone of indifference. After a brief moment of contemplation, he deduced how his contact information had been compromised. Previously, in order to facilitate communication with the individual who was to collect his bounty on his behalf, he had shared his details. Little did he know that this scoundrel would betray his trust and divulge his information. Of course, it was not certain that the individual had intentionally leaked it, but it undoubtedly originated from his possession. Mr. Roland, I am but a trivial figure in your eyes. I reach out to you to entrust a matter of grave importance. Eliminating the band of pirates responsible for the attempted assassination of my uncle, the unfamiliar voice continued. Hunting pirates? Roland's interest was piqued, though he kept his enthusiasm concealed. Pray tell, which band of pirates do you refer to? I have little inclination to engage with those beneath the first tier. Roland currently aims to hunt down the most formidable pirates of the West Sea to acquire powerful abilities, after which he intends to venture into the Grand Line. This perfectly aligns with your interests, Mr. Roland, the young man on the other end of the line remarked, his excitement palpable. I hope the pirate crew you target is the Twin Swords Pirates, whose bounty ranks third in the West Sea. The Twin Swords Pirates, indeed. However, the cost to enlist my services is quite steep, Roland replied nonchalantly, though a faint smile graced his lips. The Twin Swords Pirates had long been on his list of targets, yet recent intelligence regarding them had proven elusive. 300 million berries. The young man stated from a snail phone. If you can provide me with the current whereabouts of the Twin Swords Pirates, I will accept your commission, otherwise. This conversation is futile, Roland said. I know their location. The Twin Swords Pirates are currently in the capital city of the Swordsman Kingdom, Constantinople, the young man continued. I hope you can keep your true intentions hidden until the battle erupts, allowing everything to unfold unexpectedly. Very well, I shall accept your commission. Now, may I inquire as to your identity? Roland nodded slightly. My name is William. Chapter 82. Roland's unexpected defeat, having accepted the commission. Roland transitioned from his personal training chamber to the deck, gathering everyone for an impromptu meeting to discuss how to execute this assignment. With many minds at work, Roland presented the topic, and the collective brainstorming yielded a plethora of ideas, covering every conceivable angle. After a thorough discussion, Roland redialed the earlier number. Re-establishing contact with the young man, William, Robin engaged him in conversation for a while, securing a means to verify his identity. This precaution was primarily to thwart any potential deception on William's part, for the journey from his current location to the Swordsman Kingdom would take several days. Should this commission prove to be a ruse, it would amount to a fruitless expedition for him, although tricking Roland would be an exceedingly perilous endeavor that most would avoid. The world is vast and filled with all manner of individuals. This insight was courtesy of Robin, a testament to her experience in the underground world spanning over a decade. Not long after their deliberations concluded, Roland's snail phone rang once more. With a sense of curiosity, Roland answered the call. Hello. May I inquire if this is Captain Roland? It is, he replied. You have 1 minute to clarify your identity and your purpose for contacting me. Having gained some experience, Roland spoke with a calm demeanor. You may call me Jackman. Today, my father returned from an auction with your contact information. I surreptitiously noted it down and am now reaching out because I wish to join your Saturday pirate crew. I am a noble from the Kingdom of Selman, and currently, it is the social season for the aristocracy. Each day, I am besieged by various soirees, and at every ball, numerous young ladies approach me for a dance, which has become quite burdensome. My true yearning lies in the vast expanse of the ocean, and I aspire to become one of your crew members, accompanying you in your maritime adventures. Roland, isn't it delightful to dance and socialize daily with a myriad of exquisitely adorned young ladies? It's a gilded cage, utterly tedious. Roland let out a soft snort. If you truly wish to set sail, you need not board my vessel. Perhaps it is merely your vanity that compels you. With that, rolling into the call, best to remain a noble young master. However, the fact that this fellow desires to join me signifies that my reputation among those enlightened members of the aristocracy remains commendable. Roland suddenly realized something that brought him a modicum of joy. If given a choice, he would prefer to avoid bearing a bounty, to evade infamy, and to ensure that others do not regard him with fear. Alas, there are no ifs. Before long, another call came in. Roland hesitated for a moment, yet still picked up the phone with a sense of curiosity. Hello, Captain Roland, this is Jackman's sister. I wish to join your pirate crew. The phone emitted the sweet voice of a young girl. Like my brother, I have been attending various social balls every day recently, constantly being invited to dance by individuals who seem to harbor ulterior motives. At these gatherings, one must maintain an air of elegance, which is both exhausting and distressing. I no longer wish to endure such a life. Roland, what is the true state of affairs in Jackman's household? Is it indeed the case that the social life of the aristocracy is so tedious and dreary? No. Why am I even contemplating this matter? Roland shook his head and responded, I do not wish to actively solicit crew members. I only desire those whom I invite of my own volition. You, your brother, and the friends who may call next. Please remember this principle and do not squander our time. With that, Roland ended the call once more. For a considerable period, no calls came through, and Roland shared his recent telephonic experience with his companions, leaving them somewhat astonished. Indeed, poverty had stifled their imaginations. It became evident that nobility did not guarantee unbridled joy. After a while, the phone rang again. "Hello, may I speak with Captain Rowling?" He answered, harboring a flicker of hope that it might be a commission to hunt down pirates. "Yes. I grant you 30 seconds to clarify who you are and your purpose for contacting me," Rowling stated. "I am the king of the Dalton Kingdom. I am calling to invite Captain Rowling to abandon his piracy and assume the role of commander of my royal army. Should you accept, I would make an exception and grant you the title of Marquis." A congenial voice emerged from the phone. "King? Commander of the royal army? Marquis?" Rowling was genuinely taken aback at the unexpected offer. These individuals were indeed coveting his position. Upon reflection, the title of Marquis held little allure for him. "The reason I took to the seas as a pirate is my love for freedom. Does His Majesty comprehend my intent? Marquis? Power? What significance do such things hold for the greatest pirate of the West Sea? In the world of the Pirate King, the advantages that power brings can be procured through a life of piracy, should one be willing. Take East Seas Click, for instance. Despite his weakness, he commands thousands of pirates, effortlessly aspiring to be a local despot. I understand, Captain Rowling. I respect your wishes. However, the doors of the Dalton Kingdom shall always remain open to you," the king of the Dalton Kingdom replied. Rowling promptly hung up the phone. The audacity of this king is truly remarkable. Although he is aware that I am, in fact, a rather decent individual, his subjects remain oblivious to this truth. Rowling shook his head slightly, reflecting. To employ individuals solely based on their talents, this king of Dalton must indeed be an ambitious ruler. Before long, another call came through. Rowling, initially reluctant to take on the task, was persuaded by his companions to proceed. "Excuse me, is this Captain Rowling?" He was greeted, and to his surprise, the greeting was unexpectedly synchronized. "I am indeed. You have 20 seconds to succinctly introduce yourself and articulate your purpose," Rowling replied impatiently. "Captain Rowling, I am the president of a trading guild, and my name is Tang In. As my guild continues to expand, I find myself constantly vigilant against potential assassinations. I wish to employ you as my bodyguard." Without a moment's hesitation, Roland hung up the phone after listening. How absurd to hire the most notorious pirate of the West Sea as a bodyguard. Yet, his reasoning was not entirely flawed. Had Roland truly agreed to become his protector, no one in the West Sea could have successfully orchestrated his assassination. As time passed, calls began to pour in one after another. Rowling, unwilling to answer, found himself compelled by Faya, who brought the matter before him. Observing Faya, stifling her laughter, and catching sight of the other crew members struggling to contain their amusement, Rowling was left in a state of despair. "Do not inquire further. I am indeed Rowling. You have 10 seconds to elucidate your identity and your intentions towards me." He addressed the phone worm, his tone laced with indignation. "Greetings, Captain Rowling. I am the leader of an underground faction, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. In return, I shall bestow upon you the hand of my daughter, whose beauty is unparalleled." Rowling hung up the phone. What on earth is happening in this world? One after another, they completely disregard his title as the greatest pirate of the West Sea, even daring to entertain thoughts of becoming his father-in-law. "Brother Rowling is truly popular," young Amy remarked innocently. "The adage fame brings danger rings true. Perhaps I should maintain my infamous reputation, lest I attract unwanted attention." Rowling sighed. Who knows what those people are thinking? Although he is indeed quite young and remarkably handsome, he is, after all, the greatest pirate of the West Sea, capable of unleashing violence at any moment. "All right, do not hold me back," he declared, tossing the phone bug into the sea. Today's outcome. Rowling, the greatest pirate of the West Sea, has suffered defeat. Chapter 83. The hunt continues 2 days later. The Saturday pirate crew made landfall. Rowling procured another telephone bug, and the journey continued. A week later, Rowling and his companions arrived at an unremarkable coastal city within the Kingdom of Selman. Prior to docking the vessel, Rowling prudently lowered the pirate flag well in advance. Consequently, his pirate ship bore no significant distinction from an ordinary fishing or cargo vessel, as it was devoid of any deck cannons. After paying a sufficient deposit at the harbor, the pirate ship was anchored in that location. Rowling and Robin, both adorned with wide-brimmed hats, hired 3 carriages from the city, embarking towards the capital of the Kingdom of Saruman, Constantinople. Their journey was leisurely, filled with stops for sustenance and refreshment, taking nearly a week to finally arrive at their destination. Upon reaching Constantinople, their first order of business was to secure a room at an inn. Subsequently, Rowling and Robin set off together towards their predetermined meeting place. As they traversed the streets, their hats obscuring their faces, they attracted a modicum of attention. Yet no one approached them with ill intent. Everything unfolded discreetly and quietly. Before long, they found themselves at a bar named the Surfer. Ding! Roland had just stepped through the door, his fingers deftly flicking a gold coin into the air, which then landed steadily upon the bar counter. The bartender, taken aback, gazed at Roland, only to find that the wide brim of his hat obscured his face, revealing nothing but his mouth unless one made a deliberate effort to look closer. "I am here to seek someone. His code name is Knight," Roland spoke. "I understand, sir," the bartender nodded, stepping out from behind the counter. "This way, please. I shall escort you." Upon reaching the doorway of a private room, Roland turned his gaze towards Robin. Robin gently shook his head, confirming that it was indeed this room. He utilized his abilities to observe the surroundings. There was nothing amiss. Roland knocked on the door and said, "The knight and the hunter have arrived." No sooner had the words left his lips than the door swung open, revealing a young man dressed impeccably, his hairstyle meticulously arranged, and possessing a strikingly handsome visage. His attractiveness comparable to that of Roland himself. Roland raised his right index finger, slightly pushing the brim of his hat upwards. His visage was exceedingly recognizable in the West Sea. Any ordinary person would be able to identify him. Revealing his true appearance, Roland stepped into the room first, with Robin cautiously following in his wake. Although their partnership was formidable, prudence was always wise in unfamiliar surroundings. "Mr. Roland, it is a pleasure to meet you," William greeted with a gracious smile, exuding elegance. "Good day, Mr. William. All we require from you is to inform us of the current whereabouts of the Twin Swords pirate crew," Robin stated, assuming the role of Roland's secretary. The foremost pirate of the West Sea should certainly carry some weight. It was unreasonable for Roland to bear the brunt of every confrontation alone. "I am curious to know the name of this beautiful lady," William inquired, refraining from providing a direct response. "You need not concern yourself with that." Robin's tone grew icier. "My apologies," William replied with a slight smile, producing a neatly folded piece of paper from his person. He extended it with both hands, stating, "This document indicates the present location of the Twin Swords pirate crew." Robin took the map from William's hand, unfolding it with astonishment, exclaiming that it was indeed the personal estate of the Prime Minister of the kingdom. "Yes, my uncle, the former Minister of Finance of the Swordsman Kingdom, was assassinated by the Prime Minister's henchmen, the Twin Sword Pirates," William replied, his eyes flashing with anger. "We do not need to concern ourselves with such matters." Robin gently shook his head, preparing 300 million berries. "If the task is accomplished and you do not see the money, you will surely regret it." "Understood," William nodded, responding with utmost seriousness. "Let us proceed," Roland said, lowering the brim of his hat and speaking in a subdued tone. "Very well, Captain," Robin acknowledged, leading the way. Following Robin, Roland exited the room. Inside, William exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he had appeared calm and collected moments ago, his heart raced, and he felt an intense tension. Truly, the might of the West Sea is overwhelming. Merely standing before me brings a sensation akin to that of a mountain's weight, he thought, unconsciously shaking his head slightly. As a nobleman of considerable stature, he possessed an innate authority that commanded respect. Yet before Roland, he felt compelled to tread carefully. The world of pirates is ultimately one where strength reigns supreme. It seemed likely that the Prime Minister of the Swordsman Kingdom was the elderly man encountered during the previous hunt for the Viper. Roland recalled the assassination of the Viper, White, at the headquarters of the Capone gang, where he had met a man in a black top hat who had commissioned White to kill the Minister of Finance. These individuals were truly bold in their quest for power, brazenly harboring ruthless pirates within their own walls, Roland thought with a sense of helplessness, as he and Robin made their way toward their lodgings. After 9 o'clock that evening, Roland and Robin stealthily approached the personal estate of the kingdom's highest official, the Prime Minister. Infiltrating alongside Robin was as effortless as partaking in a meal or drinking water. The two navigated unnoticed, brazenly slipping into the estate as if strolling through a familiar garden. Although the Prime Minister's estate was quite expansive, Roland and Robin quickly located the gathering place of the pirates, for their raucous revelry was all too apparent. Robin effortlessly employed her abilities, and from a distance, she could hear the boisterous cheers of the pirates engaged in gambling. Roland and Robin arrived before a towering 5-story edifice, devoid of any sentinels at its entrance. Within its walls resided seasoned pirates, who had little need for such superficial displays. On the 5th floor, the dual-sword Dillo was present, along with the majority of the cadre from the Twin Swords pirate crew, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Robin cautiously employed her abilities to survey the interior, gaining a clear understanding of the pirates' distribution throughout the building. "Is it on the top floor?" Roland's gaze shifted to the pinnacle of the structure, which stood approximately 20 meters high. "Robin, be careful. I am going in," he whispered softly before leaping forward with determination towards the building. Robin swiftly departed from the open expanse before the building, seeking refuge beneath a grand tree. With her remarkable abilities, she effortlessly ascended its branches, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. She harbored no doubts regarding Roland's capacity to vanquish the dual-sword Dillo. That was a foregone conclusion. Her true concern lay in the possibility of unforeseen interruptions. Caution, as they say, is the mother of safety. She hoped to avoid the scenario where, just as Roland triumphed over Dillo, a multitude of formidable Navy warriors would suddenly emerge. Chapter 84. The Dual-Sword Dillo. Bang! With a leap, Roland ascended to the rooftop of the building, creating a resounding impact. However, as he had activated the soundproof area, even though he landed heavily on the roof, there was not a whisper of sound that escaped. The fruit of silence, though of little use in direct combat, proved to be exceedingly convenient when employed appropriately. Upon reaching the rooftop, Roland listened intently, eager to discern the conversations of the pirates below, so that he could surprise them at the opportune moment. In a room on the 5th floor of the building, nearly all the officers of the Twin Blades pirate crew had gathered. At the forefront sat Captain Dillo of the Twin Blades pirate crew, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a black suit. "Captain Dillo, today my men observed that William met with a man and a woman at the Surfer S-Bar. That scoundrel might be plotting against our master. In the coming days, please ensure our master's safety," the man in the black suit said with a grave expression. "TCH, is this matter really worth summoning us all here?" one of the pirate officers retorted, visibly displeased. The man in the black suit cast a glance at Dillo, who promptly gestured for his subordinate to be silent. Though William is young, his methods are far more ruthless than those of his uncle. He is already aware that his uncle was killed by you all, and he knows you have been tasked with protecting our master during the election period. From this, one can infer that William's hired help is undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to act, as an ordinary person could never breach your defenses. "Ha ha ha," a pirate officer laughed boisterously. "What you say is music to my ears. In the West Sea, no one can touch those whom the Twin Blades pirate crew protects." "Do not be careless," Dillo replied calmly. "Yes, boss," the officer said, scratching his head with a foolish grin. "In the West Sea, the number of experts comparable to the likes of them could be counted on one hand. Recently, Roland's contact information had been exposed, and I suspect that the formidable individual William has commissioned this time is none other than Roland." The man in the black suit stated earnestly. "Quite something indeed," Roland thought to himself, nodding involuntarily. The man speaking below must be a confidant of the Prime Minister, displaying a certain level of skill. But what of Roland? Our boss could easily hold him off. Moreover, Roland typically fights alone. You need not worry. "Your master is absolutely safe," one of the pirate officers declared confidently. "I have gathered extensive intelligence on Roland. From the information collected, it is evident that Roland takes pleasure in hunting pirates because he can acquire the skills of those he hunts." The man in the black suit said with a serious expression. "Perhaps all of you present are now targets for Roland. You must not let your guard down. Though Roland is indeed powerful, should he encounter me, he may not leave alive." Dillo spoke softly, his gaze calm and his tone steady yet unyielding. Confidence stems from daily cultivation. Only when one achieves a level unattainable by others can true self-assurance emerge from within. Dillo, the dual-sword master, epitomized this principle, being the most adept swordsman among the West Sea pirates. Suddenly, a resounding applause echoed from the rooftop, startling the multitude of pirates gathered within the room, prompting them to look up at the ceiling. Dillo, too, furrowed his brow, instinctively gripping the hilt of his renowned blade at his waist. A deafening crash reverberated above, as a large section of the ceiling collapsed, unexpectedly crashing onto the conference table, sending dust and debris swirling through the air. However, such trifles posed no danger to the seasoned pirate officers, who swiftly evaded the falling rubble. "Which fool dares to challenge me?" Such audacity! The pirates cursed vehemently, their eyes fixed on the gaping hole in the ceiling where a man stood. A most impressive deduction worthy of applause. Roland's gaze swept across the room before settling on the man clad in a black suit. "Hold on." The man in black, illuminated by the faint moonlight, recognized the figure atop the rooftop, causing his pupils to constrict. The members of the dual-sword pirate crew were momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions twisted into menacing grimaces. "You tread where heaven provides no path, and dare to intrude upon hell," a pirate officer shouted defiantly, launching the verbal assault. "Hold on." Dillo looked up at Roland, who wielded a hefty blade, his eyes steady. "Consider this carefully. Should you strike, it is highly likely you shall perish here tonight. Do not boast." There is no one in the West Sea capable of ending my life. Roland scoffed, brimming with confidence. Leave this place, he commanded, addressing the man in the black suit. Should you insist on staying, I shall show no mercy. Casting a glance at the members of the dual-sword pirate crew, the man resolutely obeyed his inner conviction and silently stepped back. Let us confront him together. Taking you down one by one is far too laborious. Roland declared from his vantage point on the rooftop, his demeanor aloof. Arrogant, Dillo shouted furiously, swiftly drawing his tightly gripped, renowned sword. A surge of sword energy shot forth, aimed directly at Roland atop the rooftop. Swoosh! The cement ceiling, confronted by this lethal sword strike, was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu. Roland swiftly retreated a couple of steps to evade the fierce assault. What a sharp sword aura! Roland's eyes sparkled with delight. Recently, he had acquired commendable swordsmanship from the leader of the Capon gang, coupled with his inherent talent and foundational skills, allowing him to refine his swordsmanship to rival that of the gang leader. The abilities recorded in the Book of Capabilities, after all, are external to oneself. Roland harbored concerns that one day the book might vanish, reverting him to his original self. Thus he placed great emphasis on cultivating his innate skills. His greatest expertise stemmed from the swordsmanship of the original owner. Consequently, upon the Book of Capabilities documenting the gang leader's techniques, Roland not only persisted in his training but diligently immersed himself in the study, integrating the gang leader's swordplay with his own, swiftly enhancing his proficiency. If the Book of Capabilities could capture the formidable swordsmanship of Dillo this time, Roland was confident he could further elevate his skills in a short span. Come on, I can hardly wait to defeat you, Dillo. Excitement glimmered in Roland's eyes as he awaited the arrival of the twin sword pirates atop the building. Oomph! Dillo scoffed heavily, stating nonchalantly, "Let us descend from the rooftop. There is no room to maneuver up here." Chapter 85. The grueling defeat. Roland observed the serene countenance of Dillo, a flicker of wariness igniting within him. Dillo remained remarkably composed in the face of confrontation, a trait worthy of commendation. As most adversaries he had previously encountered exhibited varying degrees of tension. It matters not, whether from above or below, the outcome remains unchanged. With that thought, Roland leapt from the rooftop of the building. Whoosh! Dillo followed suit, vaulting down from the 5th floor to the ground below. At that moment, the commotion had startled the pirates below, who rushed forth, weapons in hand. They beheld Roland and Dillo poised for battle. Adhering to the principle of kings confronting kings and soldiers facing soldiers, these insignificant pirates dared not advance. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit had descended from the upper floors, clutching a transponder snail, fervently relaying orders as he sprinted. "Bring the guards quickly. If we delay, even if the Twin Swords pirate crew prevails, that scoundrel William will undoubtedly arrive with reinforcements, using the pretext of besieging the pirates to drive the Twin Swords crew away." Just as he spoke urgently into the transponder, a pale arm unexpectedly emerged from behind Roland, possessing a mouth in its palm that uttered, "Captain Roland. That fellow William is approaching with a substantial force of royal troops. They will encircle the Prime Minister's estate in no more than 2 minutes." "Quite astute," Roland acknowledged, his voice barely above a whisper. "In that case, I shall focus solely on Dillo. This battle will be resolved swiftly." "What are you muttering about?" Dillo remarked, observing Roland's soliloquy with a disdainful sniff. "You've kept me waiting. Come, let me send you on your way." After conversing with Robin, Roland turned his attention to Dillo, who had refrained from launching a sneak attack. "I've heard you wield a sword as well. I have long desired to duel with you." Dillo drew another exquisite blade from his side, now wielding dual swords, his aura shifting dramatically. "You are indeed a formidable swordsman. Frankly, my swordsmanship pales in comparison. I shall employ other means to vanquish you. Brace yourself." Roland candidly confessed. To confront an adversary of Dillo's mental fortitude, Roland resolved to overpower him with sheer strength. "Prepare yourself." Dillo ceased his prattle and leapt into the air, hurtling towards Roland in a parabolic arc, his twin swords slicing through the air. Swish! 2 arcs of sword energy, accompanied by a melodious hum, surged towards Roland. "You may very well be the greatest swordsman of the West Sea," Roland mused, recognizing the ferocity of Dillo's strikes, which surpassed his own full might. "You possess a discerning eye," Dillo remarked with a scoff. "But what I seek to hunt are masters." Casting aside his final words, Roland extended his left hand without hesitation. Adorned with a white glove, his left hand unleashed a shadow that erupted forth from the glove. That is, upon catching sight of the dark shadow, Dillo's pupils constricted, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. A seasoned warrior, he had unwavering faith in his instincts honed through countless battles, prompting him to swiftly retreat several paces, vigilantly observing the ominous figure. Following the shadow, Roland unleashed his swift strike. Nothing is beyond the blade. Dillo exhaled deeply, brandishing his sword protectively with his left hand, while his right hand struck down fiercely at the shadow that had appeared before him in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, Dillo's renowned blade sliced through the shadow, yet it encountered no resistance, continuing its trajectory and crashing into Dillo, penetrating his very being. What? Dillo was taken aback, but despite his astonishment, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He pressed his foot down forcefully, propelling himself backward. The members of the dual sword pirates watched this scene, their hearts racing as they held their breath. The ghost cry gauntlet, unfailingly effective, could immobilize even a naval major for approximately a second. Observing Dillo ensnared, Roland's speed surged dramatically. Roland darted to Dillo's front, his formidable blade, Red Rain, swinging down towards Dillo's head. However, just as the blade was about to cleave Dillo, clarity suddenly returned to Dillo's eyes. The control of the ghost cry gauntlet had ceased. What? Roland was slightly taken aback. Dillo's time under control was alarmed. Roland initially believed that Dillo would hastily retreat after deciphering his technique. After all, at such close quarters, should he endure another strike from the wailing blade, he would undoubtedly fall beneath Roland's sword. However, Dillo appeared to have anticipated Roland's thoughts. He did not contemplate retreating at all. Instead, after deftly parrying the crimson blade, he seized the opportunity to strike with both swords upon Roland's form. The sound was a sharp, piercing gasp. Roland's chest was struck by Dillo's twin blades. At that moment, Roland's counterattack had already descended from the demon cry gloves. A shadow once again surged forth, swiftly penetrating Dillo's body in the blink of an eye. Roland felt a sharp pain in his chest, yet he paid it no heed. Continuing his assault with the formidable blade, Crimson Rain aimed at Dillo's head. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his attack, propelling himself sideways with great force. Indeed, just as he leapt away, Dillo regained consciousness, his dual swords slicing ferociously through the air. Had Roland remained in place, he would have been cleaved in two by Dillo's blades. Impressive. The pirates watching the duel exclaimed in unison. No wonder he's the captain. Even someone with a bounty of 100 million, like Roland, is no match for him. Laughter erupted among the crew. How foolish Roland is to engage in close combat with the captain. Does he not realize that a swordsman excels in such encounters? The pirates were in high spirits, fervently cheering for Dillo, convinced that Roland was gravely injured and that victory was already secured for their captain. Roland, Dillo hissed, stepping forward to pursue. Once an advantage is gained, one must not relent. He understood that battling a formidable opponent like Roland required unwavering vigilance, leaving no room for error or opportunity. It's futile. Your previous attack couldn't finish me off. It is you who is destined to perish. Roland raised a hand to his chest, freezing the wound that continued to bleed. Although the cold was uncomfortable, it was preferable to the incessant flow of blood. Dillo scoffed at Roland's words, swiftly closing in with his swords drawn. He was eager to see how Roland could contend in his weakened state against his own full strength. Since he refused to listen, I shall demonstrate it to you. Roland extended his left hand once more, and a shadow leapt forth from his gloved hand. Foolish. That trick of yours is utterly useless against me, Dillo sneered, halting his assault to wait for the shadow. Though he believed Roland's tactic had lost its effectiveness, he was still cautious, wary of being caught off guard. Earlier, at such close range, he had evaded death only because he had struck first, catching Roland unprepared. Whoosh! The shadow entered Dillo's body, rendering him momentarily rigid, while an intense chill enveloped him. Unlike Roland, transformed into a wyvern and adorned with thick, scaly armor, Dillo was merely flesh and blood, unprotected by any armament hockey. Under this extreme cold, his body swiftly succumbed to stiffness, akin to what happened to Don Quixote da Flamingo when he encountered Admiral Aokiji at Punk Hazard. It is over. Roland surged forward. Dillo's mind raced to react, but his entire body was frozen, movements hindered as if his joints were glued together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dillo's severed head soared into the sky, accompanied by a cascade of blood. The pirates stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Dillo's head, suspended in the air, bore a visage of unwillingness and incredulity. The manor was enveloped in an eerie stillness. I had warned you, yet you did not heed. A smile flickered across Roland's face as he brushed his hand over Dillo's lifeless body before swiftly departing from the estate. The pirates, having witnessed Roland's swift act of murder, felt as though they had been transported to another realm. Just a moment prior, their captain had been in a position of overwhelming advantage. How could he have been decapitated by that scoundrel Roland in the blink of an eye? How could this be? Such is the nature of combat in lower-tier confrontations. Once an opportunity is seized by the opponent, a single strike can spell doom. In contrast, in the upper echelons of the pirate world, seasoned fighters possess both resilience and power, and even when they err and take a few hits, they are unlikely to sustain grave injuries that would lead to their defeat. Chapter 86. Preparations before entering the Grand Line. Captain Roland, are your injuries of no concern? As Roland rushed away from the building, Robin emerged from the shadows, expressing her concern. It's nothing. I've used my abilities to freeze the wound, and it has ceased to bleed, Roland replied with a radiant smile. Oh, could it be that Captain Roland has acquired formidable skills from that Dillo? Robin inquired. Indeed, Robin, you are astute, Roland responded, his smile unwavering. Earlier, he had experienced a stroke of luck and drawn swordsmanship from Dillo, which meant that his own sword skills could surge once more in a brief span. The enhancement of his swordsmanship was an elevation of his intrinsic power, an improvement that could not be taken away by anyone, and it was precisely what Roland cherished the most. Let us depart swiftly from this place, Roland urged, as he and Robin navigated through the Prime Minister's estate, retracing their steps to exit the grounds. Outside the estate, William had encircled the premises with the royal army, yet upon recognizing Roland, the soldiers turned a blind eye, choosing to disregard them. William is quite capable. His operations are meticulous, Roland noted, glancing at the troops surrounding the Prime Minister's estate. It was evident that the fate awaiting the pirates of the Twin Swords crew would be dire, as not only would William's forces eliminate them, but the Prime Minister's men would also join in. The Prime Minister could not acknowledge that these pirates were sheltered in his estate. He could only claim they had stealthily infiltrated. William, having received unexpected intelligence, encircled the area with his army, while the Prime Minister coordinated with William to eradicate the Twin Swords crew. Perhaps this incident would be widely publicized, serving as a cautionary tale for other pirates contemplating mischief in the kingdom of Selman. His judgment is commendable. He has chosen the right allies. Otherwise, achieving such results would have been impossible, Robin remarked calmly. Indeed, Roland chuckled. The two returned to their residence. During the assassination operation, Roland anticipated the possibility of injury, and upon arriving in the capital, Faya procured surgical instruments and an assortment of medications from the major hospital. Back at their lodgings, Roland received treatment during the golden hours of recovery. The following day, Roland collected his payment, and after receiving the money, he and his companions did not linger in the capital, but retraced their steps to the small port city where their pirate ship was anchored, purchasing supplies before embarking on their journey once more. Captain, I now weigh over 130 pounds. May I begin my training? Klein, having just finished his breakfast, immediately rushed to the nearby scale. Upon seeing the number displayed, he exclaimed in delight. Thanks to the hearty bowl of noodles he consumed that morning, Klein's weight had finally exceeded the stipulated 130 pounds set by Roland. This weight, while not even considered normal for Klein's nearly 6-foot stature, was a testament to his fervent dedication to training, which prompted Roland to relax his standards somewhat. Come to the deck with me shortly. I will guide you in your training, Roland promised. Certainly, Captain, Klein responded with a radiant smile. After indulging in excessive feasting over the past few days, he had finally gained over 20 pounds. After a brief respite post-breakfast, Roland led Klein to the deck of the pirate ship. Klein, let's first establish a modest goal for your training, Roland began. I aim to defeat a pirate with a bounty of around 5 million berries, Klein declared, brimming with ambition. Not so fast. I do not wish for you to inadvertently meet your demise at the hands of a pirate. Therefore, your initial objective will be to become the third strongest individual aboard, aside from myself and Robin, Roland advised. Understood, Klein nodded eagerly. We shall set the time frame for achieving this modest goal. 3 months from now, Roland stated. Klein opened his mouth to protest that 3 months was too long. Yet he ultimately refrained, choosing to adhere to Roland's guidance. In specialized fields, one must heed the counsel of experts and avoid countering their wisdom with narrow perspectives. Now, your first task is to acclimate your body to training, to get every part of you moving and gradually adapt to a certain level of intensity, Roland continued, leading Klein to the ship's railing. Strip down and jump in. Swimming is one of the gentlest exercises that engages the entire body, Roland instructed. Klein promptly removed his shirt and shorts, clad only in his undergarments, and leaped from the deck into the sea. Do not rush to swim too quickly. Keep pace with the pirate ship. Explore a more gentle and energy-efficient manner of swimming, and continue at that steady pace. When you feel you can no longer persist, come back up for a rest. Once sufficiently rested, resume your swimming, Roland advised. I understand, Captain, Klein nodded, adjusting his breathing and swimming technique as he moved slowly through the undulating waters of the sea. Roland stepped aside and unsheathed a common katana. Let us continue to try, he thought resolutely, believing that this technique was indeed within his grasp. His current intention was to fuse swordsmanship with the powers of the high no mi, the ice fruit, to achieve the effect of a sword striking forth with icy brilliance. In the world of One Piece, swordsmanship could indeed embody elemental attributes. As evidenced by Zoro's nine-sword style and Brook's soul cut, there was no reason why Roland could not merge the chilling essence of the ice fruit with his swordsmanship. Come fort. Roland stood at the bow of the pirate ship and, with a sudden motion, slashed his sword toward the surface of the sea. A faint yet resonant sound of the blade echoed as a wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the ocean. Although the water parted, no freezing effect manifested. Undeterred, Roland persisted, determined to master the abilities inscribed in the tome while wielding his sword. Once, twice, thrice he repeated the motion. Roland is not an indomitable figure. He too experiences fatigue. When weariness overcomes him, he takes a respite, reflecting upon various combinations within the recesses of his mind. Days pass, 1, 2, 3. Time slips by quietly, and before he knows it, more than a week has elapsed. Yet, Roland remains unable to imbue his sword chi with the attribute of ice. However, his mastery over the cold fruit grows increasingly proficient. During his training, Roland employed sword techniques learned from Dillo, as recorded in the Book of Abilities. Consequently, while practicing, Roland simultaneously absorbed Dillo's swordplay. His own swordsmanship, inferior to Dillo's, allowed him to gain numerous insights and experiences, leading to a rapid, albeit unconscious, enhancement of his skills. Meanwhile, Klein devoted any spare time to self-improvement, experiencing swift physical growth. Within just a week, his weight reached 140 pounds, and he began to develop a subtle, muscular definition. His overall demeanor transformed as well, exuding newfound confidence in every gesture. Every member of the pirate crew was undergoing change, aware that their journey to the fabled Grand Line was imminent. Determined not to hinder the team, they all exerted themselves. Hard work breeds rewards. After the storm, a rainbow appears. When the diligent caterpillar, plump from its efforts, begins to spin its cocoon, it marks the commencement of a metamorphosis, breaking free as a butterfly. Chapter 87. The invitation from the Revolutionary Army leader. Dragon, it's so hot. A breeze would be delightful, Roland mused, donning a hat and carrying several elegantly packaged bags. Although light, they only added to his discomfort. Faya and Robin walked ahead, engaged in lively conversation, while little Amy skipped joyfully at the front of the group, seemingly unaffected by the heat. A refreshing breeze suddenly swept through the street, invigorating Roland. If only it could last, he sighed. Indeed, accompanying Faya and the others shopping is exhausting, Klein replied, feeling both hot and weary. The outing had originally been intended for him to acquire new clothing, as his rigorous training had caused him to grow taller, rendering his previous garments ill-fitting. Yet, as they wandered, Faya and Robin became increasingly animated, while Klein quickly found what he needed, leaving the girls undeterred by the heat. The gentle breeze persisted, unwavering in its consistency. How fortunate we are. This wind feels almost orchestrated, perfectly balanced and continuous, Klein remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, today's breeze is quite pleasing. However, controlling the wind would require the power of a user who has consumed a natural-type devil fruit corresponding to the wind attribute, Roland replied, his expression filled with longing. As he was not a user of such abilities in his current form, he realized that if he were to encounter a formidable devil fruit, he could consume it directly. That would be splendid. I would never have to fear the sweltering summer again, Klein echoed, sharing in the aspiration. Sigh. Upon uttering these words, Roland was instantly taken aback, murmuring to himself, I have only ever considered the abilities of the devil fruit for combat, never realizing they could be utilized for my own convenience. I now possess the power of the ice fruit. Roland's consciousness delved into the tome of abilities, landing upon the page of the cold fruit, and an immediate sense of coolness enveloped him. Klein hurried over, noticing the unusual demeanor of Fia and Robin, and slowed his pace to walk alongside Roland. Why had the wind not abated? Air currents, formed through convection, surely could not persist indefinitely, yet it had continued for several minutes. Roland mused silently. His gaze swept the surroundings, searching intently. Suddenly, he spotted a figure cloaked in a green robe standing atop a nearby building. From this vantage point, he could discern a crimson mark upon the person's face, resembling an imprint left by a slipper. Roland was taken aback, instantly recognizing the man standing atop the building. Dragon. Full name, Monkey D. Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father, and Garp's son. Upon noticing that Roland had spotted him, Dragon's lips curled slightly, revealing a subtle smile. How could this man be here? Roland felt a flicker of curiosity, but it was quickly cast aside. The reason for Dragon's presence here was most likely due to him. After all, he was no ordinary pirate. Captain? Noticing Roland's sudden halt, Klein called out softly. Yet Roland appeared oblivious to his voice, fixated on the distant rooftop. Klein followed his gaze. Dragon. Robin gasped softly, her elegant brows knitting together slightly. Dragon was the world's most wanted criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. If such a formidable figure were to take action against them, they would undoubtedly be doomed. He must be here to find me. I shall speak with him. You all continue to explore. The Revolutionary Army has no reason to target me. Roland turned his gaze back to his companions, encircling him. Be cautious. Do not provoke that man. Fia warned, her expression serious. Klein nodded gravely in agreement. Robin, keep an eye on your surroundings. Do not be careless. Roland spoke softly before making his way toward the building where Dragon stood. As Roland arrived in this vicinity, he discovered that Long had descended from the rooftop at some unknown moment, standing in the deserted alleyway, awaiting his arrival. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea at my humble abode? Long inquired softly, his voice deep and distinct, imbued with a magnetic allure. Certainly. Roland sensed no animosity emanating from Long. The invitation from this esteemed leader of the revolution was a gesture of considerable respect, and he was naturally disinclined to decline. The two traversed the quiet streets in silence for approximately 10 minutes, until Long led Roland to an unassuming inn. True to his reputation, Long had effortlessly facilitated Roland's return. In the inn's lobby, a revolutionary whom Roland did not recognize greeted him with a smile. Is the tea prepared? Long asked. Of course, replied a strikingly beautiful woman as she emerged, carrying a teapot. Roland's gaze instinctively fell upon the chest of the woman before him. The teacup she held was indeed quite large and exquisitely white. Long, removing the hood that adorned his head, invited Roland to take a seat. Have you ever considered joining the Revolutionary Army? He inquired directly. No, Roland replied succinctly, for he had anticipated this question during his journey. I possess little interest in aiding everyone. It feels overwhelmingly burdensome. What I desire is to traverse the path, witnessing the injustices along the way, and to draw my sword in their defense. I understand, Long said, lifting the teacup to his lips and taking a sip, enveloped in a moment of silence. Roland lifted his teacup and took a sip, awaiting Dragon's decision. How about becoming allies with the Revolutionary Army? We won't impose any demands on you. Just providing assistance when the opportunity arises would suffice, Dragon proposed. Is there any benefit in that? Roland replied, rather mercantile in his tone. Although he had been striving to be a better person lately to enhance his luck, particularly for the lottery, he could accept helping an individual without reason. But aiding a formidable power without cause was utterly out of the question. You are preparing to enter the Grand Line, aren't you? The Revolutionary Army can furnish you with navigational logs and various intelligence necessary for your journey through the Grand Line, Dragon continued. That sounds agreeable, Roland nodded. The Revolutionary Army operated with a considerable degree of caution. They seldom found themselves in unfavorable situations. Besides, wouldn't assistance only be rendered at opportune moments? Exchanging such an alliance for the Revolutionary Army's formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities and navigational logs pertaining to the Grand Line was not merely advantageous. It was certainly worthwhile. A pleasant collaboration, Dragon said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand. The two shook hands. Dragon felt the calluses on Roland's palm, while Roland noted Dragon's robust and powerful arm. They exchanged a subtle smile. After a brief conversation, Roland decided to return promptly to alleviate his companion's concerns. On his way back, he cradled a thick notebook in his arms, humming a cheerful tune. In recent days, old Dufresne had been burning the midnight oil, poring over maritime books to ensure he wouldn't falter upon entering the Grand Line, despite being well over 50. With this navigational log in hand, old Dufresne's burdens would surely lighten, and the Saturday pirates would navigate the Grand Line with greater stability. Back at the inn moments ago, one of the officers couldn't help but voice his opinion. Boss Dragon, do you perhaps overestimate Roland? I doubt he aligns with our interests. He possesses significant potential. Dragon replied tersely. A young man who could rise from obscurity to become the most renowned figure in the West Sea within mere months is worth any organization or power's investment in this world. Chapter 88. Setting sail. The Grand Line, everyone, I have returned. Roland made his way back to the place he had previously departed from, where Fia and the others awaited in the shade. He quickly waved his right hand. Upon hearing Roland's call, they turned to see him returning unharmed. and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. "What did the leader of the Revolutionary Army discuss with you?" FIA asked, her large eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Robin and Klein also displayed a look of curiosity on their faces. Roland raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of pride gracing his countenance. "The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, personally invited me to join his ranks. Did you accept?" "Fia inquired eagerly." "Not at all. Life as a pirate is far too liberating." Roland gently shook his head. "However, I did agree to become an ally of Dragon, offering assistance to the Revolutionary Army when necessary. In return, I secured the privilege of obtaining intelligence from the Revolutionary Army, as well as a navigational journal of the Grand Line." "Is this the navigational journal of the Grand Line?" Robin pointed with her delicate finger at the thick notebook Roland held. "Indeed, with this, old Duffurin needn't worry any longer." "I've noticed his hair has turned a shade grayer these past few days," Roland smiled. "This is splendid news. I've heard the Revolutionary Army is scattered across the globe. They are active not only in the first half of the Grand Line, but also in the fabled New World. The navigational journal they provide must be incredibly comprehensive." FIA exclaimed with joy. "What a delightful surprise. We shall present it to old Duffurin upon our return." Roland nodded. On the azure expanse of the ocean, the Saturday pirate crew sailed towards a peculiar island in the West Sea. As they drew nearer to this unique isle, the number of pirates encountered by Roland increased. Yet regrettably, each one exhibited heightened caution, fleeing with increasing haste upon noticing the Saturday pirate crew. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Roland arrived at the final stop in the West Sea before entering the Grand Line, Stardust Island. This island serves as the counterpart to Logtown in the East Sea, representing the last refuge in its respective maritime domain before embarking on the Grand Line. Similar to the East Sea, Stardust Island is home to a naval base, overseen by a colonel dispatched from the Navy headquarters to the West Sea. It is due to his presence that many pirates have been thwarted at this last bastion before entering the Grand Line. However, he was of little consequence to Roland. The Saturday pirate crew, as brazen as ever, docked at the port of the small town on Stardust Island. Upon disembarking, they engaged in some purchasing, acquiring 3 log poses, along with a plethora of bounty notices from other seas that were not issued in the West Sea. It was somewhat disappointing that the log poses available in the West Sea were the most common variety, consisting of merely a single pointer. Log poses are essential for navigation in the Grand Line. Without one to guide their course, sailors would soon find themselves lost amidst the vast ocean. Each island within the Grand Line emits a unique magnetic field, and log poses achieve their directional purpose by recording the magnetic force of each island. Typically, upon reaching an island, it takes several days or even longer to fully store the magnetic force, thereby pointing to the next island on the corresponding route. This implies that once they enter the Grand Line, pirates are often compelled to remain on an island for several days or longer. This greatly facilitates the Navy's efforts to capture pirates. Furthermore, the unpredictable weather within the Grand Line, along with the rivalries among pirates who have emerged from various seas and the terrifying sea monsters known as Sea Kings, has led to the Grand Line being dubbed the Graveyard of Pirates. Upon his arrival on the island, Roland was swiftly detected by the Navy. However, Colonel Leica, stationed at Stardust Island, chose not to take action. The Navy headquarters had long anticipated Roland's departure from the West Blue, leading him into the Grand Line. And Colonel Leica had no intention of intervening. In fact, he hoped Roland would venture forth sooner rather than later. To the Navy, it was a foregone conclusion that once Roland set foot in the Grand Line, he would either perish at the hands of pirate hunters and other formidable pirates or be ruthlessly subdued by the Navy's overwhelming might. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Roland had allied himself with the Revolutionary Army. The intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army rivaled that of the Navy. It was entirely feasible that Roland would receive warnings from them the moment the Navy took any action. Although the recording pointer must remain on the designated island while storing magnetic data, no island, no matter how diminutive, could be completely surveyed at a glance, allowing for a game of hide and seek with the Navy. Furthermore, Roland had devised numerous contingency plans. If the Navy truly believed that Roland's entry into the Grand Line would lead to his merciless suppression, they were sorely mistaken. Having completed their purchases, the Saturday pirate crew set sail from Stardust Island, heading towards the entrance of the Grand Line, located at a corner of the Red Line. From the highest point of the Navy's base on Stardust Island, Colonel Leica observed the Saturday pirate crew as they hoisted their sails, a faint smile gracing his lips. He promptly returned to his office to contact Navy headquarters. At Navy headquarters, in the office of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Colonel Leica reported that the Saturday pirate crew had set sail from Stardust, intent on entering the Grand Line. No sooner had he finished his report than Vice Admiral Ghost Spider retrieved the contact list to identify the nearest large G-10 Navy base to the Grand Line entrance. "Hello, this is the Navy G-10 base. I am Manaz," came the resonant voice through the transponder snail. "Manaz, this is Ghost Spider. The pirate Roland has departed from Stardust Island in the West Blue and will soon enter the Grand Line. Your division must apprehend him, preferably alive," Ghost Spider stated succinctly. "Is that fellow finally entering the Grand Line?" Manaz remarked, almost with a sense of nostalgia. In recent days, he had heard various tales about Roland, particularly regarding his audacious breakthrough against 6 rear admirals and the elimination of several colonels. "Rest assured, Roland will not escape my jurisdiction," Vice Admiral Manaz declared with unwavering conviction. Exercise caution, Ghost Spider could not help but reiterate, although he recognized that it was inappropriate to instruct another Vice Admiral on their duties. He felt compelled to emphasize this point. "Haha, I understand. The moment that fellow enters my area, I will deploy all my rear admirals. This time, there is no way he will slip through my grasp," Manaz replied confidently. "Very well." General Gue Ji nodded in agreement with General Manaz's approach. In a large division base like G-10, there are typically at least 4 capable rear admirals. The disparity between rear admirals in the Grand Line and those in the West Sea is substantial. It is no exaggeration to assert that a rear admiral from the Grand Line could contend with 3 or 4 from the West Sea. And while defeating them is another matter, not being at a disadvantage is certainly within reach. From the previous encounter on Greenland Island, it was evident that Roland struggled even against 6 rear admirals from the West Sea, with 4 rear admirals from the Grand Line involved. His chances of escape were nearly non-existent. Chapter 89. Knowing the mountain houses the tiger, yet choosing to approach the tiger's lair setting sail from Stardoll Island, Roland could, 2 days later, discern the towering red Earth continent from afar across the sea. The starting point of the West Sea leading to the first segment of the Grand Line lies at one corner of this red Earth continent. Here, a rising waterway exists, where the sea flows contrary to logic, ascending from sea level to the summit of the impressive red Earth continent. The other 3 seas experience a similar phenomenon. The rising waterways converge at the peak of the red Earth continent, forming a broad, descending waterway leading to the Grand Line's inception, the Twin Gorges. When the pirate ship arrived at the base of the red Earth continent's rising waterway, it was around 9 in the morning, with the sun rising and the sky clear and blue. The crew stood on the deck of the pirate ship, not gazing at the astonishing natural spectacle ahead, but instead casting glances back at the vast, boundless surface of the West Sea. The West Sea, the place they called home. As they embarked on this journey to the Grand Line, the uncertainty of when they might return weighed heavily on their hearts, even if unspoken. With a deep breath, Roland exhaled and pointed towards the rising waterway, exclaiming with fervor, "The Saturday pirates have conquered the vast expanse of the West Sea in less than half a year. Today, we officially embark on our journey to the Grand Line. Are you all prepared? Ready?" The crew, invigorated, responded with enthusiasm. Even old Duffurin clenched his fists, as if transported back to the vibrant days of 30 or 40 years ago, running under the sunset. Set sail. The pirate ship surged smoothly from the sea, plunging into the turbulent rising waterway. The speed of the flowing water was truly astonishing, propelling the ship rapidly towards the summit of the red Earth continent. At that moment, Roland stood on the deck, gripping a massive rope. From this rope, smaller knots extended, reaching out to each crew member aboard. Although Roland's abilities have yet to reach a level capable of conquering nature itself, he is nonetheless prepared to transform into a pterosaur at a moment's notice should the pirate ship encounter any difficulties during its ascent. Striving to safeguard the lives of all crew members, the pirate vessel took over an hour to traverse the tranquil waters of the West Sea, ultimately reaching the summit of the red soil continent, a journey devoid of peril. Upon arriving at the pinnacle of the red soil continent, they encountered the descending waterway, a broad channel formed by the convergence of the ascending currents from the 4 seas, significantly reducing the likelihood of mishaps. At this juncture, the crew noticed, to their astonishment, another pirate ship ahead in the descending waterway. The distance between the 2 vessels was approximately 2 to 3 nautical miles, and through the telescope, the flag of the opposing pirate ship was clearly visible. After discerning the emblem of the rival pirate crew, Roland prepared to return to the cabin to retrieve the bounty notices he had previously acquired on Staller Island, detailing the active pirates from other seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Robin spoke directly, stating the Hunter's pirate crew hailed from the South Sea, led by the infamous captain, a notorious pirate renowned for preying upon weaker pirates. Thus, they are aptly dubbed Hunters. Their bounty stands at a staggering 47 million berries. In comparison to the West Sea, the South Sea is of a similar caliber, where a bounty exceeding 40 million berries denotes the pinnacle of piracy. However, when juxtaposed with Roland's bounty, this amount pales in significance. Is it possible that this hunter from the South Sea shares my penchant for hunting others? Roland felt a flicker of intrigue. A perplexing thought surged within Roland's mind. After all, who could guarantee that he alone, a striking figure, had been chosen by the heavens? It seemed that the hunter had met his grim fate, for the grand voyage was likely to conclude before it even commenced. Robin chuckled softly. The childhood of Robin had been fraught with despair, and he could not help but feel a sense of joy at the misfortunes of others, particularly when the misfortune befell villains. Indeed, let him also savor the taste of being hunted. Klein joined in the laughter, harboring disdain for all pirates, save for his own Saturday pirate crew. Let us not rush. We shall discuss matters further once we have safely descended. Roland gestured dismissively. For the paramount concern was to maintain control of the vessel, ensuring it did not falter before they entered the Grand Line. The Saturday pirate crew had noticed the approaching hunter pirate crew, and, conversely, the hunter pirate crew had also taken note of them. Prior to embarking on the Grand Line, the hunter pirate crew had gathered intelligence on renowned pirates from other seas, and Roland's meteoric rise over the past 6 months had not escaped their attention. However, Hunter Dyro, upon recognizing the Saturday pirate crew, found himself devoid of any murderous intent. Firstly, Roland's bounty of 100 million berries was rather daunting. He believed that a figure commanding such a high bounty must possess considerable strength. Although Hunter Dyro was confident in his own abilities, he understood that eliminating Roland would not come without its challenges. Secondly, he had heard that on the first island of each of the 7 routes in the first half of the Grand Line, numerous bounty hunters lay in wait, specifically targeting pirates from the 4 seas. Hunter Dyro felt a twinge of concern. Should a conflict arise with the Saturday pirate crew, a decisive victory would be desirable. Yet if both sides were to suffer, it would only benefit the bounty hunters on the first island of the route. As the pirate ship pierced through layer after layer of mist within the descending waterway, it would soon be able to glimpse the surface of the Grand Line after a span of half an hour. However, at that moment, all eyes were drawn to a colossal shadow at the convergence of the descending waterway and the sea of the Grand Line. This shadow was immense, rivaling the size of a mountain, standing resolutely in the path of their descent. Only Roland recognized this creature. It was the great whale intricately linked to Brook. Although Roland was familiar with this formidable figure, the creature's immense size posed a potential threat, with each of its movements capable of inflicting immeasurable damage upon the pirate ship. Unlike Luffy, Roland dared not recklessly approach it. Before the pirate vessel had even exited the drainage canal, it had already begun to veer slightly off course. Once they emerged from the canal, they would steer clear to the side, lest a mere flip from that colossal whale send tumultuous waves crashing over their ship. In front of the Saturday pirates, the hunter pirates made a similar decision. As they burst forth from the drainage canal, they swiftly navigated towards the edge of the Red Land, opting for a longer route. Boom! The Saturday pirate ship surged out of the drainage canal, and without hesitation, Roland turned the helm hard to port, following closely behind the hunter pirates. However, the weather, which had been clear and sunny moments ago, began to shift dramatically. Dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, and the sea breeze picked up, heralding an impending storm. The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line was far more perilous than that of the 4 seas, prompting Roland to glance anxiously at Old Duffurin. During this time, Old Duffurin had absorbed a wealth of nautical knowledge, including insights on meteorology. Old Duffurin gazed up at the sky, recalling the extensive entries in the thick navigation journal Roland had provided, which detailed the climatic conditions and characteristics of various segments of the Grand Line. A storm is certainly approaching, but I'm uncertain of the best course to take, he admitted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The clouds converged quickly in the sky, yet the left front remained conspicuously clear. However, seasoned navigators understood that the weather on the Grand Line could not be judged by conventional wisdom. While the absence of clouds to the left might seem like the safest route, it was plausible that a fierce storm would strike there within minutes, an all-too-real possibility, given the unpredictable nature of the Grand Line. If my recollection of the navigation journal is accurate, we should head east, Robin interjected, her exceptional memory allowing her to recall much of what she had read in the journal after just one glance. East, Phias stammered, taken aback. The east was currently shrouded in the darkest, thickest clouds. How can we go east? If the journal's records are correct, the storm will take some time to fully develop. Based on the movement of the clouds, the eastern direction, which seems most perilous now, may soon become the safest route, Roland explained. Understood. Roland chose to place his trust in Robin, for at this juncture, Any decision made was far superior to remaining stagnant in indecision. Immediately, the crew busied themselves, adjusting the sail's orientation and angles, while Roland commandeered the pirate ship, steering it eastward. "Captain, do you not see that the Saturday pirate crew is utterly deranged? Do they not notice the ominous clouds gathering in that direction?" A navigator from the hunter pirate crew remarked, unable to suppress a mocking laugh as he pointed at the Saturday pirate ship, which had altered its course. Perhaps that individual believed his prowess was sufficient to conquer the bizarre weather of the Grand Line. Hunter Dairo chuckled lightly. "I've heard that the storms of the Grand Line arrive swiftly and depart even more rapidly. In a short while, we shall pass by. Who knows? We might even encounter remnants of the Saturday pirate crew. A man of Roland's caliber should not meet his demise, and it will be quite a sight to behold his disheveled state." Chapter 90, Assistance from the Grand Line. While the hunter pirate crew mocked the bewildered antics of the Saturday pirate crew from afar, Roland and his crew were diligently preparing. First, each member received a specially crafted life jacket. Additionally, everyone was equipped with a small backpack filled with provisions and fresh water. Given their current position, reaching the first island in the Grand Line would take no more than a few days. With ample supplies, they could even swim there if necessary. Of course, each individual was still tethered with a rope around their waist, just as they were upon entering the Grand Line, connecting them all. Should misfortune strike and the pirate ship sink, Roland would seize the opportunity to transform into a pterodactyl, allowing them to fly for a time. Thus, even if swimming became inevitable, the distance would be significantly reduced. Numerous other preparations, conceived through brainstorming prior to the Saturday pirate crew's entry into the Grand Line, were executed only after being validated through navigational logs. This storm encounter resembled an entrance examination. Armed with thorough preparations, the Saturday pirate crew, even if they had chosen the wrong direction and plunged into the heart of the tempest, would not be deemed failures. In contrast, the hunter pirate crew, under the illusion that they had chosen the correct path, displayed no anxiety. Instead, they gathered on the deck, eager to witness the Saturday pirate crew being toppled by the maritime tempest. Whoosh, whoosh, the sea breeze intensified, and the surface of the ocean became tumultuous, with waves reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters. At this moment, Roland and his crew had completely furled the sails. The wind was too fierce and relentless for sailing. The ominous clouds above gathered in a menacing formation, crackling with electricity and rumbling thunder. The Saturday pirate ship bobbed upon the waves, rising and falling amidst the darkened sky, which appeared as if it were cloaked in night. Purple lightning, resembling writhing worms, danced erratically across the heavens, creating a scene that was nothing short of hellish. Such a violent storm could be deemed a rare occurrence in the South Sea, and it seemed that the Saturday pirate crew was destined to meet their demise here today. How terrifying it was! Roland, that fool, had just resolutely steered the ship toward the tempest, clearly lacking sound judgment. Aboard the hunter pirate ship, nearly all the pirates stood on deck, reveling in misfortune. They had never traversed the Grand Line and had only heard tales of its treacherous weather. Unlike Roland, they lacked the divine perspective of having read the original narrative. Thus they laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that they too could be swept away by the impending chaos. As they observed, the crew of the hunter pirate ship began to sense that something was amiss. The terrifying scene on Roland's side did not last long, merely over a minute. As the fierce sea breeze persisted, the ominous clouds in the sky swiftly drifted, and in less than a minute, the Saturday pirates emerged from the heart of the cloud cover. Meanwhile, the hunter pirates, who had been solely focused on the Saturday pirates moments ago, found themselves at the fringes of the storm's onslaught. Just then, the long-anticipated downpour finally began, yet the vast expanse of dark clouds continued to move rapidly. At this juncture, the pirates of the hunter crew realized the gravity of their situation and hastily sought to take action to avert disaster. Alas, the opportunity had already slipped away. It was too late to maneuver. The tremendous winds rendered them incapable of unfurling their sails, and without the power of the sails, their ship was unable to outpace the approaching tempest. In the blink of an eye, the hunter pirates found themselves ensnared in the very eye of the storm. The howling winds roared, thunder cracked, and torrential rain poured down, with waves rising to daunting heights, some exceeding 10 meters. Confronted with such a cataclysmic natural phenomenon, the hunter pirates were helpless. This sudden storm was akin to a death sentence for the unprepared. Boom! A colossal wave surged forth, and the hunter pirates' vessel was violently overturned by the relentless force of the ocean. Fortunately, most of the pirates were adept swimmers. As the ship capsized, they managed to emerge from the depths, each relying on their remarkable swimming skills. Damn it! It turned out that the Saturday pirates had anticipated the storm's trajectory all along. Why didn't those scoundrels give us a heads up? Infuriating, utterly infuriating. The pirates struggled and cursed amidst the chaos. Yet, in the tempest's grasp, they felt as insignificant as specks of dust, their efforts futile against the raging sea. However, Roland and his crew remained oblivious to this plight. They were entirely preoccupied with their own safety, unaware that they had exited the storm's domain and had no time to spare to observe others. This was the Grand Line, a realm where logic could not be applied. Though the dark clouds appear to be swiftly receding, one could never tell when the winds might shift and return with vengeance. After more than half an hour, the rain began to subside and the clouds dispersed. At that moment, the members of the Saturday Pirates collectively exhaled in relief. If this tempest, encountered upon their first foray into the Grand Line, were to be regarded as an entrance examination, the Saturday Pirates would not only score full marks, but undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. Of course, the MVP was Robin. Hey, where has the Hunter Pirates crew vanished? Looking out into the vast expanse of the sea, Roland was astonished to find that no other ship was in sight. Just moments ago, a fierce storm had made navigation perilous for the pirate ship. Despite having sailed for over half an hour, they had only managed to cover a distance of 2 to 3 nautical miles, approximately half an hour prior. The ship belonging to the Hunter pirate crew had been capsized by colossal waves. Robin remarked, though she had been preoccupied, she still made sure to utilize her fruit abilities to occasionally assess the situation of the Hunter pirate crew. The Hunter pirate crew was Roland's target, and Robin naturally took a keen interest. Her motivation was straightforward. Primarily, she wished to aid Roland in enhancing his strength. Throughout their days together, Robin had experienced various forms of warmth within the Saturday pirate crew, and the joyful atmosphere had captivated her. She did not wish to depart from the Saturday pirate crew, nor did she want her actions to lead to its demise. Upon realizing that Roland could swiftly augment his power by vanquishing other pirates, Robin became particularly invested in this endeavor. Roland exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. What splendid fortune! I should go take a look. There is a high likelihood of finding something valuable. The tempest had only just passed, making it unlikely for another storm to brew at sea. Moreover, given the distance between the two vessels, Roland, in his pteranodon form, could traverse the gap in just a minute or two. Roland leaped from the deck, transforming mid-air into a pterosaur, soaring gracefully into the sky. Roland soared swiftly through the air, and within less than a minute, he spotted a few scattered pirates struggling in the sea below, clinging to lifebuoys. The Hunter's pirate crew is truly unfortunate. Their ship, recently ravaged by a tempest, has now encountered me. A radiant smile illuminated Roland's face. With a flap of his wings, he descended slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the surviving pirates on the water. Searching for the elusive Diaro. Found him. Roland suddenly darted down, hovering directly above Diaro. What do you intend to do, Roland? Diaro shouted from the water, flailing his limbs to keep himself afloat. I aim to send you on your way, Roland replied, his voice transformed into a chilling tone in his pterosaur form. Leave a thread of hope. We may meet again in the future. Diaro grit his teeth, reluctantly shouting back at the sky. Normally, he would never display such humility. He would have fought without hesitation. A thread of hope is acceptable, as long as you can answer my question. Here it is. What follows the phrase odd changes while even remains the same. On the surface of the sea, Diaro looked utterly bewildered. It seems you are unaware. Roland shook his head, confirming that this fellow was not a traveler from the modern gluttonous empire. Next question. What country is Tokyo the capital of? Diaro's expression was one of confusion. Tokyo? I have never heard of it. It appears you are not the person I hope to encounter. Thus your future ends here. Roland chuckled softly, opening his mouth wide towards Diaro below. Boom! A fierce torrent of flames erupted forth. Sensing impending doom, Diaro quickly dove into the depths of the sea. Let us see who can endure longer, Roland proclaimed, soaring in the air, his sharp gaze fixated on the breath holding Diaro submerged beneath the water. Other pirates lingered on the surface, eager to assist their captain in restraining Roland. However, most of them lacked firearms, rendering them incapable of striking the aerial Roland. A few pirates carried pistols, yet found they could not pierce Roland's formidable scales. As for aiming for Roland's eyes, such a feat was far from simple. With the storm just past, the sea remained tumultuous, making it exceedingly difficult to shoot accurately at Roland's eyes. Not to mention that Roland would not foolishly remain stationary to be hit. Spare yourself the struggle. You are doomed today. Not even the gods can save you. Mark my words. Roland taunted from above, deliberately unsettling Diaro's state of mind. Damn it! Diaro glared at the giant dragon overhead, his teeth clenched in fury, trembling with rage. After years of dominance in the South Seas, when had he ever endured such humiliation? However, it is impossible to converse underwater. Even if he wished to summon Roland for a fair and honorable one-on-one battle, he was unable to do so. While emerging above the surface would indeed allow for speech, Roland would undoubtedly unleash flames beforehand. Dairo could not withstand the astonishing heat. Although he had taken refuge beneath the water, he could still feel the terrifying intensity of the flames through it. Suddenly, a thought struck Dairo. He swiftly swam towards the nearest pirate. Upon reaching him, Dairo seized the pirate without hesitation, intending to rise to the surface. Alas, before Dairo could breach the water, Roland had already ignited the sea above him. Infuriated by his helplessness, Dairo found himself at a loss. After a futile struggle, in a bid to preserve his dignity, he resolutely chose to surrender to the depths. Once it was confirmed that Dairo had perished, Roland descended from the sky into the sea, quickly submerging and feeling the lifeless body of Dairo. Chapter 91. Under scrutiny, having eliminated the hunter Dairo, Roland surged rapidly from the depths of the ocean. The scene left the other pirates utterly bewildered. Initially, they were puzzled as to why Roland would leap into the sea, contemplating self-destruction, only to be further astonished. Could it be that a power user could leap into the ocean and rise unaided? Is there no law? No order? Roland, however, paid no heed to the other trivial pirate vessels. This was the Grand Line, where the weather was capricious and unpredictable. These pirates would most likely meet their demise in the treacherous waters. Transforming once more into a pterosaur, Roland soared back towards the pirate ship. He successfully approached the vessel, alighting gracefully onto the sea before swiftly climbing aboard. There was no danger to be found. The air in this region, following the tempest, was refreshingly invigorating, and the sun had reemerged, casting its gentle rays that were far from oppressive. Bathed in sunlight, the moment was exceedingly pleasant. Not far off, the surface of the sea erupted as peculiar fish burst forth from beneath, breaking free from the constraints of the water. Their fins spread wide like wings, allowing them to glide elegantly through the air. Roland stood on the deck of the pirate ship, observing a colossal shadow beneath the surface of the sea, rising from the depths as flying fish leaped above. From a distance, the shadow appeared nearly as large as the ship itself, hinting at an even greater true size beneath the waves. Had a storm just passed, only to be followed by a terrifying sea monster? Roland's expression turned grave as he leaped onto the ship's railing, gripping his trusty sword, Red Rain, tightly. If that enormous creature from the ocean depths dared to approach the pirate ship, it would first have to contend with him. Naturally, Roland harbored no illusions about easily fending off a sea king. The damage inflicted by a giant sea king was formidable enough that merely flipping its body beneath the water could create waves capable of capsizing the ship. Everyone in the cabin was summoned on deck, where they secured ropes around themselves, preparing for the possibility of being swept away by Roland's flight in the event of a shipwreck. Fortunately, the massive sea creature seemed uninterested in the pirate vessel and swiftly pursued the flying fish instead. That was a close call. Had that deep-sea monster truly intended to attack the ship, Roland realized he possessed no effective means to counter it. He breathed a sigh of relief. The Grand Line is perilous, FIA couldn't help but exclaim. In the West Blue, we navigated numerous waterways without encountering such a horrifying deep-sea beast. Yet upon arriving at the Grand Line, we faced this. It was no wonder this place was dubbed the pirate's graveyard, be it natural disasters or complex oceanic conditions. Any could spell our doom. We must remain vigilant. Tonight, we must have someone on watch, Roland stated solemnly. The crew nodded in agreement, their expressions serious, although they had mentally prepared themselves for the daunting realities of the Grand Line. Experiencing it firsthand revealed just how vast the world was and how limited their understanding truly was. Old Dufresne, has the log pointer indicated a direction? Roland inquired, turning to the ship's navigator, Old Dufresne. Yes, Old Dufresne promptly replied, pointing to the log pointer. Northeast. However, we cannot even see the shadow of an island yet. It will take at least 2 or 3 days of sailing. Understood, Roland acknowledged, gazing toward the northeast. What course were they currently navigating? The first half of the Grand Line comprises 7 routes, and Roland aimed to follow the same path that Luffy had taken. The reason was simple. He was more familiar with that route compared to others that had not appeared in the original story. As the pirate ship sailed onward, Roland took a moment to glance at the book of abilities. Unfortunately, his luck had run dry. The ability he had acquired from the hunter, Dailo, was nothing more than a rather useless map-reading skill. Who couldn't read a map, after all? Moreover, did one truly need to read a map in the Grand Line? Discarding it with a flick of his wrist, Roland reassured himself that the next opportunity would surely bring surprises. 2 days later, early in the morning, Roland and his crew continued their voyage across the vast sea. However, the silhouette of an island loomed ahead, and it was estimated that they would reach the initial island of their route within half a day's time. Although the first island was now visible, they had yet to set foot upon it, and thus the perilous navigation was far from over. Caution was imperative. Roland earnestly reminded his slightly relaxed crew, to which they all nodded solemnly. The Grand Line was notorious for harboring numerous professional pirate hunters on each initial island of its routes. Roland reiterated his warning, particularly eyeing little Amy, who often clamored for a variety of snacks. "I can distinguish between a hearty meal and constant snacking, Brother Roland," little Amy asserted. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Saturday pirate crew finally arrived at the first island of their designated route. Their pirate ship made its way towards a port at the side of a small town. This port, however, was not bustling with vessels. Instead, the shores on either side were littered with the wreckage of numerous ships, extending nearly a mile into the distance. One could only wonder how many ships had met their demise to accumulate such a graveyard along the port's edges. The arrogance of the island's bounty hunters was striking, as they had piled the remnants of pirate ships along the shores, seemingly an intentional deterrent. Roland shook his head in resignation. Once he disembarked and gathered the necessary information, he had no intention of anchoring at this port, as it would unequivocally signal to the island's bounty hunters, "Come challenge me." Those bold enough to venture into the Grand Line were driven by ambition and often possessed an inflated sense of self-worth, making them prone to recklessly docking their pirate ships here. Roland pondered briefly and understood why there were so many shipwrecks in the vicinity. As was customary, he decided to disembark first to scout for information. He glanced back at his companions. Having been thoroughly tempered by the terrors of the Grand Line, solemnly nodded. They were keen to avoid becoming a burden to Roland upon landing. On one side of the port, a blue building stood, with its third-floor windows wide open. 2 men sat at a table by the window, surrounded by drinks, peanuts, and various meat dishes. They indulged in their feast, occasionally glancing outside. Business is here," one of the men exclaimed upon noticing the Saturday pirate ship. "Damn, finally some business. Half of these 10 days have passed, and at long last, our second deal has arrived." Another man grumbled, yet his spirits remained high. On this island of Bijan, there exist 3 factions of pirate hunters, according to the island's customs. These 3 factions are designated to operate during the early, mid, and late portions of each month. At any given time, only one faction may engage with pirates, thus preventing conflicts arising from competition for business. This arrangement renders the hunting of pirates somewhat reliant on fortune. There are occasions when luck favors them, and pirates arrive daily for 10 consecutive days, while at other times they may wait in vain for 10 days without a single pirate making landfall. "Let me see who the unfortunate soul is this time," mused the lookout, chuckling as he retrieved a telescope from beneath the table to gaze at the pirate flag fluttering on the horizon. The Saturday flag? Good heavens! It's the Saturday pirates from the West Sea. The 2 lookout hunters exchanged glances, unable to suppress a gulp. It was not out of fear, but rather the promise of a lucrative opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime business venture. "We must report to the boss immediately. A deal worth nearly 200 million berries is upon us." The excitement was palpable among the 2 lookout hunters. With this bounty, they could afford to rest for the remaining days without a care. Chapter 92. Prepare for the pirate hunters. Within a casino on the main street of Bijan Island, a group of pirate hunters reveled in gambling, squandering their wealth, time, and energy. Suddenly, the telephone bug affixed to the leader of the hunters, Hyler, began to buzz incessantly. The other hunters, engrossed in their merriment, turned their attention toward Hyler. At this moment, Hyler's phone ringing signified the arrival of business. "Boss Hyler, we have business. A deal unlike any we've encountered before," exclaimed the messenger, brimming with excitement. "Look at how thrilled you are. Just how significant is it?" Hyler chuckled. "The Saturday pirates from the West Sea have arrived." "What?" Hyler gasped, his eyes widening with revelation. The Saturday pirates of the West Sea, led by the notorious Roland, whose bounty had surpassed 100 million berries, a feat previously unheard of. Even in the Grand Line, they had heard whispers of Roland's exploits. However, they did not regard the bounty as a true reflection of strength. They believed that Roland's inflated reward was largely due to his indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians. The pirate hunters from the Grand Line, much like the oblivious locals of the West Sea, were convinced that Roland's bounty was a result of conspiratorial machinations between the Capone gang and the corrupt Navy, aimed at besmirching his name. Furthermore, they held a disdain for West Sea pirates, believing that the emergence of true power requires a fertile ground to thrive. The West Sea, in comparison to the Grand Line, presents a considerably harsher environment, and the caliber of pirates is also markedly different. Just as naval officers of the same rank are significantly stronger in the Grand Line than those in the Four Seas, this is indeed a substantial undertaking. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Saturday pirates. I shall swiftly bring my comrades over, declared Hyler, the pirate hunter, without a hint of hesitation. Understood. Chief Hyler, you need not worry. I assure you that I will not let our nearly captured quarry escape, asserted the pirate hunter messenger with unwavering confidence. After ending the call, Chief Hyler's face radiated excitement as he turned to the other pirate hunters in the casino, bellowing, "Brothers, this is the final round. Once we conclude, we shall withdraw. This venture is of great significance. We absolutely cannot afford to falter." A chorus of enthusiasm arose among the other pirate hunters. However, Hyler did not engage in one last gamble. Instead, he stepped aside to contemplate strategies for dealing with the Saturday pirates. With a bounty of 100 million, the notorious pirate Roland had managed to traverse from the West Sea to the Grand Line, indicating he possessed considerable prowess. Hyler stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully. For the Navy, capturing pirates without bounties does not yield rewards. Nonetheless, they do accrue military merit. The higher the bounty on a captured pirate, the greater the military merit earned, which corresponds to advancement opportunities within the Navy. To rise to the rank of naval colonel or higher, one must possess substantial military accomplishments. Thus, Roland is undoubtedly a coveted target for the naval officers of the West Sea. Yet, Roland's successful escape from the West Sea to the Grand Line speaks volumes about his formidable strength. A pirate of his caliber would likely equate to one with a bounty of 30 to 40 million berries. Hyler recalled a previous encounter with such a ruthless figure, which resulted in the deaths of 8 comrades and injuries to 12 others, causing his brow to furrow in concern. As the remaining pirate hunters gathered after concluding their final round, Hyler addressed them. "Brothers, we all desire wealth without the burden of injury or death. Given that Roland has managed to transition from the West Sea to the Grand Line, his personal strength must be considerable. I propose we summon some individuals from Roland and Udes. If we can handle it ourselves, we shall, but if not, we will share the spoils among the 3 of us." "Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures," Hyler stated, glancing at the assembled pirate hunters. "I concur with your assessment. Chief Hyler, Roland has shattered the record for the highest bounty ever in the West Sea, indicating he is no ordinary adversary," one of the pirate hunters affirmed. "Yet, even if Roland is indeed formidable, he remains merely a pirate from the West Sea. Based on prior intelligence, it appears that his bounty surged primarily due to the slaying of civilians. I believe we should be able to handle such a character," countered another, blinded by greed. "Let us put it to a vote. I shall count as 2 votes, and my choice is to summon Roland and Udes to join us." The leader of the pirate hunters, Hyler, declared. After a show of hands, the results swiftly emerged. The majority of the pirate hunters concurred with Hyler's assessment. Though their desire for wealth was undeniable, they recognized that money held little value without life to spend it. With their decision made, Hyler retrieved a din-din mushy from his person and dialed a raid, while another pirate hunter reached for a din-din mushy to contact Udes. The 2 calls connected almost simultaneously. "Raid, Udes, I am presently addressing both of you at once. I have encountered a significant opportunity, one that I cannot tackle alone," Hyler stated with a serious tone. "What? You lucky scoundrel. Which pirate crew is it?" Udes responded with rapid-fire inquiries. "The Saturday pirate crew, led by Captain Roland, whose bounty has reached a staggering 100 million berries," Hyler replied with a grin. "Indeed, it is him. I suspected that fellow would inevitably venture into the Grand Line." Raid remarked, "Gather some men. Regardless of whether I can handle this formidable challenge, I shall allocate 500,000 berries to each of you. Should your assistance be required later, we will distribute the bounty based on contributions," Hyler proposed. "Agreed. I shall assemble my crew at once," Raid readily accepted. "I am equally curious about the prowess of Roland, the one with the 100 million berries bounty. He must be at the port. I will also bring my men over," Udes concurred. "Excellent." Hyler, the leader of the pirate hunters, clenched his fists tightly, a smile breaking through on his scruffy visage. Roland has placed a bounty exceeding 100 million, while aboard the ship lies another notorious figure, the son of the devil, Nico Robin, with a bounty nearing 80 million. These 2 individuals are undoubtedly formidable adversaries. However, the Saturday pirates are doomed this time. On this island of Biger, any faction of pirate hunters is more than capable of vanquishing the top pirates of the 4 seas. If the 3 factions of hunters join forces, they become utterly invincible. Such a scenario has never occurred before, leaving Hillel uncertain of the extent of their combined strength against formidable pirates. Yet it is clear that the Saturday pirates will not withstand the onslaught from all three factions. One can only hope that the Saturday pirates possess little of value, allowing us to seize it all for ourselves, an amount approaching 180 million berries. Even if we were to part with 10 million, we would still retain a staggering 170 million. A pirate hunter exclaimed with palpable excitement. Such fortune does not befall you so easily, Hillel chuckled, playfully slapping the man. Brothers, prepare for battle. We must not let our guard down. If we find ourselves outmatched, do not hesitate to retreat. Your lives are paramount. I wish to share drinks and feast with you all. Let us move. At the port of the town on Biger Island, the pirate ship continued its advance. This was primarily due to the limited number of vessels docked at the port, compelling Roland to cover a greater distance to utilize the gangway. As they drew closer to the port, Robin began to use her abilities to survey the surroundings. Captain Roland, I have made a discovery, Robin suddenly announced. Are they pirate hunters? Roland inquired. Indeed, Robin replied, gesturing toward a blue building on the side of the port. In that structure, someone is communicating with a snail phone, reporting our location. It must be a pirate hunter. Roland followed Robin's gaze towards the blue-roofed building and briefly locked eyes with the pirate hunter peering through the window. However, the latter displayed no sign of trepidation, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was evident that he was a seasoned pirate hunter, unashamedly scrutinizing his prey. A smile crept across Roland's face. Captain Roland, Robin urged, while the pirate hunters have yet to surround us, let us disembark and gather information. Patience, Roland replied, casting a glance at Robin. Let the pirates prepare themselves. Chapter 93. How dare they come to challenge my intentions? Let the pirate hunters prepare? Robin was taken aback, as were the others aboard the ship, bewildered by the notion of allowing the pirate hunters to ready themselves. Roland cast a glance over the assembly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I have been contemplating, he began, to truly dissuade the pirate hunters from their pursuits. A cautious approach to our landing will not suffice. Even if we were to swiftly gather intelligence, we would ultimately need to anchor ourselves at some point on the island to allow the recording pointer to reach its magnetic capacity. At that juncture, the pirate hunters would inevitably seek us out, emboldened by our initial display of trepidation. The most prudent course of action would be to compel the pirate hunters to prepare extensively, amassing a formidable contingent. And then, I shall confront them head-on. Roland nodded affirmatively. Robin was taken aback as he comprehended Roland's intentions. If I could decisively defeat the pirate hunter this time, they would no longer dare to trouble the Saturday pirate crew. Roland cast a gentle glance at his crew members. Apart from himself, only Robin possessed any combat capability. The others were merely ordinary individuals. Should a conflict arise with the pirate hunters, they could easily fall victim to misdirected attacks. Even if I cannot prevail against those pirate hunters, I can assure my own escape, thereby establishing myself as a formidable opponent, which would likely deter them from pursuing us further. Roland continued to elucidate. Roland, how confident are you? Faya inquired, her voice laced with concern. We are in the Grand Line, and those individuals are professional pirate hunters, undoubtedly possessing immense strength. A slight misstep could result in your demise. Do not worry, Roland replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Faya. I am counting on this crew to assist me in dispatching that accursed Iron Tower pirate crew and finally achieve my freedom. Faya's face flushed crimson. You'd better pray that you come back unscathed, Roland, or I will wrap you in bandages from head to toe. At the port of Bigen Island, the pirate hunter leader, Hyler, had successfully returned with his comrades. Boss Hyler, the pirate ship of the Saturday pirate crew, is docked at the port, yet none of the pirates have disembarked. It is uncertain what they are doing, reported the lookout from the pirate hunters. They must have sensed something. However, Roland, bearing the title of the Grand Line's foremost pirate, would not be intimidated by the wreckage of ships lining the port. He will surely come ashore, Hyler remarked with a sly smile, exuding confidence. As if on cue. No sooner had he spoken than Roland emerged from the ship's cabin onto the deck, surveyed the surroundings, and leapt down to the shore of the town's port. This was no mere coincidence. Roland had decided to disembark because Robin had sensed the gathering of the pirate hunters. In the next moment, upon noticing Roland's arrival on land, the pirate hunters swiftly hoisted the sails and set sail. What was the Saturday pirate crew up to? Why did Captain Roland go ashore alone? If there were matters to attend to, why would the captain need to be involved? The hidden pirate hunters at one side of the port were perplexed. Perhaps that rogue has realized our presence. His solitary landing may be an attempt to confront us alone. Hyler pondered for a moment before speaking. As the captain of a pirate ship, Roland's decision to venture ashore undoubtedly signifies a momentous event, likely one that others would struggle to manage. From this perspective, one can reasonably deduce that Roland's solitary landing is intended for confrontation. Truly, He is a formidable leader, and this revelation elucidates his actions. Roland is a man who cherishes his crew, unwilling to see them perish in the skirmish against us. Thus, he chooses to confront us alone, hoping to deter us from pursuing his crew further. Another bounty hunter contemplated. Foolishness. Hyler laughed heartily. The other bounty hunters soon followed suit, chuckling at the thought. Initially, they had considered the prospect of engaging the entire Saturday pirate crew to be daunting, which is why they summoned 2 additional bounty hunter factions. However, with Roland's audacious intent to face them alone, they could easily focus their fire on him first and then deal with the remnants of the Saturday pirate crew with ease, thus allowing them to consume the entire crew. I almost regret rallying the 2 factions led by Ollard and Udis to join us. I never anticipated Roland would be so audacious. What a pity to have squandered 1,000,000 berries, lamented one bounty hunter. It matters not. Our decision at that time was prudent. The circumstances have merely shifted. There is no need for regret, Hyler replied, shaking his head gently. Well then, since Roland wishes to engage in battle with us, I shall oblige him, Hyler grinned. Brothers, let us proceed. With a sweeping gesture, Hyler signaled for nearly 20 professional bounty hunters to follow suit. At the port of the small town, upon noticing Roland's landing, the other residents swiftly withdrew, keeping their distance. The inhabitants of the island understood well that any newcomers would inevitably face a greeting from the bounty hunters. Failing to retreat now could lead to unfortunate repercussions should the battle spill over. The bounty hunters would not compensate for any damages, and the pirates were even less likely to do so. Young man, if I'm not mistaken, you are the pirate Roland, with a bounty of 100,000,000 berries. Are you not? Hyler emerged from a corner, brandishing a yellowed piece of paper. You are not mistaken. I am Roland, and you must be the bounty hunters of this island. Have all your comrades arrived? If not, I am willing to wait, Roland remarked with a hint of mockery. Damn it, that scoundrel is incredibly arrogant. Even a pirate with a bounty of 100,000,000 berries cannot withstand our assault. The bounty hunters seethed with anger, ready to charge at Roland. Huh, truly, a pirate with a bounty of 100,000,000 berries possesses some skill. With just a few words, he can incite such fury. However, Hyler remained unfazed. He gently released the aged, yellowed parchment from his grasp, allowing it to flutter to the ground, revealing a bounty notice for Roland. Yet, upon encountering us, your pirate career must inevitably conclude. Hyler cast a glance at his comrades, urging, together, let us vanquish that arrogant scoundrel. Meet your demise. With a thunderous charge, nearly 20 bounty hunters surged towards Roland, creating a rather spectacular scene. Aside from the individual who had previously clutched my bounty, who appeared somewhat formidable, the others seemed to pose no significant threat. Roland stood his ground, his gaze swiftly scanning the approaching band of hunters. From their velocity, he could gauge their approximate strength. For instance, the dual-sword wielder, Dillo, though lacking in the ability to shave, had only marginally slower speed than Roland in close combat. However, among this cohort of bounty hunters, only the leader matched Dillo's swiftness. The rest were considerably inferior, belonging to a different tier of competitors. Of course, it was also possible that these professional bounty hunters had yet to reveal their true capabilities, perhaps intending to deceive their adversary. Roland considered this, remaining vigilant and not underestimating them. In a flash, Hyler launched himself forward, closing the distance to Roland in an instant. Go! Roland extended his left hand, and his white-gloved hand sent forth a shadowy projectile. Hyler, having reached Roland's immediate vicinity, was caught off guard by this seemingly peculiar ranged attack. Despite his efforts to defend himself, he fell victim to Roland's strike. Roland did not draw his sword. Instead, he swiftly moved to stand before Hillel, akin to the venerable yellow ape, and unleashed a powerful kick. Whoosh! Hillel was struck in the midsection by Roland's foot, hurtling away like a cannonball. This spectacle left the pirate hunters, who had yet to engage in battle, momentarily astonished. However, being seasoned professionals, they were not intimidated, for they understood that they were currently outnumbering their adversary, rather than facing him in a one-on-one confrontation. The peculiar technique exhibited by Roland was indeed formidable. However, the corresponding cost of its execution was equally steep. They had no reason to fear a war of attrition. If they could merely exhaust Roland, victory would ultimately be theirs. Kill. The pirate hunters pressed on, undaunted. I have come to understand that, even if these individuals concealed some of their strength, they posed no genuine threat to me. As Roland surveyed the remaining pirate hunters, he chose not to employ his demon cry gloves for probing this time. Instead, he swiftly plunged into the midst of the pirate hunters. Show me your true strength. Your speed before me is akin to an infant crawling, he declared, as he darted towards one of the pirates and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The pirate hunter, caught off guard, was sent flying by Roland's blow. In that instant, the other pirate hunters swung their weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the blades descended, Roland's body moved with an extraordinary agility, evading the attacks with an almost ethereal grace. Have I not made myself clear? Unleash your true power. Such feeble attempts cannot hope to threaten me. Roland effortlessly dispatched each of the pirate hunters surrounding him. At that moment, the pirate hunter named Hyler, who had previously been kicked away by Roland, gritted his teeth and charged at him once more, brandishing his sword. You scoundrel! I will not fall for your tricks again. Hyler swung his sword with all his might towards Roland. What nonsense are you spouting? Reveal your true strength at once. Your attacks are utterly ineffective before me. Roland countered, wielding his large blade, Red Rain, to block Hyler's strike. Hyler was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his full-force attack had been thwarted. In that instant, Roland lifted his right foot and landed a fierce kick to Hyler's side. Once again, Hyler was sent flying. Gulp! One of the pirate hunters could not help but swallow hard. It was one thing to be knocked away once. Being sent flying twice was decidedly abnormal. Moreover, Roland had been vociferously demanding they reveal their true strength, signifying that he had yet to exert himself fully. Yet, the crucial point was that they had indeed given their all from the outset. This was undeniably awkward. Observing the bewildered expressions of the pirate hunters, Roland exclaimed, "Surely, your true strength cannot be at this level. How dare you come to challenge me with such weakness?" Chapter 94. Do not engage. Advancing is merely a gift of defeat. The pirate hunters felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that a pirate from the West Sea would possess such strength? Had I known, I would not have come here to endure a beating. If you have not concealed your strength, Roland remarked, surveying all the pirate hunters with an air of indifference. Simply concede, you're no match for me. The pirate hunters gritted their teeth in reluctant agreement. That is indeed the truth. Having just risen, Hillel, determined to heed the call of his heart, prepared to charge at Roland. Like his subordinates, he unleashed his full strength from the very beginning. A lion spares no effort, even when hunting a rabbit. They are all seasoned pirate hunters, acutely aware that a moment's carelessness on the battlefield could cost them their lives. Hence they do not dare to be complacent. However, the current situation revealed that despite his full might, Hillel found himself at the mercy of Roland. The truth, albeit reluctantly acknowledged, was that Roland had twice had the opportunity to eliminate him. Had Roland opted to cleave his head instead of merely sending him flying with a kick, Hillel would likely have met his end. Similarly, had Roland aimed for his head rather than his waist with his second strike, his skull would have surely been shattered, leaving him with no chance of survival. Twice he could have been killed, yet was spared. Roland had shown him mercy. Should he persist in his folly, it would be his own fault if he met his demise. With a heavy exhale, Hillel summoned his courage and raised his gaze. Lads, we have lost today. Put away your weapons. He turned to Roland. Though you showed me leniency twice, I shall not thank you. I can only say that I will no longer provoke you. Let us go, men. Do not rush off. I have some inquiries to make, Roland said indifferently. What do you want? Hillel's right hand rested on the hilt of his renowned blade. Should Roland seek to eradicate them, he would have no choice but to fight, even though the odds of their complete annihilation exceeded 90%. First, what is the name of this island? Do you possess information regarding other islands along the route beyond this one? Roland, knowing so much and possessing such formidable strength, are you truly a native pirate from the West Sea? Hillel couldn't help but ask. Do you think I am easy to converse with? Roland countered. Hillel faltered. If you know I'm not easy to engage, why do you not answer me directly? Are you jesting with me? Roland snorted coldly. He refrained from eliminating these pirate hunters for two reasons. Firstly, there was no animosity between them. Secondly, allowing them to exist could help eliminate some truly vicious pirates. This island is called Vigilant Island, the starting point of the third route from left to right along the Grand Line. I have a general understanding of the 10 islands following this route, although I have not ventured further, Hillel stated. Good. Write down the details of those 10 islands along the route, and I shall come to retrieve it later. Roland nodded and continued his inquiry. The second question, how long does it take for the magnetic storage of the recording pointer on this island to reach full capacity? Approximately 10 days, Hillel responded. Very well. The third question, how long does it take to reach the nearest large naval base from this island? The nearest major naval base to Bijan Island is G10, which is approximately a week away from here, though I cannot provide precise details. All right, Roland responded with a nod. Aside from your group of pirates, are there any others on this island? There are 2 other factions of bounty hunters, and they are also making their way here. I initially thought you would be a tough opponent, so I informed them Should I be unable to handle you, we would face you together, Hyler stated earnestly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Olad and Udes should be arriving with their men shortly. If Hyler deceives Roland now, he risks facing immediate repercussions. I see, Roland nodded. Just then, he noticed a group of individuals hastily approaching from the direction of the port. Is that them? He inquired, pointing towards the oncoming faction. Yes, that is another group of bounty hunters on this island. Their leader's strength is comparable to mine, Hyler replied. Another wave is coming, Roland observed as he noted yet another faction hastening towards them from a different direction. This batch as well, Hyler confirmed. Well, explain the situation to them. If they wish to spar, I am here and ready to engage. However, I would prefer if you could dissuade them. I do not wish to be interrupted until the magnetic force of the recording pointer on this island is fully charged, Roland stated calmly, his tone indifferent. Understood. Hyler nodded obediently, thinking to himself, even if someone invites me to deal with you after today, I shall not oblige. Before long, Udes and Olad, accompanied by their respective cohorts, arrived before Hyler. Just in time. It seems you've been waiting for us to engage, Olad. A robust man wielding a blade larger than Roland himself, chuckled heartily. You appear rather cordial. Could it be that you are eager to become brothers? Udes remarked with a cold sneer. He was a slender man with a sinister demeanor. Before you arrived, I had already sparred with Roland. I lost completely and utterly. Hyler exhaled, gritting his teeth. I advise you to surrender now. Even if we join forces, we cannot contend with Roland. It was a bitter truth to convey, but it was Roland's demand, leaving Hyler no choice but to endure the humiliation. Are you jesting? You lost, yet you stand here speaking to me. The greatest pirate of the West Sea, known for slaughtering dozens, if not hundreds, of innocents, does not spare a single soul when confronted. Udes scoffed, drawing his katana, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Roland. Hyler, your lies are utterly subpar. The towering and robust Oraid could hardly believe Hillel's words. He lowered the massive sword he had been carrying on his shoulder and gripped it firmly in his hand. If you don't believe, feel free to try, he challenged. Hillel let out a soft snort, adding, but I must forewarn you, should you truly doubt and choose to strike at him, it will only lead to your demise. Udes cast a glance at Hillel, noting that he did not appear to be lying, yet the situation was evidently impossible. He turned back to Oraid, saying, let us take him on together. All right, replied the stout Oraid eagerly. Kill, Udes hissed, launching himself towards Roland. Not to be outdone, the imposing Oraid swiftly followed suit, striding forward and swinging his colossal machete menacingly at Roland. At that moment, Hillel and his companions gazed upon Oraid and Udes with pity. These two fools, unwilling to heed their warnings, were destined to endure a harsh lesson. Udes shouted as he reached Roland, unleashing a fierce strike. Your swordsmanship is inferior to that of the fellow from earlier, Roland remarked, shaking his head lazily, showing no inclination to utilize his ghost cry gloves. Instead, he wielded his formidable blade, Red Rain, which effortlessly parried Udes' attack. But I wield a two-handed sword, Oraid scoffed, suddenly brandishing a small dagger from behind his back. Yet, faster than his dagger was Roland's foot. With a resounding thud, Udes was sent flying by a kick from Roland, much like Hillel had been moments prior. At that precise moment, the slightly slower Oraid reached Roland, bringing his massive machete down in a sweeping arc. Roland stood his ground. And as the blade came perilously close to striking him, he suddenly fell backward, evading the fierce attack with the agility of an iron bridge. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward, swiftly arriving before the imposing figure of Olad. Bang! Upon reaching Olad, Roland had transformed into a towering gorilla, covered in black fur, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Olad's chest. Whoosh! Olad's massive frame was instantly sent flying. Ha ha ha, fool. Now do you see? Just now, I was merely holding back. Had I truly intended to kill you, you would already be dead. Hilarious laughed heartily, as if he had not just endured a beating. Hilarious underlings gazed at the incredulous Olad, while Udes' followers wore expressions of superiority, thinking to themselves, you dimwit, you ignored my warnings, and now you're left dumbfounded. Damn it! Udes wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Olad regained his footing, clutching his chest with his substantial left hand, gazing at Roland with a look of sheer astonishment. How formidable! In all these years, he had never been bested in strength. Yet today he felt as if his once proud power was akin to that of an infant facing a grown man in Roland's presence. In such circumstances, it was evident that human strength could not contend with that of a gorilla. He had lost upon first contact, completely unaware of whether Roland was holding back. It was highly likely that even if the three of them joined forces, they would merely be serving as fodder. You, Roland addressed the pirate hunters. "I will allow you to leave now, but should you persist in seeking trouble, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." As his words echoed, the pirate hunters felt a chilling sensation, as if they were being targeted by a monstrous creature from the depths, an unmistakable and pure intent to kill. "Farewell." Hilarious hastily clasped his fists and prepared to make a hasty retreat. "Oh, I almost forgot. You three must give me your contact numbers, and write down everything I wish to know. I will come to you later for it. As for what I want, you can inquire with him." Roland gestured towards Hilarious. Chapter 95. The Navy's plan. The battle between the three pirate hunter factions on Vigilant Island, held at the town's harbor, concluded swiftly yet remained remarkably captivating. Following this skirmish, news of Roland's successful landing on Vigilant Island swiftly reached the ears of the Navy through its informants. In the office of Rear Admiral Manaz at the G-10 Naval Base of the Grand Line, the report of Roland's arrival was delivered with utmost urgency. It was a pity that scoundrel, Roland, had not perished beneath the bizarre phenomena of the Grand Line. Rear Admiral Manaz felt a twinge of regret. Although the likelihood of a formidable figure like Roland succumbing to such natural abnormalities was slim, he harbored a flicker of hope. For he was a man who valued his reputation and preferred not to send his subordinates into life-and-death confrontations. Even if the Navy could suppress a ruthless pirate like Roland, it would undoubtedly come at a grave cost. "Now that you have entered my jurisdiction, Roland, I must exert every effort to eliminate you." A resolute glint flickered in Manaz's eyes. He understood the terrifying potential that Roland possessed. He could no longer allow him to grow unchecked. Otherwise, the price of eradicating Roland in the future would be even more harrowing. Manaz picked up the transponder snail on his desk. "Roland has arrived at Vigilant Island. Is an assault feasible?" he inquired directly. "To reach Vigilant Island from our base in haste would take approximately 6 days, while the magnetic pointer records indicate that the storage will be full in at least 9.5 days. Theoretically, an attack is possible," the transponder snail responded. "Very well." Manaz terminated the call and exited his office. Over an hour later, from massive warships sailed forth from the base's docks, heading resolutely toward Vigilant Island. Each vessel was manned by a rear admiral, a brigadier, and 3 colonels. This formidable assembly represented the highest configuration the large base could muster against a single pirate without mobilizing a vice admiral. Compared to the legendary Demon Slayer Order, which could obliterate nations, this fleet was merely short 5 vice admirals and 1 additional warship. As the 4 warships advanced, one of the vessels gathered 4 rear admirals, with Rear Admiral Wilson serving as the overall commander of this mission. He addressed his fellow admirals. "This operation reflects the prestige of our base. We must succeed and cannot afford failure. Our formation is more than sufficient to subdue a novice pirate newly arrived on the Grand Line." Rear Admiral Aguilar chimed in with a smile, acknowledging their collective experience in subduing pirates with bounties nearing or exceeding 100 million. Despite their confidence, they remained acutely aware of the need for vigilance. "I have reviewed the battle summaries from our colleagues in the West Sea. That scoundrel Roland is a meticulous strategist with formidable strength." General Wilson spoke earnestly. This time, he served as the overall commander of the mission, and should it fail, the burden of responsibility would rest heavily upon him. He was also disinclined to witness the formidable pirate, Roland, continue to flourish. Indeed, this mission must not falter. Failure would render them the subject of ridicule by other bases. General Osei gritted his teeth, as he valued his reputation greatly. Each officer voiced their thoughts, striving to ensure that no errors occurred, leaving Roland with not a single opportunity to evade capture. General Wilson remarked that Bigging Island was the starting island of the 3rd route. If memory served him well, every starting island of the routes was home to pirate hunter factions. They could enlist these hunters to discreetly gather intelligence on Roland's activities on the island. After a moment of silence, General Mohan interjected. The other 3 generals' eyes brightened at his suggestion. This was indeed accurate. Professional pirate hunters typically resided only on the first island of each route, and such an advantage would not be found on subsequent islands. "This is an excellent plan." General Wilson nodded. Suddenly, he thought of another point. They must inform the pirate hunters of their formation, or those hunters might hesitate to collaborate with them. Once Roland set foot on the island, the hunters would undoubtedly provoke him, and he might have already dealt with them. "I believe we should prioritize destroying the Saturday pirate cruise ship. I can guarantee the success of this task," General Olagil stated confidently. Thus, the 4 naval generals collaboratively devised their strategy against Roland and set about contacting the 3 pirate hunter factions on Bigging Island. On Bigging Island, shortly after being contacted by the Navy, Hyler called both Olad and Udi's simultaneously. "Have a Navy reached out to you?" Hyler asked directly. "They have, and I have already agreed," Udi's replied, assuming that Hyler and Olad had also consented. With a grin, he added after being kicked by that scoundrel Roland today, I cannot rest until I avenge this grievance. The Navy has dispatched 4 generals and 4 large warships. Such forces could easily conquer all of Bigging Island. Hyler was somewhat speechless. You truly are audacious. Have you forgotten what Roland said today? If you provoke him again, I doubt he will show you mercy. Are you saying you did not agree? Udy's countered. How could I agree? I shook my head. Today I promised Roland I would no longer provoke him. And I shall not betray that commitment. This is a principle I uphold, Hyler declared. And you, Olad, did you agree? I did not give my answer immediately. Today, Roland struck me so hard that I was left dazed. Should I provoke him again, the chances of being defeated are quite high. Therefore, I told the Navy I needed to consider my decision. Olad stated, now that it is known that Udy's has agreed, I shall decline the Navy's offer. Hey, you too. Please do not secretly inform that scoundrel Roland that I have collaborated with the Navy. Udy's tone grew serious. If Olad and Hillel were to betray him, he would surely be in dire straits. Although I would relish the opportunity to expel you from Vigilant Island, I would not stoop to such despicable actions. Hillel retorted. I shan't betray you either, Olad added. That is reassuring. Udy's nodded, though he remained somewhat uneasy. He refrained from threatening Olad and Hillel, for such actions could be counterproductive. In Udy's lair, after ending the call, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Very well, I shall keep an eye on that fellow Roland when the Navy approaches. Until then, I shall remain unconcerned. Even if Olad and Hillel decide to betray me, I shall stand my ground. Udy's contemplated briefly and made a decision. Chapter 96, Fatal Strike. Having previously dealt a blow to 3 pirate hunter factions, Roland acquired a wealth of information from them. After careful comparison, it became evident that these factions had been forthright, which significantly deepened Roland and his crew's understanding of the Grand Line. The following day, Roland proactively reached out to the Revolutionary Army. According to the intelligence provided by them, it was indeed confirmed that the Navy intended to take action against him. This was hardly surprising, as the Navy had long desired for Roland to enter the Grand Line. They were unwilling to grant him further time to develop, hence they would strike the moment he appeared. However, the intelligence from the Revolutionary Army did not indicate any collaboration between the Navy and the pirate hunter factions. Aware of the impending arrival of the Navy, which comprised 4 large warships for Navy rear admirals, for Navy commodores, and 12 Navy captains, Roland felt a wave of unease wash over him. How absurd! Why does the Navy not send fewer personnel? If they had dispatched fewer, Roland was confident he could defeat them all and gain valuable experience. But deploying 4 rear admirals at once was indeed an overestimation of his capabilities. Yet, this was the reality he faced, and he had no choice but to confront it. From another perspective, other pirate crews would envy the level of attention he was receiving. In preparation for the imminent siege, Roland and his companions deliberated on strategies. After their discussion, the pirate ship set sail from the town's harbor, navigating along the island's coastline until it anchored in a secluded bay. 5 days swiftly passed, and as Saturday approached, the crew of the pirate ship grew increasingly vigilant. If all went as anticipated, the Navy's arrival at Hainan Island was now imminent. By the 6th day, Roland would transform into a pterosaur at every opportunity, soaring high above to survey the situation. Robin occasionally utilized his abilities to ascertain whether anyone was covertly observing the secluded bay. On the 6th day, shortly after 6 in the evening, the sun still lingered in the sky, casting brilliant hues of crimson across the horizon. Captain Roland, there's a man atop the cliff secretly watching us. Robin manifested a mouth in Roland's personal training chamber and spoke. How convenient your abilities are, Roland remarked with a sense of admiration. It appears someone is probing my location. The Navy must be nearing. Roland glanced up at the setting sun. The Navy is indeed cautious, choosing to arrive under the cover of night. Had we not been sufficiently vigilant, being surrounded by 4 large warships would have left us with no means of escape. Roland slid down from the main mast and entered the cabin, where he found Robin. Robin, do you have the confidence to capture that man alive? Roland inquired. I could eliminate him in an instant, but I cannot guarantee his capture alive, Robin replied with a gentle shake of his head. Then assist me. I shall take matters into my own hands. Roland opened a window on the side of the ship and leapt directly into the sea. Silently, he swam towards the shore. While at that moment, a hand emerged from Roland's body, with a mouth forming in its palm, guiding him towards his destination. Roland utilized the silent fruit to create a soundproof area, stealthily ascending the steep cliff from the side, quietly approaching the man who had been observing the pirate ship. Who sent you? I shall grant you 2 opportunities. If you speak the truth, I may spare your life. Roland's voice suddenly resonated behind the man concealed in the shadows. Watching the pirate vessel, Startled, the man felt as though he were hallucinating. Turning in confusion, he was aghast to discover Roland standing directly behind him. His face blanched with terror. To his astonishment, Roland had silently approached from behind, right under his nose. It was none other than Captain Udes, who had allied with the Navy to assist them in monitoring your whereabouts and relaying your location. The psychological defenses of this pirate hunter crumbled under Roland's formidable prowess, causing him to tremble and divulge Udes's name. That scoundrel! Roland scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. The Navy must be nearing Bijan Island, he mused, glancing at the quaking figure of the pirate hunter before him. Captain Roland, I truly don't know, I swear. The pirate hunter exclaimed, hastily gesturing in panic and reverence. Very well, Roland replied, nodding before leaping into the air, transforming into a pterosaur to survey the surroundings from above. As of now, no naval vessels were visible on the horizon. Who? As Roland descended once more. The pirate hunter on the ground did not take the opportunity to flee while Roland soared into the sky. He was acutely aware that his only chance of survival lay in Roland's promise to spare him. If you wish to live, lead me to your master, Udes, Roland remarked, casting a detached glance at the pirate hunter. This way, Captain Roland. The pirate hunter quickly gestured towards a particular direction. If we do not take this route, we will be forced to detour, Roland responded coolly. This time, we must ensure that the scoundrel Udes does not escape. Retracing our steps may lead to discovery. Once that happens, Udes will undoubtedly flee. He is the kingpin of this island and knows this area far better than I do. If he manages to escape, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to locate him. Yes, the pirate hunter nodded rapidly, inwardly sighing. It's hopeless. Udes is certainly doomed this time. Before long, the pirate hunter guided Roland to Udes's lair. If Udes hasn't left, he should be inside this building. The pirate hunter indicated a structure. Very well. Roland activated a soundproof area and, approaching a wall, leapt forcefully, shattering the window and entering the building. Soon, Roland located the room where Udes was situated. You may leave now, Roland said to the guiding pirate hunter as he advanced toward Udes's chamber. Bang! With a powerful kick, Roland flung the door wide open. The pirate hunters inside, engrossed in a card game, were startled and turned to the entrance. You have 10 seconds. Everyone except Udes should flee as far as possible, or I shall slay you all. Roland's voice was icy, his murderous intent palpable. Udes, upon seeing Roland suddenly appear at the doorway, widened his eyes in shock and horror. The other pirate hunters trembled and hastily attempted to escape. Udes, still unwilling to accept the grim reality, wore a ghastly expression and muttered, Impossible, this cannot be. Do you have any final words? Speak quickly while your comrades can still hear you. Roland glanced at the pirate hunters rushing out of the room. Yet, 3 pirate hunters remained by Udes's side, seemingly unwilling to depart. Is it those 2 scoundrels, Hyler and Arade, who betrayed me? Curse them. Udes's eyes reddened as he shouted in a frenzy. You never listen to my words. It is truly infuriating. Roland scoffed lightly, raising his left hand, from which a shadowy figure shot forth from his white glove. Block it for me. Without hesitation, Udes seized an unprepared comrade beside him and hurled him towards the shadowy figure. In that fleeting moment, Udes jumped out of the window. The pirate he had thrown as a human shield wore an expression of sheer disbelief, never having imagined Udes would use him as a living projectile. The other 2 pirates, who ultimately decided to stand by Udes in confronting Roland, were left utterly astonished. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed. In this moment, they finally recognized Udes for who he truly was. The persona they had known was merely a fade crafted by him, and now, within the confines of that room, the 3 of them were filled with regret, wishing they had never chosen to side with Udes. Thinking of escaping? Roland stamped his foot fiercely, unleashing his full power in a swift movement. He immediately pursued Udes's figure. Upon catching sight of Udes, Roland unleashed his devastating technique once more, and from his gloved hand, a shadow leapt forth. Whoosh! Udes's speed was not particularly swift, and he was soon ensnared in the grip of the relentless attack. Splatter! Roland stepped forward, his sword slicing down. Blood surged into the sky alongside Udes's severed head. In his final moments, Udes's face bore an expression of terror and regret. Had he known, he would never have allied with the Navy. With Udes eliminated, Roland searched his body and turned to the other pirate hunters, declaring, This is the fate that befalls the disobedient. If you continue to provoke me, I shall not spare any of you. The pirate hunters fell silent, nodding vigorously, their fear palpable. It was terrifying. The formidable Udes had been utterly powerless before Roland. How could these pirate hunters dare to defy him any longer? Chapter 97. Surrender? Let me see what I have acquired this time. Roland's consciousness delved into the tome of abilities within his mind, flipping to the latest page. To his dismay, he encountered yet another futile ability. Roland's hopes were dashed as he discovered that the power he had obtained from Udis was merely the ability to drink. What use was that? It seemed intended for him to concoct a grand move in the future. Roland consoled himself, then proceeded to contact Hyler and Orad, admonishing them sternly. Udis' demise must not be repeated. Udis was not worth mourning, foolishly attempting to scheme under the watchful gaze of a man like Roland. Hyler scoffed lightly. Udis had brought his own doom upon himself. Despite his inadequate strength, he had sought vengeance. With a sigh, Hyler lamented, "What a pity, Roland's situation seems dire this time." Through his encounters with Roland, Hyler had come to realize that Roland was no ordinary pirate. He had deliberately sought information about Roland from informants on other islands, leading him to a profound change in perception. Had he known Roland was such a man, he would never have chosen to strike when the Saturday pirates arrived on Vigilant Island. In the eyes of hunters, a man like Roland is hardly considered a pirate within his profession. His choice to become a pirate stems from the desire to eliminate those who commit heinous acts, those truly despicable pirates. Individuals like Roland do not fall within the scope of his pursuit. However, intelligence suggests that Roland is a man capable of creating miracles. Hyler's gaze was intense. Should Roland manage to escape the encirclement of the Navy this time, the Grand Line will undoubtedly gain a remarkable figure. Past midnight, four naval warships arrived at Vigilant Island. The Navy approached quietly, preparing to contact Udis at dawn to inquire about Roland's whereabouts. Any communication prior could risk revealing their presence, should Udis be a double agent. By 8 the following morning, the Navy had assembled, and the four warships arrived at the small town's port, startling the island's inhabitants. Rear Admiral Wilson contacted Udis, only to learn that Udis had been eliminated by Roland. Damn it, that pirate hunter Udis has been eliminated by Roland, and now no one on the island knows where he is hiding. Rear Admiral Wilson exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. What? Rear Admiral Osai was taken aback. Damn that scoundrel. Now we must search thoroughly. Oomph. Does that fool think that eliminating a pirate hunter will ensure he remains hidden? Such delusions. Rear Admiral Olagil scoffed. I will take to the skies. A pirate ship is too large to hide effectively, he declared with a cold demeanor. This is our only option now. Rear Admiral Mohan nodded in agreement. Should Olagil discover Roland, we must be informed immediately, Rear Admiral Wilson insisted, not out of desire to claim all the glory for himself, but from fear that Olagil's impulsiveness might not yield favorable results against Roland. I understand, Olagil nodded. I've heard that this fellow possesses the ability to transform into a dragon and can battle in the skies. However, as you all know, my speed in the air is unmatched. Even if he's a dragon, he won't be able to catch me. The other three admirals nodded in agreement. Olagil's speed was indeed exceptional. With a swift leap, Rear Admiral Olagil ascended into the sky, transforming into a large sea eagle adorned with white feathers, his wings beating powerfully as he soared upward. At this hour, most pirates were likely still asleep, and with Olagil's expansive aerial view and enhanced vision post-transformation, he was certain to locate Roland and his crew. Once we ascertain Roland's current position, we can declare that scoundrel's death sentence, Rear Admiral Mohan stated. General A.O. Sai nodded. General Alagir soared into the sky, reaching several hundred meters in an instant. He swiftly traversed the coastline of Vigilant Island, his gaze sweeping across the secluded bays. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Is this what I was searching for? They are woefully inept at concealing themselves." General Alagir suddenly noticed a pirate ship anchored beneath a cliff along the coastline ahead. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the black flag bearing the word Saturday, even from such a height. With a swift motion, Alagir dove down, landing gracefully before retrieving his communication device to contact General Wilson. I've been flying for over 5 minutes. It will likely take the warship more than an hour to encircle them. The ships are conspicuous on the open sea and will soon be detected by the pirates, who will undoubtedly attempt to flee. I merely need to delay the Saturday pirate crew during this interval, and their demise is assured. A slight smile played on Alagir's lips as he paused, refraining from advancing further. After more than half an hour, the warship would soon come into view of the pirate vessel once it passed a protruding reef. It is time, he declared. With a swift motion, Alagir ascended into the air, diving toward the Saturday pirate ship that lay not far ahead. Listen closely, pirates below. You are surrounded, and I urge you to surrender without resistance. Alagir hovered several dozen meters above the pirate ship, his wings beating to keep him aloft as he bellowed downwards. Upon hearing this, Roland was taken aback. he had been unaware that the enemy had stealthily approached their vicinity. Roland was acutely aware that the Navy would initiate a crackdown this morning, remaining vigilant of his surroundings from the moment he rose. However, Major General Oligill was flying at an extraordinary speed, and the direction from which he had arrived just half an hour ago had unfortunately escaped Roland's notice. Roland swiftly descended from the main mast, standing upon the deck of the pirate ship, gazing at the colossal figure of the Birdman above. At that moment, Robin utilized her abilities to manifest an arm behind him, with a mouth forming in the palm, whispering, "Captain Roland, it appears you have overlooked the encroaching Navy from other directions. That figure in the sky seems to be alone. You must be the Navy's Rear Admiral Oligill, correct? I am curious to know if your Navy bestows ranks based on who can boast more audaciously." A sardonic smile graced Roland's face. "Do you think I'm merely bragging? Foolishness. The warships are closing in swiftly. It would be remiss of me not to inform you that today we have deployed 4 Rear Admirals, 4 Brigadiers, and 12 Colonels. You shall not escape today. Surrendering will spare you some torment." Rear Admiral Oligill proclaimed from his elevated position. To subdue an enemy without conflict is indeed the most desirable outcome, albeit the odds may be slim, yet one must make an attempt. "You would do well to return now. Doing so may yet preserve your life," Roland replied coolly. "Huh, you think leaving now will save my life? You presume you can kill me?" Rear Admiral Oligill scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "What is this? I have personally quelled pirates with bounties surpassing yours. Am I jesting? You were the one to initiate the farce." Roland retorted with a dismissive snort. Surrender? That term did not exist in his lexicon. It seemed he believed that a Rear Admiral of the Grand Line was on par with his counterparts from the West Sea. "Given your ignorance, today I shall demonstrate to you just how terrifying a Rear Admiral of the Grand Line can be to a fledgling pirate such as yourself." Whoosh! The air was charged as Rear Admiral Oligill made his move, swift as a phantom. Chapter 98. The first kill of the Rear Admiral. Observing his opponent's actions, Roland unhesitatingly extended his left hand, a shadow leaping forth from the white glove. "Your techniques have been duly noted in our intelligence reports." Rear Admiral Oligill chuckled, flapping his wings, his speed surging dramatically. The mental assault from the Demon Cry gauntlet was no match for his velocity. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Rear Admiral Oligill rocketed several hundred meters away above the ocean's surface, a smile gracing his lips as he awaited the shadow's approach. Thud! The wail of the Demon Cry struck Rear Admiral Oligill, yet it only affected him for less than a second, in such a brief span. Roland could not dash forth from the ship to counterattack, rendering his effort a mere waste of stamina and spirit. Whoosh! Rear Admiral Oligill returned swiftly. That last maneuver was quite commendable. It momentarily incapacitated me for nearly a second. Such an attack must require considerable energy. I shall be intrigued to see how many more times you can execute it, Rear Admiral Oligill remarked, a disdainful smile lingering on his face. Indeed, the Rear Admiral's speed far surpassed that of my transformed Pteranodon. Roland's expression was somewhat grim. Previously, he had obtained intelligence regarding the 4 major generals dispatched by the Revolutionary Army, among which it was noted that Major General Oligill possessed remarkable speed. Just moments ago, Roland activated the skill Wailing Ghost from his Ghost Cry gloves, not intending to attack Major General Oligill, but merely seeking to gauge the extent of his swiftness. To confront Major General Oligill, one could only employ unexpected tactics. As Roland gazed at Major General Oligill high above, he thought, "If you do not strike, then I shall." Major General Oligill smirked with confidence, flapping his wings vigorously as he dove towards the pirate ship. Perish! Roland unsheathed his formidable blade, Blood Rain, and in a flash, positioned himself in front of Major General Oligill's impending descent, delivering a powerful slash towards the sky. A fierce stream of sword energy surged forth. However, Major General Oligill merely fluttered his wings lightly, effortlessly evading the strike, and chuckled, "Too slow, far too slow. Your attack lacks swiftness." With a swift motion, Major General Oligill appeared before the gathered sails of the pirate ship. With a ripping sound, as he soared at high speed, Oligill's clawed feet lunged toward the sails, tearing a gaping hole through the thick, triple-layered fabric. "You damn bastard!" Roland shouted in fury, anticipating Oligill's trajectory, and slashed once more. Oligill disregarded Roland entirely, sidestepping the sword's energy with ease before crashing into the mainmast. With a resounding thud, the greater the speed, the more devastating the impact. Major General Oligill kicked the top of the pirate ship's mainmast. Despite being a solid, sturdy timber, the mast could not withstand the might of a naval major general. The top of the mast shattered, causing Roland's specially crafted personal training chamber to plummet onto the deck of the pirate ship. Roland's personal training room is filled with an array of formidable exercise equipment, capable of piercing through the entire pirate ship if it were to fall onto the deck. Whoosh! Roland leapt fiercely from the deck, transforming midair into a formidable black-haired gorilla, forcefully propelling himself towards the personal training room that was about to crash onto the deck. He then morphed into a pterosaur, its scaled lower limbs gripping the remnants of the mast's pinnacle, dragging it forward with great strength. Whoosh! The debris of the personal training room plummeted into the sea, sending up a spray of water over 10 meters high. I never anticipated that the lookout tower atop your pirate ship's mast would be so weighty. Major Olagil had initially been taken aback by Roland's audacious maneuvers, uncertain of his intentions, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it! Roland turned to see Olagil, that scoundrel, had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to topple the massive main mast of the pirate ship. With a thunderous crash, the mast fell swiftly, and Roland found himself powerless to prevent the impending destruction of his vessel, helplessly watching as the pirate ship was obliterated. Fortunately, there were no crew members aboard at that moment. FIA and the others had already hidden themselves on the island, their appearance not at all resembling that of pirates, making it unlikely they would be recognized even if spotted by the Navy. Only Roland and Robin remained aboard the ship, with Robin safely concealed in a secure location. I told you, you wouldn't escape today, but you refused to believe me. Now that the pirate ship has been destroyed, you must be dumbfounded, Olagil boasted in the sky, filled with self-satisfaction. Awaiting the arrival of Major Wilson and his companions, Roland was surely cornered, and this operation to subdue him was on the brink of success. He could rightfully consider himself the MVP. Who told you I intended to flee? From the very beginning, I never planned to escape without resolving matters with you first. Roland scoffed. You wretch, you have destroyed my ship. I shall ensure you pay the price for this, so pray your life is resilient. You still think you can kill me? How amusing. Show me all your skills. I wish to see what you possess to end my life, Olagil retorted dismissively. I stand here, should you dare to descend and attack. Your demise is guaranteed. Roland transformed back into his human form, landing on the nearly shattered deck of the pirate ship. Do you dare? Do you take me for a fool? I could easily ensnare you in midair. Why would I risk coming down? Olagil remained unimpressed by Roland's taunting. As long as I can restrain you, it won't be long before the other 3 majors arrive, sealing your fate. Then come and try to restrain me. I wish to see if you can still soar amidst the trees. Roland chuckled, leaping toward the cliff. Beyond the precipice lay a dense forest, where, despite Olagil's swift aerial maneuvers, his expansive wingspan would prove a hindrance. Foolish, Olagil laughed derisively. You have no chance of escape today. After my transformation, my vision is unparalleled. Even if you run through the forest, I will pursue you from above. Forget about fleeing unless you can leap into the sea. Can you? Without further ado, if you can catch me, then come and chase. Roland leaped off the cliff, hurtling towards the lush forest below. How could this scoundrel be so confident? Major Olagil recalled the intelligence regarding Roland. This is bad. That rascal possesses the ability to burrow underground. If he escapes below, I will truly have no means to apprehend him. Whoosh! Major Olagil flapped his wings and immediately pursued Roland. Ascending the cliff, Major Olagil transformed into his human form and descended upon the precipice in pursuit of Roland. As a vice admiral of the Grand Line, his combat prowess was formidable even without the powers of the devil fruit. His physical techniques surpassed those of Roland. You finally dared to descend from the heavens, which signifies that your demise is near. Roland stood at the forest's entrance, gazing at the approaching Major Olagil. Major Olagil remained unfazed, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters from Roland. Even if Roland attempted to ambush him with that glove capable of controlling others, he could swiftly ascend into the sky before the shadow reached him. To kill me? Dream on. Don't believe it? Allow me to demonstrate. Roland gripped his great knife, Red Rain, and swung it fiercely at Major Olagil. Do you truly think your slash is formidable? Major Olagil stepped forward, leaping into the air, and unleashed a swift kick with his right foot. Whoosh! A cutting wave instantly surged forth. Navy 6 styles, gale kick. Crack! The 2 slashes collided. While Roland's sword strike was indeed powerful, it was diminished by the gale kick, rendering its residual force insignificant. As the weakened sword strike approached Major Olagil, he clenched his fist and struck the sword energy with a powerful punch. Clang! The sword energy was shattered by Major Olagil's fist, while his hand remained unscathed. Do you see this? This is the might of a vice admiral of the Grand Line. With your meager skills, you aspire to kill me? Even in 100 years, You would not succeed. Before Major Oligill could finish his words, a shadow suddenly surged from behind him, colliding with his form. Major Oligill, lacking the observation hockey, had a slight sense of the impending danger, but the proximity was too close for him to react in time, and he was caught off guard. Chafe, Roland surged forward with explosive speed, resembling a shooting star as he hurtled towards Major General Oligill. In less than a second, he traversed the several dozen meters that separated them. At that moment, Major General Oligill finally regained his senses. Alas, before he could make his escape, another shadow collided with his body from behind. Splutter. Roland approached Major General Oligill, and with a swift flash of the crimson rainblade, the general's head soared into the sky. Did you truly believe that this was the genuine article? Roland remarked, gazing at Oligill's visage, which was marred by a mixture of terror and regret. I warned you from the very beginning. Once you descended from the sky, your demise was imminent. Yet you chose to disregard my caution. How infuriating! Although Oligill's consciousness had not yet fully faded, his eyes remained fixed on Roland, his teeth clenched. A tumult of astonishment and remorse etched upon his face. He had been defeated and had lost his very life. What a wretched fate! Roland's methods were exceedingly underhanded. He lured his adversary down from the heavens into the depths of the forest, where he covertly exchanged gloves under the cover of foliage. Ultimately, he resorted to verbal distraction to afford his ambushed accomplices an opportunity to strike. You shall not escape unscathed, Major General Oligill wished to declare, yet the words remained unuttered. Rest in peace. Roland approached the lifeless Major General Oligill and gently closed his eyes. With a slow exhalation, Roland felt the weight of the crisis lift. Robin's recent performance was nothing short of spectacular. Had it not been for her relentless barrage of eerie cries that ensnared Major Oligill, Roland would have found himself utterly helpless against that remarkably swift adversary. She undoubtedly deserves the title of Best Assist. With Major Oligill's demise, no one remains to discern my precise whereabouts. It appears the Navy's efforts may be in vain this time. A renewed confidence graced Roland's calm visage. Engaging in battle is truly exhilarating. Chapter 99. The Flawless Ambush. Captain Roland, the Navy is already in pursuit. I can see 4 large warships approaching our pirate vessel across the sea. They should arrive in approximately half an hour, Robin suddenly declared. It seems this fellow was indeed telling the truth. Roland cast a glance at the dismembered corpse of Major Oligill lying on the ground. This man must have possessed a den mushy, but alas, I cannot replicate his voice. Otherwise, I could have deceived the Navy using that very device. Roland felt around the body of Major Oligill and discovered a hidden communication device. The pirate ship had been rendered inoperable by Major Oligill, and even though the recording device was filled to capacity, we found ourselves unable to depart. To avoid being suppressed by the Navy, our only option was to devise a means to halt their advance. Roland pondered, deciding it best to seek out Faya and her companions first. Shortly thereafter, Robin and Roland arrived at the location where Faya and the others were taking refuge. Upon seeing Robin and Roland return safely, everyone sighed in relief. Suddenly, the telephone bug on Roland's body began to ring. A flicker of confusion passed across Roland's face, quickly followed by a moment of clarity as he reached for the telephone bug he had just retrieved from the corpse of Major General Oligill. Upon inspection, it was indeed this very bug that was ringing. The other 3 admirals from the Navy were attempting to contact Major General Oligill. Roland blinked, and suddenly, an ingenious idea illuminated his mind, one that seemed effortlessly executable and impeccably devised. Haha. Without further ado, he proceeded. Hello. The call was answered. Major General Oligill. In which direction is the Saturday pirate crew? All we can see here is a dilapidated pirate ship with no sign of anyone else. The voice of Admiral Wilson resonated from the telephone bug. Major General Oligill is dead. I advise you to abandon this capture operation, or your losses will only escalate. Admiral Wilson was taken aback, then bellowed furiously into the phone bug. What did you say? Who are you? How did Major General Oligill's bug end up in your possession? Do you still lack comprehension at this point? Major General Oligill has perished, slain by my hand, and thus his telephone bug naturally fell into my possession. Impossible, Admiral Wilson declared emphatically. Once Major General Oligill transformed, he attained incredible speed. Not even a vice admiral could catch him. You cannot have killed him. How did you come by Oligill's telephone bug? I suggest you confess quickly. While I cannot kill him in the sky, after I fled into the forest, he insisted on descending to pursue me. Impossible. Even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, you lack the capability to slay him in such a brief span. Admiral Wilson remained unconvinced. The notion that Major General Oligill had indeed fallen was unacceptable to him. regardless of the outcome of this encirclement. In his heart, this operation would be deemed a failure. He could not bear the loss of a major general. Believe what you will. I am merely engaging in this verbal sparring to urge you to conclude this operation swiftly. I harbor no intent to oppose your navy. Had you not pursued me, Major General Oligil would not have perished. Do not harbor such delusions, you rogue Roland. This time, by any means, at any cost, I will personally bring you to heel. Admiral Wilson seethed with fury. Why go to such lengths? You of the Navy know well that I have never targeted civilians in the West Sea. Even when I approached the base, I only eliminated those few Navy colonels who had framed me. I have spared the remainder of the Navy. My stance is abundantly clear. The consequences of today are entirely of your own making. Enough of your verbal tricks. You are merely acting like this because your pirate ship has been destroyed, and now you find yourself unable to escape from Bigger Island. Let me make it perfectly clear. Your aspirations are utterly unattainable. This time, the Saturday Pirates will undoubtedly become a relic of history. Major General Wilson bellowed before abruptly hanging up the phone. Major General Aligier and Major General Osai struggled to voice their thoughts. Surely that scoundrel Roland did not mean what he said. It is impossible. Even without his devil fruit powers, Major General Aligier's prowess in close combat rivals ours. Though Roland is formidable, he has merely arrived from the West Sea and surely lacks the capability to eliminate Major General Aligier in such a brief span of time. Major General Mohan asserted with conviction. That rascal must have employed some underhanded method to pilfer the transponder snail from Major General Aligier. Despite hearing the assertions of his fellow generals, Major General Wilson felt an icy chill enveloping his heart. He was beginning to accept the grim possibility that Major General Aligier had indeed perished. If Major General Aligier were still alive, he would be doing everything in his power to detain Roland and his crew, making it impossible for Roland to so calmly answer the phone. This alone suggested that Major General Aligier was most likely in dire straits. Brew. The transponder snail in Major General Wilson's hand rang once more. The three generals could not help but tense up. Even Wilson, who believed Major General Aligier was likely doomed, now hoped this call was from Aligier himself. Hello. Why'd you hang up so hastily? We could continue our conversation. There is nothing to discuss between the Navy and pirates. Even if your words are gilded with eloquence, even if Major General Aligier has truly fallen, we will not abandon this operation. You shall be forcibly suppressed by the Navy. Major General Wilson shouted in fury. Very well, very well. Remember your decision. Since you insist on this course, we shall see whether you can suppress me or if I shall inflict greater losses upon you, compelling you to abandon this endeavor. The voice on the other end articulated each word with precision. I am eager to witness the means by which you can compel us to relinquish this operation. Major General Wilson retorted coldly. This island is vast, and you are unaware of my precise location. When you disperse to scour the mountains and valleys, that will be the moment I strike you down one by one. You must understand, I do not shy away from slaying Navy personnel. Rather, I have refrained from taking the lives of those innocent soldiers with families of their own, who hold no grudge against me. If you insist on interpreting my mercy towards Navy soldiers as an opportunity for reckless exploitation, then prepare to meet your demise. I shall specifically target the foolish leaders who make such decisions. You, Major General Wilson, gritted his teeth and paused for a moment. Should you choose to attack the Navy, it will mark the beginning of your end. Very well, we shall see. The call was abruptly terminated. How arrogant, that scoundrel Roland. General Osai could not help but exclaim, that fellow is merely posturing. What he desires is for us to abandon our course of action out of fear of loss. But that is simply out of the question, General Mohan remarked. The Navy is acutely aware of a fundamental truth. Allowing Roland to continue his ascent will only result in a steeper price to pay when they eventually attempt to encircle him. On board the naval vessel, the three generals engaged in a fervent discussion, while four brigadiers stood nearby, attentively listening. None of them noticed a dark silhouette swiftly approaching the warship across the sea. A closer inspection would reveal that the shadow was a black serpent gliding rapidly through the water. This serpent, of course, was none other than Roland. And who was it that had just made the call? It was Klein. As soon as Roland received the call, he conceived a brilliant stratagem to create a diversion. Since the Navy was unfamiliar with his voice, he could employ Klein as a substitute. This would instill a false sense of security in the Navy, leading them to believe that Roland was not returning, but rather preparing for a sudden assault. Seizing the moment when both parties were engrossed in conversation, Roland stealthily approached the warship from the sea, intent on obliterating it. Once the warship was destroyed, the Navy would be left helplessly watching as Roland made his escape. This plan of Roland's given the current circumstances, was nothing short of flawless. The Navy would never suspect that Roland had silently approached. Chapter 100. A successful surprise attack. The Navy bewildered. On board the warship, shortly after Klein's call had been disconnected, the telephone suddenly rang again. How did the encirclement operation fare? Was it successful? The voice of Vice Admiral Manaz emerged from the receiver. Major General Wilson exchanged an awkward glance with Majors General Mohan and Osei, and replied, "It was quite the opposite. Major General Algier, who was pursuing the pirate Roland, has lost contact." Lost contact with Algier? Vice Admiral Manaz, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation, chuckled lightly. "That fellow is remarkably swift. I cannot do anything about it. No need for concern. Do we have any leads on the whereabouts of pirate Roland?" Vice Admiral Manaz inquired once more. "Not yet. It seems we will need to conduct a thorough search across the entire island to capture that rascal Roland." Major General Wilson stated, visibly troubled. "What? How could it come to this? That rascal Roland is capable of digging tunnels. Are we to search the island down to its very depths?" Vice Admiral Manaz began to realize something was amiss. Algier has yet to return, and we cannot establish contact with him. At present, we indeed cannot ascertain Roland's location. However, that rascal did threaten to retaliate during our island-wide search, picking us off one by one. That would be his demise, Major General Wilson asserted. We've been put on the defensive. We must find a way to regain the initiative. This encirclement operation cannot drag on for too long, Vice Admiral Manaz declared. It is feasible to mobilize 4 major generals to hunt down a single pirate in a short time frame. However, if we permit these 4 generals to remain in one location for an extended period, many pirates will flourish across these 7 shipping lanes. We will devise a way to regain the initiative. The ultimate victory in this encirclement operation will undoubtedly belong to the Navy, Major General Wilson vowed earnestly. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a loud explosion resounded from the side of the warship, causing a significant tremor throughout the vessel. "What is happening?" Vice Admiral Manaz inquired. "Something has collided with the warship from the sea." General Wilson, accompanied by 2 other generals, approached the edge of the warship. Upon witnessing the scene at the side of the vessel, Generals Wilson, Mohan, and Osei were taken aback. A substantial gash marred the ship's hull. Although they could not see the gaping hole, they observed a whirlpool of seawater with a diameter nearing 1 meter, relentlessly surging into the ship's lower compartments. Was this not indicative of a significant breach in the hull? What was amiss? Why the silence? General Manaz inquired, astonished. "It seems we have run aground." General Mohan cursed. "Our luck is truly abysmal this time." The naval officers on deck peered over the sides of the warship into the sea, failing to discern any ominous shadows, thus dismissing the earlier tremor as an attack. Instantly, the sailors on board rushed to the lowest levels of the ship to commence rescue operations. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from a nearby warship, causing the vessel to shudder. The naval officers on deck were startled, an ominous premonition creeping into their hearts. The hull of the warship was ironclad and extraordinarily robust. Only a creature of the deep or a grounding incident could inflict such damage. This was evidently not a mere grounding. Yet, the ship's bottom was also lined with sea stone, rendering the likelihood of a sea creature assaulting the vessel nearly non-existent. Furious, General Mohan leapt into the water without a moment's hesitation. "Damn it," General Osei swore, following suit without removing his clothing. "What in the world is happening?" General Manaz inquired. "We have encountered a rare assault by a creature of the deep. Both warships have sustained significant damage," General Wilson replied helplessly. General Manaz on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. The odds of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim. Could it be that fate was favoring that scoundrel Roland? Beneath the surface, Generals Osei and Mohan scanned the vicinity of the warship. Yet they found no colossal sea monsters lurking in the depths. Only a black sea serpent caught their attention, which was, in fact, Roland transformed into a serpentine form. The size of this black serpent was smaller than the opening in the ship, thus it could not possibly be the source of the damage. Mohan and Osei dismissed the serpent and continued their search in the deep sea. Unbeknownst to them, the swiftly gliding serpent bore a subtle smirk. Soon, Roland swam alongside another large warship. At that moment, the sailors on this vessel stood on the deck, intently observing the water, their gazes scanning for any sign of that enormous shadow. Although the small black serpent attracted some attention, it was largely overlooked. Roland smoothly swam to the stern of the warship, transforming into a black-haired gorilla in the depths of the sea. He raised his formidable fist and struck once more at the side of the vessel. Boom! A resounding noise echoed as the massive warship trembled slightly. The soldiers aboard rushed towards the source of the sound at the ship's rear, yet found nothing amiss. Only a whirlpool of seawater, approximately a meter in diameter, formed against the hull. One might ponder how Roland managed to create a hole in the side of the warship with a single blow. The answer lies in the head delivered by Major General Oligill. Roland had managed to procure a piece of iron from Admiral Aligill's naval six-piece. With this reinforcement, Roland could harness the ferocious strength of his guerrilla form. A single punch could easily shatter steel plates. At that moment, Admiral Mohan and Admiral Osai, who had just resurfaced after scouring the depths for any suspicious entities, were startled by a sudden commotion from the neighboring warship. Exchanging a glance filled with disbelief, they inhaled deeply and plunged back into the water. Underwater, Mohan and Osai locked eyes, each reflecting the other's incredulity. There was nothing substantial in sight. How could this be? Could the enemy possibly possess the ability to become invisible? While it is true that certain marine creatures can alter their coloration to blend seamlessly with their environment, this was not the ocean floor. Could it be that black serpent? Mohan pointed towards the retreating black serpent, which appeared startled, directing his gaze to Osai. Osai waved his hand dismissively, gesturing to indicate the serpent's girth and then mimicking the diameter of the breach. It was abundantly clear that the black serpent could not be responsible for the destruction unless it possessed the ability to transform. However, such transformation could only belong to those who wield the powers of a devil fruit, and such individuals could never traverse freely through seawater. Mohan, Osai, keep a vigilant watch over the last warship. The creature that has already ravaged our vessels will undoubtedly strike again. The voice of General Wilson resonated through the water. Instantly, Osai and Mohan executed a moonwalk maneuver, propelling themselves like cannonballs towards the last unscathed warship. They were eager to uncover the identity of the monster that had wreaked havoc right under their noses. Yet, they found nothing. The black serpent had already swum far away. Roland is not foolish. He understands that after the destruction of 3 warships, sabotaging a 4th would prove exceedingly challenging. He is reluctant to reveal the secret of his underwater activities, deciding instead to seek an opportunity to strike at the last vessel later. Damn it, what on earth is this? The waters are pristine, yet visibility is nil, exclaimed Major General Mohan as he climbed aboard the ship, visibly irate. How is this even possible? Major General Wilson could not restrain his astonishment. I do not know. All I can say is that the sea offers no sight of anything, retorted Major General Mohan, his fury palpable but without an outlet. Major General Wilson clenched his teeth, grateful they were navigating along the coastline. Otherwise, if they were adrift in the open sea, the consequences would be dire. It's infuriating that 3 warships have been compromised without a trace of the enemy. Major General Osai slammed his fist against the ship's hull. Just then, the telephone in Major General Wilson's hand rang once more. This is my final counsel to you. If you cease your operations and retreat now, you may yet save your last warship, came the voice of Klein through the receiver. Having uttered this singular warning, the line went dead. A heavy silence fell over the warship. The 3 major generals exchanged instinctive glances, each reflecting the shock upon their faces. Nearby, the naval brigadiers wore expressions of disbelief. This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible, Major General Wilson murmured, attempting to reassure himself. That rascal Roland must have witnessed the warship being attacked by some monstrous creature from the depths and decided to call. The black serpent I just saw. Major General Osai turned to Major General Mohan. Didn't intelligence indicate that Roland could transform into a black serpent? Indeed, but that notion is even more ludicrous. A power user could never submerge. Major General Mohan asserted firmly. Yes, it's impossible. Roland was conversing with us earlier, and he could not have arrived here so swiftly. Major General Wilson added. Yet, how can we explain this? I refuse to believe that this sudden assault is unrelated to Roland, Major General Osai stated. His fist clenched in indignation. How the hell should I know? Major General Wilson's emotions flared as he shouted, quickly realizing his impropriety and apologizing. My apologies. Chapter 101. The Major General decides to strike. Before long, Major General Manaz called again. Earlier, in the heat of the moment, he had hung up to allow Major General Wilson and the others to concentrate on their rescue efforts. What is the situation now? Major General Manaz asked directly. Major General Wilson glanced at Major Generals Osai and Mohan, his face betraying his difficulty. Major General Manaz, I fear this operation against the pirate Roland is destined to fail. What? General Manaz never anticipated that Major General Wilson would utter such words. His voice suddenly elevated several pitches. What on earth is happening? What has transpired to prompt such a judgment? The warship was undoubtedly damaged, most likely the work of Roland. Major General Wilson gritted his teeth and replied. However, Neither Major General Osale nor Major General Mohan spotted anyone responsible for the destruction of the warship after jumping into the water. I found myself somewhat perplexed. Even if the perpetrator behind the warship's devastation was not found, what connection did that have with Roland? General Menaz inquired with a grave and solemn tone. That scoundrel Roland called immediately after the warship was attacked, Major General Wilson lamented. He had initially held immense confidence in this encirclement operation, yet now, with Major General Alagil out of contact and his fate uncertain, they were unable to easily acquire Roland's location, leaving him in the shadows while they remained exposed. This rendered them exceedingly vulnerable. Moreover, Roland was capable of launching unexpectedly devastating assaults. This encirclement operation left Major General Wilson feeling utterly at a loss. He even dared to assert that no other Major General in the Navy could take on the current predicament from him and successfully complete the mission. After absorbing Major General Wilson's report, General Menaz fell into a moment of silence before asking, "What is the status of the warships?" 3 warships sustained severe damage. With only one remaining intact, Major General Wilson replied, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Damn it!" General Menaz cursed vehemently, his emotions running high. "No matter what. You must prevent that scoundrel Roland from reaching Bijan Island. This time, I will personally intervene. I intend to see if that rogue can escape my grasp." "Yes," Major General Wilson promptly affirmed. "Damn it, that wretched Roland has not only taken my men, but also destroyed my ships. I will not rest until I see him pay." The more General Menaz pondered, the more infuriated he became, shouting in a fit of rage, "Regardless of the cost, ensure that Roland is detained. He must not escape our perimeter alive." Yes. Furthermore, the individual who called earlier was also Klein. After Roland sabotaged the warship and made his escape, he found an opportunity to contact Klein, utilizing a phone bug that had been seized from the Navy. If this call achieves its intended effect, then the Navy will proceed with the utmost caution. They will be hesitant to extend their reach to the island for fear that Roland might exploit their vulnerabilities and destroy all 4 warships in one fell swoop. Soon, Roland returned to the island and arrived at the location where Faya and the others were hiding. "Roland, are you all right? Were you injured?" Faya approached with concern. They all understood the perilous nature of Roland's solo mission to destroy the warship, yet they refrained from expressing their worries earlier, fearing it might place undue pressure on him and undermine his confidence, leading to subpar performance. "Is there anything I cannot accomplish?" Roland grinned widely. "I've destroyed 3 warships. If the Navy possesses any wisdom, they will refrain from acting recklessly